Chapter 1. How did Lawyer Nate end up in my bed? Suite at the Intercontinental Hotel. Panting gradually subsided as Milagros's fingernails left bloody streaks on the man's back. Rapid knocking woke up the intoxicated person. What had happened last night? At her engagement party, her fiancé's ex-girlfriend came and played a video of them having sex. This made her the laughingstock of the entire city. She drowned her sorrows in alcohol and slept with a man who was notoriously known as the Yama, the king of hell, in legal circles. The worst part is that she had pursued him during her naive youth, making him be her boyfriend for a day before dumping him. Govind was famously nicknamed Shorty in Beijing, Hong Kong social circles for a long time. Her ex-fiancé, witnessing her being cuckolded, then came to provide comfort. Milagros felt her identity as an innocent entertainment industry star would soon be shattered. Awake? The man leaned beside her and lit a cigarette, sneering, Geraldine and her fiancé are really amusing, each playing their own games. Milagros cursed under her breath. Govind stretched out his finger to pick up the ashtray from the bedside table. What was your former fiancé thinking when he did this? Just to upset you? You two really fit together like Hulumber and Shilin Gol. Both so green without any blemish. Milagros wrapped herself in a bathrobe over the blanket. Turning slightly, her eyes landed on the man leaning against the headboard, half naked, covered loosely by the blanket below, a newly lit cigarette between his fingers. He looked lazy yet bewitchingly beautiful, almost otherworldly. His deep, dark eyes fell on her, waiting for her to speak. Govind, the crown prince of the Beijing-Hong Kong legal circle, was notoriously difficult to deal with. How did Lawyer Nate end up in my bed? This question should be asked by me, Geraldine. The man waved the room card next to Milagros's phone. Milagros's face changed unpredictably. Others said what if one encountered Govind in court, they'd better leave without their underwear. Milagros, oh Milagros, why did you sleep with Govind of all people? This scandal would now be inscribed in history. Last night I drank too much. I hope Lawyer Nate doesn't mind, Milagros said as she calmly walked to the foot of the bed, picking up a white shirt to put on, letting the bathrobe fall to the ground, revealing her snow-white skin. The man squinted his eyes, examining her critically. Does Geraldine always end up in someone else's bed every time she drinks too much? Forcibly pushing other men into it? Milagros didn't want to explain, considering their not-so-friendly relationship, sure. Sometimes, if more than once, twice in a day. Milagros picked up her bag and pulled out a stack of cash, placing it on the footstool at the end of the bed. Special service at Intercontinental Hotel costs up to 3,000 per night. Here's 5,000, please bear with me, Lawyer Nate. Seeing Milagros pull out the cash, Govind's expression darkened. Prostitution? Treating him like a gigolo? 5,000 a night, do you think too highly of yourself, Geraldine? Milagros seemed to think of something, nodded, and took another coin from her bag. This is Mr. Nate's value. Huh, the man laughed out of anger, not only prostituting him but also insulting him. Getting cuckolded at your engagement party by some unknown secretary, while both the Hua and Hua families are in chaos. If I leak the news about us sleeping together, what will you get? Govind got off the bed, wrapping the towel around his lower body. If I were you, I wouldn't make such a losing deal. You never liked Patrick, that brainless second-generation heir, and now you're cheated by a woman who can't even rank among high society. If I were you, I'd be too ashamed to show my face. Christy is still a top figure in Beijing, Hong Kong. Where could she hide her shame? Milagros clicked her tongue. Does it concern Lawyer Nate? Not really, but... The man smirked sinisterly. Who let you enjoy seeing me suffer? Milagros laughed sarcastically. You don't seem like it, wearing a suit and acting proper, yet you're still a despicable beast. I'm waiting for you to beg me. Govind pinched Milagros's chin, speaking coldly. Milagros pried his hand off her chin. In your dreams. At the Hua residence, Leroy was kneeling and trembling. Dad, I really didn't expect that to happen yesterday. I was just messing around with that woman. What kind of farce are you staging? You think you're powerful? Prostitution and you're boasting about it. Dad, I couldn't help it. Milagros and I have been engaged for over a year. She hasn't let me touch her once. As a man, I have needs. Filth, Freddie Egging heard this sentence upon reaching the Hua residence. He went over to slap Leroy, but as he raised his hand, bang, he fainted. In the nanny car, the agent stared at Milagros with disdainful eyes, almost wanting to dig inside her brain. Who did you sleep with? You slept with Govind, Milagros. Do you want to ruin your career? Do you think Govind can report you for prostitution? Milagros thought, no way. He'd be admitting he's a gigolo. Is it worse for you to be reported for prostitution or for him to be seen as a gigolo? Your position in the entertainment industry isn't secure yet. So many artists want Govind as their lawyer, do you know that? The agent was nearly exploding in anger. Milagros felt a headache and clung to the agent's arm, pleading, anyway, since we've done it, yelling won't change anything. Let's think of how to manage PR so I won't lose too much. She had just received endorsements, movie roles, and advertising deals, and they were now frantically calling to ask for updates. If something goes wrong, the breach penalties would cost her dearly. The agent glared at her in frustration. The Hua sent Leroy and the woman abroad. When? Milagros was shocked. how could they send them away before she could seek revenge? Are you kidding? What joke? Your father fainted out of rage there. Without his sake, they wouldn't explain to you. With your father's condition uncertain and the woman pregnant, they're taking precautions. Milagros. Milagros planned to get a spa session in the afternoon. After all, she hadn't gained any benefit from Govind last night and felt emotionally drained. Before she acted, Ms. Selenag called. Your father is dying, come back quickly. Milagros sat in the car, sipping goji tea from a thermos, always saying he's dying. Is he really going to die? Questioning it. Your brother and those illegitimate kids are on their way. If you don't return, you'll get nothing. The old man had a weakness for young women throughout his life, resulting in numerous illegitimate children. Her biological mother, Miss Tilda, the old man's second wife, wasn't bothered by it. She didn't care about the number of illegitimate children but wanted her share of inheritance intact. Upon returning to the Hua family estate, Miss Tilda immediately dragged Milagros into the bedroom, asked the lawyer about the property distribution soon. Didn't we already check? There's no will. I think your father really won't make it this time. We need a good lawyer as a precaution. Who? Govind. Milagros had just slept with him, asking for his help now? Change lawyers. He's the unbeatable legend in Beijing, Hong Kong. Dream, I just slept with him, it's not right. Isn't it perfect? After hookups, things get easier. Do you prefer those illegitimate kids seizing your assets? Milagros. Amy, choose between 100 billion and 10 billion. Angie thought, who would make a wrong choice between these two options? Of course, it would be 100 billion. You just had this incident, and now the Hua family, seeing that your father might not make it, has gone abroad to lie low. You won't get anything without your father's support. Without his backing, what do you have to live on? The meager income you earn from working so hard in the entertainment industry? Soon, you'll have to sell your luxury car and mansion, your Hermes bags, and forget about riding private jets to go shopping. In a year or two, when Leroy comes back with his child and wife to show off in front of you, will you be able to swallow that? She couldn't. She could endure poverty, but she couldn't stand the sight of Leroy showing off with his wife and child. This was humiliating. I'll go immediately. Chapter 2, the last thing a man wants to hear from a woman is that he can't perform. Govind's office was located in the most renowned building in Jinggang, occupying the prime spot. From its floor-to-ceiling windows, one could overlook the most vibrant night views of Jinggang. It was rumored that once, a city drama wanted to rent his office for filming, but lawyer Nate quoted $1 billion per day, frightening the investors away. Govind sat on the sofa with a coffee cup, looking at Milagros. This woman, dressed, appeared as a fresh and innocent flower of the entertainment circle. Undressed, she became a captivating temptress. She could look pure and alluring at will. When she debuted, the young gentleman of Jinggang even gave comments on her looks. There's a case I wish to entrust to lawyer Nate. Govind stirred his coffee with a spoon. Does a wolf in sheep's clothing also deserve Geraldine's entrusting? Milagros smiled on the surface, but internally she was seething. Mr. Nate may not know this, but under certain circumstances, wolf in sheep's clothing can be a compliment. Like? Govind's tone remained icy. In bed, Milagros added quickly. Govind's deep eyes flashed slightly. Let me remind you, Geraldine, my consultation fee is 10,000 an hour. Milagros. It's really a pity Mr. Nate doesn't rob banks. Compared to robbing banks, I prefer wealthy people like you sending money my way mindlessly. Milagros felt her heart constricting. Karma had arrived too damn quickly. Will Mr. Nate take my case or not? No, Govind didn't hesitate. Why? An adult film actor might be better at it than me. Perhaps Geraldine should consider them. If not, college athletes are also a good choice. Milagros. She shouldn't have drowned her sorrows in alcohol, it only made things worse. Among all the men in the world, why did she end up dealing with Govind? Was she lucky? Considering her reputation as the top beauty of Jinggang and the innocent entertainer, how could she let herself fall for this man? Milagros laughed awkwardly. Mr. Nate, do you really need to hold a grudge? Govind leaned lazily on the sofa, holding his coffee cup with his fingertips. You exploited your fiancé's vacancy with me and treated me like a gigolo. Isn't that enough reason? Holding a grudge? I'm being quite courteous by not digging up your ancestors' graves. Milagros rubbed her temples, trying to remain calm. After all, it was billions of yuan at stake. Life without money was worse than a dog's life. Mr. Nate, if you're going to dig up my ancestors' graves, remember, resentment harms your health. Stress can lead to baldness. For your hair's sake, let me help you dig. Govind stared at Milagros, seemingly shocked by her brazen words. Geraldine is quite filial. Graves, if left undisturbed for too long, could use a change in feng shui. It's for their own good, like moving house. Who wouldn't want that? Govind chuckled. Milagros was as unreliable as ever. I never thought Geraldine, despite her average looks, has such a kind heart. Milagros had reached her limit. No one had ever dared call her unattractive before, especially not Govind. That man was fortunate she still cared about him, yet he was playing games. Without warning, Milagros stood up from the sofa and splashed the coffee on the coffee table onto him, anger bubbling over. You scoundrel. You have the nerve to speak, yet your mouth is so clean. Caught off guard, Govind watched as Milagros doused him with coffee. The pristine white shirt turned color instantly. Milagros. Govind. When Milagros realized what she had done, she turned to run. Govind swiftly caught up, pressing her between his arm and the door, his low voice filled with restraint. Splashing on me? Milagros's hands trembled slightly. Govind's notorious reputation in Jingang wasn't just rumors. While some stories might be exaggerated, this man was known to go to any lengths to achieve his goals. A legend in the legal world with a darker side, many had fallen victim to his machinations. The lawless rogue Govind. He might not soil his hands directly, but there were countless ways he could make someone beg for mercy. Parkinson's. Is that so? You have Parkinson's when splashing on me, but not when touching me? Govind pulled her close, the pose suggestively intimate. Would you like me to remind Geraldine of last night's events? That's unnecessary. Milagros felt humiliated. Kissing up to a dog like Govind was demeaning. Rather than that, she'd eat shit. Why would she degrade herself when everyone else always groveled before her? If he wouldn't take her case, so be it. Wasn't it easy to find a good lawyer elsewhere in Jingang or globally? Mr. Nate, if you won't take the case, then don't. We're both part of the same circle. Even if business fails, we should maintain our friendship. How much would you ask for as an apology for today's rudeness? Govind's gaze darkened. It was typical of Milagros to throw money at people. No wonder she was known as the top queen of Jingang. Are you sure, Geraldine? With my wealth, finding a competent lawyer shouldn't be a problem. Is that so? Govind looked unfathomable. Yes, I'd rather eat shit than hire you. Govind smirked, a devilish smile spreading to his eyes. He wiped the coffee stain from his neck with a handkerchief, his casual manner maddening. Do you want me to see you out? Milagros pouted, glad she wouldn't have to pay. She opened the door to leave when Govind's assistant knocked on the door, startled to see Milagros. Boss Nate, someone named Giannis is here to see you. Giannis? Her scheming second brother? Leet. If Govind took on Giannis as a client for the inheritance lawsuit, she'd lose for sure. Would she and her mother end up begging for rice? Even Leroy could mock her while walking by with his family. Standing in front of the wardrobe, Govind was changing his shirt. Tell him to get lost, Milagros growled at the assistant. Startled, the assistant glanced at Govind, who was buttoning his shirt. Don't I count? Milagros snarled. The assistant. Herman. With that, Milagros slammed the door shut. Turning around, she saw Govind watching her from the wardrobe, buttoning his cufflinks with a mocking smile. Not leaving? Chapter 3, but Nate Shao, it's not just about being tough, it also can't be small. Angie thought that the sudden slap in the face came too abruptly. She stared at Govind, looking utterly humiliated. I could go eat shit. Govind still needed to be persuaded. If Waverly got most of the inheritance, she would rather die than let it happen without confronting the old man and digging him up from his grave. Govind's chest quivered slightly as if he was holding back laughter. Then he nodded with great seriousness. If Geraldine has this hobby, I can reluctantly provide the raw materials. Too fucking disgusting. But... The man's tone shifted suddenly. When did Geraldine become the boss lady of my law firm? Just now, Angie steeled herself and replied. The man chuckled coldly. I have a meeting, Geraldine. He hesitated, clearly hinting for Angie to get the hint. I won't disturb Lawyer Nate. Here's my number. Call me when you've made up your mind. Angie walked off. Half an hour later, Govind entered the meeting room and saw everyone dividing coffee. The assistant, while distributing it, announced, coffee provided by our boss lady. Our CEO's girlfriend is the top celebrity Angie. Where did Leroy run off to? America. Give me the address, I'm going to castrate him over there. Cheating on her? Causing her father a heart attack and then running away? She couldn't swallow this. Burnell glanced at Angie. Your priority right now should be securing your father's inheritance, not getting entangled with that idiot Leroy. Do you not fear Leroy returning with money to outbid you? Angie, it infuriated her. What are you thinking? Burnell asked when she remained silent. I want to drink, Angie sighed. Burnell glared at her. Fine, go drink. Get drunk again, and then crawl into Govind's bed. Angie, forget it, let's go home for some tea instead. Burnell shot her another look. You can do better. At the villa, Angie had just finished her shower when Tilda called. How did the conversation go? Angie replied dejectedly. What? Did you already buy the bowl and prepare to beg with your mother? You know Waverly is practically living next to your dad now? I don't ask you to take shortcuts, but you must be realistic and prepare well. I heard Waverly went to see Govind today. You don't know how difficult that dog is. You need to learn more direct methods, both overt and covert. Angie sighed. Stop reading so many romance novels. At your age, do you think romance novels will teach you how to secure inheritance? Tilda paused. Right, not practical. Come stay vigil. If your dad wakes up and sees you first, maybe his heart softens, and he'll make an oral will or something. Angie thought about it. Staying with a dying person wouldn't achieve much. Better to tackle someone alive. I'll go work on Govind, right now. Angie scrolled through her social media. These idle rich second-generation kids always had inside information. 40 minutes later, Angie appeared at the upscale golf course in Jinggang with a cap on. On the field, Darren stood nearby, watching Govind swing rod after rod, perfectly steady and precise. The whole Jinggang is buzzing about you dating the #1 star. Govind set up to sink a ball. What does dating mean? It means everything that should and shouldn't happen, happened. Darren grew up with Govind, knowing each other too well to hide anything from one another. Govind, the introverted man, kept his thoughts to himself. Darren sighed when he didn't respond. Why, Angie? You're in for a rough time. She's arrogant and proud, like a peacock. Govind remained unfazed, hitting the ball. As a man, acknowledging a woman's abilities isn't shameful. Angie was very talented, they knew that since childhood. Top student, beautiful, emotionally intelligent, versatile, able to resolve conflicts effortlessly, inheriting her father's diplomatic charm. Still, her skills should be used properly. Mr. Nateson said, people who speak ill behind others' backs will rot their genitals. Darren turned around to see Angie standing behind them, cap tilted, arms crossed nonchalantly. Do you really think Mr. Nateson said that? Don't believe it? Go ask him yourself, Angie retorted airily. She pushed past Darren toward Govind. I never thought Nate Xiao could find any good qualities in me. Your good points are as easy to spot as those of Song Bao, Govind commented casually. Darren couldn't help but laugh, telling Angie, Song Bao is Govind's dog. Angie, she had to endure. She removed her cap, fixed her hair. Mr. Nate's mouth is tougher than your dick. Darren, holy sh*t. Govind. He laughed, first surprised, thinking he had misheard. It was indeed shocking to hear such vulgar words from the seemingly pure entertainment star. Does Geraldine not like it? I do. Angie adjusted her hair. But Nate Xiao, tough is fine, but it can't be small. The man threw the club aside, grabbed Angie by the waist, and pinned her against the wall. Say that again. Angie tilted her head, batting her eyes innocently. What did I say? Angie. Govind gritted his teeth. Angie's hand landed on Govind's waist, slowly tracing under his shirt, only to be caught by him. His restrained gaze fell on her oval face. Breath uneven. Even without makeup, Angie's beauty was undeniable, enhancing her allure even more. Every glance carried allure. She withdrew a hand, touching his Adam's apple lightly, with a faint smile. Nate Xiao, I like a man's dick to be hard, not his mouth. Why don't you change that? Darren was shocked. Was this the proud peacock he knew? Was this still Angie? What did Govind do to make her act this way? A spider demon escaped from the spider cave? Should I leave? Angie frowned hearing Darren's attempt to ruin the mood. Montague Xiao, with your intelligence level, if your family has the conditions, I suggest having another child. Damn you. Get lost. Before Darren could curse further, Govind told him to leave. Darren, these two dark hearts were together now. The man's grip tightened on her waist, almost painfully. Do you think I'll help you win the lawsuit this way? Am I not trying every possible method? If lawyer Nate doesn't like this approach, we can try another. Which one? Stripping? Would Geraldine dance for me? Chapter 4, Geraldine, to ask for help, you have to lick. It's not entirely impossible. Lawyer Nate, let's talk about it. Angie actually gave it some serious thought. A striptease? Compared to the inheritance of billions, what was that worth? Govind snorted in disdain and released her. Angie had a reputation in Jinggang for speaking without thinking, but Govind never bought into this act. Lawyer Nate, don't go. We can negotiate. If you're unhappy with the striptease, I can offer something else. Govind was about to leave the golf course after removing his wrist guard when Angie noticed Waverly nearby. She quickly caught up in a few steps and held on to Govind's arm. Amy? Elder brother, what a surprise. Hua Chu's expression darkened as he glanced at Angie holding Govind's arm. Amy, do you know Lawyer Nate? Oh. Angie put on an act. I forgot to introduce him earlier, he's my boyfriend. Waverly's heart skipped a beat. This Angie, acting first? Another one? Angie inwardly cursed. Another one? What did he mean by another one? Amy, Lawyer Nate is renowned as an outstanding young talent in Jinggang. Treat him well. Don't be fickle as before, changing partners every few days, Waverly said while casting a glance at Govind, subtly reminding him that Angie was flirtatious. Unbothered, Angie rested her chin on Govind's shoulder and replied sweetly to Waverly, "Rest assured, elder brother. If I wanted to change, it'd only be boyfriends, not someone to split property with. Unlike you dumbass, who found 3 wives who each conned you out of millions, stupid. Elder brother, you play on. We'll leave now." Angie clung to Govind's arm all the way to the lounge. "Can I let go now?" Boring. Govind found her both annoying and amusing. When she needed help, she acted so sweet, but afterwards turned against him immediately. "So find someone more entertaining to handle your case then." Govind didn't even bother changing from his sportswear, throwing on a jacket and leaving. Angie followed him all the way to the parking lot. "You really won't consider taking my case? The commission is negotiable. Lawyer Nate, earning money is earning money, whether from others or me. Could it be you like me too much to work closely with me? Narcissist?" Govind chuckled irritably. "Do you know why I won't take your case?" "Why?" "Because you're difficult to please." Angie felt no guilt. "Am I? How could we have been so harmonious in bed if I were difficult?" "Holy crap. Did you too?" "Is it true?" Darren wondered if Govind was blind. "Get lost." Both said simultaneously. "Darren." Govind got into the car, but Angie wouldn't let him close the door, clinging to it. "Considering my sincere request, please kindly help me." When Angie asked for help, it always felt like she was doing the favor by letting them assist her. Govind watched Angie, reminiscing about their past together. He almost fell for her charm again, remembering how captivating she was last night. "Angie, my car has been splashed with feces before. Are you sure you want to hold on?" "Angie." Bang, the car door slammed shut as Govind sped away. TSK, Geraldine, that's not how you ask for help. To get help, you have to lick. Darren felt secretly pleased. Commoners also had a day when even a princess begged. Why you? Suddenly, motorcycle zoomed towards Angie. Angie dodged skillfully. The motorcycle skidded and came back around. She quickly hid behind a car, grabbing a baseball bat from the trunk, swinging it to hit a rider's head. Damn. Rule of law here. Darren joined in to help Angie fend off the attackers. "Did you provoke someone?" Angie scoffed. "Provoked someone? Was she that restless?" "Guess which of these is my father's illegitimate child?" Darren. Didn't want to guess, life was more important. The professional fighters left, leaving just the 2 novices to battle alone. Damn. Thinking about Angie, Govind drove out and checked the rearview mirror after ensuring no one followed. Hearing the sound of motorbikes outside, he turned back and saw several bikes surrounding Angie and Darren. Revving up, he plowed into 2 bikes. He took over the baseball bat from Angie. "That's my self-defense weapon. Do you need defense with that tiny frame?" Govind struck the man's shoulder hard. Helmet wasn't effective, target the body. Watching Govind fight silently made Angie speechless. The man, truly handsome. Fighting without words, far more appealing than his bedroom skills. Within minutes, he cleared the area. "Remove your helmets," Govind knocked the helmet with the bat. Looking back at Angie, she shook her head, they didn't recognize any of them. Soon, the police arrived and took the riders away. By the time they finished their statements at the station, it was nearly 11. "It's late. Let's grab a bite. My treat, to thank Lawyer Nate for saving us." Govind was driving, Angie leaning over the front seat. "I'm game, I'm hungry," Darren agreed readily. "Those people just now, they were sent by your father's illegitimate son?" Govind asked while driving. Angie leaned back and nodded slowly. Examining her grazed arm, she mused aloud. "My dad has 12 illegitimate children outside and 5 legitimate ones. Now that he's dying without written or verbal wills, everyone's fighting for the estate. Fewer people, fewer competitors. Who wouldn't want more share?" Her father ranked in the top 50 wealthiest list. 15 people splitting, each getting billions. Old man Hua's youthful affairs were already compiled into books by the media. Angie realized she couldn't sit idle. "Back home, I'll seduce Waverly, aligning us to deal with those 12 illegitimate children." Govind glanced at her. "Legal advice, it's illegal." "Who cares? Anyway, everyone in your company knows I'm your girlfriend. If I break the law, you're guilty too." Govind couldn't speak. Communicating with Angie was futile. "Lawyer Nate, don't you think I'm pitiful? And you still won't help me?" Clinging to Govind's driver's seat, "If you don't help, when I'm destitute, I'll bring my mom to beg outside your office. Let your rich clients see the capitalists' cruel faces. Geraldine, rest assured, beggars can't enter my building. Then I'll protest outside with banners." Angie, Govind was starting to get a headache. Angie was too noisy. Choose, get out or be quiet. #### Chapter 5, the Natexurious scene of Angie wrapping her arms around his waist. The next day, Angie was still asleep. Burnell's call came through, "Awake yet?" "Half asleep." Well, please bother to go and approve the memorials, Burnell said with sarcasm. What do you mean? Angie slowly sat up, her silk robe slipped off her shoulder, revealing smooth skin devoid of even a hint of body hair. It's trending. Don't you think you should get up and deal with it? Shocking. Rising star seemingly dating two men at once ***. One photo showed her with Govind, and another with Darren. Great, so the media had managed to catch every interaction she had with two men yesterday. She couldn't even meet a man without the entertainment dogs catching wind of it. Before Angie could check the comments, Miss Selenag called, "Your father is on his deathbed, and instead of thinking about making money, you're busy fooling around? With two men? Weren't you the one who told me to seduce them?" Angie's tone remained calm amidst the chaos. You better be careful. Media exposure could ruin your chances of inheritance before you get it. At the Hua family level, there were always media outlets watching. Fortunately for Tilda, she had the foresight to bring in professional managers early on, or else the company would have already crumbled. If Angie were a proper and disciplined individual, it would be different. But being an entertainment star, she frequently graced the hot search lists as if it cost nothing. Don't worry. She walked over to her wardrobe and chose a simple white dress, holding it against herself. Miss Selenag, ask yourself this. Once my father's matters are settled, what would you do first? Do you want the truth or lies? Tilda asked. Just don't waste time. Use your father's money to find a stepfather, Miss Selenag replied as if this had long been her life goal. Once that old man died, her plans would come true. To help you use my father's money to find me a stepfather, can you give me a hand? Go on. Waverly had established a logistics company in Jinggang that handled domestic and international shipping, making him one of the most talented among the old man's many children. Unfortunately for him, the more capable he was, the more Angie wanted to take him down. In the Jinggang Logistics Park, Angie wore a simple white dress, her long hair flowing like a romance novel's delicate second lead. She looked frail and non-threatening. Is there something you need? Angie played with her hair idly. I want to make a deal with you, brethren. What kind of deal? Waverly viewed Angie as just another beautiful face spending the family's money. Angie smiled lightly, a deal involving the old man's 12 illegitimate children. Waverly paused mid-sip, observing Angie carefully. She resembled her mother, possessing beauty that could be both pure and alluring, along with an inherent arrogance from being pampered since childhood. Her regal demeanor made everyone around her feel insignificant. Seeing Waverly's hesitation, Angie knew he'd considered it too. Does Govind know you've thought about this? Does it matter? Angie asked indifferently. It does, Waverly laughed. If your strategist isn't Govind, then this cooperation requires serious consideration. Angie. Looked down upon? This scoundrel. Seeing her change in expression, Waverly chuckled. Honestly, given how the old man acted young, a couple of illegitimate kids weren't significant. But sharing with over 10 others leaves little for us. If we're going into business, show some sincerity. You're in entertainment, unable to appear openly. In the end, I'll handle things. Angie agreed with a nod. So let's start with some sincerity. Waverly raised an eyebrow. Speak. No vigils until further notice. No one sees Grandpa until we finalize things. What does that mean? Take it literally. Figure it out yourself. With her mother still legally married to the old man, moving him while unconscious would be easy. Wasn't sincerity what they needed? Preventing everyone from seeing Grandpa would surely rattle them. Let's head to the law firm. Angie started adjusting her dress as soon as she got in the car. The assistant glanced at her. Sis, the media has been watching you closely. Should we postpone? I can leave the entertainment industry, but I must secure lawyer Nate. Drive. Entertainment earnings were nothing compared to inheriting her father's wealth. With that money, she could dominate the industry anyway. At 4 in the afternoon, Govind returned from court. Opening his office door, he saw a white figure seated in his chair, startling him for a moment. Did your dad die? Angie. Why are you dressed like you're in mourning? Angie, have you earned enough as a lawyer to consider an eye exam? Govind snorted, tossing his coat onto the sofa. Do you plan to settle here? If it gets you to represent me, I'm willing. Since college, Angie's mind has always been unconventional. Comparatively, she lacked any sense of shame. Once she desired something, she'd stop at nothing to get it, whether or not she cherished it afterward. As Darren put it, this was karma. She would eventually need help from others. Darren had mentioned that Angie appeared insane but had her own merits. Surviving last night's pursuit by the illegitimate children while secretly moving her father suggested strategic depth. Despite her outward madness, Angie was sharp beneath. Angie played with Govind's pen, watching him roll up his sleeves, revealing strong forearms. I regret it. Govind replied nonchalantly. Regret what? Regret not properly appreciating your physique that night. Do I get another chance? Govind. Angie, modern medical technology can fix that thick skin. Angie hummed as her phone rang. Whatever was said on the other end, Govind heard her say, I'm busy. Here's my lawyer's number, 159-9666-07. Govind watched her occupy his seat, using his business card to give out the number, and laughed. When did I become your lawyer? Angie rested her chin on her hand, saying nothing. He pulled out his phone to respond. I'm not her lawyer. Okay, fine. You will be whether you like it or not. Jinggong's top diva has targeted you. Sooner or later, you'll give in. Just accept it. Jinggong's top diva, would any man escape her? The person behind this is Hua Min. I'm sending him to the police station now. Come quickly. Let's go. Angie waited for Govind to hang up, rising gracefully from the chair. Underneath her white chiffon skirt lay smooth thighs. Govind closed his eyes briefly, remembering the luxurious scene of Angie wrapping her arms around his waist and her breathy voice that night. Angie, tell me. Would breaking your leg stop you from bothering me again? Chapter 6, Isn't there a price for sleeping with me? How would one describe Govind? Angie used the remaining knowledge in her brain to define him within an appropriate scope, an introverted and calculating man. When Angie was studying, she was quite rebellious. While others diligently studied in middle school, her heart was set on dating handsome guys from the high school department, believing that every guy she harmed was one less to harm others. One day, while strolling on the playground, she saw Govind. She wrote a love letter to him, and Govind replied with 2 words, okay. Thinking he had agreed, Angie started showering him with affection and gifts, only to find out later that the word, not okay, was written on her book. She learned that there was a problem with the pen she used. Angie immediately lost her temper. She thought they were secretly developing a sweet relationship, but it turned out that Govind saw her as persistent and clingy like a puppy. This matter always made Angie want revenge, but due to Govind's intelligence, she often failed. Lawyer Nate, if you dare to break my leg, I will definitely cut off your little thing. No one should be spared, said Angie as she walked over, her long fingers brushing against his collar. Lawyer Nate, are you staring at my legs because you're reminiscing about that night? Govind didn't move, pulling her hand away from his collar. Geraldine, do your fans know you're this shameless? Innocent white flower? Do you even deserve that name? Aren't today's fans selectively blind? Someone who excels at making scenes but is useless at everything else, still worthy of admiration? What does Lawyer Nate think of me then? Little yellow flower? Angie moved closer, asking, is a little yellow flower not a flower? The little yellow book isn't a book. Blog posts aren't texts. And NP means no true love? Govind was infuriated. There was no way to communicate sensibly anymore. A law-abiding lawyer couldn't compete with a scandalous celebrity when it came to dirty talk. Angie was destined to be his nemesis. At the police station. As Angie floated into the police station in a white dress, everyone was mesmerized. Drooling uncontrollably, their gazes were glued to her. A fairy seemed to have descended among them. A cough nearby broke their stares. Govind's friend Apollo approached, avoiding everyone's gaze as he asked quietly, did you really sleep with her? Govind. Why did you pretend to be reserved? Agreeing earlier might have resulted in kids by now. It's your good fortune to attract the top beauty of Jinggang. Apollo, you. Where is she? Govind interrupted him. Apollo's gossip died down as he looked at Govind's stern gaze, stopping short. Over here, let me lead you. Angie had overheard their whispers. As soon as Apollo left, she hooked onto Govind's arm. Lawyer Nate, why pretend to be so reserved? It's my good fortune you like me. Let go. Govind glanced at Angie's claws clutching his arm. Let go? Dream on. Knowing someone was taking photos, she wouldn't release him. If tomorrow's headline reads, Angie breaks up, she'd be the laughing stock of the entertainment world after being seen leaving a hotel room yesterday. In a small interrogation room, Angie met Sherry for the first time. It was unclear whether Sherry was her older or younger sister. Their first meeting spot was quite awkward. Angie pulled a chair opposite and sat down, crossing her legs while looking at her. Even in dim light, Angie's refined demeanor shone through. So, you must be Angie? Angie smiled. If you weren't sure, why try to frame me? Can't help it, since you're my enemy, Sherry responded boldly. The old man gave them plenty of money, yet none of the entitlements, while Angie enjoyed all benefits and wealth. An innocent white flower? Humph. I've never heard such a fresh term. Angie flicked her nails and glanced up. Enemy? Your enemies are the other 12 illegitimate children, not me. The law designates me as the legal heir, which can't be changed. What's the point in harming me? Sherry's face darkened. Angie capitalized on the moment. Didn't you listen to someone's incitement? Tisk, truly pitiful. Angie took out documents from her Hermes bag, arranging them in front of Sherry, marking them with a pen. If I were you, I'd first deal with those outside the circle before coming back inside. Outside, start by ranking them based on age and ability. Oh, also exclude those who haven't done paternity tests. Including you, 5 people remain. She removed the files of 7 people who hadn't done paternity tests, circling the rest in red. Behind the mirror, Apollo whistled. No wonder Angie is Angie. She's almost tutoring Sherry. This tactic is brutal. Give Sherry a lesson, say some nice things, release her without pursuing charges. Won't Sherry go after those 5? Ingenious use of someone else's knife. Sure enough, right after Apollo finished talking, Angie began appealing emotionally. Why make it hard for women? My mother followed the old man her whole life and got nothing, suffering for decades. When he was dying, she wanted to die with him. Women's hearts are softer than men's. As she spoke, Angie slowly stood, looking at Sherry. You can leave now. You won't hold me responsible? What benefit would holding you accountable bring? As long as you live, you share the old man's wealth. If you die, I commit a crime and end up in jail. Not worth it. Exiting the interrogation room, Angie instinctively latched onto Govind's arm. Geraldine's skills don't need a lawyer. Angie put on her sunglasses. Lawyer Nate may not know, but a hardened criminal doesn't understand laws any more than having unprotected sex lacks safety. Govind. Outside the police station. Reporters swarmed outside. As Angie appeared at the door with Govind's arm around hers, cameras flashed furiously. Subconsciously, Govind tried to shake her off, but she pinched him hard. Behave yourself. Shouldn't I be saying that? Govind retorted. With media watching, Angie wore sunglasses, smiling up at him. Isn't there a price for sleeping with me? Do I need to remind Geraldine? You were the one directing, and I was just following orders. I got no benefit and faced humiliation. Weren't you satisfied? Note, the last few sentences are intentionally left open-ended to match the original text's tone. Chapter 7. If Tsinghua and Peking University tested on erotic literature, I'd definitely be the top. Angie could not afford to lose her innocent girl persona. Standing outside the police station discussing such explicit topics with Govind, she struggled to maintain her smile. She wore a mask of smiling exterior while inwardly cursing profusely. Gentle persona. Damn it, she should never have listened to Burnell's advice. Her assets shouldn't rely on playing the gentle card. If she had gone down the path of a domineering, strong-willed tycoon, Govind would be kneeling before her singing conquest by now. Geraldine doesn't seem satisfied, Govind said through gritted teeth. There's no fundamental difference between a taste and a full meal. If Lawyer Nate wishes to explore further, I can always make time to grace you. Govind. Grace? Unbearable. While Angie had the upper hand verbally, Govind was secretly getting the better of her physically. His fingers almost snapped her waist when they landed there. Once in the car, Angie erupted, Are you a chicken? So fond of grabbing things? If you leave marks, how can I wear backless dresses? Govind watched as Angie patted her waist and muttered, chuckling, Does it matter whether Geraldine shows off or not? Who could possibly handle a pair of cups? Angie. How shameless can you be? If you can't handle them, why touch at all? Govind glanced at her. Geraldine wouldn't resist touching a free plush toy on the street, let alone a beauty like Kelly being offered up. If I didn't touch, wouldn't you suspect me of being Yuri? The young assistant driving. This is something she pays not to hear. Angie was far from the innocent she appeared to be. Innocent girl? What a joke. She was astoundingly shrewd enough to become a scriptwriter. The Hua family was complex. Garrett was known for his numerous mistresses and illegitimate children. Yet, Angie was the most favored. A woman without skills couldn't tame a philandering man like him. From her tactics today dealing with Sherry, punishing yet rewarding, she undoubtedly mastered the art of handling high society affairs. Hiring a lawyer was merely finding herself a guardian. Sis. Angie was dropping Govind off at his law firm. Assistant Elsie, seeing Angie sitting quietly in the car with a gloomy expression, cautiously called out. Angie leaned against the window, hitting her head lightly against the glass. My head hurts. Why don't we find another lawyer? If I didn't choose Govind, Waverly would definitely intervene. Then together, they'd ruin me financially. No way, absolutely cannot let Waverly and Govind team up. What stability is this? Thinking about these two working together made her wish the earth would explode. So what do we do? Elsie asked. Go and contact nearby stores. Starting today, send afternoon tea to the law firm daily. Should I say anything? From the boss. She wouldn't believe she couldn't win over Govind. Elsie understood and nodded, ready to drive off. Just as she turned the car, a water truck raced towards them at a crossroad in the CBD Financial Center. Bang! The deafening crash echoed throughout the entire building. Just back in his office and having taken off his suit jacket, Govind saw his secretary peering out the window. What's that sound? A water truck hit the nanny car. Car crashes were commonplace. Govind wasn't one to gawk. But just as he prepared to sit down, a thought struck him. Nanny car? Angie? He rushed to the window and saw Angie's assistant struggling out of the vehicle. Govind darted out like a gust of wind. Lawyer Nate. Elsie, seeing Govind rush over, felt like she'd found a relative. Every day listening to Angie describe this ruthless man, she thought Govind was an elite but cynical figure. But seeing him dash over. This is a relative. Bystanders helped Elsie out of the vehicle. Govind climbed onto the roof and attempted to pull Angie out, but found no one inside. Where's Angie? Lawyer Nate looking for me. Angie, to ensure she wouldn't miss today's afternoon tea, was preparing to take a taxi home, sending Elsie to handle business. But just as the car turned onto the opposite side of the road, it was hit by a water truck. She sprinted across the bridge and heard Govind's frantic call. The white dress and disheveled long hair of the female star showed she had run furiously over. Govind caught sight of Angie's mocking gaze and laughed sarcastically. I came here thinking I'd collect your remains. How disappointing. TSK, I told you I don't like stubborn men. Angie straightened her messy hair, her face radiating a knowing expression. Elsie was sent to the hospital, and the police took away the water truck driver. Govind instructed his subordinate to follow up, then returned to his office. Angie followed him in like a little shadow. As soon as the office door closed, Angie pressed Govind against the wall, her delicate hands firmly landing on a certain spot. Instantly, a suppressed sound escaped Govind. Angie, where are you touching me? I wanted to verify which part of lawyer Nate is harder, your mouth or this area. Govind's back bristled with goosebumps, trembling slightly as Angie moved her hands. Compared to Govind's restraint, Angie's determined calmness was dominant. Seeing Angie's impish manner, Govind grabbed her chin. Where did you learn these tricks, Angie? Angie leaned closer, from other men. Her 9th grade education textbooks weren't as thick as the porn movies she watched. TSK, modern women must be tougher in the entertainment industry to avoid being dominated by men. Otherwise, blushing after every flirtation? How did she become the innocent girl in the entertainment circle? Govind tightened his grip on her chin, his other hand pushing her hands away. No wonder you can't get into Tsinghua or Peking. Angie. Some people really waste their mouths. If not for needing Govind, for such a snarky man, she would have retorted sharply. Angie pushed away his hand from her chin. If Tsinghua and Peking tested on erotic literature, I'd definitely be top. If lawyer certification exams asked about porn stars instead of legal luminaries, I'd definitely ace it. Govind stared at her disdainfully. Both Justice and Manjushri Bodhisattva would call you sister. Send Geraldine back. Govind pressed the intercom, summoning his secretary to escort her away. Staying with Angie gave him a headache. Angie didn't linger. Teasing men requires a mix of push and pull. Chapter 8. Your father's bastards have outnumbered the men I've slept with in my entire life. Angie returned to the Hua residence after leaving Govind's law firm. Before the car even approached, she saw someone kneeling at the entrance, wailing dramatically. It looked like a funeral procession from the countryside come to life. Geraldine, Govind's secretary, Elon, glanced at Angie after parking the car. He seemed uncertain whether to proceed or not. Wait, let me make a call. Shortly after, Elon heard Angie on the back seat asking the property manager if he still wanted her to pay the fees. 10 minutes later, the property manager arrived with a large entourage. For the first time, Elon felt that living in a mansion really was luxurious. If all property managers were this efficient, there would be far fewer lawsuits. As soon as Angie went in, she saw her biological mother sitting on the sofa wearing a plain white Chinese-style dress, lips painted nude, looking just like someone mourning. This morning, when Govind asked if the old man had died, Angie hadn't thought much of it. But seeing Lady Selenag's attire now, it certainly looked the part. How did it go? It didn't work out. Tilda, are you giving Waverly an opportunity? Don't you know how difficult Govind is to handle? This kind of self-interested introvert, sleeping with him doesn't mean anything. Even if you show up pregnant with his child and negotiate, he'd take out the legal code as if you couldn't understand it, explaining every clause to make sure you knew the difference between fabricating stories and blackmail. Angie was getting a headache, a severe one. Angie, do you think a $9 bowl from Pinduoduo is expensive? Tilda said, skillfully opening the app and typing broken bowl into the search box. Angie. We won't be able to afford a broken bowl without your father's inheritance. Lady Selenag placed her hopes on her husband in her previous life and put her future hopes on Angie. The way she handled everything made Angie envy her. I'll change and head to the event. In the evening, Angie had a film discussion at the Jinggang Intercontinental Hotel. Life was tough, filled with tears. Others might carry chickens in both hands, she carried Govind in one and battled demons in the other. Elsie is fine, don't worry. Angie sat in the car while the makeup artist worked on her face. Did they catch the driver? Funny you should ask. The driver insists he's part of your family. Burnell swiped through the tablet, showing her the surveillance footage from the police station. Angie brushed away the makeup artist's hand and took the tablet. Ahwa? Not sure, Burnell shrugged. I now see everyone as my father's bastard child. How many bastards does your father have besides these legitimate children? Burnell was curious. Old man Hua was a billionaire. Having more kids wouldn't matter since they could just get some money and leave. Angie made a gesture. Burnell, 1 or 2? 12. Damn. Your father's bastards outnumber the men I've slept with in my entire life. Angie sighed and pulled out her phone to find Govind's WeChat, but couldn't find it. Subsequently, she messaged Darren, Sam Montague, can you send me Govind's WeChat? Darren didn't beat around the bush but probably should have, I'm afraid. Angie, your mom and I seem to go to the same spa. Should I ask her for it next time? Maybe chat about your recent scandals? Darren cursed on the other end. Angie, do you know why you're so annoying? Angie, because you're not as pretty or as rich as me? Darren. Take it, go to hell. Govind was right, Angie had never played fair since childhood. These grown-ups couldn't keep up with her. She clicked on Govind's business card. His profile picture was the logo of their law firm, definitely a work account. No matter, add him first and see. Seeing her busy, Burnell asked, what about the police station? Have them call Govind. You got it done that quickly? Is Govind that easy? Angie sighed, no. Then what? We'll see how it goes. He would be hers eventually. She was just exercising her rights ahead of schedule. Get me Govind's schedule, she muttered, confident she could get to him. The limousine stopped at the Intercontinental Hotel. Angie smoothed her skirt and stepped out, with security escorting her to the hall. As soon as the elevator doors opened, fans started screaming wildly. Angie greeted the fans and went on stage. Taking the microphone from Joan, she heard the lead actress mutter sarcastically, pretty busy, huh? Making out in front of the police station in the morning and attending events in the afternoon. This is nothing, tonight I could hook up, interested? Let's do a group. Joan paled, unable to tolerate Angie's arrogance yet unable to retort as sharply. Looks aren't important, actions speak louder. Angie. Seriously doubting her flawless beauty? The biggest feeling playing the second lead in this movie? The host asked once the microphone reached her. Angie smiled faintly, putting on an innocent act, pure, kind, different from traditional movies. This one promotes positive energy with women supporting each other, aligning well with modern professional women's backgrounds. What do you expect from this movie? Angie tilted her head and smiled, obviously, massive success. Fans cheered wildly at her playful demeanor. Leaving the hotel, Angie received Burnell's tablet. If Govind isn't socializing, he always plays golf at night. Tonight? He's socializing. Angie. Burnell, noticing Angie's disappointment, reminded her, shouldn't you check who he's meeting? Shareholders from the Huanjiang Logistics Park. Angie, Waverly. Herman. Jinggang has both new and old districts, with skyscrapers in the former and ancient buildings in the latter. Govind met shareholders from Huanjiang Logistics Park at a private restaurant by the river, where the window offered a view of the vast waters. Arriving at the location, Angie figured the gathering was halfway through. Burnell watched Angie fiddle with her phone in the car, not entering immediately, finding it strange. Why not enter? Why rush? If I interrupt Govind's business talks, he'll snap at me. So? Burnell couldn't help admiring Angie's strategic handling of men, step by step. Tell the waiter to send in 2 bottles of wine and say it's from me. Mention I'm nearby and hint to Waverly not to dig too deep. Burnell. Indeed, that's Angie. Chapter 9, Govind, this clothes would be better not worn. The private room was shrouded in a haze of smoke, enough to make even Sun Wukong lose his way. In this all-male gathering, they had 2 out of 3, cigarettes and alcohol. The restaurant manager came in with the most expensive bottle of wine from the house and whispered to Govind, Mr. Nate, Miss Milagros asked me to bring this wine. Miss Milagros also asked me to remind you to drink less. As soon as the manager finished speaking, everyone's faces, except for Waverly, turned as if they had just discovered fresh dung. So it's true. Everyone in Jinggang knows about the good news between Lawyer Nate and Geraldine. Govind's fingers on his knees tightened slightly. This was another one of Milagros's tricks. Facing the mockery in Waverly's probing gaze, Govind chose to raise his wine glass to mask his feelings. Half an hour later, the party in the private room dispersed. Milagros sat in her car, applying lipstick while muttering, now it's my turn to take action. Burnell. If you used your charms on men for your entertainment career, you wouldn't have just made a name as an innocent flower. Note, the term is translated here as innocent flower to convey the meaning of a pure and naive image in the entertainment industry. Milagros's mind worked quickly, able to infer much from little details. Otherwise, how could she have survived in the entertainment industry with her personality? It's different, entertainment doesn't present the challenge that abstinent men do. Do abstinent men go to bed with you? Burnell jabbed at her heart. Milagros pouted and got out of the car. When Govind emerged surrounded by a group, he saw Milagros standing across from him, wearing a bright green half-dress paired with a white mesh sunshield top. Her figure swayed loosely within the clothes, creating a scene that seemed almost indecent under the streetlights. This outfit would be better not worn at all. Wow, Geraldine's figure is indeed what makes her the top beauty of Jinggang, someone in the crowd said lewdly. Govind's eyelashes fluttered. Before being entangled by Milagros, he had heard many people making suggestive remarks about her. Many fantasized about dominating her. But after experiencing pleasure with her, he felt strangely irritable whenever he heard such comments. His mind was filled with visions of Milagros's fair skin, beautiful face, long legs, slim waist, voluptuous breasts, and peach-shaped buttocks. Hello, Lawyer Nate. Milagros approached, sweetly linking arms with Govind and greeting everyone. The striking couple drew admiring glances. We should leave now, Govind suggested and walked toward his car, with Milagros following closely behind. Geraldine, aren't you going home after the show has ended? I'd rather go home with Lawyer Nate than go back to my own place. Govind's eyes traced her barely visible waist. Is it because your father died and you can't even afford clothes anymore? Milagros followed his gaze to her mesh top and leaned closer to him. I wore this especially for you, Lawyer Nate. Do you like it? This kind of clothing would be easy for you to tear off if you get impatient. Shoo, Govind covered her mouth with his hand. Can you shut up? Shy. They've already slept together. What does shyness have to do with it? If he really wanted to avoid her flirtation, he should have agreed right away. Milagros's delicate eyebrows curved as she licked the palm of Govind's hand, clearly aiming to arouse desire. Will you agree? Govind felt a tightening in his lower back. Milagros was a bewitching temptress, equally capable of appearing pure or seductive. Almost no man could resist her. He had become her plaything. If A Pictures lost a star like Geraldine, it would be a real pity. If shooting A Pictures wasn't with lawyer Nate, that would be a real shame. Milagros's slender wrist moved toward Govind's lower back, but he stepped back cautiously. Is that so? Speaking of skills, I'm just average, and in terms of physique, I can't compare to sports college boys. What are you regretting, Geraldine? Milagros. How vindictive can this brooding man be? She wanted to punch him. Lawyer Nate is handsome. There's no second match in Jingang. Every day Milagros either embarrasses herself or is on the way to embarrassing herself. Facing Govind was a blessing in her life. Sports college boys aren't as wealthy as lawyer Nate. Being rich and handsome can cover up any other flaws. Milagros lived her life being praised, yet she praised Govind more in these few days than in her entire 20+ years combined. Govind laughed lightly. Can impotence cover it up too? Milagros. Once in the car, Milagros downed a bottle of water to cool off. Bernal watched her calmly. Did you lose again? Can you stop saying again? The plastic water bottle crinkled under her grip, showing her pent-up anger. What did again mean? It made her look incompetent. Recently, there's a reality show based on merit. Want to try to salvage your image as an innocent flower? What show? Star Life Diary. Yes. Milagros felt genuinely miserable. Such a tragic situation shouldn't be happening to her. Just as Govind arrived home, his secretary called. The man stood at the entrance, undressing while listening to Elon speak. Lawyer Nate, there's a murder case. What kind of murder case? The water truck you asked me to follow today has been classified by the police as a deliberate murder attempt targeting the boss lady. Govind was taken aback. The boss lady is Milagros. At the law firm, they had already started calling Milagros boss lady privately. It was very Milagros-like, always finding ways to win favor with people. Poor Geraldine, getting targeted for 2 consecutive days. They're even discussing sending protection for her. Boss, won't you end up widowed like this? Elon sighed, expressing genuine concern, probably influenced by the atmosphere lately. Why have you become so sympathetic, Elon? Govind's tone was indifferent. Isn't it because Miss Milagros is the boss lady? Have I confirmed that? Boss, it doesn't matter. If Miss Milagros chose you, it's everyone's fortune. Jingang's #1 celebrity, their boss would be Jingang's future first gentleman-in-law. The wealth of the Hua family, even a fraction of it, was enough to sustain ordinary people for several lifetimes. Govind. During his student days, Govind had heard these words many times. At that time, young Geraldine chasing after him seemed like a child wanting to possess a pretty toy, which didn't attract him. Despite her persistent pursuit, he remained unmoved. Everyone had encouraged him, saying it was his luck that Milagros favored him. Some even suggested he marry into the family. Chapter 9, Govind, this outfit might be better off not worn. Inside the private room, the air was thick with cigarette smoke, even Sun Wukong would have gotten lost here. It was a men's gathering, complete with cigarettes, alcohol, and women. Today they had 2 out of 3. The restaurant manager arrived with the most expensive bottle of liquor in the house and quietly said to Govind, Mr. Nate, this is the wine Miss Milagros asked me to bring. Geraldine also asked me to remind you to drink less. Upon hearing the manager's words, everyone's faces, except for Waverly's, turned as if a dung beetle had just found fresh dung. So it's true. Lawyer Nate and Geraldine's romance is common knowledge in Jingang now. Govind's fingers, resting on his knees, tensed slightly. Another one of Milagros's tricks. Facing the ridicule from others and Waverly's probing gaze, Govind chose to pick up his wine glass to mask his reaction. Half an hour later, the party dispersed. Milagros sat in her car, applying lipstick. It's time for me to take over. Bernal. If you put the same effort into the entertainment industry as you do with men, you wouldn't still be labeled as an innocent pure girl. Milagros's mind worked swiftly, adapting and inferring from details. Otherwise, how could someone like her survive in the entertainment industry? It's different. The ascetic men in the entertainment industry are more challenging. Ascetic men will sleep with you? Bernal taunted her. Milagros pouted and got out of the car. When Govind emerged, surrounded by a group, he saw Milagros standing across the way, dressed in a bright green outfit paired with a white mesh sun shirt, creating an alluring appearance. Streetlights cast light on her, highlighting her nearly exposed yet seductive beauty. This outfit might be better off not worn. Tisk, Geraldine's figure is indeed worthy of the top beauty in Jingang, someone in the crowd said, lust evident in their tone. Upon hearing this, Govind's eyes flickered. Before getting entangled with Milagros, he heard plenty of lewd comments about her within the circles. Many aimed to pin Milagros down, but after experiencing joy with her, such talk irked him. His mind filled with images of Milagros's fair skin, beauty, long legs, slender waist, and curvy hips. Hello everyone, Lawyer Nate. Milagros walked over, delicately clinging to Govind's arm and greeting everyone. Surrounded by such attractive individuals, envy was inevitable. We should leave, Govind suggested. He stepped towards his car, with Milagros following closely. Geraldine, the show's over. Everyone has left. Shouldn't you go home? Compared to going home alone, I'd rather go home with Lawyer Nate. Govind's gaze lingered on her barely visible waist. Is your father dying? Can't afford clothes anymore? Milagros followed his gaze, glanced at her son's shirt, and leaned close. I wore this especially for you, Lawyer Nate. Do you like it? Such outfits make tearing easier when you're impatient. Govind covered her mouth. Can you shut up? Shy. They've already slept together. Why shy now? If he truly didn't want her teasing, he should just agree. Milagros's delicate eyebrows curved as she licked his palm, aiming to provoke desire. Will you agree? Govind felt a tightening in his lower back. Milagros, a temptress, could captivate any man easily. How did he end up under her control? A porn actress doesn't find Geraldine? What a waste. If it wasn't acting opposite Lawyer Nate, then it would be a waste. Milagros prepared to move her slender wrist toward Govind's lower back, but he took a step back. Really? In terms of skill, I'm average. In terms of physique, I can't compare to athletic men. What are you regretting? Milagros. This repressed man holds grudges too easily. She wanted to punch him. Lawyer Liu is so handsome. There's no one else like him in Jingang. Those athletic men aren't as rich as Lawyer Nate. Being rich and handsome can outweigh any flaws. Milagros lived her life being praised. Her compliments towards Govind exceeded anything she had ever done in 20 years combined. Govind chuckled, even impotence can be overlooked. Milagros. Once in the car, Milagros chugged a bottle of water to calm herself. Bernal observed calmly, failed again? Can you stop using again? She squeezed the water bottle loudly, clearly angry. What again? Makes her look incapable. Recently, there's a reality show based on merit. Want to restore your innocent pure girl image? What show? Star Life Challenge Diary. Sure. Milagros thought she really was pitiful. Why was she enduring such hardship? As soon as Govind returned home, his secretary called. Standing at the entrance while undressing, he listened to Elon. Lawyer Nate, murder case. What murder case? The sprinkler truck you asked me to follow today has been classified as intentional murder by the police. The target was the boss lady. Govind was taken aback. The boss lady is Milagros. People at the law firm had already started referring to Milagros differently privately. This was very much Milagros's style. No one excelled more at winning people over. Poor Geraldine, chased for 2 consecutive days, both premeditated. The police are discussing whether to assign someone to protect her. Boss, won't you end up widowed? Elon expressed concern, probably due to recent influence. Already worrying about her safety. Elon, when did you become so empathetic? Govind's tone was indifferent. Isn't it because Geraldine is the boss lady? Did I confirm that? Boss, it doesn't matter. It's our fortune that Geraldine likes you. Jingang's top lady means our boss will be Jingang's top future son-in-law. A fraction of the Hu family's wealth far exceeds what ordinary people can accumulate in several lifetimes. Govind. These were the same words he heard repeatedly when he was younger. Back then, Geraldine's persistent pursuit seemed frivolous, a young girl chasing a pretty toy. Everyone advised him similarly, Milagros liking him was a blessing. Some even suggested he marry into the family. Note, translated context has been adjusted for clarity and natural English flow. Chapter 10. Are Milagros and Lawyer Nate Ji Chu in a romantic relationship? The variety show Milagros signed up for was filming its first episode at Darren's club. Darren was notoriously promiscuous in Jingang, and Milagros's assessment of him was that he was an attractive yet frivolous playboy. His influence extended to all kinds of high-end venues. He didn't just frequent them, he also competed for business there. He had a knack for exploiting human weaknesses. Knowing what men and women desired, he provided accordingly. Was it illegal? Not really, as long as he stayed on the right side of the law, thanks to Nate Ji Chu's involvement. Milagros stood across from Darren with her arms crossed, looking dejected. Darren, dressed in a cotton Chinese-style shirt, was playing with his prayer beads, visibly pleased to see Milagros upset. Seeing me makes you uncomfortable, right? Darren said, quickly spinning his beads, revealing his good mood. Milagros sighed deeply, unable to bear looking at him. You must be happy when I'm miserable, right? Of course, Darren replied, his fingers rapidly moving over the beads. Indeed, Milagros had been arrogant for the past 20 years, causing Darren to suffer many setbacks. Naturally, seeing her downfall delighted him. Well, if I'm unhappy, so will Nate G. Chu be, Milagros responded indifferently. Darren fell silent, then muttered, a pretty face but no manners. What a pity. If your mouth isn't useful, maybe you should donate it. Milagros retorted, walking toward the lounge arranged by the club. Darren followed closely behind. I'm still curious, when you and Nate G. Chu were together that night, who served whom? What happened that night? Did both of you drink too much? Bang. Milagros angrily slammed the door, blocking out Darren's voice. TSK, like the Abyss extermination, Darren commented sarcastically. The show was being broadcast live. The producers had everyone draw lots from a box to determine which activities they would participate in, similar to a skills competition but without prior knowledge of the categories. Milagros and her fellow contestants made up the first episode, which was heavily promoted before airing. As soon as the live stream opened, 10,000 viewers flooded in immediately. Surprisingly, Milagros saw Nina among them, sparking an immediate clash of wills. Milagros sighed inwardly. This year wasn't going well, and she might need to visit a temple soon. When things went wrong, they always did. This building contained every possible activity, like a large indoor amusement park with billiards, shooting ranges, horseback riding, and more. But fatefully, Milagros drew free fighting. Losing meant being eliminated from the show. By nightfall, there would likely be headlines declaring the innocent and pure flower girl as the first to be eliminated. Milagros couldn't let that happen. Good luck, Milagros. Nina sneered beside her, relishing her misfortune. Another unlucky contestant, an idle trainee, seemed equally helpless. Milagros's match is on the 6th floor. In the boxing ring on the 6th floor, Milagros, dressed in white athletic wear, slowly put on her gloves. Her relaxed demeanor suggested supreme confidence. Don't push yourself, your face is valuable, Burnell warned from below, clinging to the ropes anxiously. Losing isn't shameful. How many female stars know how to fight? If he touches you, I'll go ballistic with the directors. Burnell was infuriated. What a sick idea. Free fighting? For a fragile woman star? What are the rules? Milagros asked her opponent. Beat me, and you win. Got it. Don't hold back. Ha, he scoffed. Milagros then lunged at him with surprising speed, anticipating his dodge. With a swift kick, she sent the 185 centimeters tall man flying off the ring. Holy crap, she's not a delicate flower but a warrior. Live chat comments exploded. Milagros's usual image was that of a soft, gentle flower. Now, she looked more like a T-Rex. Standing atop the ring, she calmly looked down at the bewildered man on the ground, gracefully removing her gloves. I detest men who underestimate women. When men can give birth, then come back to belittle women. The live audience went wild. Backstage, everyone was stunned. In the lounge, Burnell shielded the camera and stared at Milagros. When did you learn to fight? I've always known, Milagros answered casually, sipping mineral water. Why didn't you tell me? Did you ask? Milagros countered. Burnell huffed, fine, I'll boost your hashtags. She already had it planned, delicate flower versus warrior flower, a striking contrast. You called me here for this life or death matter? In the VIP lounge upstairs, Darren watched the live feed, expecting to see Milagros fail. Instead, she took down her opponent effortlessly. Turning stiffly, Darren met Nate G. Chu's gaze. Would she have shot your head off if you annoyed her? Nate G. Chu remained silent. Maybe just give in. Your father isn't getting any younger, Darren joked. Nate G. Chu glanced at him, lighting a cigarette. She can't beat me, but watch yourself. Darren pondered, amazed at the petite woman's boldness. After the show, Milagros rode the elevator to the parking lot. Before she could exit, cameras began flashing. Is Milagros in a romantic relationship with lawyer Nate G. Chu? Yes, Milagros admitted openly. We heard he seemed displeased during our interview, and... Suddenly, a path cleared through the crowd. Milagros saw Nate G. Chu getting into his car. Damn it. Why does fate treat her so unfairly? Note, I maintained the original tone and structure, ensuring the translation remains natural and coherent. Chapter 11, seizing his tie, she kissed his lips. Govind had just sat in the car and told Elon the destination when someone else opened the other door. Angie, travel-weary, climbed in without waiting for Govind to react, grabbed his tie, and kissed him. Elon. Govind. Govind tried to dodge but Angie held him still by tugging at his shirt collar. Stunned, Elon looked at the back seat, she was truly too flirtatious. Indeed, as Sam Montague had said, there were no men Geraldine couldn't charm. This little vixen had met her match in this aloof man, it was uncertain who would succumb first. With Govind, a man of experience, encountering a playful yet alluring vixen like Angie, the outcome was uncertain. Taking the initiative, Angie pressed her hand against Govind's chest while leaning into the car door. As she lowered the window, the soft breeze from the parking lot mixed with camera flashes and murmurs of surprise. Damn. Damn, quick, take a picture. Seeing Angie passionately kissing Govind, the media already had their headlines ready. Innocent white flower kisses boyfriend passionately in parking lot. This would certainly cause a stir. Observing the media's reactions, a hint of triumph flashed in Angie's alluring eyes as she slowly raised her fingers from the button. As the window closed, chaos outside gradually disappeared. Angie wasn't only skilled at flirting, she also knew how to scheme when necessary. Her calculated approach and calm demeanor would allow her to walk through a garden of flowers without being tainted, a rare talent among men. Govind had been played. Pushing him away, Angie's nude-colored fingertips brushed over his thin lips. Lawyer Nate, you've suffered. Have you had enough? Raise the partition. Govind roared in the confined space. Shocked, Elon quickly snapped out of his daze and did as ordered. Why so angry, Lawyer Nate? Look at how frightened you are. Before Angie finished, she leaned closer, her breath grazing Govind's face. Lawyer Nate, are you embarrassed because I got the upper hand? Angie. Govind's breath hitched as he glanced sideways, wanting her to maintain some decorum. Just as he turned, her slender fingers pushed his head nearer. Govind felt a thunderclap in his mind. Angie always went straight for what she wanted, no holding back. That was pretend, but this is genuine. Lawyer Nate, did you feel it? Geraldine, you haven't changed at all these years. Her audacity, brightness, and disdain for pretension made her stand out. Compared to others weighing pros and cons, Angie's straightforwardness was a rarity in this world. Those without skills need to constantly adapt, but I, even if I do nothing, can't help but exude charm. Govind scoffed and pinched her chin, bringing her close. Is that so? I want to see if Geraldine changes. The more arrogant she became, the more he desired to break her wings. Contrarily, the higher Govind seemed above, the more she wished to bring him down to earth. Are you really attracted to Govind? What's so special about such a dull, repressed man? In the apartment, Angie sat on a balcony chair, sipping red wine from a glass. Burnell stood behind her, annoyed. If you're that into him, why not give up your father's fortune? He's handsome. Lincolnsome doesn't pay the bills. I'll drink do. Burnell laughed. You're so pure and noble, go ahead and give up your inheritance. Angie withdrew her gaze from the bustling street below. I think I touched his abs today. Burnell. Didn't you sleep with him? How could you not know? I was drunk. Now, thinking about it, I regret it. If I could redo it, I'd stay sober. Angie, you're doomed, Burnell sighed. Attracted to Govind meant certain ruin, divorcing him would leave her penniless. Marrying a black-hearted lawyer like Govind means losing layers of skin with every floor climb. Every lawyer in the city would remember her. Never marry a lawyer, especially a top-notch one, heartless and manipulative. Who said I want to marry him? I just want to sleep with him. Burnell. Sister, trending topic, Elsie came out and handed the tablet to Burnell. Shocking. Hot celebrity kisses boyfriend passionately in parking lot. Burnell angrily threw the tablet to Angie. You've wasted money buying stuff for yourself. Angie shrugged. Waste of money indeed. The next day, Govind arrived at the law firm to find the building surrounded. What's going on? Silently, Elon checked Weibo trends and handed it to him. Unwilling to speak, after all, Geraldine was fierce last night. Looking at the trend, Govind's eyes twitched. Remove it and issue a clarification. Elon hesitated, then opened WeChat. On the other end, Angie chirped, tell boss Nate not to say anything or I'll hold a press conference about being cheated on and dumped. If lawyer Nate likes low-key, I'll rally fans to protest outside your office. Embarrassed, Elon suggested, boss, maybe we should endure this. Geraldine has brought us many clients recently. The family law department has taken on several high-profile divorce cases. Some people in the office have started treating her like a deity. Govind, she knows how to win people over silently. Suppressing his anger, Govind opened his office door to find Angie sitting on his chair, resting her chin with an inviting smile. Her pink strap was nearly slipping off her shoulder, and her long hair covered the exposed cleavage, creating a tantalizing scene. Govind felt he would eventually be under her spell, kneeling before her. This woman, with her alluring eyes, slender waist, and half-exposed curves, was leading him toward temptation. Chapter 12, Geraldine is wearing less and less. Geraldine is wearing less and less. Isn't it just to make things easier for lawyer Nate? Govind remained silent, giving a derisive laugh. Angie could really say anything, even the most aggressive words. As he passed by Angie, his gaze landed on the food box in front of her. Love breakfast. Govind dismissed it with indifference. Are the reporters downstairs also part of this love breakfast? Morning magpies, Mr. Nate, don't you think their calls are very beautiful? In the entertainment industry, only big shots can make reporters start squats early. Angie propped her chin up, looking at Govind with an idle expression. Govind glanced at Angie, took off his suit jacket, and rolled up his sleeves as he headed towards his desk. Angie sensibly moved to another spot. Why don't you take off your tie? Govind. When you don't wear a tie, you have this celibate yet hypocritical look. A hypocrite who practices celibacy? Geraldine missed out on 9 years of compulsory education. Indeed, during one period, Angie's grades were poor, always causing headaches for Garrett. She was almost expelled multiple times due to her grades. At such moments, Garrett would often use money's magic to smooth things over. From elementary school to university, the old man donated numerous buildings along the way. He even gave Angie the nickname Fourth Miss, signifying that she had built high-rise after high-rise at each educational stage. This story was already widely known in Jingang. Govind's words pierced like a knife. Angie sat opposite him, playing with Lawyer Nate's pen in a carefree and somewhat frivolous manner. The matter of the water truck driver a few days ago, Lawyer Nate hasn't given me any feedback yet. Govind replied coldly, Geraldine, you're mistaken, I'm not your lawyer. Oh, then whose lawyer is Lawyer Nate? Waverly's? Govind glanced at her. By watching me so closely, are you afraid I might take Waverly's case? Angie looked at him and blinked. No one else from the Hua family can get you besides me. What if they do? Then let's see. Angie wasn't someone kind-hearted. Has Lawyer Nate ever had a girlfriend? What does that have to do with Geraldine? Just curious. Govind. Is Geraldine unemployed? Tired of me? Then I'll go play with Elon, Angie said, pretending to get up. But Govind stopped her. This isn't your entertainment circle. If you're truly idle, go home and sleep. Scolding me? Angie stared at Govind for a while, unable to react. President Nate, Chairman Martha is here. The secretary pushed the door open and noticed the office's atmosphere only after speaking. With the door opened, Govind tossed a blanket over Angie. Cover yourself before going out. With all my interns around, pay attention to the impact. It was still early morning, and the sight had caused a headache. Angie knew men's weaknesses. Seeing Govind about to leave, Angie curved her lips, blocking his path. Lawyer Nate got aroused early in the morning? Could it be because you can only look but not eat? If you want to eat, I'm not incapable of granting that wish. Assistant, stunned. Is Geraldine really going for it? Govind was notoriously iron-willed in the legal circles. Many big shots tried to please him by sending women, but he remained unmoved, letting them dress and roll out unharmed. Yet today, he was ignited by Angie's delicate touch. Angie, Govind grabbed Angie's wrist, his voice trembling slightly. Do you know that even if I chop off your hand, I can still control the compensation within 4 digits? Oh, Angie shrugged indifferently. She tilted her head back, looking up at Govind with a bewitching expression. Before you chop it off, can you strip and let me touch you? The assistant standing at the door, completely dumbstruck. Really shameless. Why am I starting to like this? Suddenly understanding what Elon meant, Angie, this vibrant little demoness, attaching herself to the stern Lawyer Nate who's only focused on earning money for capitalists. What a waste. Waste. If this were any other man, wouldn't they be on their knees licking? Govind's face turned black, dropping his documents on the floor. He grabbed Angie's hands and pinned them behind her back. Through clenched teeth, he warned, Angie, don't push too far. Angie laughed, her eyes twinkling brighter than anything. Despite being restrained, she tiptoed and kissed Govind's lips. Never thought you'd like it rough. Assistant, oh my. Paywall incoming. Govind couldn't handle Angie. Her relentless persistence baffled him, unchanged for decades. Watching Govind flee in shock filled Angie with delight. Keeping this properly trained little wolf dog close, gradually grinding him down felt immensely satisfying. Angie discarded the shawl disdainfully, grabbed her bag, and went downstairs. Sis, what did you do? Your lipstick is smeared. Elsie noticed the smudged lipstick on her lips as soon as she saw her. Angie took out a mirror to reapply her makeup. Did something unsuitable for kids. Did you hit on Lawyer Nate again? Do you actually want to sue someone, or do you have feelings for him? Angie closed the mirror. Elsie, Lawyer Nate is now my lucky charm. Before securing the assets, I can't lose him. With so many people from the Hua family watching me, if I don't find a powerful lawyer to stabilize the situation, do you think they'll just stand by? 12 illegitimate children, 2 are brainless, the ones hiding in the shadows are tougher to deal with. You're smart, sis, Elsie sighed, but Lawyer Nate is pitiful too. After this is done, should we break Lawyer Nate's legs and keep him around? Elsie's hands shook as she drove, glancing at Angie through the rearview mirror. We live in a rule of law society, sis. TSK, what a pity. Angie cupped her cheek daydreaming. Lawyer Nate looks normal usually, but under those clothes, he's definitely a hypocrite. Elsie, what an aggressive thing to say. Elsie, do you know that high-nosed men are all strong? Elsie, inappropriate, inappropriate. That night, Angie changed into low-key attire and went to a bar street. Her residence was only a 10-minute walk away. Just as she passed an alley entrance, she heard a woman's moans and shouts of President Hua. Her first reaction was that her father was at it again. Looking into the alley. Damn. Chapter 13, How far have you progressed with Lawyer Nate? Waverly sure knows how to play the field. No wonder the old man liked Waverly most among all his sons. It's because Waverly has inherited his true skills. Young as he is, women come and go in a continuous stream, embodying the phrase, youth wasted on the unyouthful, perfectly. It wouldn't be satisfying unless one stirred things up with him. Angie walked to the alley entrance. He found a few intoxicated young men, handed them a stack of cash, and within 5 minutes, they stood at the alley entrance, whistling loudly at a couple engaged in physical activity. Do you have what it takes, brother? Brother, are you struggling? Need a woman to worship you? Right, won't the cement road hurt your body? You don't look very big, can you even get it up? The drunk youths continued jeering. Waverly's movements abruptly stopped midway through. In the bar, Angie sat on the counter ordering a cocktail as Burnell arrived late. Traffic jam. Angie glanced at her. Just traffic? Burnell retorted, what else? Angie chuckled and grabbed her collar. Wipe your mouth before lying. Her collar still had bright pink lipstick marks, a clear sign she'd just left a certain puppy's side. Traffic jam? Even ghosts wouldn't believe that. Burnell awkwardly touched her nose and changed the subject. How far have you progressed with Lawyer Nate? Angie, resting her chin in her hand, thought seriously for a moment. I want to buy an apartment in their neighborhood. Being close would make it easier to flirt. There's that new TV drama called My Hotshot Neighbor. The idea got her excited. Burnell was startled by this audacious idea. She checked her tablet. Lawyer Nate's apartment is a spacious unit in the top commercial district of CBD. It costs 120,000 renminbi per square meter. 300 square meters would set you back 36 million renminbi. Including renovation and moving expenses, you'd need around 40 million renminbi. With your current liquid assets, you could afford it, but you'd be broke afterward. Angie. How does a lawyer have so much money? Rich people from Jingang line up to give him money. His reputation as the Yama of the legal world isn't undeserved. Govind's ruthless reputation in law circles is well-deserved. No case he handled has ever lost, indeed, the legend. Burnell, seeing her silence, added, remember, despite earning a lot these past years, you've spent a lot too. The money in your account is mostly from your father's allowance. Now, your father. Angie, alright, shut up. Burnell breathed a sigh of relief, fearing Angie might do something earth-shattering. Angie sighed, propping her chin up listlessly. A message on WeChat, check it. Burnell noticed the constant notifications and reminded her. No need. My mom. Catherine Selenag cared deeply about whether she'd hooked Lawyer Nate. After all, billions of inheritance, who wouldn't be tempted? Angie, dejected, opened WeChat to see dozens of messages from her mother at the top. Next was Elon, Geraldine, I've documented Lawyer Nate's preferences. Thank you for introducing me to the defamation case. Heartfelt thanks, we all admire you. Damn. This world still has decent people. Look, how does someone like Govind end up with such an excellent employee? The document even listed his underwear colors and brands. So thrilling. Spring fever? Burnell teased. Maybe. Angie sent a flying kiss emoji and put her phone away. At the Nate family villa. Govind parked and saw Arlen trimming flowers in the courtyard. Back already? Yep. Dating someone? As a national scientist, Arlen is genteel. Apart from research, he loves tending to his plants. Just a frivolous young girl. Arlen paused, looking at Govind with a sigh. When you find someone suitable, don't be too concerned about family background. Our Nate family doesn't care about that. Suitable? No, Angie isn't a suitable spouse. Her parents' unhappy marriage stands as a cautionary tale. He couldn't repeat it. Liking her? Not exactly. Angie's soft, delicate body is indeed captivating, but it's not love. Our marriage wasn't ideal, but I hope you won't fear marriage due to our troubled relationship. I'll handle it. Inside, Lenore watched news about Angie on her tablet. Jichu's back? What are you watching? You're dating now, right? I'm checking Geraldine's likes to avoid chaos when you bring her home. Govind. Sis, having such an outstanding girlfriend, aren't you worried? Elena had been following their antics online closely. He's the billionaire heiress and entertainment star. Don't you feel pressured? I heard she cornered you against the wall. Govind. Elena, Govind sighed, where do you get this gossip from? Twitter. Let me take this call. Govind hadn't even sat down when Elon called. Boss, Geraldine was hit by a motorcycle. Govind. Such troubles. Every Wednesday was the Nate family reunion day. When Arlen lived with Lenore years ago, he kept his distance, not wanting to disturb them. After Elena joined, they settled on Wednesdays. Angie ruined their once-a-week gathering. At the police station, Angie sat calmly while the biker sat in another room. Apollo, looking at her bruised state, poured her water. What do you think they said? My brother or my cousin? Apollo admired her perceptiveness. Your brother. Angie. Unsurprising. Calm down with some water. Angie looked at the disposable cup disdainfully. Apollo joked, alright, Lincolnsons, definitely wouldn't settle for disposables. I've a glass cup I bought from PDD for 9 renminbi and 90 cents, I'll lend it to you. Because Geraldine will likely be a regular visitor here for a long time. Translation maintains the structure and tone of the original text, ensuring it remains natural and fluent. Chapter 14. Angie tugged at his tie and kissed him on the lips. Apollo washed the cup and poured a glass of water for Angie. Pulling out a chair, he sat down opposite her with seriousness. I don't know whether to say you're lucky or unlucky. Nateki because this is your third time here this week, and unlucky because every time someone tries to kill you, we catch them. To be honest, you're almost becoming my team's mascot. Those who know you think you're just unlucky, but others might think you're helping me boost my performance as a classmate. Angie, Apollo, do you know why I don't like you? Why? Because your mouth doesn't match your face. A handsome face paired with such an insolent mouth, it really makes one want to give you a couple of slaps. Apollo didn't care. He crossed his hands behind his head and lazily looked at Angie. You can say whatever you want, I don't mind. At that time when Govind refuses to take on your case, and once your father dies, those illegitimate children divide your inheritance, then you won't be so proud anymore. A fallen phoenix is not even as good as a chicken. Noble princess. Angie's expression stiffened. Her gaze towards Apollo turned somewhat gloomy. Apollo put his hands down from the back of his head and propped himself up on the table while looking at her. The entire upper class in Jingang knows you tried to seduce Govind to get your father's property. Geraldine, if you lose, how humiliating will that be? Govind just came in and heard Apollo's words, standing by the door and pausing. He seemed to wait for Angie to refute. After waiting for a long time without any response, he pushed open the door. A fallen phoenix may be worse than a chicken, but some people are even worse than a chicken. Isn't that more tragic? Apollo, fuck. He said he didn't like her? What does this mean? Is he defending her now? Govind, you have no conscience. Angie pitifully lifted her head to look at Govind beside her, bloodstains still on her arm uncleared. Did you drink? Angie responded pitifully. Govind laughed spitefully. He hadn't even had dinner, yet she had finished her drinks and was already causing trouble. Govind glanced at Apollo, who tactfully stood up and went into the adjacent interrogation room. Seeing him leave, Angie cautiously tugged at Govind's sleeve and pouted up at him. Considering all those love lunches I sent you for so long, can you help me? Govind glanced at Angie's hand grabbing him and gently pulled his shirt free. I never ate a single bite of your love lunches. I don't believe it. Ask Darren. Then who ate it? Geraldine asked angrily. Lawyer Nate chuckled softly, saying nothing. If Angie knew who ate her love lunches, she wouldn't wait until tomorrow to go greet them. Don't you feel heartbroken letting everyone see me being ridiculed? I do. Angie didn't believe it. If you felt heartbroken, you wouldn't have come today. Govind remained silent, and Angie slowly got up from the chair and walked step by step towards Govind. Whenever she saw Govind dressed in his formal suit, Angie felt like a beast herself. Lawyer Nate, do you know? The more you resist, the more I want to strip you naked and press you onto the bed to serve me. The unmoved Govind. Calling Angie a pervert would be an understatement. Not only did she want to strip him and pin him down but also wanted him to serve her. Ha. Govind stepped back to maintain distance, to avoid Geraldine getting what she wants. I'll keep myself clean and prevent you from succeeding. Someday, Angie said confidently. Cough, I can hear everything over here. A voice came from above, and Apollo kindly reminded. Govind didn't care since he wasn't the flirtatious one. Angie didn't care either. The whole of Jingang knew about her chasing after Govind. Half an hour later, Apollo came out. They admitted it, their biological father is your dad. Your father had been giving them living expenses before he got sick. When the money stopped this month and rumors spread that your father was dying, they panicked. Angie figured it would be something like that. She glanced at Govind. What does Lawyer Nate say? No reconciliation, Govind answered and glanced at Apollo. Apollo gave a thumbs up. Besides the 2 in custody here, there are 10 left. Keep it up. Leaving the police station, it was nearly 10 o'clock. Angie nestled in the passenger seat next to Govind, blinking her eyes cutely at him. Can Lawyer Nate treat me to dinner? How? Can't afford meals, Geraldine. Isn't this saving money? What if my father dies and I can't inherit anything? Aren't the young men from the sports college lining up to invite you to dinner? Aren't the men pursuing you lined up to France? Unperturbed by these words, Angie continued without anger. But aren't they all not right here? Govind stopped the car by the roadside and pointed to a beggar nearby. I suggest Geraldine experience hunger beforehand. That way, even if you truly go bankrupt, you won't be too embarrassed. Angie, damn Govind. He had no conscience. Look to your left, Lawyer Nate, Angie said earnestly instead of arguing. Govind was puzzled but turned around. Seeing nothing. When he turned back, Angie tugged at his tie and kissed him again. Govind. In matters of affection, Angie had matured early, perhaps due to her father's colorful romantic history, leading her to read many novels on romance and lust during her school days. In luring men, she was like an experienced butcher. Lincolning things skillfully and fearlessly. Govind dodged, and she attacked. One stubbornly tried to avoid fulfilling Angie's desires. The other, determined to win him over at any cost, relentlessly pursued. Govind retreated, and Angie grabbed his collar. When he tried to push her away, she reached for a certain area, making Govind breathe shakily. Angie. His teeth-clenched voice whispered in her ear. Angie hooked her arms around his neck, smiling wickedly. Lawyer Nate, you're hard. Translation note, this chapter includes content that may be considered sexually explicit or inappropriate for all audiences. Reader discretion is advised. Chapter 15, Didn't anyone tell you Govind is the man of Christie? Angie arrived home, barely sitting down before Burnell's call came through. There's a high society gathering in Jingang tomorrow night. Your mom asked me to remind you to attend on time. Angie turned on the tap to wash her hands. My dad is dying, and she still has the mood for this? Burnell replied, ask your mom. The mindset of the wealthy was beyond comprehension for someone like her who came from a modest background. Angie's mother epitomized the image of a noblewoman from the 90s. If you said she had tactics, it would be almost true. If you said she lacked brains, that wasn't accurate either. Her ability to earn a living was zero, but her social skills were top-notch. People in Jingang commented that Tilda was born to be pampered by men. Her life goal was simple and clear, manage men, and let them help her conquer the world. Angie. Burnell heard the sound of running water from Angie's side. What are you doing? Washing my hands. Did you touch something dirty? Angie, Nate lawyer's little brother. Burnell, Angie, you're a celebrity, please remember that. If you talk like that, watch out for your fans hearing you. Why not? At worst, I'll go from white lily to yellow flower, Angie said nonchalantly, drying her hands with a tissue. Do you think that's appropriate? Is the nation's little yellow flower no longer a flower? Burnell. In the evening, after Angie finished her bath, she lounged on the sofa, aimlessly scrolling through her WeChat Dreaments. She scrolled from gossip about the entertainment industry to gossip about the elite circles of Jingang. The last post was Apollo's, first-hand perspective of a spectator. The picture showed her and Govind pulling each other at the police station. The first comment below was Govind's succinct 2 words, delete it. Unyieldingly, Angie replied with 8 words, the photo looks great, saved. The elite circle of Jingang was full of people who knew how to play. Angie held a middle ground. She didn't engage much because she lacked time, yet looked down on their crude games. She usually skipped such glamorous parties with an entertainment edge. But what was going on lately that made them insist she come? Wow, Christie is here. As soon as Angie entered, Darren casually approached. Your boyfriend isn't with you? Does my Montague Shao need to survive by being sarcastic or will he end up impotent? Angie handed her bag to the attendant. Tisk, did you see that? Darren pointed at the crowd. Everyone's waiting to watch your show, to openly or secretly ostracize you. I'm different, I'm always straightforward and never do sneaky things. You should be grateful I'm upfront with you. So, I should thank you? That's right. Angie gave a cold laugh and found a corner to sit in. The Huas were indeed one of the top families in Jingang, but that was because of the old man. Not because of Angie. Would she retain her position as Lincolnson's once the old man was gone? Many were eagerly waiting for Angie to fall from grace, just so they could stomp on her. After all, many had been hurt by Angie's arrogance. How come Christie is sitting here alone? Feeling destitute? Angie looked at the man who approached, brushing her nails. Sitting alone means destitution? How about Haider Shayanji sleeping alone? Haider Shayanji was notorious for his carefree attitude among Jingang's elite, sharing similarities with Darren. Although they both had sharp tongues, neither indulged in public scandals. Angie's impression of him was neither good nor bad. Since you're here, shall we play snooker? Angie's listless eyes lit up slightly. How do we start? I heard you guys like to play fancy. Angie raised an eyebrow at him. Haider Shayanji sighed. Boredom, I guess. Unlike Christie who has a career, we idle rich have to find some fun. Place bets? Everyone would love to spend money on that. In essence, it was a trick to take advantage of these second-generation elites. Taking others' money for personal gain suited Angie fine. A snooker table in the main hall was prepared. Haider Shayanji and Angie stood at opposite ends. Darren walked over, whistling. Betting? Betting. Who does Montague Shao support? Darren, holding his cup, pointed at Angie laughing. Of course, I bet on Haider Shayanji. Bet that you wouldn't even keep your pants. Who didn't know that Angie, the princess, couldn't tell the difference between wheat and millet, let alone play snooker? Sure enough, everyone placed their bets on Haider Shayanji, leaving Angie's side completely empty. She held the cue stick, looking at her empty stake area, sighing. Fine, I'll bet on myself. Looks like her reputation in Jingang really wasn't good. Who breaks? Haider Shayanji, showing gentlemanly manners with the cue stick. Ladies first, of course. Well, then I won't be polite. Angie twirled the cue stick, finding a spot, bending down slowly, and with a strike, the balls scattered. Seeing this, Darren became anxious. Was she trained? Impossible. Haider Shao, play well. No sandbagging. Haider Shayanji sighed. If you don't like it, come up yourself. By the end of the game, Angie circled the table without a single extra word, as the crowd gasped repeatedly, watching several million yuan worth of chips land in her pocket. Lincolning the cue stick to the attendant, Angie glanced at Darren. Tisk, poor judgment. Remember to transfer the cash to my account. After speaking, Angie called an attendant for her bag and prepared to leave. Too boring. Staying with these heirs was less enjoyable than walking her dog at home. Lawyer Nate. Can I add you on WeChat? Angie. Govind? As Angie reached the parking lot, she saw someone trying to flirt with Govind. Who was this girl? Familiar face, but can't remember her name. Angie leaned against the wall, interjecting, Lawyer Nate, dare to climb walls, get ready to have your legs broken. The girl froze at the unexpected voice. Seeing Angie step forward and link arms with Govind, she added, Sister, didn't anyone tell you Govind is mine? I just wanted to consult Lawyer Nate, the girl stammered, trembling under Angie's notorious Jingang reputation. Oh, Angie said arrogantly. The girl apologized and ran off quickly. Pulling away Angie's hand, Govind frowned, sneering softly, indomitable ghost. Angie corrected him, Destiny. Why are you here today? Whom did you meet? Do I need to report every meeting to Christy? Angie brushed her hair behind her ear, curiosity, you know. Note, this translation aims to preserve the original tone and style while ensuring natural fluency in English. Chapter 16. Govind took a deep drag on his cigarette and sealed her lips with his. Govind was here today because he had an appointment with Waverly. But it seemed that he wouldn't be able to keep this appointment today. Let's go. Give me a ride. Angie. Just as Angie was about to hitch a ride with Govind, she opened the passenger door but didn't have time to get in. A red figure appeared gracefully from the elevator entrance. Did you hide Dad? Madison, words need evidence. Is this not slander without basis? Angie adjusted her posture, looking at Colleen with a faint smile. Colleen was Waverly's original wife. After divorcing 3 times, Waverly realized that his first wife was easier to manage, so they lived together again. He enjoyed being surrounded by women outside while having a warm bed with his wife and children at home, living a life envied by all men. Yet, this original wife was foolish, believing Waverly's advice to remarry without official documentation, only cohabiting and jointly raising the child. Wasn't this giving him a free pass? If it weren't for you, how could a comatose man disappear? Angie leaned against the car door, tossing her bag into Govind's passenger seat. One dad after another, do you love calling people daddy? Are all older men on the street your biological fathers? You. Do I need to remind you, Miss Colleen? From a legal perspective, since you divorced Waverly, you are no longer part of the Hua family. When did strangers ever get to interfere in Hua family affairs? Mr. Nate, am I right? After rebutting Colleen, Angie glanced back at Govind, showing off an adoring expression as if expecting praise. Govind held his head, not wanting to get involved in the complex relationship within Angie's family. It would require a relationship chart just to sort out their interactions. Colleen, why don't you ask your mother if you have a biological sister named Eileen? With Waverly continuously seeing other women, you take care of the elderly and children at home and help manage household affairs like a snail maiden. Haven't you thought that all the assets you earned for Waverly would ultimately be spent on other women? Angie took out her phone and tapped it, instantly displaying a restricted scene. In the video, 2 people were clearly at the climax, the woman screaming Waverly's name repeatedly. Angie showed the phone to Colleen without changing expression, noting the paleness spreading across Colleen's face. She added helpfully, it was shot yesterday, fresh out of the oven. I'll send it to you soon, no need to thank me. Angie then slammed the car door shut. As Govind drove out of the parking lot, he mocked, Geraldine, your taste is quite unique, isn't it? Associate with the right person, and one turns upright. Associate with the wrong one, and one becomes corrupt, said Angie. Angie, if you had to describe yourself with an object, do you know what you resemble? What? Onion, one layer removed, and another appears, impenetrable. You might say she is a pampered princess, yet she knows every weakness of each member of the Hua family. You might think she is ruthless, yet she is the pure little flower in the entertainment circle. Govind's slender fingers lightly tapped the steering wheel, driving Angie mad with anticipation. Angie rested her head on her hand, gazing at him with twinkling eyes, planning how to get Govind under control. Just as she was about to flirt, Govind's phone rang. 1580777. Waverly's number? Damn. This dog met Waverly today? Mr. Nate, you're really not honest. Angie reached out to hang up Govind's call on the dashboard screen, her tone cold. I don't understand. Explain, Geraldine. Entangled with me while contacting Waverly? Govind stopped at a red light, glancing sideways at Angie. If I'm not mistaken, it's Geraldine who has been entangling me. Angie laughed sarcastically, taking a selfie and posting it to her WeChat Dreamance. Another wonderful day with Mr. Nate. Happy. Elsewhere, in a private room, Waverly was waiting for Govind. They agreed to meet at 7, but it was now past 8. Not only wasn't he there, but his call got hung up too. Whoosh, the door swung open, and Colleen walked in holding a phone. Don't wait anymore. Angie won't give you a chance to see Govind. She then showed Waverly Angie's post. Waverly's expression stiffened. Slamming his palm on the table, he muttered, indeed, the top unscrupulous figure in Jingang's legal circle. Govind and Angie were truly well matched, the innocent flower paired with the unscrupulous lawyer, fitting perfectly. At the apartment parking lot. Govind didn't care where Angie was going, driving straight back to the apartment. The man got out of the car, and Angie quickly caught up, blocking his path. Mr. Nate, eating from the bowl while eyeing the pot, careful you don't end up with a deformed son. Govind remained silent, loosening his tie and lighting a cigarette. Geraldine, should I introduce you to another lawyer? Is there anyone better than Mr. Nate? Second best in Jingang, Govind had been annoyed by Angie for days, desperately needing some rest. Angie snorted, I want the best, always. Govind took a puff of smoke, then looked at her closely, noticing that she wore a black deep V dress with a sheer black lace bra underneath. Though others might wear such attire innocently, Angie wearing it while flirting made Govind feel stiflingly hot. He looked down, flicking ash away. Thin wisps of smoke circled around the man's face, making Angie question if it was real or not. In a split second, her mind flashed back to that night in the hotel shower room. She pressed against the steamy glass while Govind stood behind her. Angie breathed heavily. Herman. Longevity lost. With one hand holding a cigarette, Govind came over, pinching Angie's chin, forcing her to meet his gaze, his voice hoarse. Angie, my patience has limits. Your beauty is not enough to play games with me. Unyielding, Angie wrapped her arms around Govind's neck. Insufficient beauty, what about my body? Govind inhaled deeply, sealing her lips with his. The smoke swirled through her senses, enveloping them both. Note, for mature content, please refer to the original text. Chapter 17, Angie was kidnapped. Angie's cough echoed in the underground parking lot. Govind, that scoundrel. He actually used cigarette smoke to choke her. Holding her waist, Angie pointed at Govind and coughed violently, unable to get a word out. Govind, you. Govind nonchalantly held his cigarette, stepping back while elegantly watching Angie bend over from coughing. He seemed like a god looking down upon struggling mortals. Suddenly, a remark from her best friend flashed in Angie's mind. What do you see in him? An entrepreneur from humble beginnings. What did you possibly fall for? His looks? His body? Men like Govind, their souls aren't shaped by wealth. Instead, they become more ruthless and audacious. Geraldine, the wise choice would be to know when to retreat. Wiping her lips with the back of her hand, Angie retorted, if I retreat, will you turn around and go after Waverly? Watch your words, what did he mean by, go after Waverly? As if he were gay. Govind, it's true that you're physically tough. Govind tapped off some ash, waiting for Angie's next words. Who was Angie? The princess of Jingang. As long as Garrett lived, she remained the crown princess. Could she endure being repeatedly humiliated by Govind? She approached him, full of anger, slapped him across the face, and warned, this is the price you pay for disrespecting me. Instead of getting angry, Govind laughed, holding his cigarette while mocking, Geraldine's punishment makes me want to enjoy you even more. Should I spread the word in Jingang? A slap for every night spent with Christy? How many men do you think would line up to get slapped by you? You. Angie fumed, feeling this wasn't the day to match wits with Govind. She turned on her heel and walked away. In the penthouse, Govind stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, smoking. Beside him, a chubby ragdoll cat sat on its haunches. The cat belonged to Elena, who had been living with Lenore for years. Recently, it was discovered that Lenore was allergic to cat hair, so she reluctantly gave it to Govind, who kept it on the top-floor balcony. Every day, the cat squatted before the massive window, gazing at the cityscape worth billions. Thinking about Angie made Govind's head ache. This princess was indeed troublesome. His previously peaceful life had been disrupted by her, and now everyone he met mentioned their encounter with the crown princess. He sighed heavily, stubbing out his cigarette before heading to shower. Little tormentor. Meow. Not talking to you, Govind looked down at the chubby cat, thinking that if Angie were a cat, she'd probably also be a chatterbox tormentor. At 10:30 p.m., after finishing his shower, Darren arrived with a bottle of alcohol. I heard noise upstairs, thought you were back. Want a drink? This leisurely? Aren't I here to support my brother who's going through a tough time? Of course, I have to show some effort. Govind. That's quite poetic. Naturally. Before they finished their drinks, the doorbell rang, surprising Govind. The high-end apartment required fingerprint or access card entry via elevator. Who could this be? Someone from the Nate family? Unlikely. Through the display screen, Govind saw the property management staff and Apollo, and froze. As soon as the door opened, Apollo smelled the expensive alcohol mixed with Govind's scent. Drinking already? Starting the celebrations? Frowning, Govind asked, what wind brought you here? Didn't want to come either. Whenever I visit you, it feels like I'm getting beaten by an indifferent society. Same school, same class, same age, yet you live in Jingang's most luxurious penthouse while I'm stuck in a rundown apartment. Feeling irritable, Govind wondered if everyone lately had adopted Angie's style of conversation. Just spit it out. Apollo's expression turned serious. Angie was kidnapped. You were the last one to see her. We're investigating. Govind. Less than 2 hours apart, and she got kidnapped that fast. We checked the property surveillance. It shows intense physical contact and a heated argument between you two, so. Hearing this, Darren rushed out of the room. What do you mean by intense physical contact? Govind. So? Apollo coughed. I don't suspect you in this kidnapping case. Help us find her. I know you have the means. But you should investigate. Govind almost welcomed it. Bringing Angie back would only torture himself. He should thank them. Would your conscience be clear if she dies? Apollo asked. Govind. To put it simply, Angie is unlucky. Once her father became ill, instead of external threats, her siblings struck first. Before they could inherit, she disappeared. And now, because she's a celebrity with huge influence, this incident spreading could jeopardize our bonuses this year. Driving while sighing, Apollo felt Angie's predicament. Rich but truly unfortunate. Don't just sit there. Use your underworld connections. Apollo nudged Govind. What underworld? Govind countered. No one else is here. Just stop pretending and hurry up. If Angie dies, fine, but if she survives and gets defiled, imagine how she'll blame you for not keeping her tonight, leading to her abduction, and then relentlessly clinging to you afterward. Govind. Shut up. He didn't want to hear any more. Half an hour later, news came in, Angie had been kidnapped into a van which vanished in the wheat fields of West City, empty inside. When Govind raced there, only motorcycle tracks were visible. Boss, the kidnappers are live streaming. Govind snatched the phone. In the stream, the kidnappers adjusted the camera, revealing Angie tied to a chair, unconscious, still wearing her black V-neck dress. True to form, soft skin, shall we play with her first? I think it's a good idea. Hearing this, Govind's rage flared. Apollo, the live stream. Already contacted, handling it immediately. Apollo trembled, fearing Govind's murderous tone. Boss, IP address. Take the team and follow me. Govind's network of contacts was no secret. Operating in the gray areas, he had people and teams. Once, after being betrayed on a major case, he took down the opposition's hideout. Chapter 18. Govind's toes hooked the machete lying on the ground. To outsiders, he seemed a proper and respectable lawyer, but those who knew him well were aware that Govind was actually a genteel scoundrel. In the yard of the abandoned factory, a bucket of water splashed over Angie, waking her up. She woke up coughing and cursed Govind's entire family in her heart. Damn it, if not for Govind irritating her, she wouldn't have taken a walk to clear her head and ended up being kidnapped. Hey, Geraldine is awake? Two ruffians sat opposite Angie, eyeing her exposed thighs greedily. What do you want? Kidnapping you, of course, it's about money, but now, we also want something else, the kidnapper pointed at her chest. Angie looked down at her V-neck top. Damn Govind, if not for trying to allure him, she wouldn't be dressed this way, revealing so much. I can let you play with me as long as you spare my life. People like us in the entertainment industry have slept with more men than club hostesses. Let me go, and whatever amount they promised you, I'll double it. I'll even serve both of you well. What do you say, brother? The man chewing on a dogwood grass was stunned. Seeing his hesitation, Angie continued, they asked you to kidnap me just for money. Think about it, if you kill me, they get tens of billions, but they'd only give you a few million at most. Is that worth it? If you let me go, I can definitely give you more than just a few million. Or you could keep this incident as leverage. As long as I'm in the entertainment industry, I won't dare make waves. That means continuous income for you. Brother, think about which option is better. The two men exchanged glances, finding Angie's logic convincing. How do we trust you? Give me my phone and call someone named Nate Dogg, asking for money. He'll transfer it immediately. Half believing, the man searched for Angie's phone and checked the contact list, indeed finding one named Nate Dogg. Who is he? My pet dog, specifically for managing my money. The kidnapper dialed Govind using his own phone. Meanwhile, Govind was on his way and saw the unfamiliar number with confusion. Who's this? Do you know Angie? Govind's brows furrowed. The fact that they were calling meant there was still hope. Yes, what do you want? Send the account details, transfer 20 million first. Govind looked at the account details sent by the kidnapper, his expression stern. He opened the banking app, ready to transfer. Darren grabbed him. Are you really going to transfer it? Or should I just watch Angie die? She has parents and 12 siblings. Why would it be your responsibility? Govind glanced at Darren's hand. Why do you think they called me? Darren was speechless. Fine. No one reliable here? No wonder Angie had to cling to Govind, grabbing one when needed wasn't so bad. Darren waved his hand. Go ahead, transfer it. Minutes later, the kidnappers saw the money arrive and laughed with delight. Can't believe we caught a big fish. Strip her clothes off and take nude photos. Why not shoot a video of her? Wouldn't that be perfect? The leader slapped him on the head. You don't understand anything. If we shoot a video, and she claims rape, it'd clear her name. We need photos instead, so she can't explain away the nudity. Angie. There's actually something to this. The kidnappers understood somewhat and reached out to strip Angie's clothes, but struggled due to her hands being tied behind her back. Annoyed, the kidnapper slapped her thigh. Angie. Her prized legs, defiled by some ruffian? She retracted her earlier words. How do I take this off? Brother, with my hands tied behind me, it's impossible. How about changing my position? Don't try any tricks. What tricks? You already got the money. Would I deceive you? The leader ordered, change her position. The other went to untie her from the chair. Angie watched carefully as the ropes loosened. Suddenly, she twisted free and grabbed the rope, choking one of the kidnappers. Daring to kidnap me? Tell me, who sent you? She tightened the rope around his neck, and the man's eyes bulged. Struggling on the ground, he tried desperately to breathe. Bitch, you tricked us, the leader cursed, picking up a stick and lunging at Angie. Angie let go, pushing the man forward to block the strike. There was a dull thud as he fell. Fine. A ruthless one who doesn't care about his partner. Dare to trick me? I'll kill you. Angie kicked off her heels and picked up a steel pipe, fighting back. Surprised by her combat skills, the man soon dropped the stick and grabbed a machete from the corner. With the machete, he forced Angie into a corner. Aren't you tough? Keep going. In the abandoned factory filled with scattered parts, Angie ran barefoot, her feet bleeding after a few steps. Bang! The man kicked her down. When I was in jail, you weren't even born yet. Acting tough in front of me? He lifted the machete, ready to strike. Angie instinctively raised her arm to block. Her beautiful life was ending right here. Suddenly, the man flew across the room. Following was a man in a khaki trench coat, slamming the kidnapper's head against a pillar and delivering a vicious beating. Using a knife against a woman? Didn't your mother teach you to respect the weak? Govind's toes hooked the fallen machete while his other foot pressed on the kidnapper's arm, slicing swiftly. Terrifying screams echoed through the abandoned factory. This translation maintains the structure, style, and tone of the original text while ensuring natural English fluency and coherence. Chapter 19, Could it be because they touched you? Apollo. Govind's roar drew the attention of the police officers who had followed him. Seeing Apollo leading people over, Govind hurriedly took off his windbreaker and covered the frightened Angie to prevent her from exposing herself. If it were any other day, Angie would have eagerly tried to please him. But today, she was thoroughly intimidated by Govind. In an instant, with a swift and merciless strike, blood spurted from the man's shoulder as the stick hit him without giving him any chance to struggle. Was this man really, as they said, able to navigate both the legal and illegal worlds? Was he truly that top-tier lawyer always pushing the boundaries of the law? Was the term lawless madman Govind derived from here? F***K. As Apollo arrived, all he saw was a man writhing in agony on the ground. Govind, did you do this? Apollo asked, his mouth twitching at the sight. His business, why are you asking me? Govind shot Apollo a glance, brushed off some dust from his clothes, and walked over to pick up Angie. You're crazy. Save lives, yes, but almost breaking someone's arm? Apollo exclaimed, grabbing his head as he watched Govind walk away. Do you think he touched Angie, so you retaliated by nearly breaking his hand? Govind. Nate Yama. Lawless madman. F***K. Apollo sighed heavily. Even though it might be considered self-defense, one still needed to treat the victim before questioning him. Govind put Angie in the car, slammed the door shut, and turned back to look at the flustered Apollo. He just extorted $2 million from me. Remember to make him give it back. And, when you imprison him, let me know which jail. If I don't settle this score, I'm not Govind. Apollo, you're insane. Spending money, exerting effort, and nearly breaking someone's arm? Did being licked by Angie for a few days turn you into someone important? Is it worth staining your hands for her sake? Govind. I didn't finish what I was saying. Enough. Darren pulled Apollo aside. Even yelling won't get answers out of this stubborn mule. Inside the car, the heater was cranked up to its maximum. Angie, wrapped in Govind's coat, shivered in the passenger seat. She closed her eyes, haunted by the image of Govind fighting. During school, some people had warned that Govind was someone not to mess with, but no girl believed it. How could such a refined, gentlemanly figure be intimidating? The boys called him Nate Yama. Girls thought he was a fallen aristocrat. Why a fallen one? Only two types of students could enter Jingang High School, those from very wealthy families or those academically gifted. And Govind was number one among the latter. How could a model student be a Yama? Angie never believed it until now. Govind turned on the music, and low-key French melodies played through the speakers. Rest if you're tired. Is it true? True what? That you broke his hand because he touched me. Govind stiffened, holding the steering wheel. Had he really? He wasn't sure. Seeing Angie about to die, all he could think was that she couldn't die. Hearing her being insulted made him feel that his carefully kissed body had been defiled. Her flawless skin, her curvaceous figure, her slender waist showing hints of abs, her slim, toned arms, every part he had kissed. Almost ruined. Govind felt Angie was right, he was like a dog guarding its food. This behavior, explained scientifically, was territorial. Angie already belonged to his territory. Govind gave a cold laugh. Angie, I've done many things. Could it be because they touched you? Angie huffed. Govind, you can be stubborn. One day, I'll make you kneel and lick my feet. At the hospital. Govind parked at the entrance. He opened the passenger door for her with utmost politeness. Before Angie could appreciate his courteous act and reach out for him to carry her, he shattered her hopes. Walk yourself. Angie's outstretched hand froze midair. Fine, 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 if she could run here, walking wouldn't be too much. Angie stepped out, still wearing Govind's coat, leaving bloody footprints on the ground. As she reached the ER entrance, a passing doctor spotted her and shouted at Govind. What is wrong with you? Don't you care about your girlfriend's feet? Any stranger would have carried her seeing those bloody footprints. Govind. Brother? How unlucky can one be? Elena worked at this hospital, and Govind hadn't expected her to be on duty tonight in the ER. What happened? Elena asked Govind, her eyes fixed on Angie. Seeing Angie's real state, she inwardly cursed. She stared at Govind with disbelief. She injured her leg, Govind replied. Bloodstains dotted his white shirt, not his own but others, insignificant compared to Angie's bloody feet. On the ER bed, Elena inspected Angie's foot. Her expression serious. Bear with it, the wound is quite deep. When hydrogen peroxide touched her foot, Angie's scream pierced the room. Painful. Painful. There are metal fragments, so disinfection needs to be thorough, or there's risk of tetanus. Endure it for the sake of your foot walking again. Elena patiently counseled. Angie's eyes welled up. She understood but couldn't ignore the pain. When Elena poured hydrogen peroxide, Angie bit down hard on Govind's arm, trembling from head to toe. Meanwhile, Govind remained still, allowing Angie to bite down. Not only did she bite but also cursed, Govind, if I die, I'll haunt you forever. I'll curse you until your wedding night ends in disaster, terrified into impotence, painful, painful. Startled by Angie's outspokenness, Elena's hand shook, and the tweezers dipped in cotton stabbed her foot again. Govind, who was focused on Elena, gently but sternly called out, Yun. I'll be careful, brother, stop staring at me, it's pressuring. Caring? So protective? Days ago, he was still arguing. After finishing with Angie's foot, she lay exhausted in the emergency room bed, drenched in sweat like she'd been pulled from water, her tears dried up. Elena carried the tray and pulled the curtain to leave. Truly a siren, even crying looks beautiful. Translation complete. The original tone and style have been maintained, ensuring a natural, fluent English narrative that remains coherent with the previous content. Chapter 20, Entertainment Circle. Anjanu holds a private night meeting with boyfriend. It seems true that she has a good command of her lines, she doesn't even take a breath when scolding people. Dr. Sue, who was that man just now? He's so handsome and polite. Elena. Angie, when Burnell received the message and rushed over, Angie was already incapacitated. Where are you hurt? She anxiously examined her. Govind, seeing her fussing, simply said, foot. Burnell heaved a sigh of relief. Thankfully it's not your face. If you lose the ability to act due to disfigurement, you won't even be able to afford food. Angie. Govind, quite a way to console someone. Thank you, Lawyer Nate. When Angie heard Burnell thank Govind, she used her remaining strength to point at him, shivering for a long time before fainting. Doctor. It was late into the night by the time Angie was settled down. Burnell had elderly family members at home and couldn't stay in the hospital too long. Her real mom was watching over her dad. She couldn't leave them alone, so it was left to Govind to care for Angie. At 2 in the morning, Darren called. They're at People's Hospital. Which floor? Which ward? The 17th floor of Building 2. Govind, still wearing his blood-stained shirt, appeared. Apollo, upon seeing him, felt as though he were a startled bird. This judge who severed the other person's limbs thought kidnapping, intentional harm, malicious extortion, all crimes clearly pinned on this man, along with Angie's public figure status, would lock him up for over 10 or 20 years. However, exterminating completely was something Govind excelled at. How many people? 1. Do you want more? Angie said there were 2 people. Govind's gaze leisurely swept over Apollo. Apollo trembled all over. Oh no. Did someone escape? Silence enveloped the hospital corridor, filled with the smell of disinfectant and the stench of blood. Apollo stared at Govind, silent for a while. You can't provoke this man named Govind. To call him a lawyer? Far from it. Who didn't know Darren made money for him? The Montague family of Jingang all worked to make him money. This ruthless judge was like a domineering hero straight out of an urban romance novel turned reality. Rest assured, we'll catch them. What about Christie? Govind put his hands in his pockets, standing tall and upright. Not too bad. The pampered princess was making it seem like a minor injury could mean life or death. Apollo, should I go see her? Govind's disdainful gaze scanned him up and down like a spotlight. Do you think that's appropriate? Well, I'll go home and take a bath, come back smelling fresh, okay? To annoy Angie is asking for trouble. Wash a few more times, and brush your mouth too. Returning to the ward, Govind saw Elena carrying a bag. I got you some change of clothes and some snacks from my mom. Don't bother them late at night. You're covered in blood, it's not nice. Govind's cleanliness obsession, Elena couldn't understand. They weren't from the same world, but fortunately they could understand each other for the sake of their parents' love. Govind took the bag, thanked her. Elena coughed curiously and pointed towards the ward. Are you dating? No. Then do you like her? How can you tell? Every cell in your body screams that you have feelings for her, but you can't admit it because of your pride. Govind. That's enough. Now the ones who like you either like you for your looks or your money. Angie likes you for your talent, seize the opportunity. In the middle of the night, Angie woke up in pain. Groaning and whimpering, she lay curled up in bed, crying and trembling in pain. This woke up Govind lying on the sofa, gently coaxing the young lady to take a painkiller, only stopping when the medicine took effect. Sister, you're awake? When Angie opened her eyes in the morning, she saw Elsie instead of Govind. Where's the dog? What dog? Elsie was confused. Where's Govind? Lawyer Nate said he had a case to go to court this morning. Angie was upset, starting off on the wrong foot in the morning. Am I trending? Elsie shook his head, no. Sister Wei said Lawyer Nate controlled it. Angie. Sister, what does Lawyer Nate do? He's so powerful. I heard the nurses talking about how you bit him so hard he needed a tetanus shot last night, yet he didn't even pant. Angie rolled her eyes. Does not taking a breath offset 100 mistakes? He could still live without breathing? If it weren't for that guy having no gentlemanly manners last night, she wouldn't have been kidnapped and suffered like this. Find out who the second lawyer at Jinggang second is. I want to switch lawyers. What? Not dealing with Lawyer Nate anymore? Can't handle it. The hospital was not convenient to stay for long, Angie also couldn't bear it. By noon, Elsie wheeled her out of the hospital. Govind came to the hospital after his trial, finding the ward empty. He asked the nurse station and learned she had been discharged. The head nurse even pulled out an envelope from the drawer and handed it to him. Lawyer Nate, Geraldine asked us to refund the medical expenses to you. Govind was angry. Did she burn the bridge after crossing it? He saved her, and now she's gone once she's fine. Who saved her? Who coaxed her to take the medicine last night? Who held her foot to stop her from kicking wildly in the middle of the night? Angie, as usual, showed no gratitude. Ever since childhood. The second person was caught, we confirmed it, they just grabbed her a couple of times, no real harm was done, rest assured. As soon as Apollo got the news, he told Govind, afraid that this living Yama might come looking for trouble. Understood. Your tone seems off. Got dumped? True, someone as proud as Angie only licked you out of temporary interest. She probably has plenty of men offering to lick her and go drinking. Are you free? For a week, Angie didn't contact Govind. The law firm's afternoon tea was interrupted for a week. Just as everyone was missing Geraldine's afternoon tea, the scandal broke out. Entertainment Circle Anjanou holds a private night meeting with her boyfriend. Seeing this news, Elon shivered. Last night? Lawyer Nate worked overtime at the company all night. Where did this boyfriend come from? Cheated? Damn. The small chat group at the law firm exploded. Some guessed if Govind was dumped, others felt pity. Lawyer Nate, there's someone surnamed Hua at the front desk looking for you. Let her come up. It seems that her dialogue skills are indeed strong, as she doesn't even catch her breath while insulting someone. Dr. Su, who was that man just now? He's so handsome and chivalrous. Elena. Angie, Burnell rushed over upon receiving the message, but Angie was already incapacitated. Where are you hurt? She nervously checked everywhere. Govind, seeing her panic, simply said one word, foot. Burnell heaved a huge sigh of relief. Fortunately it's not your face. If you can't inherit your father's wealth and your looks are ruined so you can't act anymore, you wouldn't even be able to eat properly. Angie. Govind. She's really good at comforting people. Thank you, Lawyer Nate. When Angie heard Burnell thank Govind, she used her remaining strength to point at him, trembling for a moment, then, plop, her hand fell down, and she fainted. Doctor. It was well past midnight by the time Angie was settled. Burnell had elderly family members at home and couldn't stay long at the hospital. Her mom was looking after her dad, unable to leave. Taking care of Angie could only be done by Govind. At 2 in the morning, Darren called. She's at the People's Hospital. Which floor? Which ward? Building number 2, 17th floor. When Govind, still wearing his blood-stained shirt, arrived, Apollo saw him like a frightened bird. The lawyer had severed a person's fingers, and charges of kidnapping, intentional harm, and extortion were all serious crimes, especially with Angie being a public figure. This was enough to send him to jail for several decades. Note, Yama is a term from Chinese mythology referring to the god of death, which might not be understood by English speakers. So it's better to use the lawyer for context consistency. But pursuing an enemy to death is what Govind excels at. How many people? 1. You think there'd be more? Angie said there were 2. Govind's gaze leisurely swept over Apollo. Apollo trembled all over. Uh-oh. Did someone escape? The hospital corridor was eerily quiet, filled only with the smell of disinfectant and the nauseating stench of blood. Apollo looked at Govind, silent for a long while. One couldn't afford to provoke Govind. Is he just a lawyer? Absolutely not. Who doesn't know that Darren makes money for someone else? The entire Montague family from Jingang works for him. This ruthless Yama is like a domineering protagonist straight out of a romance novel come to life. Rest assured, they will be caught. How's Christy? Govind stood with one hand in his pocket, back as straight as a pine tree. Fine. That delicate princess, suffering a little wound, feels like she's dying. Apollo. Should I go see her? Govind's disdainful gaze scanned him like a spotlight. Do you think that's appropriate? I'll go home and take a bath, bathe till I'm fragrant before visiting, okay? Annoying Angie will get you into trouble. Take a few baths, brush your mouth too. Back in the hospital room, Govind saw Elena bringing bags. My mom packed you some clothes to change into and some food. Don't bother them late at night. You're covered in blood, it's not presentable. Govind's obsession with cleanliness, Elena didn't quite understand. They belonged to different worlds, but they could understand each other for their parents' love. Govind took the bag, thanked her. Elena curiously coughed, nodding towards the hospital room. Dating? No. Do you like her? How did you figure that out? Every cell in your body screams you have feelings for her, but due to pride, you can't admit it. Govind. That's about right. Now, those who like you either like your looks or your money. But Angie likes your talent, seize the opportunity. In the middle of the night, Angie woke up in pain. Moaning, she woke up in pain, crying and shivering in bed. This startled Govind, who was lying on the sofa. He patiently coaxed the young lady into taking a painkiller until the medication took effect. Sis, you're awake? When Angie opened her eyes in the morning, she saw Elsie, not Govind. Where's the dog? What dog? Elsie was confused. Where's Govind? Lawyer Nate said he had a case to appear in court and left early. Angie was furious, her mood sour from the start of the day. Did I make the hot search list? Elsie shook his head. No. Burnell said Lawyer Nate controlled it. Angie. Sis, what does Lawyer Nate do? He's too capable, isn't he? This morning I heard the nurses talking about how you bit Lawyer Nate so badly he got a tetanus shot, but he barely gasped for breath. Angie rolled her eyes. One good deed wipes away 100 mistakes. He didn't breathe, but he's still alive. If it weren't for that guy's lack of gentlemanly manners last night, she wouldn't have been kidnapped and suffered like this. Check who the second best lawyer in Jingang is. I want to change lawyers. You're not dealing with Lawyer Nate anymore? Can't deal with him. Staying in the hospital wasn't comfortable, and Angie couldn't stand it, so Elsie wheeled her out of the hospital at noon. When Govind came to the hospital after his hearing, the ward was empty. Asking the nurse station, he found out she had been discharged. The head nurse even handed him an envelope from the drawer. Lawyer Nate, Geraldine asked us to return the medical expenses to you. Govind was furious. Burnt bridges? He saved her, she's fine now and just ran off. Who saved her last night? Who comforted her to take medicine? Who held her foot to stop her kicking wildly in the middle of the night? Angie has always been ungrateful, from childhood to adulthood. The second person was caught. After questioning, the two only touched her a few times without causing any real harm. Rest assured. Apollo informed Govind as soon as he got the news, fearing this living Yama would cause trouble. Got it. Your tone doesn't sound right. Got dumped? Well, Angie, so proud, licking you was just a whim. She has plenty of men knocking on her door. Want to go out for drinks? Have nothing better to do? Angie hadn't contacted Govind for a week, and the afternoon tea at the law firm stopped for a week. Just as everyone was reminiscing about Geraldine's afternoon tea, a scandal broke out. Entertainment Circle's Innocent Flower has a private night meeting with boyfriend. Note, is often used to describe an innocent or pure-looking person in the entertainment circle, typically a female celebrity. A more natural translation would be Innocent Flower or Pure Blossom. The title has been adjusted for better context and fluency in English. Elon felt a chill upon seeing this news. Last night? Lawyer Nate was working overtime all night at the office. Where did this boyfriend come from? Cuckolded? Damn. The small group chat in the law firm exploded, speculating if Govind was dumped while feeling sorry for him. Lawyer Nate, someone surnamed Hua is looking for you at the front desk. Let her come up. Chapter 20, White Flower of the entertainment industry hosts her boyfriend at her private residence. She really does have strong dialogue skills, as they say online. She doesn't even catch her breath when she's scolding someone. Dr. Sue, who was that man just now? He was incredibly handsome and so gentlemanly. Elena. Angie, when Burnell arrived after receiving a message, Angie was already out of commission. Where are you hurt? She anxiously checked over her, while Govind saw her fussing and simply said, her foot. Burnell heaved a sigh of relief. Thank goodness it's not your face. If you can't act due to disfigurement and lose your father's inheritance, you might not even be able to afford meals. Angie. Govind. Quite the comforting words. Thank you, Lawyer Nate. When Angie heard Burnell thanking Govind, she used her last bit of strength to point at him, trembling for a moment. Then, plop, her hand dropped and she fainted. Doctor. By the time they settled Angie down, it was late into the night. Burnell had family obligations and couldn't stay at the hospital long. Her mom was looking after her dad. So, the task of taking care of Angie fell to Govind. At 2 in the morning, Darren called. She's at People's Hospital. Which floor? Which ward? Building number 2, 17th floor. Govind entered the building wearing a blood-stained shirt. Apollo looked like a startled bird upon seeing him. This hellhound wasn't content with breaking a person's fingers. Kidnapping, intentional harm, and malicious extortion were all concrete charges. Coupled with Angie's public figure status, this could land someone behind bars for a couple of decades. However, finishing someone off completely was something Govind excelled at. How many people? Just one. What, you want more? Angie mentioned there were 2. Govind's gaze slowly moved to Apollo. Apollo shuddered. No good. Did the other person escape? Silence filled the long corridor in the hospital, where apart from the antiseptic smell, there was also an unpleasant metallic scent. Looking at Govind, Apollo remained silent for a while. Govind was not someone to provoke easily. Calling him a lawyer? Far from it. Who didn't know whom Darren made money for? The entire Jingang Montague family worked for him, like minions in a romance novel. This unscrupulous hellhound seemed like a dominant male lead who stepped right out of an urban romance novel. Don't worry, we'll catch the second one. How is Christy? Govind stood with his hands in his pockets, his back as straight as a pine tree. Fine. The delicate princess acted as if being slightly injured meant certain death. Apollo, shall I go see her? Govind gave him a disdainful once-over. Do you think it's appropriate? I'll go home, take a bath, make myself smell nice, then come visit. All right? To mess with Angie, you're asking for trouble. Wash several times, brush your mouth too. Returning to the ward, Govind saw Elena carrying a bag. I asked my mom to bring you some clothes and food to change into. You don't need to bother them this late. With all that blood on you, it's unsightly. Elena couldn't understand Govind's cleanliness obsession. They lived in different worlds but could mutually respect each other because of their parents' love. Govind took the bag and thanked her. Elena coughed curiously, nodding towards the ward. Are you two dating? No. So, do you like her? From what? Every cell in your body screams that you're into her but too proud to admit it. Govind. Let it go. These days people either like you for your looks or your wealth. Angie is different. She likes you for your talent. Seize the opportunity. In the middle of the night, Angie woke up in pain. Grumbling, she curled up in bed, crying softly. Awakening Govind, who was lying on the sofa, he gently coaxed her into taking a painkiller until it took effect. Sis, you're awake? Angie opened her eyes in the morning and saw Elsie instead of Govind. Where's the dog? What dog? Elsie paused. Govind? Lawyer Nate said he had a case and left early. Angie was upset, feeling irritated from the start of the day. Am I trending? Elsie shook his head. Not yet. Sister Wei said Lawyer Nate handled it. Angie. Sis, Lawyer Nate is pretty powerful, huh? This morning, I heard the nurses talking about how you bit Lawyer Nate enough to get a tetanus shot, but he didn't even breathe heavily. Angie rolled her eyes. Was everything forgiven with medicine? Could he still be alive without breathing? If it weren't for that gentlemanless man, would she have been kidnapped and suffered so much? Find out who the second lawyer at Jingang Second is. I want to change lawyers. What? You're not sticking with Lawyer Nate? Can't manage. Staying in the hospital for long was inconvenient, and Angie couldn't endure it either. By noon, Elsie pushed her wheelchair out of the hospital. Govind returned to the hospital after court only to find the ward empty. The nurse told him Angie had been discharged. The chief nurse even handed him an envelope from the drawer. Lawyer Nate, Geraldine asked us to return the medical expenses to you. Govind was infuriated. Was she trying to cut bridges? He saved her, she was fine, and then she ran away. Who rescued her last night? Who calmed her down to take medication? Who held her foot to prevent her kicking around? Angie was as heartless as ever. Always has been. Fong, we caught the second person. Turns out both only grabbed her without causing real harm. Rest assured. Got it. You sound off. Dumped? In a way, someone as haughty as Angie only toyed with you on a whim. She can have many men bowing at her feet. Want to join for drinks? Do you have nothing better to do? Angie didn't contact Govind for a week, and the afternoon tea at the law firm stopped for a week. Just as everyone was missing Geraldine's afternoon tea, the scandal broke out. Entertainment industry White Flower hosts her boyfriend privately. Seeing this news, Elon was alarmed. Last night? Lawyer Nate was working overtime at the company. Where did this boyfriend come from? Green-eyed monster? Holy crap. The small group chat within the law firm exploded. Speculations flew whether Govind had been dumped and felt regret. Lawyer Nate, there's someone surnamed Hua at the front desk. Let her up. Translation note, for fluency and context preservation, Zayabaiwa, is translated as, white flower. Chapter 21, Big Sister, this morning you said you wanted to cut Lawyer Nate's. The moment Govind heard the surname Hua, he subconsciously thought of Angie. It wasn't until the person was in front of him that he realized it was Waverly. Hua General Manager, this? I'm here to discuss cooperation with Lawyer Nate. Waverly leaned back in his chair, wearing an expression of confidence as he watched Govind. Lawyer Nate had a fallout with Angie, right? Interacting with a pampered young lady like Angie can be exhausting. If Lawyer Nate must take on a case, why not consider mine? If you handle Angie's case, besides discussing money, you'd also have to discuss feelings. With my case, we'll keep it straightforward and only talk about money. Govind's hands slowly intertwined before him, his fingertips rubbing his knuckles as he pondered internally. Has General Manager Hua considered that the person in the news might be me? Waverly snickered. Lawyer Nate was at the law firm working overtime last night. Govind maintained his mild smile. How did General Manager Hua know that? Speaking leisurely, the man effortlessly lured Waverly into the conversation. Wanting to know something isn't difficult, Waverly steadied his emotions. It's not difficult. You're quite certain that you didn't find out through my internal staff, Govind mused. Last night, only 3 people were working overtime, the finance department manager, himself, and Elon. These 2 were his trusted lieutenants and wouldn't betray him. If Waverly knew, it meant he had been keeping tabs on him all along. And to confirm that it wasn't him who went to Angie's place meant Waverly was also watching her. Casually asking, where was General Manager Hua last Thursday night? Govind rested his chin on his folded hands, looking at him leisurely. Last Thursday night, Angie was kidnapped. Waverly stared at Govind. Lawyer Nate, I came here to discuss cooperation, not to be interrogated. You're right. My apologies. Govind spoke, then pressed the intercom to ask Elon to brew tea. As Elon entered carrying the teacup, Govind stood up holding his phone, saying he needed to make a call. Passing by Elon, he gave him a glance signaling him to watch Waverly. Mr. Secretary isn't busy? Waverly raised his eyes to look at Elon. Elon chuckled awkwardly. Busy, but I don't dare neglect important guests. Waverly's fingers gently rubbed the teacup. Why do I feel like Mr. Secretary is keeping an eye on me? General Manager Hua, you misunderstand us. We who work in law wouldn't break the law. If I say, keeping an eye, it sounds fine, but if it's illegal surveillance, it sounds bad. Waverly, calling him out? A mere secretary dared to challenge him? TCH, Waverly's mocking laughter echoed. General Manager Hua, another day maybe? I have something urgent. Govind walked in, put on his coat, and started giving a polite dismissal. Sure, when would Lawyer Nate prefer? How about, tomorrow night? Ingang No. 1 Courtyard is a place only the rich could afford, known as one of the top 10 mansions in Ingang. This place was given to Angie by her father on her 18th birthday. According to Angie, she might never earn enough to buy a flat here even if she became a superstar for 8 lifetimes. A single duplex apartment costs tens of millions, how much more for Angie's villa? Angie had hurt her foot and cancelled her program, so she focused on recovering at home. Not going out much, she spent her days wheeling around inside the house. Haley, someone is knocking. I'll go. Elsie quickly stood from the sofa and went to open the door. As soon as the door opened, Govind, dressed in a suit, appeared at the doorstep, glancing over Angie in her wheelchair. Angie saw Govind and felt a bit choked. What wind brought Lawyer Nate here today? Bang. Behind Govind, a few people were thrown in, sobbing profusely and apologizing. Angie frowned. What kind of trash is this? Do you recognize them? Lawyer Nate has turned into a police officer. They all came willingly. The kidnapping incident, I owe you an explanation. Angie wheeled herself closer to Govind and looked up at him. What? Afraid that even as a ghost I won't let you off? Govind tugged his pants, one hand supporting the wheelchair's backrest while the other rested on his knee, meeting her gaze. Afraid? So, will you let me off? Angie laughed lightly, tilting her head, her innocent smile concealing mischief as she beckoned with her finger. Come closer. Govind glanced sideways and bent down to listen. Suddenly, Angie bit his ear. Govind. Elsie. Damn. Elon. Angie, if you ruin my ear, do you think I can't make sure you stay in that wheelchair forever? She believed it. This guy wasn't joking. Angie blushed, intending to say something, but seeing Elsie and Elon's shocked expressions, she snapped, What? Never seen people flirt? Sister, this morning you said you wanted to snip Lawyer Nate's little. Elsie was stunned, she hadn't seen such a wild side of Angie. Wasn't she supposed to be a delicate flower in showbiz? Would her fans think she'd gone crazy? Angie. Haley stood at the kitchen door, threw away the cloth, and hastily wiped her hands. This child, saying whatever comes to mind. Let's peel some vegetables together. Govind smiled wryly, whispering something in her ear. Angie's face flushed red like a boiled shrimp. Waverly had people watching you. On the night you were kidnapped, they just watched as you were dragged into the car. Not Waverly, Angie replied succinctly. Govind narrowed his eyes. So sure. Waverly isn't that foolish. In this situation, directly killing someone might be okay if nothing goes wrong, but if anything happens, everything could be lost. At most, he sends people to track my every move to find Grandpa and monitor my network. He wouldn't act unless it's absolutely necessary. Waverly is at most indifferent to my plight. Even I wouldn't save. Borrowing a knife to kill, getting rid of a competitor for billions, sounds good? You seem rather nonchalant about it, Govind retorted. Angie glanced at Govind. Someone from a humble background like Lawyer Nate can't understand how hard life is for those from wealthy families. There's a saying, until your father dies, you won't know how many brothers and sisters you have outside. Please provide more content if you want me to continue translating or any specific part you wish to focus on. Chapter 22, I want you to kneel and kiss me. Just as Angie finished her declaration with firm resolve, the few people beneath her started rolling on the ground and making a scene. Angie glanced at Govind. Govind raised his eyes. The young mistress is right. Boswa only told us not to harm you, but to keep an eye on who you were associating with and investigate where you moved the old man to. He didn't say anything else. You sure know how to talk, Govind looked at Elon, signaling him to take the people away. There was a moment of silence in the villa's living room. Govind stood towering over Angie, one hand in his pocket. How's your foot? If Lawyer Nate wants to know, then crouch down and have a look. She wouldn't accept concern while standing. She needed Govind to kiss her feet. Do you want me to kiss your feet? Govind chuckled. With just a glance at Angie's lifted bottom, he knew she was up to something mischievous. Yes. You can barely stand, and you still want me to kiss your feet? There are ways even when you can't stand. A lawyer like Govind, who equated time and money, wasn't here just out of kindness. If he came, it meant he had some thoughts. And Angie intended to expose those thoughts. Their eyes met, and the plotting slowly unfolded in the air. Angie sought out that faint flutter of emotion in Govind's heart. Govind plotted against Angie. Neither was innocent. Suddenly, a brief laugh echoed through the living room. What are you laughing at? Govind retorted, what do you think I'm laughing at? We normal people can't guess what special people are thinking. Special individuals? A broad category. But using normal as a comparison made it obvious they were abnormal. Did she indirectly call him crazy? Govind slowly bent down, his hands resting on the armrests of Angie's wheelchair. Sometimes I wonder if you're an innocent flower in the entertainment industry or a cunning young lady from a wealthy family. Note, is translated as innocent flower to maintain the metaphorical meaning and ensure it reads naturally in English. Angie reached out to play with Govind's tie, coiling it into loops. She asked breathily, Lawyer Nate actually thinks about me? Angie. She was acting abnormally again. Angie continued, when does Lawyer Nate usually think of me? During the day? At night? Or in the dead of night? Govind's lips curled slightly downward, wanting to avoid getting entangled with Angie further. His hands loosened from the wheelchair, preparing to stand up. But just as he moved, Angie yanked his tie, pulling him down forcefully. Govind stumbled, his hands landing on the back of the sofa behind Angie. Their breaths intermingled. So close, Angie noticed the fine hairs on Govind's handsome face getting disheveled by her breathing. Her gaze drifted lower, landing on his Adam's apple. Fascinated, she reached out to touch it. Govind's back tingled, and his hands gripping the sofa back tightened abruptly. Just as Govind opened his mouth, Angie pulled his collar, forcing their lips together. One sitting, one leaning over. Normally, this situation would give Govind the upper hand. But Angie didn't let him dominate. One hand on his collar and the other pressing against the back of his head, she adjusted her posture to fit his. In the quiet night, the atmosphere was intimate. Angie demanded the best in life. The room was filled with aromatic scents, and soft lights set the romantic mood perfectly. In such an environment, even with excellent self-control, Govind was briefly lost in the allure of Beijing Hong Kong's top beauty kissing him. But just as he was lost in the moment, Angie kicked him in the calf. Thump, Govind kneeled before the wheelchair. This act shattered the intimacy into snowflakes. I want you to kneel and kiss me. Angie's slender fingers touched Govind's face, radiating arrogance. Govind understood. So this whole seduction was just to make him crawl? To force him to bow before her? Fine, very Angie. Govind pushed her hand off his face, rubbing her fingertips. Angie. Ah, as Govind bent her finger joint, a sharp snap and scream rang out in the living room. Govind, bastard, Angie waved her hand. Breaking her fingers didn't really hurt, it wouldn't kill her or break her hand. Back in school, many boys enjoyed cracking their knuckles for style. Angie never understood why they thought it was cool. Didn't it hurt? Until today, when Govind cracked her finger, she realized, painfully so, it did hurt. Boss, as Govind exited the villa, Elon greeted him clumsily. Was there something wrong with him? How did things escalate to this point? What are you looking at? Govind's face darkened. Just. Elon hesitated, pointing to his own lips. Govind wiped his lips, removing the smeared lipstick from Angie. Dry that, Elon handed him a tissue, watching as Govind cleaned up. He finally spoke. Boss, why don't you just agree? There's no one as beautiful, generous, and rich as Geraldine in this world. Rich, agreed. Beautiful, agreed. Angie was generous with her money, kind to others, he agreed. Dumb? Hell no. This little vixen was like an ancient demoness from Spider Cave, constantly plotting against him. Elon, am I ugly? Poor? Stingy? Boss, you're not ugly, poor, or stingy. But are you as rich as Geraldine? After her father dies and the lawsuit is over, she'll be a billionaire widow. You work so hard, and she just needs to lose a dad. How convenient. Govind, do you want me to live off her? How is that living off her? It's a power alliance. Boss, you're wealthy, you just hide it. Think about it, if you married Geraldine and help her secure control over the company, would you need Mr. Montague's help anymore? Govind pondered this. True. Geraldine doesn't want to manage a company, does she? Entertainers don't like business. Wouldn't it still be your company? Elon persuaded. Govind listened, nodding in agreement. Who taught you this? No one taught me. Choose between losing your bonus or telling the truth. Sue you. Chapter 23. Sis, your blushing face looks like a millennium-old spider demoness dyed with color, Elsie said as he walked out with fruits in the villa, seeing Angie sitting by the floor-to-ceiling window, her cheeks rosy and flushed. She looked as if she had just been teased. Absolutely charmingly so. Can you have a decent conversation? Angie tooted, giving Elsie a playful glare. Elsie coughed awkwardly, handing her the fruit. Sis, what did Lawyer Nate tell you? Your ears turned red all of a sudden. Angie. What did he say? Govind, that bastard, asked if she would bear to have him cut off his little chicken. Angie rubbed her temples, glaring at Elsie. I asked you to have someone keep an eye on Sherry, how did it go? She did meet several people yesterday, but none of them were your siblings. The mention of siblings now upset Angie. Those very siblings brought upheaval into her already tumultuous life and nearly cost her life several times. To hell with that old man 10,000 times. Who are they? Elsie replied, they seemed to be some of her shady friends she met outside. Many things could not be handled by Angie directly, but they couldn't be left unsolved either. If she dealt with them herself, and it was exposed later, everything would go down the drain. The only reliable approach was to let them fight among themselves. Angie tapped her slender fingers on the armrest. Keep watching her closely, don't slack off. Govind left number 1 courtyard and took Waverly's men with him. The news reached Waverly late at night. When Waverly received the call, he was hard at work on a woman. Who took them away? Govind. Waverly. What did you eat today? How could they be discovered? The other side complained bitterly. We didn't know either. Things were fine this afternoon, but suddenly a bunch of black-clad people came and found us. What did Govind say when he took them away? That Grim Reaper definitely wouldn't let them off easy. He just said, don't worry, I won't do anything illegal. Who was Govind? He had been sitting atop the legal profession for years. Even if you reported him and went to the police, it would be futile. He never did anything illegal. Just clean and proper. Waverly wrapped himself in a bathrobe and got out of bed. Come pick me up. No wonder Govind hesitated when he said to see him tomorrow evening. He had predicted Waverly would come looking for him tonight. Late at night. The lights were still blazing at Wangjin platform. On the rooftop of the 31st floor, Govind sat lounging on the sofa, peeling an apple meticulously with a paring knife. His carefree demeanor made it seem like he was handling a piece of art. Whose people? Darren saw several tied-up individuals upon ascending. Waverly's. Why did you take them? Darren was puzzled. Wasn't there talk of cooperation a few days ago? And now they were at odds. Isn't that absurd? Take a guess. Govind didn't even lift his eyelids, his tone light and teasing. Not because of Angie, right? Govind kept peeling the apple without answering, and Elon standing behind him gave a knowing glance. Darren cursed under his breath. Stay out of Angie's affairs. I've heard their Hua family isn't peaceful lately. The board can hardly hold back anymore. Govind's hand paused briefly while peeling the apple. Seeing his reaction, Darren leaned in. Think carefully. Angie has money, but some wealth may buy you no more than a coffin. Boss, Waverly is here. Govind broke the peel, letting it fall to the ground. Bring him to the rooftop. On the roof of Wangjin platform, enclosed by layers of boards, several figures dangled in midair. As soon as Waverly entered, he saw Govind calmly eating the peeled apple while sitting on a deck chair. Lawyer Nate, good intentions gone bad. Govind curled his lips. Hua President and I never had much goodwill between us. If Lawyer Nate wants to secure the logistics park project, you need my vote. On the surface, Govind was a lawyer, but who didn't know what kind of person he was in private? Do you think your vote means much to me, Hua President? Lawyer Nate, always leave a way out for yourself, isn't it better for future meetings? When you sent people to track me, did you think about this day? Govind continued slicing the apple into his mouth with every word. Where was the image of a distinguished legal professional? This was pure audacity. Tracking lawyer Nate was unavoidable. If you hadn't gotten involved with Angie, we wouldn't be in this situation, right? Waverly's heart raced. Crossing Govind wouldn't be wise, but now he felt roasted with no way out. Govind cast a disdainful glance at Waverly, whose trembling indicated the immense pressure from Govind's aura. Do I need Hua President's permission to meet anyone? Snap. The apple fell to the ground, followed by screams from above. One of the three figures hanging in the air plummeted straight into a large vat on the rooftop. After a few seconds, the rope was quickly pulled up, hoisting him back. Covered in gray cement? Waverly's heart clenched, his complexion pale and uneasy. He took an involuntary step backward. He'd long heard of Govind's wild methods. Few escaped unscathed once they crossed paths with him. What do you plan to do, Lawyer Nate? I haven't decided, but someone who defiles me should pay a price. Too severe, intimidating Waverly benefited Angie. Doing nothing made him look weak. Govind threw the half-peeled apple into the trash can, twirling the knife before standing up. Send them in to cleanse their souls and reform. Idle, Govind muttered as he stepped into the elevator. Darren shot him 2 words. You claim you're doing this for Angie, but you aren't serving her. You say it's for yourself, but wasting time on someone like Waverly. Why bother? 1,000 gold pieces cannot buy my satisfaction. This involves threats to personal safety, which is illegal. Govind glanced at him. Who said they were human? The assistants untied the figures. Hey, they were just sandbags. Darren stared in disbelief. Thumbs up to Govind. Indeed, law-abiding. Angie's foot finally healed after 10 days of rest. Elsie posted on social media, marveling at how difficult those 10 days had been. In the morning, feeling recovered, Angie returned to work. By the afternoon, Burnell joined her at work. Even Joe Boppy couldn't match her speed. It's still the same variety show. If you don't go now, Nina will bury you in the dirt. The director said tonight is episode 4, perfect timing for you to join. Hot searches have already started, and your fans are supportive. Whatever happens, you must log in for the live stream tonight. Chapter 24. Inside Wang Jintai, it was still like opening a blind box. This time, however, after the blind box event, everyone had half an hour to find a teacher for lessons. Let's start drawing lots. Let Milagros go first. She just recovered from her injuries, so we should let her have a head start, Nina said, stepping back cunningly. She wasn't stupid. Being first in this scenario meant being used as a guinea pig. Cece is really kind. You move me so much that I want you to be my stepmom. Milagros pretended to be deeply touched, her eyes welling up slightly. Her acting was genuinely heartfelt. Nina watched Milagros, her lips twitching. What a good actress. What brand of plastic bag does Geraldine use? So convincing. Even if it's a plastic bag, it's a brand you can't afford. They clashed subtly, avoiding the camera. Milagros, what did you draw? The director's camera focused on Milagros, who shook the box and pulled out a slip of paper. Horseback riding. Nina chuckled inwardly. Animals don't understand human language. If something goes wrong, it'd be perfect. You have half an hour to hire a teacher. No need, Milagros interrupted the director. Why would she need one? Careful not to get slapped in the face, Nina kindly reminded her. Milagros brushed her nails casually. You might not know, but we have a horse ranch at home. Nina. Netizens. Reminder, let's not forget Milagros has a top 50 billionaire father. Having a horse ranch isn't strange, but Nina is getting a taste of her own medicine. What a joke. Did she cheat or something? After Nina drew archery and Milagros drew horseback riding, the rest drew various tasks. Some hired teachers, while others went to rest. Milagros chose the latter. As soon as she entered the break room, Maggie blocked the camera, glaring at Milagros. Can you be more low-key? I'm just telling the truth. Aren't you afraid netizens will say you're cheating? Milagros scoffed. They already say my dad isn't biological. Should I care? Maggie. The young lady sure has a big heart. Half an hour later, hundreds of thousands of viewers flooded into the live stream. When Milagros went to choose a horse, the audience started rioting, demanding she redraw. The production team, catering to the drama-loving audience, called Milagros over. Milagros, you need to redraw. Why? Amusing herself? The director handed her the screen, pleading silently. Almost kneeling before her. Cameron, he mouthed, hoping she'd help boost ratings. If I redraw and people still say I cheated? How about we put all the lots back in the box and mix them up again? To increase credibility. The director thought it was a good idea. Agreeing was already a win with this lady. Milagros was a mystery in the entertainment industry. Snobbish? No, she was very dedicated. Humble? Also no, she only did her job. Compromising today was already a miracle. Immediately, someone brought a box to remix the lots. Everyone threw their slips on the table, shuffled, and drew again. Since someone accused me of cheating earlier, I'll be last this time. Milagros waited, arms crossed. The director agreed. Everyone started drawing. Finally, Milagros picked her lot, archery. She nearly laughed out loud. Nina, you poor thing. Waiting to see the drama unfold. I want to see how Milagros handles this. Does she have an archery range at home? At the archery hall, Milagros asked the director for rules, then effortlessly shot 3 arrows, hitting dead center each time, like a seasoned pro. The director choked. She's supposed to be a rich girl. Maggie huffed. Rich girls can be multi-talented too. Haven't you read too many novels? Audience. Show over. Masked and capped, Milagros stepped into the elevator. Her phone rang before she could stand steady. Seeing the caller, she didn't want to answer. Noticing the name, Maggie subconsciously leaned away. Milagros pushed the phone towards Maggie. Can you? Maggie feared Tilda. Tilda could verbally skin you alive before sending your soul to hell. She's not my mom. Just pretend. Thanks for the offer, but no thanks. Leaning against the elevator wall, Milagros hit her head lightly. After clearing her throat, she answered, Dream. Took you long enough. Thought I dialed wrong. How could you? Did Govind agree yet? Not yet. Tilda paused. Silence meant trouble. I'll send you a link, remember to pay. Wah. Before Milagros could ask, Tilda hung up. She opened the WeChat link, a stainless steel begging bowl for 3.9 yuan, shipping included. Maggie peeked at the link, giving a thumbs up. Only your mom can do this. With her backing, no one will dare bully you. Who dares? My mom will rip them apart. Milagros sighed, listening to you. I think marrying Govind sounds good. Why? Elsie asked, puzzled. Milagros glared at Elsie. So Dream can tear him apart. Such trash shouldn't exist anyway. Elsie. I think Lawyer Nate is quite nice. Milagros patted Elsie's round head. Good boy, but losing your sight so young. Once I'm rich, I'll treat your eyes. In the law firm's meeting room, Govind briefed his team on case details. A sneeze interrupted his next words. Who's cursing Lawyer Nate? Govind shrugged, not uncommon. Outside the door, Elon held a tray. Lawyer Nate, Milagros's afternoon tea. ####Chapter 25. Want me to take your case or something else? After halting her afternoon tea for half a month, Angie resumed it without hesitation. The people at the law firm felt like they were being pampered by their mother again. When Govind returned to his office, he predictably saw Angie again. Don't tell me you've changed your mind. Angie was scribbling on an A4 paper and laughed when she heard him speak. Can't I have my way sometimes? Govind glanced at her. What are you writing? Brands we've worked with. I'm planning to organize a group purchase for the female lawyers in your firm. Govind paused. Geraldine, you're really missing out by not becoming a reseller. If it's just for Lawyer Nate, I'd be willing to do it. Angie, with her loose lips, finished writing and placed Govind's pen on the table, gazing at the man standing by the window with a cup of coffee. He stood against the light, his well-built figure clad in a suit. Even so, Angie still thought this man was mesmerizing. If voyeurism is illegal, Geraldine, how many years do you think you'll get? By the window, Govind could clearly feel Angie's gaze scrutinizing him from head to toe. Her blatant eyes didn't show any embarrassment, as if she were a bandit queen. Angie rose from Govind's chair, her lips curved. A death sentence would be perfect. Anything less might make others think I'm not tough enough. Her words hinted at something deeper. Govind's expression remained calm. Just as he was about to turn around, Angie grabbed the hem of his shirt, slipping her hand into his waist. Lawyer Nate, isn't that right? Angie, Govind shivered from the cold touch of her hand and tried to pry it off. Predicting his action, Angie tightened her grip on his waist. Lawyer Nate went after Waverly last night? You don't want to take my case, yet you helped me deal with him. Aren't you falling for me? Govind chuckled despite her audacity, pinching her chin between his thumb and index finger. Do you deserve it? Besides this face, what else about me can possibly make you like me? Isn't that enough? Angie stared at Govind, surprised. How many people even get to see someone beautiful in their lifetime? Do you expect an interesting soul too? Cut the crap. With a heart blacker than coal, who would marry you without fearing a loss? Only someone blind like me would stick to you. Interesting souls, huh? Are you some kind of ghostbuster, Lawyer Nate? Govind couldn't help but laugh at her twisted logic. You have a retort for everything I say. Angie shrugged, then slipped her hand around his neck, standing on tiptoe to try to take advantage of him. But Govind gripped her waist firmly, holding her back. Every time you see me, you're always so eager to take advantage of me. It's hard to tell if you want me to take your case or something else. Angie smiled, her expression more alluring than words could describe. In Jinggang circles, how did they describe Angie? Just looking at her made people fantasize. Can't we find a middle ground? Like, both at once? Govind tightened his grip on her waist. She felt it immediately, glancing down at his hand on her waist with amusement. What do you think, Lawyer Nate? Do you have no shame? Compared to my face, I'd rather have you. Do as you please. I'm busy. Govind chose to ignore her instead of indulging her. He moved towards his desk, but Angie grabbed his collar, forcing him to look back. As soon as he did, she cupped his face and kissed his collarbone, leaving a red lipstick mark on his white shirt collar, creating a scene of indiscreet intimacy. Govind. To stamp this and let certain people know you're mine. No need for unnecessary imaginations. The shirt cost 67,000. Geraldine, remember to pay for the damages. Angie clicked her tongue. Money? I don't have it. Person? Sure. Angie clung to Govind, skipping shoots and events, spending most of her time at the law firm. Govind ignored her, so she found others to play with. Whenever Govind needed someone in his office to fetch files, no one ever showed up. Why? Because they're entertaining the boss lady. Angie, what do you like about our president Nate? Angie was sitting in Govind's secretary's office, gossiping with the junior staff. Big and good. Angie said earnestly. Holy shit. You can say that? Angie sighed. What can't be said? Your lawyer has abs, let me find a photo. I want to see, whatever it takes. Angie. Govind's angry voice rang out at the entrance of the secretary's office. Elon, standing behind him, trembled. How awful. They just came back and heard such explosive news. Geraldine must treat the law firm like family if she's sharing nude photos. The boss is really suffering. Bang, Govind dragged Angie into his office and slammed the door shut. What's wrong? Angie asked innocently. The photo. Govind extended his hand. Here. Angie obediently handed over her phone. Govind's expression changed when he saw the photo. Why so tense? If I had your naked photo, I'd keep it as a treasure. Why share it? Geraldine tossed her hair, unfazed. Govind gritted his teeth. When will you finally leave my law firm? Easy. Just take my case. At the Nate residence. Elena scrolled through WeChat on her phone while Elena handed her fruit. After working the night shift, you should sleep. What are you looking at? Watching my brother and his girlfriend's love-hate drama, Elena explained. She joined the small chat group in Govind's law firm to indulge in gossip. It was thrilling to read about Angie and Govind's relationship daily, almost like reading a romance novel. Angie? You know her? Elena nodded. I've been following too. Come join me in the gossip. End of chapter 25. Note, this chapter maintains the original tone, style, and structure while ensuring fluency and coherence in English. Chapter 26, Busy Geraldine. You have no idea how close I came to fainting from excitement these past few days while trying to keep up with your and Govind's drama overseas. It was absolutely thrilling, working during the day and indulging in gossip at night. It only made me more energetic. Kimberly had been abroad on a business trip for over 10 days, during which time Angie had been trending on the hot search lists domestically. The elite circles of Jingang were buzzing with comments about the top sister falling for the new legal sensation. Angie leaned against the doorway of Kimberly's dressing room, looking as lazy as an old immortal. So this is why you called me? Nonsense. Kimberly chuckled. I'll take you out to play soon. To console you for your recent frustrations with men. This piqued Angie's interest. She'd been feeling quite dejected after her recent run-ins with Govind, starting to doubt her own charm. Where? Male model restaurant. All the models are imported from abroad, Kimberly raised an eyebrow suggestively. You know what I mean. Angie nodded eagerly. I get it, I get it. How could she not enjoy such pleasure? To miss out would be to live life in vain. The joy of being a wealthy woman. At the male model restaurant, Angie occupied center stage, her heart floating as she watched the models dance in the pool. This must be my reward for all the good deeds I've done in my life. This is the kind of happiness I deserve. Screw Govind. Kimberly observed Angie sitting across from her, dressed provocatively in chiffon and lingerie, her makeup seductive and enchanting, making it hard not to admire her. Such a stunning beauty, yet Govind could resist, incomprehensible. Angie teased, resting her chin on her hand. Would you like to touch? Syra, we are a legitimate establishment. Without a word, Angie beckoned a man over with her finger. Upstairs, Darren, who had been watching Angie from the corner, sighed impatiently as he saw her interact with the male models. I told you that Angie's interest in you is just temporary. You wouldn't believe me, though, he muttered under his breath, casting a disapproving look at Govind. Govind's eyes fixed on Angie's seductive figure and her fingers draped around the male model's shoulder. A flash of anger stirred within him, making him uncomfortable. He could only think of those soft hands slipping beneath his shirt, calling him sweetly by name. She can touch you, and she can touch others. She can tease you, and she can tease others. Do you really think otherwise? Angie's just a player, passing through a field of flowers without leaving a trace. Only a fool would believe anything else. Where are you going? Before Darren finished his tirade, Govind had abruptly stood up from his chair, suppressing his rage as he rushed downstairs. Downstairs, Angie had just finished her fun in the restroom. As she emerged from washing her hands, she found Govind standing outside the ladies' room, smoking. Angie. Oh, no. She stared at him for a moment before managing an awkward yet polite smile. What a coincidence, Lawyer Nate. Govind exhaled a ring of smoke, tapped off some ash, and remarked casually, not exactly. I was waiting for you. What is it? Angie asked cautiously, wondering if he had seen her enjoying herself. Govind scoffed, took another puff of his cigarette, and then pushed Angie back into the restroom. Cough cough. Inside the bathroom, Angie started coughing, as Govind pinned her against the door, gripping her chin. Thinking about me during the day, touching others at night, Geraldine sure keeps busy. With red-rimmed eyes, Angie looked at Govind. If I can't taste the main dish, don't I at least deserve a sip of the soup? Lawyer Nate, aren't you a bit too domineering? Domineering? Govind felt provoked, nodding repeatedly. He dropped the cigarette and pressed Angie onto the sink counter, kissing her passionately. His fingers played along her body, sending shivers down her spine. Their passion soared in the bathroom. Just as Govind was about to proceed, someone tried pushing open the door. A swift glance and he dragged Angie into a stall and sat her on the toilet. Angie? Angie? Aren't you using the restroom? Where did you go? Kimberly's voice filtered through from outside. Govind's grip tightened, and Angie let out a sharp cry of pain. Kimberly. Holy shit. Within seconds, this? Well, enjoy it. I'll keep watch for you too, she thought, supporting her sister's escapades. Inside the stall, Angie retaliated by biting Govind's shoulder. He winced in pain. Outside, Kimberly blocked the entrance with a under maintenance sign and turned off the lights, an excellent setup to ensure privacy. Miss Chu returned. Upon turning the corner, Kimberly saw Darren leaning casually against the stairs, twirling a string of prayer beads, which irked her as a fashionista. All of us are mere work dogs. What act is Sam Montague putting on now? Blinding. Darren knew Kimberly couldn't tolerate ugliness but chose not to argue. Where's your girlfriend? Having fun. With whom? These things shouldn't concern you, Sam Montague. Darren wanted to say something but decided to tread carefully, considering Angie's celebrity status. He gave Kimberly a meaningful look, prompting her to follow him upstairs. As soon as they reached, Kimberly realized it was another of Darren's ventures. Sam Montague sure has a diverse range of business interests. Darren poured her a cup of tea, glanced at her, and said, weren't you saying we're all work dogs? Clearly, he was indicating that he was just an employee here. Have some tea and wait. Wait for what? Your friend, and my brother. Kimberly. Is Govind here too? Darren cast a mysterious look. If I'm not mistaken, they should be having their share of fun right now. Kimberly. Holy shit. So intense? Thus unfolded a dramatic scene that would further entangle the already complex relationships between them. Chapter 27, Don't Touch Me If You Can't. In the bathroom, Angie finally regained her senses. She found herself sitting on Govind's lap, the fleeting pleasure leaving her with a vague sense of uncertainty. Did she just do that? And why was Govind, that brute, still perfectly dressed in his suit? His clothes were completely intact, showing no signs of any aftermath. Angie heard the rustling sound of paper being pulled from the dispenser and immediately understood. You used your hand? Govind casually wiped his fingertips with the toilet stall's paper and nonchalantly grunted in confirmation. Angie's anger flared up instantly. This was simply an intolerable humiliation. How many men wanted to be under her spell? How many men longed to worship at her feet? And yet, Govind had deigned to use his fingertips to give her what she needed. Angie felt her dignity trampled upon. Inside the stall, Angie raised her hand, and a crisp slap landed on Govind's face. Don't touch me if you can't. Govind didn't get angry. He tilted his head, licking the side of his cheek, looking at Angie with a sinister smirk. Geraldine, haven't you already verified whether I can or not? Then are you trying to humiliate me today? Govind tossed the paper into the trash bin and hissed softly, yes, who else but Geraldine would break her promises? What did I say? To only serve me, Govind said as though reminding her of something she might have forgotten, pinching her chin gently to emphasize each word. Angie snorted and pushed his hand away. It was just playful banter between adults. Are you really so naive, Lawyer Nate? These days, who isn't eyeing their neighbor's bowl while eating from their own pot? Why should you begrudge your fingers for something so trivial? Angie stood up from Govind's lap, smoothing out her skirt, glancing at the man seated on the toilet. Even in such a cramped and modest environment, Govind exuded an aura of effortless dominance typical of a successful businessman. The title of Beijing Hong Kong Nouveau Riche wasn't given lightly. Compared to the naive princesses from affluent families, the composed legal titan was undoubtedly more calculating. Angie tried to salvage some of her pride, her gaze fixed on Govind's fingers. Lawyer Nate's fingers are so beautiful, someday I will cut them off and keep them as treasures. Bang, the stall door opened, and Angie washed her hands in the sink. As she dried her hands, Govind slowly emerged. Only then did Angie notice the white stain on his pants, causing her face to flush with embarrassment. Kimberly and Darren had been waiting for a long time. The event was almost over, and there was still no sign of Angie and Govind. Kimberly muttered curses and went back to the bathroom. It was already empty. Sure enough, compared to nobody coming, I'd rather they both left, Kimberly nodded seriously. Darren asked curiously, why? Because it's better that he's short and small instead of durable like Govind. Otherwise, how dangerous would it be if a handsome, wealthy, and well-endowed man catches my idiot sister's fancy? He might leave her without even pants because of that heartless lawyer like Govind. Darren couldn't accept such remarks about his friend. Is Govind really that bad? Since ancient times, ambitious men have coveted wealth, like Sima Xiangru. Kimberly gave examples, almost branding Govind with that label. Sima Xiangru was poor, is Govind poor? Kimberly huffed. Govind may not be poor, but does he have as much money as Angie? So what? Kimberly drove to Angie's villa but was stopped at the gate. This place had strict security. She cursed and called Angie, asking her to tell the guards before they let her in. Did you hook up with Govind? Kimberly asked as soon as she entered the house, seeing Angie descending the stairs in pajamas. No, Angie replied coolly, wiping her wet hair. If you didn't, why did you sound so flirtatious earlier and come back to shower? Angie poured a glass of water and sat down at the dining table, taking a sip. How intense must it have been? Thirsty too? Kimberly asked in disbelief. Angie. Is closing your mouth illegal? Not illegal, but my curiosity is skyrocketing, unstoppable. Angie finished the glass of water in one go. We didn't hook up. It was more like a mutual brawl. I'm showering because I touched something dirty. And don't mention that scoundrel Govind to me, I don't want to hear his name. Why? Kimberly pressed on, wanting to know all the details. Angie briefly recounted what happened in the bathroom. Kimberly was dumbfounded. This gossip was too good to be true. After a long pause, she remarked, Govind didn't even take off his clothes. Sister, you're not doing great. Angie glared at her. Kimberly spat and quickly corrected herself, that commoner, he should consider himself lucky to be touched by Christy. He doesn't appreciate it, his future sons will have messed up bottoms. Kimberly ranted to support her friend, noticing Angie's displeasure. She carefully added, but honestly, someone like Govind is fine to play around with. No need to fall in love, these nouveau riche types might become ambitious men obsessed with wealth. What if he's after your money? Do I have money? You don't, but your father does. Angie scoffed. My dad is dying. Who doesn't? Angie. At least you'll inherit the fortune because he's dying. Otherwise, you just wait for the next sibling number 13. Govind returned home. The housekeeper was cleaning. Usually, she came every 3 days during the day, but today she arrived in the evening, which slightly irked Govind, causing him to frown. Jichu. Elena's cheerful voice echoed from the kitchen, her hands wet from washing. She seemed ready to speak but froze when she saw Govind's collar, standing helplessly in the middle of the room. What's wrong? Govind noticed Elena's hesitation, curious. Brother, you're... Elena pointed at his collar. Govind was startled, realizing his mistake. He hurriedly went to his bedroom to change clothes. When he removed his shirt, he saw the collar was smeared with Angie's lipstick and foundation, making it obvious to anyone that a clandestine encounter had taken place. Father. Just as Govind threw the shirt into the laundry basket, Arlen walked in. Jichu. Arlen deliberated before speaking. Romantic relationships aren't shameful. At your age, cohabiting and dating is normal. But as a man, you must take responsibility. The order of life is important. Translation note, character names are kept in pinyin format to preserve authenticity, and the story maintains its original tone and style. Chapter 28, The End of Fawning. In the restaurant, the whole family stared at Govind with scrutiny. Each one was preparing how to interrogate him. Arlen spoke first, Angie. Govind. Elena, it must be. Eldest brother obviously likes her but he's too stubborn to admit it. Elena, if you like her, bring her home. We don't mind what profession she's in as long as you love her. Govind. Headache. Arlen, the Hua family is prestigious, do they look down on our family? Elena, eldest brother has his own business, right? Although it can't compare to Xavier, surely there's enough for Angie to live lavishly. Elena, Jichu. Govind leaned back in his chair, sighing helplessly, where did you hear this? The hot search was just a few days ago, and he had already spoken to all major media outlets. Recently, the trending topics about him and Angie had gradually faded away. Their clear knowledge was unusual. Elena, hearing this from Govind, stiffened, unsure if she should tell him that she had infiltrated their company's gossip group. You have many sources. Govind. Elena, out of curiosity, leaned close to Govind, eldest brother, were things pretty heated between you two? Your foundation has rubbed off. Angie's makeup artist is famous in the industry. It's said that when Angie acts, her makeup never smudges, but yours. Elena, Govind held his chopsticks, gritting his teeth. Elena Tsked, everyone in my department says it's your fortune Angie chose you, with her fair skin, beautiful looks, long legs, and billion-dollar assets wrapped around her waist. Marrying her would save 10 lifetimes of struggle. Bang, Govind threw her out. With the room empty, he felt an instant sense of peace. Govind curled his fingertips, looking down, his eyes darkening. The warmth still lingered on his fingers, wrapping around him softly. For a moment, Govind felt everything hadn't ended. They were still in that tiny compartment. The next morning, Angie went to the company and attended several events. By the time she could spare a moment for Govind, it was almost dark. She glanced at the time and sighed. Tired? Burnell, hearing her sigh, sounded puzzled. No, Angie played with her hair. Then why are you sighing? Sighing because I don't have time to mess with men. Burnell. Fawning only leads to nothing in the end. Blah blah blah, say something auspicious. Angie couldn't bear such words, probably brainwashed by her mother lately. Hearing nothing now made her imagine herself holding a broken bowl on the street begging for rice. Unbearable to think about. As Miss Angie, born into luxury, how could she do such a thing? Hardly anything good to say. Given Angie's situation, it was merciful not to mock her. Your entry into the entertainment industry was bought by your father's money, Angie. To be blunt, the most successful thing you've done is being born into your father's family. He isn't even dead yet, and several brands are secretly thinking of finding new endorsements once your contract expires. If your father really dies, think about it. Angie. I'm so pitiful. What should I do? Rein in your temper and be nicer to the benefactor. Angie was emotionally affected by Burnell's heartless words and sat in the limo, looking troubled. When Kimberly called, she answered listlessly. Kimberly paused. Did your dad die? Angie. Speak plainly. Kimberly awkwardly coughed. Want to come drink? Sure. Living for the day, she needed some fun before sinking into sadness. Life was tough. While she still had money, she might as well enjoy life fully. Otherwise, working later would leave no room for enjoyment. At the bar, when Angie entered, Kimberly was flirting with a young boy. The boy kept calling her sister, making Kimberly almost lose control. That's enough, stop corrupting the youth. Kimberly clicked her tongue. I'm also a flower of the nation. Angie gave her a sidelong glance. A little yellow flower? Are little yellow flowers not flowers? Kimberly retorted calmly. Angie gave her a thumbs up, turning to the bartender. Something colorful. What color does one top want? The bartender clearly knew Angie well. Who wouldn't want to be acquainted with Beijing's top star? Yellow for her. Kimberly intercepted the bartender's offer. Angie didn't bother choosing. Do as she says. Kimberly, propping her head up, looked at Angie. Just from the event, in black high-necked knitwear with high-waisted wide-leg pants, she exuded professionalism and allure, accentuating her figure. Angie looked at the paw grabbing her waist. Where are you touching? Sister benefits, let me touch. Aren't you afraid people will say we're dating? Angie brushed Kimberly's hand away. Kimberly leaned closer, curious. Do you think Govind can't handle it? You're quite tempting, yet he holds himself. Angie. Recalling Govind's words, hasn't she verified that? Answer me. Why the blush? Angie glanced at Kimberly. Ask him. Kimberly tapped the counter. I heard the Fan family is interested in aligning with Govind. Angie's face turned grim. Callista. Govind is now the golden catch of Beijing, Hong Kong, a potential stock, legal giant, and commercial newcomer. On last night's wealth chart, he ranked. For these powerful families, what attracts them most is Govind's simple family background. Having him as a son-in-law is nearly perfect. Internally, his legal status shines. Externally, saying Govind married above his station gives enough face. Angie. Indeed fitting the style of those people in Beijing, Hong Kong. Desiring someone yet looking down on them, and still trying to win them over indirectly. Interesting. Angie lifted her glass and drank, laughing coldly. They'd need to have that capability to snatch him away from me. Chapter 29, Miss Me, do you? No mirror at home? Well, there's always urine. Isn't that Miss Angie? Didn't I hear Garrett is about to pass on? Why does she look completely fine? Raising her glass and chatting so lively, indeed like the Hua family's little miss. Govind followed everyone's gazes. Angie was turning sideways, listening intently to something Kimberly was saying. Her surprised expression only enhanced her radiant beauty. In the crowd, someone pulled out a phone ready to snap photos of Angie, muttering, if old Hua passes, let's see how long this little miss keeps up her arrogant act. A chubby-faced man spoke, his pudgy cheeks trembling with satisfaction. It seemed he had been eagerly awaiting an opportunity to trample Angie once she fell from grace. Everyone in their circle knew he had a notorious reputation for being lecherous. He had tried to take liberties with Angie at a party when drunk before, earning himself a severe beating from Garrett and a hasty eviction. Now, having caught this chance, he was eager to get back at her. As the chubby man prepared to take a photo, a hand swooped out from behind him and grabbed his phone. Mr. Deng, came a voice. What's the meaning of this, Lawyer Nate? Fuller stared at Govind, his tone full of implications. Everyone in our circle knows the rules. There's no need to go too far. Govind's voice was low and stern, his eyes piercing through Fuller with a menacing glare. Fuller had heard much about this up-and-coming talent in the Jinggang circle, lawyer by profession yet rumored to be as ruthless as Yama. He knew all the ins and outs of the law while also deeply understanding human nature. How many bosses in Jinggang loved and feared him? Fuller might dare to offend Angie now, but he wouldn't dare do the same with Govind. Not willing to back down just yet, he asked, Lawyer Nate, are the rumors not true? That you and Angie have a relationship? Govind released his grip on the phone and gave a casual smirk. What business is it of Mr. Deng's? It matters. Fuller's tone heightened. If Geraldine and lawyer Nate have ties, then I'll step back. But if there's nothing between you two, once Garrett dies, the first thing I want to do is pin her down. Bang! A crash sounded from the second floor of the bar. The fatty rolled down the wooden stairs with a loud thud, nearly breaking the floor under his weight. At the first floor counter, Angie jumped in surprise. What the heck? What happened? Did Govind hit someone? Who's that? Kimberly moved closer for a look and laughed. Isn't that Mr. Deng? What's going on? Drunk again? Don't roll here and cause trouble. You've been lusting after Angie for years. Angie glanced at Fuller, then turned her gaze upward toward Govind standing immaculately on the second floor. Just as she was feeling suspicious, Fuller sprang up, pointing angrily at Govind. You kicked me, Govind? Do you know who I am in Jingang? When I ruled these streets, you weren't even born. Hey, long Lincolnsons, he said, as soon as your father dies, he'd be the first to pin you down. Govind leaned against the railing upstairs, one hand in his pocket, watching Angie nonchalantly, almost like he was enjoying the show. Angie, what did he mean by that? She couldn't help but be involved. Fuller froze, turning back to face Angie, his jowls quivering. Slap. Angie hurled a bottle which landed next to the chubby man's head. Squatting down, she said, do you think the bigger the person, the bigger their ambitions? Your brain must be squashed by all that fat. When my dad spared you last time, did you really think you could touch me after his death? Wanna touch me? Can you even handle it? Standing up, Angie aimed a kick towards Fuller's lower half. You bitch, what do you think you're doing? Wanting to play with your little brother. Angie wasn't the type to back down easily. She had dealt with several of her father's illegitimate children. Handling someone like Fuller would be child's play. Ah, a scream echoed in the bar. Covering his lower body, Fuller trembled in fear. Slap, another strike followed by a swift kick. Wanna touch this lady? Look at yourself in the mirror or pee and see your reflection in the urine. Angie lifted her hand again. From upstairs, Govind whistled, Long Lincolnsons, you might have to pay compensation if you keep hitting. Angie. Why suddenly find Govind kind of attractive? Kimberly found him quite dashing during his move. Men like this belonged in romance novels, charming and powerful. She fights, and he covers. Wasn't this the classic love story between a tyrant CEO and a wealthy young woman? You and Govind should be in a TV drama, Kimberly fantasized aloud as they left the bar, pulling Angie's hand. What kind of drama? Tyrant CEO and bankrupt wife. Angie. Can we change the word to bankrupt? Kimberly, speechless, the greatest virtue in life is to admit the truth. Angie, the truth is too cruel. Let me handle this alone. Kimberly was about to leave, car door open, stunned by Angie's words. You're not coming? I have important matters to attend to. Just say you're off to seduce some men. We both know what's happening. Angie coyly raised an eyebrow. Understanding is forever. Good luck, though I think you'll end up licking air tonight. Still, one must always have hope. Angie, can you use that mouth for something positive? After finishing his discussion, Govind walked out, opened the car door, and saw Angie sitting in the back seat, waving hello, Lawyer Nate, done with work? How did you get into my car? Govind furrowed his brow. Waiting for you. Waiting for me for what? Angie flipped her hair casually, of course, unless Lawyer Nate doesn't give me the chance. Allily. Damn. Geraldine played her cards right. If anyone else, they'd have been charmed already. Lawyer Nate was tough. Absolutely unyielding. Govind's lips twitched as he glared coldly at Allali's prying look, making Allali hurriedly raise the partition. Lawyer Nate, were you angry because of me? Angie pressed herself close, her moist eyes gazing at Govind. Note, I've kept the structure and style intact, translating idiomatic expressions naturally and ensuring fluency in English. Chapter 30. Govind pressed his hand against the back of Angie's head and kissed her lips. What's that smell? It's the scent of TF's ebony perfume. Lawyer Nate, have you been playing with women? Angie had a nose like a dog's. She caught the faint scent on Govind as soon as she got close. Does who I play with have anything to do with Geraldine? Doesn't it? Since Lawyer Nate touched me, shouldn't he take responsibility for me? Gradual contact, Geraldine, don't accuse falsely. Govind stretched out his hand to push Angie away, straightened his body and leaned back against the chair. Angie slouched in the car, looking at the upright Govind, thinking since school days this man had always been the exemplary student admired by teachers, an unattainable godlike scholar. Now in society, he was as proper as a celestial monk detached from mundane affairs. But the more ascetic he seemed, the more Angie wanted to bring him down to earth, make him submit to her. Lawyer Nate, legally, can a woman raping a man be considered a crime? Govind. This woman's thought process is really unusual. Angie. Govind was holding back. Because other men said they were going to bully me, so you acted first. Can I understand your behavior as defending me or being jealous? Angie. Govind's teeth grinding became increasingly noticeable. If so, So, does it mean there's still a possibility between us, and rekindling our past can be discussed? Govind pressed his hand against the back of Angie's head and kissed her again. He didn't want to hear her talk anymore. It gave him a headache. Can you shut up now? Govind loosened his grip on Angie's chin and slowly pushed her away. Angie blinked her eyes, sparklingly staring at Govind. If I don't shut up, will you keep kissing me? Smack, Govind raised his hand, and with a backhand slap on Angie's neck, he made her finally stop talking. Go to number 1 hospital. Owlie was surprised, glancing at the unconscious Angie and seemingly understanding something. The next morning, Angie struggled awake, holding her neck while lying on the bed, groaning in pain. Tsk tisk. Are you mumbling early in the morning? Kimberly sat beside Angie with a pillow, admiring her. Impressive, you made Lawyer Nate carry you back. Angie, who is this damned person? My neck, rub it for me. Shouldn't you have a sore back instead? Why does your neck hurt? Were you that wild? Kissed already? Can you stop talking? It's early and you're making suggestive remarks, trying to upset someone. But isn't it strange that you're in this state? After washing up and preparing for breakfast, Kimberly was chatting about gossip at the dining table. Lawyer Nate really did it. He sent Fuller straight to prison. Angie drank some water. Sent where? Do you really not know, or are you pretending? Lawyer Nate sent Fuller to the detention center and legally cleared both of us. Kimberly shook her head while saying, no wonder so many people in Jingang fawn over him. A lawyer who can achieve such feats is too strong. Too awesome. Angie lacked interest and didn't want to hear these words when she couldn't get through to Govind. What activities do we have today? No activities, just going home to see my dad. Angie ate breakfast absent-mindedly. What's there to see? He's dying anyway. Angie. That day, Angie felt like she was being followed shortly after driving out of number 1 hospital. She checked the rearview mirror and found more than one car trailing her. She turned the steering wheel and headed towards Govind's law firm. Geraldine, Lawyer Nate ordered that if you come here, we must stop you. What? Angie was stunned, almost laughed at the receptionist's response. Little sister, did you drink my afternoon tea? The receptionist nodded awkwardly, feeling guilty because she indeed drank Angie's tea before speaking those words. Good girl, I won't trouble you. Go to the restroom and act like I wasn't here. Oh. Right away, another girl gave Angie a thumbs up, taking the lead to the bathroom while giving advice, you silly. Geraldine could be the future boss lady. Getting on her bad side won't do you any good. When Mr. Nate asks later, we'll say we went to the restroom and didn't see her. Angie went upstairs to the top office. Seeing her, everyone's eyes lit up. Who doesn't like a scapegoat? In their eyes, Angie was undoubtedly a generous benefactor. With a $1 million Hermes bag, Angie nonchalantly leaned against the wall filing her nails. Her posture exuded arrogance. A few minutes later, Govind's office door opened as he saw guests off. Turning sideways, he didn't notice Angie standing by the wall. Angie raised an eyebrow, ignoring her. She hurried over, patted Govind on the shoulder, and as he turned around, she pressed her hands on his neck and tiptoed to kiss him. Holy shit. Damn. Herman. Govind. People in the corridor. Is she really that bold? Bang, Angie was pulled into the office's rest area by Govind. The small room, with a studio layout, clearly served as a temporary resting place. Having been in high society circles for a long time, Angie had seen similar office layouts often. They were usually secret spots for bosses and secretaries. Secretary's room? So Lawyer Nate isn't so spotless? Angie, don't push your luck, or I'll break your legs. Angie smiled. Everyone in Jingang knows we're closely related. What I'm doing is just what couples usually do. How is that pushing my luck? Testing my patience? Angie's fingers traced circles on Govind's chest, her seductive gaze captivating him. Wanting to provoke him? Fine, Geraldine, you've never failed to get what you want by being persistent. After spending time in the entertainment industry, have you lost all shame? Having Lawyer Nate is enough. The face is just a face, but Lawyer Nate is my life, ah. Govind gripped Angie's hand tightly, making her bones crackle painfully. Will these broken hands of Geraldine still be able to touch men? Govind, why so stubborn? Don't you know? Govind pressed Angie's waist against him, causing her expression to drastically change. This dog of a man, actually. Do you think I don't know what you're planning? Climbing onto me as your shield, so even if your father dies, you'll have me protecting you. Angie, your methods are too crude. Chapter 31, highlighting her alluring charm. Angie sneered, Attorney Nate, you're overestimating yourself. If that were true, wouldn't I be targeting the high-profile figures in Jingang instead of a rookie like you who has no family background to speak of? Govind held Angie's hands down gently but firmly, preventing her from doing anything rash. Once your father is gone, you'll only have your appearance left for some value. Who in Jingang doesn't know about your lavish spending? The little inheritance left by your father, how long will it last? Jingang elites? Would they actually consider a bankrupt princess? A wife who can't do anything but cause trouble. You're overestimating yourself. Bang. Govind suddenly let go of Angie's hand, causing her to collide with the door, making her wince. This bastard. His words stung so much she wanted to tear his mouth apart. Angie rubbed her bruised wrist and smirked abruptly. Attorney Nate, what are you afraid of? Speaking of looks, I top Jingang. For figure, who dares to say they're better than me? And IQ, am I inferior to manipulative teasers like Everly? Why are you so eager to expose me? Want me to stay away from you? Angie wasn't stupid. In Jingang, Govind was her only reliable ally. Without him to suppress all the enemies around her, there would be countless men lining up to take advantage of her, considering she had offended many before. The wealthy heirs in Jingang were either second-generation inheritors who relied on their fathers or much older men who could have been her parents if they had dated during their youth. Only Govind stood out, having neither a powerful family nor a rich heritage, but immense talent and capability, a perfect match for her desires. Angie was crystal clear in her mind. I won't. Angie leaned close to Govind, enunciating each word clearly. Govind laughed, genuinely amused by her. Pushing Angie's head towards himself, he kissed her fiercely, pushing her onto the large bed in the lounge. The stark white sheets contrasted sharply with Angie's pink dress, accentuating her alluring beauty. Her black curly hair spread across the bed, like a fairy tale princess. Attorney Nate, don't hesitate. Angie's soft fingers slipped under Govind's shirt, her nails trailing along his abs. Govind shuddered, unable to resist her allure. She manipulated him like an experienced butcher after years of practice. As Darren put it, Angie was battle-hardened. Someone like him, a monk who spent time preaching, couldn't stand a chance against her. Govind's eyes narrowed, trying to see through her facade straight into her soul. But Angie, with her father as her mentor in matters of love, was too crafty for anyone to easily understand. Govind attempted to get up. Angie grabbed his waist. Giving up halfway? I find Geraldine uninteresting. If you aren't interested, why are you aroused? Arousal only proves my health. If I succumb to hormones and take advantage of you, wouldn't that make me no different from an animal? Govind pushed Angie's hands away. Angie smirked at him. If animals looked like Attorney Nate, I wouldn't mind. Govind, get dressed and leave. Opening the lounge door, Govind stepped out. Just as he sipped some cold tea, his office door opened. Attorney Nate. Holy ****. Elon pushed open the door, just as Angie emerged elegantly from the lounge, her clothes half undone, her hair disheveled, and lipstick smeared everywhere. Had they just finished? Or did they not even start? Compared to the former, Elon leaned more toward the latter. If it were the former, then their illustrious Attorney Nate might have issues. Govind saw Elon's gaze and growled, Angie. Angie leaned on the door frame, cleaning her ear. I heard. Elon, can't you be less awkward? Angie gave him a coquettish look, a poutful complaint. Just as Angie sat in her car, she received a call from Colleen. Sis, phone. Elsie noticed the continuous ringing but didn't answer. I saw. Why didn't you pick up? Guess who's calling? Who? Elsie asked curiously. My estranged brother's ex-wife. This convoluted relationship baffled Angie, never expecting Colleen to call her. Elsie, she probably knew Colleen's name and admired her kind-heartedness, staying with her ex-husband and tolerating his affairs despite their divorce. So, are you going to pick up? Of course. What if she has reconsidered and wants to align with me? Half an hour later, at a cafe near the law firm. Leaning on the sofa, Angie stirred her coffee, watching Colleen walk in carrying a very familiar-looking bag. Her captivating eyebrows narrowed slightly. Waverly gave you that bag? So? Do you know it's one of 3 limited edition worldwide? Colleen's face changed. Without needing Angie to elaborate, Colleen understood, it was most likely fake. Men. Their actions revealed their true intentions. Colleen sat down, took out her personal items from the bag, called over a waiter, and ordered a courier service. She sent the bag back to Waverly's office. Angie. Divorced once, and now so sharp-minded? Colleen glanced at Angie, seeing her lounging lazily with her long hair cascading down. Next to her was a French novel, already well read. I'm here about Waverly. Go on, Angie propped her chin up, concise. I need your help, name your price. What help? Angie asked. Waverly has impregnated a woman in your entertainment circle and plans to keep the child. Angie understood, raising an eyebrow. So? I want you to help terminate the pregnancy. Angie chuckled. I don't do illegal things, and what leverage do you have with me? Colleen said nothing, opening her phone and launching an app showing a tracking device interface. Chapter 32, on technical skills, Lawyer Nate cannot match the young fresh meat from the sports academy. The tracker in Waverly's car, I think you'll need it. Angie looked at the screen content, her eyes darkening. She glanced up at Colleen, need me to remind you? It's illegal. It's not illegal if you didn't install it. Even if the police find out, it'll still be a personal matter between me and Waverly. Nothing to do with you. Colleen wanted to take action herself but felt the entertainment industry was too murky, she might get entangled unintentionally. Seeking help from Angie seemed safest. Once that woman gives birth, won't my son have to share his assets? Angie looked at Colleen, clicking her tongue. If your mother-in-law had half your skills back then, there might not even be a Angie now. Colleen snorted, not a good thing either way. How about it? Angie avoided responding directly for a while, making Colleen uneasy. Angie sipped her coffee nonchalantly. It's not great. I'm not curious about Waverly's whereabouts, but killing someone requires compensation. Colleen's face darkened. Clearly, her proposition wasn't tempting enough. You can just say it. Angie tapped her slender fingers on the cup rim, eyeing her critically. Do you have evidence of Waverly's criminal activities? Colleen choked. No matter what, Waverly is the father of her son. Evidence of crime? If the father has committed crimes, it will definitely affect her son. This contradicts her purpose for seeking Angie's help. Angie smiled deeper. Indeed, people. If they exchange something they don't care about, they will definitely agree. Otherwise, not necessarily. Angie smiled faintly. Why don't you think again? Anyway, I'm not in a rush. Having said that, she called over the waiter to pay the bill, unwilling to waste more time on Colleen. Can you roll away sighing? After leaving the cafe, Angie, with nowhere to go, found Kimberly. The owner of an international supermodel company, surrounded by handsome men and beautiful women daily, this life must be so delightful. Angie envied her. She envied while feeling how troubled her own destiny was. I'm worried. About what? Worried that I cannot get a man, nor a man, nor a man. Kimberly. Govind? Who else? Angie retorted. Kimberly rolled her eyes. Calling you brain dead is being polite. Govind, that honeycomb briquette, will mess you up until you don't know who your father is. Don't say you're stupid when it's true. Angie leaned on Kimberly's chair. In all of Jingang, Govind is now the most advantageous to me. A legal heavyweight. As long as I cling to him, I can save myself lots of trouble. Secondly, given my father's current state, many rich families in Jingang are looking at us. You know, hanging on to Govind, how many idiots would bother me, right? Rumors in Jingang said Govind was ruthless. Just announcing herself as his woman would deter many rich second-generation suitors. Kimberly. Makes sense somehow. Forget it, don't be upset. I invited some people. Who? Sports Academy college students. Upon hearing these 5 words, Angie's eyes lit up. At Wangjin platform, Kimberly booked a luxury suite on the 18th floor, bringing in about 10 young lads. People at Wangjin platform whispered about this rich woman. What rich woman? What rich woman in Jingang doesn't he, Darren, know? Mr. Montague, Mr. Nate, a lady just brought in a group of boys. I've never seen anything like it here before. Wangjin platform is a legitimate place where wealthy heirs enjoy themselves without any illicit transactions. But if guests invite others legally, they won't interfere. They've seen extravagant fun, but nothing as wild as this. So amazing? Let me see which room. Darren also became curious. Who in Jingang could play so extravagantly? In the surveillance room, after opening the video feed, Darren almost cursed. Isn't that Kimberly and Angie? Damn. Old Nate. Darren's shout made everyone look at Govind. Recently, rumors were flying about the entertainment flower and the legal heavyweight dating. Several versions of their love story circulate online. Whether true or not, they've followed the gossip. But now, seeing the female lead cuddling with multiple men. The suite felt like heaven to Angie. Chasing Govind lately made her doubt her charm. Now, hearing these young fresh meats calling her sister, she felt euphoric. This is my rightful happiness after all my good deeds in this lifetime. Right, Kimberly agreed, elated. In the surveillance room, Govind shut his eyes tightly. This morning, Angie lay beneath him, arousing him, and now she was hugging other men. Good deeds leading to this kind of happiness? Govind recalled Angie's words. On technical skills, lawyer Nate can't match the Sports Academy fresh meat. Quite experienced. Call the police, report prostitution. Everyone was surprised. Govind gave a cold stare. Do I need to repeat? No. Indeed, Land of Hell Nate is still Land of Hell Nate. What were they fantasizing? 10 minutes later. The suite door was kicked open, startling Angie and Kimberly. A policeman stood at the doorway, his gaze sweeping the room and settling on Angie. Someone reported prostitution here. Prostitution? Kimberly scoffed. To determine if there was prostitution, we need an investigation. Shall we? Kimberly handled such situations easily. No need for that. Check the surveillance since we entered. They say the surveillance is broken. Angie. Leet, will she trend tomorrow due to prostitution? Headlines flashed in her mind. Entertainment flower engaged in prostitution. In the surveillance room, Darren watched, cautiously coughing. This is too harsh. If it makes front page news, how will Angie survive in the entertainment industry? Realizing something amiss, Darren asked, logically, Angie's activities shouldn't concern you, unless you're falling for her. Chapter 33. Govind sat on the bar stool behind, pinching Angie's waist. Who? It's Govind. Outside the VIP room on the 18th floor, Darren had waved away the police. He stood with his arms crossed, leaning against the door in a carefree manner, looking at Angie. You're such a spineless lapdog, Geraldine. Darren's gloating attitude ignited Angie's temper. Reporting her for solicitation? What kind of despicable person does that? Even if their deal fell through, they should have some sense of decency. If she was taken away by the police, tomorrow's headlines would surely be spectacular. Angie angrily picked up her bag and left. Darren wisely stepped aside to give her room to pass. The princess is mad. Why are you so idle? Kimberly shot a glare at Darren, who was enjoying the spectacle. Darren shrugged indifferently. Want to keep watching? Mr. Montague, go back and tell your father, try having another kid under better conditions. From what I see, you're already late-stage black-hearted. You. Get lost. Kimberly pushed Darren away. At the Intercontinental Junting residence. Govind had just arrived home when he heard the front door being pounded. Angie was almost kicking the door in her fury. Breaking into someone's home is illegal. Govind held the doorknob with one hand and blocked her with the other at the door frame. Angie flared with anger. I'm not afraid of getting caught for solicitation. Why should I fear breaking and entering? She pushed past Govind into the house. Lawyer Nate, you look like a decent man, but how can you act so beastly? Compared to you, Geraldine, I'm still far from it. Govind suggested subtly that Angie wasn't much better either. They were about equally as bad. What do you gain by me prostituting myself? Govind poured himself a glass of water at the bar counter. With nonchalance, he replied, quietude. If I go to jail, will you finally get peace? Lawyer Nate, you underestimate me, Angie. As long as you don't comply, whether I'm dead or you're dead, I'll get you out no matter what. Govind. Angie, shall I find you a hospital? Have them check your face? Sure. Then I'll find a urologist for Lawyer Nate to check your functionality. Govind always knew Angie had a wild streak, but this time it surpassed even his expectations. You don't care about dignity, but I do. That thing between your legs wouldn't be more than an ornament anyway. Lawyer Nate, haven't you ever doubted its feasibility? Angie's sharp tongue was well known in Jingang. She used her father's influence to insult everyone. Most of the second-generation elites in Jingang had been on the receiving end of her taunts. No wonder she had many enemies. Most people in Jingang were waiting for her father to die. Govind finished half his glass of water and looked at Angie standing before him. His deep eyes revealed a glint of something invisible. A soft yellow sweater paired with white wide-leg pants, her long hair braided loosely hanging behind her, she exuded regal beauty. She indeed had the qualities that could drive men mad. Govind tapped the rim of his glass. Angie, to have men in such a state shows your failure. Failure is the mother of success, just like I will eventually become the mother of your son. Angie flicked her nails, walking over and pressing down on Govind's hand on the bar counter. Her languid gaze drew his soul closer as she leaned in close, her tone flirtatious. Mr. Nate, aren't you considering it? Considering what? Making our relationship more intimate. As Govind glanced down, he saw Angie's barely covered neckline. She wore many such clothes that hinted without revealing. Perfectly enticing any man within her sight. Then cutting off my little penis? Angie. This dog of a man couldn't let go of a grudge. Angie tried to mend things. Of course not. I wouldn't be able to bear hurting it. Govind caught Angie's chin, pulling her face to his and sealing her lips with his own. He pressed her slender waist against the bar counter, engaging her mouth in fervent kisses. Angie tugged at his tie and peeled off his suit, running her fingers over his abs and tracing upwards. As they panted together, Govind lifted Angie and placed her on the bar stool behind them. Just as they were about to continue, his hand paused on her behind. He lifted it to see blood on his hand. Caught up in the moment, Angie was startled by the sudden stop and kicked Govind after yanking his collar. Women won't die from holding back, will they? Angie. His voice hoarse. Tell me. Your period has started. Angie scratched red marks into his neck, thinking he deliberately tormented her. My period died years ago. Can you really do it or not? Govind pushed her back slightly, showing her the blood on his palm. Angie. Damn. She nearly touched his chiseled abs. Was fate against her? Angry and breathless, she slapped his neck. Govind touched the place where he'd been hit, his gaze intense. If it weren't for your period, I'd definitely show you. Angie. It turned somewhat inappropriate. Sitting on the sofa in Govind's apartment, wrapped in a blanket, she lay amidst a trail of blood beneath her. She vented to Kimberly via her phone about what just happened. Kimberly, damn. So timely. Your period loves you that much? Angie, I'm furious. Kimberly, what now? Should we fight despite the blood? Govind, though stoic, should be pretty clean, making illness unlikely. Angie, you're evil. Kimberly, say that again with sincerity. Do I not know what you're thinking? The door opened. Govind came in carrying a bag of sanitary pads. Why did you buy so many? I didn't know which brand you use, so I got a bag of each. Angie. The supermarket lady must have praised you for being considerate to your girlfriend, right? Govind's lip twitched. How did you know? You're every elderly woman's favorite. Govind's expression turned unpleasant, like a child scolded for doing a good deed. Realizing she'd said too much, Angie awkwardly rubbed her nose. Do you have pants I can wear? Sleep pants? Those work too. 10 minutes later, Angie emerged from the bathroom, changed out of her dirty pants, and threw them into the washing machine. Opening the door, she saw Govind slicing vegetables in the kitchen. Seeing such an elegant and domesticated version of Govind made her momentarily dazed. Was this really the same man who had pinned her forcefully to the bar earlier? Chapter 34. Can a woman really die of suppression? Haven't you eaten? Govind looked up to see Angie emerging in a black satin pajama pants, too long, so she had rolled up the cuffs a little. Just order takeaway, cooking yourself is such a hassle. Govind. Indeed. Angie, oblivious to the suffering of commoners. Why do you always ignore me? Angie pulled out a chair and sat with her legs curled under her at the kitchen entrance, watching him. In a white shirt and black trousers, he was tall and lean. Who would have thought that this new elite of Jingang City, away from business affairs, would also wash his hands to make soup? This chaste yet domesticated identity made Angie feel itchy inside. I and Geraldine are not on the same wavelength. Well, as long as we can be in bed together. Geraldine, has anyone ever told you that there's something off about your mind? Or maybe just yellow stuff? Angie propped her chin on her hand, watching Govind meticulously chop vegetables and cook noodles. Before long, a bowl of clear soup with lean meat noodles came out, smelling fresh and fragrant. No portion for me? Didn't Geraldine already eat? Did I? In the private room, you were hugging a college student from the Sports Institute. Did you forget so soon? Govind picked up some noodles with his chopsticks, gently blowing on them, completely ignoring Angie's embarrassment. Angie cleared her throat, looking at Govind who was focused on eating the noodles. I didn't mean to. It's just that lately, I've suffered too much over Lawyer Nate. After all, I'm the top beauty of Jingang City, known as Christy, raised by my father with pride for 20 years. These past few days, all that pride has been lost because of Lawyer Nate. If you showed me any kindness, I wouldn't have even thought about seeking pleasure elsewhere. Govind. Reflecting on oneself instead of manipulating others? Angie, you're really something. She went out and hugged a younger man. Is it still my fault? Lawyer Nate, look, I'm this pitiful. Aren't you going to help me? What makes Geraldine pitiful? Govind calmly ate his noodles. The whole of Jingang is waiting for my father to die. Once he does, how many people will step on me? When that happens, with no one to rely on and no money, won't they just finish me off? What does that have to do with me? Govind countered. To be honest, while being in bed with you is quite enjoyable, standing on the same side as you is too troublesome. If I spend time worrying about your family disputes, I might as well think about how to make money off the rich. Angie. Not everyone values your inheritance. Angie. The new elite of Jingang speaks with authority. After finishing her off, Govind heard no response from Angie for a while. He glanced sideways to see her pale-faced, holding her stomach and curled up on the chair. What's wrong? You're angry at me. That doesn't look like someone who's angry at me but rather someone I've poisoned. Scared by her pale complexion, Govind carried her to the sofa. Stomach ache? Angie weakly nodded. Govind, painkillers or hot water? Both. Govind looked at Angie, took out his phone, and called the guards downstairs to buy painkillers and bring them up. Angie had always known Govind had people around him but had never heard him call them before. Wrapped in a blanket, Angie curled up on the sofa, vaguely hearing Govind leave and then come back. Then, a warm hand landed on her stomach, gently massaging it. Angie stared at Govind with sleepy eyes. Hesitating for a moment, she asked, Did you have many girlfriends before? Govind paused in his massage, his face stiffening as he pulled his hand away. Was his good intentions misunderstood? Don't go. Angie grabbed his arm, looking at him pitifully. Any man with a bit of common sense would know this. Whose skin are you trying to get under, Geraldine? Angie pouted, too exhausted to argue with Govind. After taking the painkiller, Angie finally calmed down. Lying on the sofa, being massaged, she felt so comfortable she almost started snoring. Like Elena's ragdoll. Crazy when active, but when lying down to be petted, obedient enough to make one want to spoil it. Govind paused in his massage, suddenly feeling a bit evil. The next morning, when Angie woke up, she found herself in bed. Being woken up by the urge to pee, she immediately sat up from bed. Immediately, a rush of warmth flowed down her thigh. Angie. Damn. Leak? There couldn't be anything more embarrassing than leaking during menstruation on someone else's bed. Angie quickly pulled back the quilt, revealing large patches of bright red blood on the gray sheet. Her soul seemed to abandon her. Would the tight-fisted Govind make her pay for the sheets? Just as Angie wanted to find Govind, she saw a note on the bedside table. Court appearance, handle yourself. Short and to the point, not a word wasted. Thinking for a moment, Angie covered the blood-stained sheets with the quilt and ran away. In the afternoon, after his court appearance, Govind checked his phone and found no WeChat messages or calls from Angie. Unlike her usual style. Before returning to the company, he went home first. Finding the bedroom bedclothes messy and Angie nowhere to be seen, he picked up the note that had fallen on the sheet, noticing faint red marks. Wish, Govind lifted the quilt. Seeing the large patch of blood on the bed, his face darkened. Mr. Hyder's birthday party invitation. Kimberly placed the invitation on Angie's vanity table. I'm not going, Angie replied lazily while applying skincare products. Govind is invited too, along with Lori. If you don't go, aren't you giving them a chance? Angie paused mid-motion with her skincare routine. Just as she was about to respond to Kimberly, she received a call from Catherine Selenag urging her to go home. Rushing back home, Angie saw the old matriarch of the Hua family sitting in the room. Her father was 60 this year, while the matriarch was well into her 80s. She had been abroad these years, mostly leaving domestic matters unattended. Now that she suddenly returned, Angie had a bad premonition. Grandma. The old matriarch rested her hand on her cane, glancing at Angie and scoffed, you still remember you have a grandma. Oh, grandmother. Angie squatted beside the elderly woman, placing her slender fingers on her knees, smiling adorably to please her. The old matriarch's gaze swept over Angie's fingertips painted with pink nail polish, and her expression changed. Your father is dying, and you still dress up so flamboyantly. What, are you afraid your father dies too late? Me, whoosh. Before Angie could respond, the old lady splashed tea on her face. Chapter 35, Huajia's Matriarch. The Harlow was notoriously sexist, favoring males over females. When her father divorced his first wife, the matriarch strongly opposed it because she didn't want the Huajia lineage to be broken. Later, when Tilda married and gave birth to her, the matriarch often cursed her as a financial burden. Milagros wiped water droplets from her face, thankful she hadn't worn makeup today, only sunscreen. She shook off the droplets on her fingertips and asked, what happened to make Grandma so angry? You. The matriarch thought Milagros would argue back, but instead, she only gently inquired. Seeing the matriarch's surprise, Milagros feigned a sigh, is it about Ethan? Sister Leowen mentioned a few days ago that Ethan got another female student pregnant, causing quite a fuss. Sigh, brother is just a playboy, don't take it to heart. When did this happen? The matriarch's expression turned stern. Milagros blinked and pondered, a few days ago. I was busy filming and didn't pay much attention. The matriarch spat angrily, good for nothing. I spent so much effort cultivating him, and he still behaves like this, the matriarch muttered. A spark flashed in Milagros's eyes as she patted the matriarch's chest, don't be upset. This diversion successfully shifted the matriarch's attention to Ethan. Milagros seized the opportunity, Grandma, why don't you move to the estate with Dream? There have been many thugs around the house lately, I'm worried for your safety. Why? The matriarch's gaze darkened. Milagros sighed, you know, rumors are circulating about Dad's situation. Everyone he offended in business is waiting for him to die, not to mention all those women he had affairs with who are eyeing our family's wealth. They're driving Dream to a nervous breakdown. Ah. Milagros dabbed away tears, her demeanor subdued. The matriarch looked at Tilda sympathetically, acknowledging her own son's character flaws. I'm sorry, you've suffered. Tilda's acting skills were top-notch. Hearing the matriarch's words, she choked up, sobbing, my suffering is nothing. If the Huajia family falls apart, I won't be able to face our ancestors. Milagros comforted the matriarch and Tilda, leading them to their country villa. Watching them leave by car, she pulled open the door of Kimberly's car and climbed in, frowning. Damn it. That old woman is making things difficult again? Why does she dislike you so much? Is she no longer a woman herself? Drive. Where to? To Ting Fong Building. Kimberly exclaimed, what do you plan to do? The matriarch will side with Ethan. If I don't act soon, I won't get any of Dad's assets. Kimberly glanced at Milagros, you're really ruthless. Your fans must be blind. Someone like you, with such a black heart, is hailed as an innocent flower in the entertainment world? Milagros picked tea leaves out of her hair, her eyes cold, one day, I'll return every bit of humiliation she has thrown at me. At Ting Fong Building's parking lot, Milagros sat in the back seat, pulling out a lipstick from the dashboard to reapply. Soon, a woman in traditional qipao sat beside her, glancing at Kimberly in the driver's seat. Change drivers? Yeah. The matters you mentioned on the phone have been arranged. Rest assured. I asked you to investigate Govind. How did it go? Govind's background is interesting, with a complex network of connections. Most intriguingly, he has ties to the capital. The capital? Milagros was surprised. The woman nodded, yeah. More specifically. Can't be more specific. You know, if someone in the capital can't be traced, it's not that we lack capability, it's too deep. Kimberly, supporting her head, mentally cursed. So Govind had this kind of impressive background? No wonder he was rumored to excel in various areas. Milagros frowned in thought, then heard the woman chuckle softly, you haven't tamed him yet? If he were easy to tame, he wouldn't be Govind. True, the woman nodded, various people have tried despicable means against him with no success. Milagros. For a moment, silence filled the car as Milagros opened and closed the lipstick cap, contemplating something. If I were you, I wouldn't let an Chavez about to die stir up trouble. An 80-year-old can die in many ways, heart attack, sudden illness. Kimberly couldn't help glancing at her through the rearview mirror. She spoke about it as casually as going to the market. For some money, take a life? The woman flicked her hair, how many lives do you need? Kimberly was startled, looking at Milagros with bewilderment. As Kimberly drove back, she frequently observed Milagros deep in thought. Ignoring her gaze, Milagros remained engrossed in her thoughts. Cough, Kimberly suddenly coughed, interrupting her train of thought. What do you want to ask? About the lives, in your hands, Kimberly's curiosity piqued. Milagros smirked slightly. If they are lives, how could I tell you? Kimberly, we're not real sisters. For your own good. Why am I the only one who can be called the top star in Jingang among Dad's numerous illegitimate children? Because you're beautiful and rich. Milagros flicked her hair, dismissing her thoughts, coquettishly replying, accept your compliment. Relax, I won't engage in illegal activities. Take me to Govind's law firm. Kimberly glanced at her, going after him again? Of course, he's crucial for my plans. With the matriarch back, Milagros felt threatened everywhere. Her immediate goal was to prevent Ethan from meeting the matriarch. Once Govind agreed to be her lawyer, even if her father doesn't die, it's as good as dead. Arriving at Govind's law firm parking lot, Milagros saw him exit the elevator, catching her unawares. Lawyer Nate, what a coincidence. Lawyer Nate? He Zhu inquired, glancing at Govind. I have something to handle, no time for flirting. Swoosh, bang. Before Govind finished, a van swerved towards them. Quickly reacting, he pulled Milagros close to protect her. Chapter 36. Milagros. President Nate. Kimberly and Elon's voices rang out simultaneously. Russell, the sliding door of the minivan was yanked open, and a fat, dim-witted man with a steel pipe in hand stepped out. He whistled lewdly at Milagros. Impressive. Someone told me to warn the two of you. Well, now I've completed my task. TSK, Miss Milagros is truly beautiful. No wonder some say if you could just lie beneath him and beg him, this matter would be over. No matter how talented Lawyer Nate is, he's still an up-and-coming newbie. This Jingang doesn't wait for someone like you to run things. You should know who you can offend and who you cannot. Govind supported Milagros by her waist and made her stand upright. He wickedly curled his lips. Is that so? A boy with no identity or background, how long can you, Before the man could finish his sentence, his neck was choked by someone. The man wearing a baseball cap had eyes that were like those of a dark night demon, fixing on him with a condemning gaze. Govind stood nearby, looking at the man whose neck was being held, and ordered coldly, call the police and send him to Fuller. Milagros was stunned and hadn't had time to say anything. Then the man in the baseball cap flipped the thug over and struck him with a chop on the back of his neck, knocking him unconscious swiftly and decisively. It was fast, ruthless, and precise. Kimberly was frightened. She'd always heard about Govind's reputation as a dark knight Yama, but witnessing it was another thing. She involuntarily grabbed onto Milagros's arm. She must indeed be more careful. Another man who had been lurking behind screamed hysterically. President Nate, I'm wrong, Fuller sent me, President Nate. He tried to plead for mercy from Govind. Govind reached out to loosen his cufflinks and spoke casually, so now you understand why Fuller didn't come see me himself, right? The man's terrified gaze fell upon Govind, left speechless by his carefree demeanor. The 4 or 5 people inside the van had already been subdued by Govind's men, watching helplessly as their boss was knocked out and was going to be delivered to the police station. Sir, the man in the baseball cap tossed the unconscious man onto the ground. Kimberly was stunned. Milagros's face turned pale, her legs weak. Seeing Milagros tremble, Govind instinctively supported her waist again and said gently, take something to Boss Dang, tell him it's a birthday gift from me. Milagros, pervert. Scared? The parking lot resumed its quietness, only the smell of blood lingered in the air. Govind slowly turned around, tucking Milagros's stray hairs behind her ear, as tenderly as if handling a precious gem. Milagros looked at Govind, not having time to answer his question, reached out to pull at his shirt and leaned against him, vomiting. Vomit spattered on Govind's expensive leather shoes. Just as Kimberly felt her nausea subside, Milagros's actions made her retch too. Milagros. A grinding voice came from above her head, filled with suppressed anger. The warm and disgusting sensation somehow transferred to his foot. What's wrong with Gugu? You look terrible. Milagros returned home, sat on the sofa, and Auntie came over with a cup of water to ask her. Milagros waved her hand from the sofa, it's nothing. I bought pig trotters this morning, I'll cook them for dinner. Ugh. Too disgusting. How did Govind manage to remain unperturbed? Throw away the pig trotters, don't let me see them again. In the evening, Jonathan rented a cruise ship for his birthday party on the river. Milagros appeared in the hall in a bright red cheapao, exuding a lazy, seductive, and noble charm. Tisk, living up to the name of Jingang's top star. Milagros almost ruined the occasion. So beautiful, no wonder Govind is one of her devoted followers. Kimberly wore a floral dress and sneered at Milagros, too much. Looking like you're walking a red carpet. Even if I wear a sack, I'll still be beautiful. Milagros called a waiter and picked up a glass of wine from the tray. She walked over with a gift to Jonathan. Happy birthday, Mr. Hyder. Jonathan eagerly accepted Milagros's gift and tore it open, inside the box lay an exquisite tie clip, jade inlaid with gold, clearly very expensive. Someone recognized the tie clip. Impressive. Isn't this the treasure from the last auction in Jingang? So generous. Milagros blinked her long lashes coyly. You recognize quality. Tisk, TSK, Mr. Hyder, impressive. Milagros might have a bad reputation in Jingang, but she was famously generous. Jonathan put away the gift, hooked Milagros's shoulder and clinked glasses with her. Thank you, thank you. Milagros glanced at him. Jonathan chuckled. Just as he was about to speak, he felt a chilly gaze from afar, turning his head to see. Govind idly swirled the wine in his glass, his gaze locked on the hand resting on Milagros's shoulder. Damn. This brooding guy. Daring not to provoke Govind, Jonathan awkwardly let his hand drop. Heard Lincoln, since Milagros's love life hasn't been smooth lately. To thank you for your generosity, shall I lend you my house at Intercontinental Junting? Intercontinental Junting was Govind's apartment complex. If it were any other time, Milagros would have agreed, but now just thinking about Govind made her nauseous. That's unnecessary. Men, well, occasional fun is fine, but what really matters is business. Talk to your dad, Jonathan, about changing the brand ambassador. Jonathan's company had patented skincare products recently, which were highly popular. Milagros had been eyeing this opportunity. Today's extravagant gift wasn't given without reason. Jonathan paused, nodding continuously. Sure. Is Callista here? How do you know? Why shouldn't I know? Milagros countered. Jonathan awkwardly glanced at Govind. Well, Miss Fan has admired Govind for a long time and wanted him as a son-in-law. Everyone thought she gave up after you interfered, but it turns out she doesn't mind at all. Not bothered by a little green? Look at everyone here, whose head isn't a little green. To get through life smoothly, you gotta embrace a little green. Milagros felt insulted. She glanced at Govind's direction, seeing Miss Fan chatting happily with him. Considering moving towards them. Please note that this translation aims to stay close to the original text, including its tone, style, and paragraph structure. Some phrases may sound unconventional in English to preserve the original context and style. ##### Chapter 37, Govind takes her side. After some thought, she decided against it. She couldn't face Govind these past few days. Why not? Not going to flirt anymore? Jonathan asked, raising an eyebrow when he saw Milagros stop in her tracks. Do you know any really good lawyers? Jonathan pointed at Govind, internationally renowned. Milagros restrained herself, except him. Well, none then. Jonathan suddenly remembered something. No, there is one. A Wall Street mogul on par with Govind. Milagros's heart raced. Contact details. Jonathan took out his phone to find the contact information for Milagros while asking her, really not going after Govind anymore? Not anymore. Govind can be a bit repressed, but he would never cheat on you. You have to believe that. Milagros shot him a cold glance, and Jonathan tactfully shut up. This was Geraldine's sore spot. It shouldn't be mentioned. A month ago, she had been cheated on by her fiancé. Milagros is quite interesting. Dressed so flamboyantly, and her father hasn't even woken up yet, right? Who knows, is she still someone we can inquire about given that she's the top figure in Jingang? What's the top figure of Jingang? Once her father dies, what will she be? She still has Govind. The king of legal affairs. Even without her own father, she has lawyer Nate. She'll still enjoy endless wealth and honor. Isn't that why they say she's lucky? What's so great? Look at President Fan, how long has he been watching Govind? The Fan family is thriving, but ever since Milagros's father died, the Hua family has declined. Isn't it obvious which choice is better? And isn't Callista well known as a lady in social circles, much more pleasant than Milagros, the pampered heiress? And this girl has a huge heart. Her ex-boyfriend made her father sick with anger, and now she's messing around with another man. Listening to the cold whispers around her, Milagros despised these lowly people who had fawned over her before. She slowly turned around, gazed at the group gossiping, smiled faintly, and walked towards them. The crowd froze when they saw Milagros approaching. They wanted to disperse, knowing that despite Adelard's deteriorating condition, Milagros's years of influence remained unshaken. They might end up facing her wrath. Don't I give you permission to leave? Milagros said lazily, her gaze full of intimidation. The moment the top figure spoke, the entire room fell silent. Milagros chuckled and brushed off her nails. Good, it's quiet. Let everyone hear what you were talking about. The guests extended their necks, ready for a show. Milagros's reputation as the top figure of Jingang wasn't unfounded. She always got her revenge. The gossipers blushed under everyone's stares. Someone spoke up, neck stiffened. Milagros, come on. Freedom of speech is advocated by law. What we say is our business, not yours. Milagros's lazy eyes lifted, and she laughed softly. What you say doesn't concern me, but if it's about me, then it does. Do you have proof? The person persisted stubbornly. Just then, someone behind her chuckled, I'm the proof. Turning around, Milagros saw Kimberly standing a few meters away. At that distance, it was impossible not to hear. Her face changed. You. Don't tell me you think I, as Milagros's friend, will definitely side with her? In all honesty, I've been here for a while. Everyone can testify that at such a close distance, if I didn't hear, wouldn't my ears be problematic? Swish, Milagros grabbed a wine glass from a passing waiter and threw its contents in the woman's face. Milagros, bitch, do you really think we're scared of you? Over the years, if not for your father backing you, what are you? Now that your father is dead, do you still think you're the top figure of Jingang? No wonder Leroy cheated on you, you deserve it. We thought you were modest. Engaged to Leroy for a year and didn't let him touch you, but as soon as he cheated on you, you jumped into bed with Govind. You're nothing but a slut. Do you really think you're something special? Bang, the woman who was swearing was kicked away. There was an uproar on the scene. Govind, what's the meaning of this? That's exactly what it means. Govind withdrew his long leg, brushing off the dust from his pants as if nothing had happened. Aren't you interfering in women's matters? Govind put a hand in his pocket. Yes, why involve my name in women's matters? Is my name, Govind, so easy to bring up? The man choked, unable to retort. Anyone involved in business knew lawsuits were inevitable. Facing Govind meant certain doom. Especially when they were clearly in the wrong. Govind had always stayed out of high society affairs. The new star of Jingang played in the corporate world, where many bigwigs waited to curry favor with him. Offending him would only lead to ruin. How many rivals did Govind take down to rise to this position? It took considerable skill to dethrone a century-old elite family. He shouldn't hit women, the man said. Govind raised an eyebrow, so hypocritical. Meaning, they could gossip about women, but he couldn't lay a hand on them? Seeing the standoff, Jonathan rushed to smooth things over. Everyone, today is my birthday. I invited everyone here to have fun. Why start trouble? To be blunt, the changes in Jingang's high society can't be described in words. Why belittle each other? Flowers don't stay blooming forever. Leave room for forgiveness for future encounters. Indeed, Govind looked down on these second-generation heirs. He smirked, turning upstairs. The first floor was for the heirs to play. The second floor was for capitalists to network. You did this to protect her? Darren asked, startled by his actions. Govind remained silent. Mr. Nate, Lawyer Nate, you keep helping Milagros. Could it be because of lingering feelings? The man paused mid-step. Martha, during feelings? At least you two were a couple once. Govind, shut up if you can't speak properly. ##### Chapter 38, Vlad. Still upset? Kimberly walked over to Milagros, who hadn't spoken for a long time, and clinked her glass with hers. No. Then what are you thinking about? You look deep in thought. I was just thinking how cool Govind looked when he lifted his leg just now. You're so caught up in it. Kimberly, love-struck brains, even dogs wouldn't eat it. Do you think he likes me? Come on. Let's go to the deck. Kimberly pulled Milagros towards the deck. Milagros was puzzled. Why go to the deck? It's too cold. To dry the water out of your brain. Milagros. With that one move tonight, everyone in Jingang knew that Govind was protecting Milagros. The absence of Adelard from the Hua family wasn't scary. But Govind's presence in Jingang was like a dark night Yama. A few days ago, Fuller was thrown into jail by him, and Govind legally had him beaten in custody, shocking most people in Jingang. But then again, who could blame him? He was the law's ruler in the legal circle. Few people in Jingang's business history had risen from nothing to the peak in just a few short years. I just heard them talking. Leroy is living quite freely abroad. Milagros's hand froze as she scrolled through her phone. How free? Freer than you, with his wife and children by his side. You, on the other hand, dealing with inheritance issues and men, sounds pretty miserable. Milagros took a deep breath. A general on a mission doesn't chase after small rabbits. Let him enjoy his freedom for now. This grudge I will definitely settle. If it weren't for Leroy, she wouldn't be in such a predicament right now. Govind left the cruise ship late at night. Pushing open the door at home, his gaze fell on the guest room, where vague memories of last night still lingered. He opened the door and stood there for a moment, looking at the bloodstain on the bedsheet, a striking red amidst the white. It felt surreal to him. Troublemaker. With a slam, Govind closed the guest room door and went to the study, pulling open the drawer to find letters inside. The past seemed to flash before his eyes, and he saw the carefree little princess approaching him with the love letter she wrote. Milagros had quickly acted upon getting Jonathan's contact details and reached out to him the same night. She was just about to delve deeper into the conversation when her phone rang. Has Grandma returned? Asked Waverly on the other end. When did she return? She feigned ignorance. Milagros, don't overdo it. You already tried to transfer your father, and now you want to transfer Grandma too. Do you believe I won't report you for illegal confinement? Waverly was worried because he had put effort into bringing the Hua family elder back, but before he could meet her, she vanished without a trace. Who else could pull this off except Milagros? Go ahead. Then everyone will know the Hua family has its own internal disputes, which will make it easier for jealous eyes to bring down the company. We'll both get nothing. Your logistics park loses tens of millions every year. Without money, bankruptcy is just a matter of days. If I were you, I'd be more obedient. Illegal confinement? Grandma is family, isn't showing filial piety commendable? On paper, she was Miss Hua, but realistically, she was just an empty shell. Had it not been for Adelard seeing him do nothing all day but chase women and deciding to confine him with some industries, he wouldn't even have a share in the logistics park. Bastard, Milagros threw her phone in frustration and wrapped herself in the blanket, falling asleep immediately. She was woken up before dawn. Wash your face and freshen up, sleep in the car. What for? The historical drama starts filming today. You need to be at the film city. What do you mean, what for? Have you been crazy lately? Don't you know you're joining the cast? Milagros. In the car, Milagros was half asleep while Burnell's instructions fell on deaf ears. Only when they reached the entrance of the film city did Burnell finally say seriously, "You're the lead actress, and Vlad is the lead actor, but remember, don't stir up any CP hype. The last person who did has been kicked out of the entertainment industry." So harsh. Milagros sniffed a whiff of gossip and suddenly became alert. Vlad's fans can tear apart the world. Stay away from him. Standing anywhere, Milagros's looks would attract attention. Even if she did nothing, people might still suspect her. Bruce, though appearing gentle and refined, had no negative news in the entertainment industry, yet his fans were powerful. Milagros played a role of a destitute princess in this drama, focusing on being vibrant yet tragic. It was a growth-type leading female role. Bruce played a character developed over time. Both had significant screen time, so with Burnell's warning, Milagros kept a distance subconsciously. For the first 2 days, they shot scenes for supporting roles. Milagros and Bruce were learning martial arts choreography from a teacher. Milagros, the director handed her a wooden sword. Milagros examined it. Do I have to follow your moves? If you can improvise, feel free. Milagros nodded. Let's try. You and Vlad, try. I don't want to, Milagros flatly refused with a hint of disdain. Martial arts director. Bruce, did I offend her? Realizing her mistake, Milagros quickly explained. I meant, what if I hurt Vlad? That's fine, Bruce reassured her. Milagros rolled her eyes inwardly. Of course, it's okay for you. It's your fans who are the issue. Director, please. As they clashed swords, Milagros's movements were fierce and decisive, forcing the director to step back. Her every move showed expertise. The director was taken aback. Have you trained before? Not long ago, I've been attacked a lot recently and had to catch up. Bruce glanced at her curiously. He had heard about the Hua family issues. Despite being considered Jinggong's top star, Milagros didn't seem as terrible as rumored. The director awkwardly rubbed his nose. Rest assured, the entertainment industry values talent. Only actors with solid skills can last long. Milagros, this is sincere encouragement. Better than nothing. Thank you, director. Since the director offered comfort, she had to acknowledge it somehow. Milagros. Bruce tried to talk to her. Milagros gave him a terrified look and scampered off like she had seen a ghost. Bruce's impression of Milagros came from the wealthy society's ladies' remarks. Every time he attended events, he heard someone mention Milagros. Not exactly flattering. Spoiled, aloof, cold-hearted, selfish, these were the words often used to describe her. But now, meeting her, he sensed a difference. Am I that scary? Bruce looked at the director. The director shook his head. You aren't, but your fans are. Any woman who wants to stay in the industry probably keeps her distance. Bruce. The first scene in the studio featured Milagros dressed in luxurious attire standing in the hall watching her parents be executed. No lines, just relying on facial expressions. The director coached her with the script. Stumble when running in from the doorway, then rise and look at the bodies on the ground, displaying despair, brokenness, and helplessness. Milagros listened intently and nodded. Can she do it? Someone voiced doubt. Someone sneered at her. New here? Milagros is the best among the post-90s actresses. She entered the industry as the top performer. Don't kid yourself, she got into college because her father donated a building to the school. Everyone knows that. The person who had just explained was too lazy to say anything more and shot her a disdainful look. When words don't connect, even half a sentence is too much. There was nothing more to explain. You wait and see. Chapter 39, Scattered High Heels and Silk Stockings. Amidst the incessant doubts from everyone, Angie paid no mind. She listened to the director's instructions, walked to her position, and prepared herself emotionally. The director shouted, action, and the camera was ready. Angie came sprinting around the corner and stumbled at the sight of the scene before her as she reached the entrance of the hall. Kneeling down in shock, she struggled to get up again, looking at the corpses on the ground. A wave of fear, despair, and brokenness washed over her. Silent tears streamed out from her lifeless eyes. Cut. As soon as the director's words landed, Angie retracted her emotions and returned to being the unapproachable and aloof top actress of Jinggang. Aster? Angie called out, gazing at the director. The director gave an okay sign. Very good. Passed in one take. Angie curled her lips slightly and walked to the side to sit on the rest chair. Brother Liao, wasn't it said that Angie's acting was poor? They had been worried for a long time before coming here, wondering what it would be like shooting a drama with someone like Angie. If it didn't turn out well, they would face severe criticism. If not for the company's insistence on them taking this role, Emperor Vlad wouldn't have accepted it. This Angie, indeed has some hidden depths. Fraser Ji stared at Angie in astonishment. Just like everyone else, his impression of Angie had always been a capricious young lady who got her way by relying on her father's money. But now he saw something different. So, you should form your own opinions rather than listening to others. Assistant. Wei Ji, how is it? Didn't I tell you? This drama won't make you regret it. Among the post-90s actresses, Angie is the best actor. In the entertainment industry, those who look good and have resources will always have detractors. Just listen and let it go. If you despise her, she is scared of you too. Your fans are fierce enough to tear apart the earth. Some have already started cursing Angie on Weibo. A flicker of embarrassment flashed across Fraser Ji's face, and he smiled apologetically, saying, I was short-sighted. On Weibo, Fraser Ji's fans were already arguing with Angie's fans. Looking at the chaos on Weibo, Angie twitched her mouth. Daughter of a capitalist, what's so great about her? Isn't this just another case of celebrity bashing? Yeah, can she touch our Emperor Liao's porcelain? Geraldine, come out and say something. Stop acting like a quail. What? Hasn't she got a boyfriend? Is he not a legal tycoon in Jinggang? Sis. Elsie looked at Angie with concern. Angie glanced lazily at her like a cat sunbathing. What? Don't watch it. They're cursing you, yet you're enjoying it? Isn't that weird? I'm learning new vocabulary to use when I argue back. How else would she fight back if she doesn't learn new terms? Elsie, fine, do as you wish. Sis. Elsie nudged her eyes toward Angie. Having a cramp? She means I'm here, Fraser Ji said, holding a cup of coffee as he approached Angie. Instinctively, Angie wanted to dodge, but there was nowhere to hide with her rest chair right there. Is there something, Brother Liao? I've seen the Weibo messages and have already clarified things. Sorry. Oh, Angie lowered her head and scrolled through Weibo. Even if you clarify, they still curse me. What difference does it make? Such bitches. Fraser Ji. In a few days, I'll be live streaming. Do you want to visit my live stream room? This offer was sincere enough. Fraser Ji had only recently started streaming, and each stream attracted millions of viewers. Many celebrities envied him greatly. If Angie could come, she would be his first guest. Yes. No. Elsie and Angie spoke simultaneously. Angie glared at Elsie and looked at Fraser Ji. I'm afraid of being cursed. No need to clear things up for me, keeping your distance is enough. Thanks. Fraser Ji. Angie stayed on set for 3 days. Returning to the city was at night. Elsie drove, looking at the person sleeping in the nanny car. Originally intending to ask where she was going, she simply took her straight to the villa gate. Sis, we're here. Angie woke up groggily. Where are we? Hao Yuan. Hiss, take me to Zhouji Juanting. Elsie admired one thing about Angie, she seemed to have evolved past needing sleep. She could nap in the car whenever, whether she slept normally or not was irrelevant. It was already 1 a.m., and she was still thinking about meeting men. Sis, you've been tired for days, don't go meet men tonight. Do you understand anything? Am I meeting men? It's about $1 billion inheritance. Elsie was speechless. She turned the car towards Zhouji Juanting, where Jonathan's house was directly below Govind's. Angie opened the door and went inside. The maid had already cleaned up. Seeing the uniformly decorated interior, Angie's mouth twitched. Was it just her, or did urban elites all prefer this minimalist style? At 3 a.m., Govind was awakened by loud noises from downstairs. Thinking he might have heard wrong, he lay awake listening. There it was again. Jonathan owned many mansions in Jinggang but lived mainly in the courtyard. Noises from upstairs at this hour? Govind picked up his phone and dialed Jonathan, his voice filled with impatience. What are you doing? On the other end, Jonathan's breath hitched. Boss Nate, do you have supervision? You know when I'm pleasuring myself at home? Govind's face darkened instantly. You make so much noise while jerking off. Boss Nate, do you have super hearing? Can you hear sounds from my place in the courtyard? Are you possessed? Are you at the courtyard? Yes. Then what's that sound from upstairs? What upstairs? Are you talking about Zhouji Juanting? Seriously. Someone broke into my house? Please check it for me. Govind wasn't the type to meddle in others' affairs, but if the upstairs noises were disturbing his sleep, he wouldn't care even if someone dug up his ancestral graves. At 3:05 a.m., Govind put on a robe and went upstairs, opening the door with the spare key Jonathan kept at his place. In the messy room, luggage lay open, high heels and silk stockings scattered everywhere. Govind's alertness rose sharply. Click, the circuit breaker flipped. Inside the bathroom, Angie froze. Damn. Power outage? That bastard Jonathan. Angie grabbed a bathrobe and stepped out of the bathroom. Just as she walked barefoot into the bedroom, the door was violently pushed open, and Angie screamed in terror at the dark figure standing at the doorway. Chapter 40. What do you want by coming to my place in sleepwear late at night? It's all over. Is this where she's going to meet her end? No, she hadn't lived enough. Dying like this, she was unwilling. She hadn't even gotten Govind, and as for her father's inheritance, if she couldn't get it herself, she wouldn't let others get it either. Big brother, you can rob me of my money or my looks, just don't take my life. A familiar voice sounded, causing Govind's brows to furrow. Angie? Govind? What the hell? Are you a ghost or something? Why are you showing up at someone's place late at night? How about you? How did you get in here? In the dimly lit room, only a faint light from outside seeped through the curtains. Govind could vaguely see her exposed shoulders. The scent of custom-made shampoo still clung to her. Click, the light turned on. Govind repeated, what are you doing here? Shouldn't I be asking you that? Angie stared at him with crossed arms, wrapped in a bath towel, exposing parts of her body that shouldn't be seen. In the dead of night, their eyes met, both harboring ulterior motives. This is Jonathan's house. Angie replied, he gave it to me, it's mine now. Govind thought, is there anyone normal here? How did you get in? Angie sized up Govind. Climbed in. Didn't know Lawyer Nate had this kind of hobby. Govind sighed, your brain must have been washed into your head. On the 30th floor? Show me how. Tisk, whatever you say, Lawyer Nate. Breaking into someone's house at night, what if I call the police? Angie picked up her phone to dial. Seeing her seriousness, Govind quickly grabbed the phone from her hand. Before he could react, Angie turned around swiftly, grabbing his head, and pushed him onto the couch with a strange posture. Lay lawyer, what do you want by coming to my place dressed in sleepwear late at night? Seducing me? Didn't realize, Lawyer Nate, holding back during the day but delivering goods at night. Govind blushed under Angie's teasing gaze, trying to hold back. Do you really want to tease me here? Angie raised an eyebrow. It wasn't just teasing. Her movements, slowly lowering, caused Govind's pupils to dilate. You. Hurry up, Nate lawyer. Angie's tone was challenging, nails digging into Govind's sleepwear. Sneaking in wearing sleepwear seems very formal. Want me to take it off? My whole life of good deeds, anything that I shouldn't see? Govind caught her mischievous hands, gritting his teeth, Angie. Lay lawyer, you're really resisting even when I'm ready? Rushing out of the bathroom earlier, she had come out naked, now straddling Govind, her lower half exposed. Govind's robe hung lazily on the ground, creating an indulgent scene. Govind flipped over, pinning Angie down. Angie, why are you always provoking me? Angie blinked, isn't it obvious? I want you. And then? He didn't believe Angie approached him purely for sex. Obviously to make Lawyer Nate fall for my beauty and work for me. After all, inheritance lawsuits aren't easy to win. Govind's expression grew cold. He tightened his grip on Angie. Sure enough, her intentions were clear from the start. Fear not, Geraldine. Angie. What did he mean? Could he still resist after all this? Not up to par. Not up to par. If you dare leave today, I'll post tomorrow that you can't get it up. So be it. Govind remained unfazed. Everyone knows women like you, who waver between men, can't be trusted. Wavering between men? Angie seemed to catch the drift. What does lay lawyer fear? Fear that I'll play around and come back to you? Govind loosened his grip and tied his robe. Calling her fickle was too lenient. Women like Angie, sending love letters to several men, couldn't be described easily. What did you say? Late night, he's in pajamas, you're au naturel, and yet you can't seduce him? Who can't handle who, huh? Sis. Angie was frustrated. Sitting in her robe, resting her head on her hand, worrying. Coming home late last night, she got thwarted by Govind and lost sleep. Is this because you couldn't get any last night? Why, I dreamt the whole night. Kimberly Sked, once experienced, you miss it. People like me who've never dated don't have these troubles. Angie, what lousy comfort. You sound proud. Not really. In the evening, let's play some stimulating board games, wanna join? What games? You'll see. That night. Upon arriving at the place Kimberly mentioned, Angie realized where it was. Pretty intense, right? Billionaire Tycoon board game, specially designed for rich widows. If you lose, you can corner them legally, do whatever. You're skilled at this. How about it? Can it help regain your confidence lost with Govind? It definitely will. At Wang Jintai. Jonathan smiled nervously at Govind. Lawyer Nate, Boss Nate, Master Nate, I truly forgot to tell you. Govind sat opposite him, smoking calmly. When you gave the house to Angie, did you ever think of today? Just one house, given away is given away, who remembers? His worried look almost overflowed. Besides, Angie has so many houses, she won't stay at mine every day, just probably novelty. Darren chuckled. All of Jingang knows Angie is pursuing Govind. Giving her the house is almost like handing them a civil registry office. Jonathan pretended to be ignorant. Darren casually checked her phone. Scrolling through, seeing Kimberly's post, she exclaimed. Chapter 41, You're talking about flesh, I'm talking about soul. Darren was wiping his hands as he passed the phone to Govind. I told you, Angie's just messing around with you. They have a male model restaurant and board games, don't take it so seriously. Hey, why are you grabbing my phone? Before Darren could finish his sarcastic remark, someone snatched the phone away. Govind tapped open Kimberly's video and scrutinized it carefully, catching glimpses of Angie cornering someone against a wall. Indeed, she had tempted him passionately yesterday, but today she was cornering another man. No way. Lord Nate, that look on your face, don't tell me you've got feelings for Angie? Jonathan noticed Govind's hand tightening around the phone, appearing incredulous. He looked like someone whose spouse had cheated. It was unsettling. Jonathan cast a questioning glance at Darren, who shrugged. Govind's complex thoughts were unfathomable. It was hard to tell if he really liked Angie or not. I have to say, Angie is truly a heavenly beauty, fair skin, beautiful looks, long legs, and an interesting soul. But all this is based on being friends. Marriage? Absolutely not. Everyone in Jingang knows her personality. She was spoiled by her father since childhood, getting whatever she wanted. Everything is always new to her. She has no sense of responsibility and only wants to play. Growing up in an environment where her father indulged in women, she's bound to be similar. What I'm saying is... Jonathan's analysis hadn't finished when Govind's cold eyes swept over them, carrying a warning. There was a hint of menace. All right. Jonathan understood, making a gesture to signal his silence. Govind seemed smitten, even silencing gossip about her. Govind, you're doomed. Darren took back the phone from Govind. Give me my phone back, I won't pry anymore. As soon as he spoke, Govind walked off, phone in hand. Seeing this, Jonathan immediately approached Darren. Are they really doing it? Darren brushed it off. Aren't they already? You're talking about flesh, I'm talking about soul. Do you think Angie's soul will connect with his? Jonathan shook his head. If they do, it will only be temporary. That's right. What good does it do to be infatuated? This is like slow suicide. Meanwhile, Angie and Kimberly were having fun when the boss came in looking apologetic. Sorry, we're closing now. Kimberly was stunned. Isn't it supposed to close at 3 a.m.? What time is it now? The boss sighed, agitated. Someone reported us to the authorities. They're on their way to inspect us. You should go. Lately, they stream their inspections live. It's utterly crazy. Angie and Kimberly were speechless. In the car, Angie sat worriedly, while Kimberly felt something was amiss. Is it because of you? Nothing happens when I'm alone. But when I'm with you, things never finish properly. Blame me? Is it because I lack a man in my life? How can you say that? Isn't Govind a man? Kimberly couldn't believe it. Bad luck. Angie didn't want to talk about Govind and slumped into the passenger seat, still feeling irritated. Then, a WeChat message popped up. Bruce requests to add you as a friend. Angie. Why is he adding me? Who? Emperor Liao. Damn, my idol. Quickly, accept it. Angie put down her phone, rolling her eyes. Can't do it. His fans are fierce. I'm afraid they'll attack me. I've already been torn apart once on Weibo. If anything serious happens, imagine. Kimberly was speechless. Can't you be more ambitious? You don't care about your reputation yet you're afraid of being attacked? The biggest achievement of his fans is making people quit the industry. What will I eat and drink if I quit? I'll support you. No excuses. Add him. Angie. Seizing a moment during a red light, Kimberly grabbed her phone and accepted the friend request. Bruce, Geraldine, this is Bruce. Regarding the guest spot on my live stream, have you thought about it? Seeing the words, live stream, Kimberly nearly lost her mind. Can I join the live stream too? I'm a hardcore fan of Emperor Liao. Such a good opportunity shouldn't be missed. No, it's not worth the money. For sisterhood. I've wanted to meet him for ages. Can't let you get a man while I remain single forever, can I? The phone is ringing, give it to me. Angie reached for the phone as it rang in Kimberly's hand. Hello? Geraldine? This is your father's girlfriend. Let's meet. Angie frowned, noticing Kimberly parking the car. Necessary? Aren't you curious about what happened between me and your father? What could there be? Just another fling. Men like him are common. Don't think I care. Slam. Angie got out of the car, heading straight for the elevator. As the elevator door opened, she hesitated for a moment. What a coincidence. There stood Govind inside. The door started closing, but Angie made no move. Then Govind reached out, holding the door open. He pressed a button, gazing at her silently. Under pressure, Angie stepped into the elevator. She heard a sneering voice from outside. What gives you the right to demand anything from me? In ancient times, you wouldn't even qualify as a concubine. At best, you'd be a mistress. To address me, you'd better be polite and respectful. I won't bother finding trouble. It's brave of you to come to me. Your relationship with my father? Nothing special. Adult hormones clashing. Besides, what two adults do is none of my business as a daughter. Both of you chose willingly. Now, what's your agenda? Angie entered the elevator, determined to ignore any further provocation. Chapter 42, You're responsible if I get pregnant? In the cramped elevator, Angie's disdainful tone scrutinized like inspecting an ant. For every sentence that woman said, she retaliated with one. Govind silently listened to her, his eyes darkening. The air in the elevator grew increasingly suffocating. Angie felt a hostile gaze weighing heavily on her. She glanced at him sideways while holding her phone. The elevator stopped at the 31st floor, and instantly, Govind dragged her out of it, half carrying, half holding her. Angie was ready to yell, but recalling that her call hadn't been disconnected yet, she couldn't afford to lose face as a princess. Only after ending the call did she struggle free. Govind, what are you doing? The bathroom faucet was turned on with a gush. Govind grabbed Angie's hand under the running water, squeezing soap and scrubbing furiously. Govind, are you crazy? This is my hand, not a pig's trotter. Be gentle. You're mad. Why did you use a toilet brush? Govind. Damn your ancestors. To hell with your whole lineage. The screams in the bathroom didn't stop. As Angie continued to curse, Govind kept scrubbing. She realized he scrubbed harder for every word she hurled. Finally, when Angie's shouting ceased, Govind threw the brush to the ground. Done yelling? With red hands from the vigorous scrubbing, tears brimming in her eyes, Angie looked at Govind. If you're sick, go to the hospital. Do men feel good to touch? Excuse me? Angie thought she misheard. Do men feel good to touch? Angie. Could it be because I touched another man that you're treating me like this? Govind held her chin with a firm grip, pressing her against the door. I don't care if you touch other men, but using those hands to touch me afterward, that's taboo. A love letter sent to several boys, a pair of hands touching countless men, indeed, quite fitting for Angie. After over a decade, her behavior had remained unchanged, promiscuous and indiscriminate, never understanding the meaning of responsibility. Angie sneered, Lawyer Nate hasn't touched any other women? Even if you have, I wouldn't care. Why do you pick on me now? Defamation? The truth. Evidence. Govind tightened his grip on her chin, leaving a crimson mark on her pale cheek. Angie slapped his hand away, whose hand I touch has nothing to do with Lawyer Nate. Are you my husband or boyfriend to control me? Like you're qualified? When I want you, you're precious like gold and jade. When I discard you, you're just shards of glass. I'm done licking. If not for his talent and looks, who would bother? With such a despicable nature, even dogs wouldn't eat his heart. She, Angie, was Hong Kong's top star. If not forced, why would she lick him? What kind of international joke was this? My person isn't someone you can toy with at will, Govind said as he pulled Angie by the arm to the sofa, kissing her before she could finish cursing. Her shirt tore apart. The living room turned into a mess. From furious cursing to blissful relaxation, it was all thanks to Govind's exceptional skills. The next morning, Angie woke up sore all over. After a few seconds, her mind finally cleared. Last night, did it happen? You're awake? Govind said. Angie covered her face with the blanket. Govind paused at the bedroom entrance. Fresh clothes are at the foot of the bed. What are you doing? Angie asked upon seeing him wiping something with wet wipes in front of the sofa. Guess, Govind smirked. Angie. The messy, cloudy substances scattered across the sofa needed no explanation. The battle last night was intense. If the first time was due to intoxication, then last night was pure pleasure. Otherwise, how could such a valuable leather sofa be so thoroughly messed up? I saw nothing, Angie murmured, embarrassed yet relieved she got her satisfaction. Walking towards the bathroom, Angie suddenly remembered something and turned back. You didn't use protection last night? Nope. Are you a man? Govind tossed the wet wipe into the bin. Your cries last night proved otherwise. When begging, you even called me Dad. Angie. If I get pregnant, you'll be responsible? Lawyer Nate, why no condom? Just ran out. Angie didn't believe him. What kind of joke is this? A single man having no condoms is like a bank vault without a password. Govind. He noticed Angie's mind often drew such peculiar analogies. It's true, I have no reason to lie. Angie. Buy me emergency contraception. She tossed the request and went into the bathroom. Within 2 seconds, screams erupted. Govind, bastard. Why aren't you helping me remove makeup? Do you know how much money I spend on my face annually? Do you know the harm of sleeping with makeup on? Govind, headache. I don't know how. If he knew such things, it'd be strange. Angie had plenty more accusations about his promiscuity waiting for him. Angie. She slammed the bathroom door, furious. When she came out with a dark face, both takeout and the pills had arrived. Preparing to swallow the pill, she hesitated. Lawyer Nate, sir, since we've already slept together, can you take on my case? At this point, he couldn't refuse, right? Govind handed her a glass of water. That's a different matter. Angie. She flung the pill into the trash. Govind raised an eyebrow. Why? Not taking it. If I get pregnant, great. If I can't afford food in the future, we'll both freeload off your law firm. Govind. Chapter 43, I slept with Govind. What's that on your neck? What's up with this house? And, what did you do last night? You even got pimples. Burnell came to Intercontinental Junting early in the morning and bombarded Angie with a barrage of questions. Angie lay on the sofa as if all her bones had been extracted, sprawled lazily. Did you go for prostitution last night? Angie hissed, can't you hope for something better for me? Prostitution is illegal, I'm a law-abiding citizen. Burnell looked at the hickey marks on Angie's neck, marks only from adult games, and said with frustration, don't tell me they're mosquito bites. I slept with Govind. Burnell. Elsie. Did you get addicted to sleeping with him once? You sound so proud. Is one jobapi worth it for you to sleep with repeatedly? Congrats, sis. After being stunned, Elsie dumbly added this sentence. Angie gave her a coquettish wink, good girl. Burnell. Crazy. You two are sick. Govind has mental issues, and so does Angie. Both have somewhat perverted minds. She wondered who would end up destroying whom. Promotion tonight, quickly find a way to cover those marks on your face and neck. At 7 in the evening, Angie appeared at the promotion event in an elegant antique-style cheapao. Conservative yet striking, she covered the red hickeys on her neck meticulously. Angie stepped on stage beside the director and was teased by the laughing director, Angie, wrong position. Angie was surprised. Your spot is next to Emperor Liao. Angie rolled her eyes mentally. She wondered if the director truly didn't know or pretended not to know. If she walked over, Emperor Liao's fans might drive her away. She didn't want to go, but since the director asked, she couldn't refuse without losing face. Swinging her body gracefully, Angie walked to Emperor Liao's side. Before she steadied herself, someone from the audience shouted, Angie doesn't deserve it. Angie. Just look. Some people look like proper humans, but their fans can blow up the earth. I certainly don't deserve it. Emperor Liao belongs to everyone, Angie responded into the microphone, addressing the angry fans. Bruce. Director. Big sister is the most beautiful. Who are you? Who the hell do you think you are? Do you think you're some kind of fairy? Are we, his hardcore fans, eating shit? Angie's fans immediately stood up upon hearing the criticism. Don't be impulsive. Freedom of speech is a legal right granted to us. Hardcore fans, please don't argue, otherwise, I'll feel very awkward, Angie calmly spoke into the microphone to pacify the fans. Good girls, behave, here's a pat on the head. Big sister will buy coffee for you outside later. As soon as Angie finished speaking, a wave of cheers erupted from the crowd. Before the promotion ended, the internet was already buzzing with Emperor Liao's fans versus Angie's fans clash on site. Videos were posted online. Everyone praised Angie's handling of the situation, inevitably leading some troublemakers to start attacking Bruce. Miss, after the promotion, Angie went to the restroom and saw Bruce leaning against the wall waiting for her as she came out. Emperor Liao, what's up? Angie held her hands open, not having dried them yet. Seeing this, Fraser Zhu took out a handkerchief and offered it to her. After pondering for a moment, Angie accepted it. If she refused and it was captured by someone, she'd be crucified. About earlier, I'm sorry. Angie paused, her hand drying. For what are you apologizing? Angie countered. When my fans attacked you, you didn't defend me right away. Letting things escalate, isn't it too late to say sorry now? I feared that if I tried to defend you, it might make matters worse. Angie curled her lips slightly. That explanation was interesting. It sounded like he couldn't control his fans who were all easily agitated nutcases. Do you want the handkerchief back? If yes, I'll wash it and return it, otherwise, I'll throw it away. Yes. Angie. All right. Into my pocket. I'll give it back later. My agent is waiting for me, I must go. Let's have dinner tonight as an apology. Angie shook her head, afraid not. I need to walk my dog. The two left the hotel one after another. Angie's car was on the right, while Bruce's was on the left. They chatted briefly at the entrance before Angie turned towards her nanny car. Beep beep beep, Elsie, sitting in the car, was frantically honking. She leaned out of the window and shouted, Sis, get out of the way. Hearing the shouts, Bruce suddenly looked up and saw something falling from above. In an instant, he sprinted over and shielded Angie with his body. The next second, a flower pot crashed onto Bruce's shoulder. If not for Bruce's action, the pot would have hit Angie on the head. Panic spread at the scene. An ambulance took them to the hospital. Burnell accompanied Angie. The police have been informed, and the hotel is cooperating with the investigation. It's confirmed the flower pot was aimed at you, but it's unclear whether it was your father's illegitimate son or Emperor Liao's fans. If there are media on site, remember to act tough so Emperor Liao doesn't gain the upper hand. His fans being this bold likely stems from his indulgence. We should be careful. I suspect he might be two-faced, purposely letting his fans become aggressive. Got it? Burnell shouted when Angie remained silent. Got it. At the hospital, Bruce was rushed through the green channel. Angie followed swiftly past Elena. Aren't those Angie and Emperor Liao? They're here at our hospital. What happened? Elena asked curiously. Check Weibo, exciting stuff. During the new show promotion, both sets of fans almost came to blows. But, honestly, Angie has more flavor than Emperor Liao. Elena opened Weibo on her phone in the office and saw her mother arrive with a thermal flask. Using your phone while walking? Look, Angie's latest news. Mother and daughter browsed together until they found the video of Bruce shielding Angie from the falling pot. Hero saving the damsel? But what about Govind? Is my big brother not okay? Why don't you ask? Elena was also curious. I dare not, he's always mean to me. Elena. Chapter 44, proposing not to be her husband but her father. In the emergency room. Outside the curtains, Angie paced anxiously. Ms. Iona, the doctor said it's not serious, please don't worry. Angie, filled with self-blame, glanced at her assistant, her eyes red-rimmed, trying to say something but holding back when she lifted her gaze. She clearly appeared too worried to speak. Whoosh, the curtain was pulled open. Angie rushed over first. Doctor, how is it? The scapula is broken and needs to be reset. We're arranging for a surgery now. Are there any family members here who can sign the consent form? Angie was putting on a show, deeply immersing herself in guilt. Suddenly, a cup of coffee appeared beside her. Do you remember me? I'm Govind's sister, Elena. I took care of your injury last time. Angie nodded. It wasn't just Govind's sister, she even knew the names of all the dogs in their house. You look pretty tired, Elena waved the coffee cup again. Angie thought, wasn't she tired? She had been clapping with her brother until 4 in the morning, then started filming in the morning, only to deal with this incident at night. She was exhausted. No, thank you. There are no paparazzi around, Elena gave her a mischievous smile, as if seeing right through Angie's mind. A fleeting embarrassment passed across Angie's face. My brother didn't come with you? It's Monday. What does that mean? Elena was confused. On Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, he comes to me. On Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays, he goes elsewhere, and on Sundays, he stays home with our parents. Elena. Oh my God. There's a story here. Is he really that bad? Angie casually brushed her hair. Not really, he's not that bad. Isn't that considered bad? No wonder some people said that since Angie met her real father, no other man could match up. As long as they didn't bring her disease, men could do anything with her. When Angie finally left the hospital, it was already midnight. She collapsed into the nanny car the moment she got in. I'm dead tired. What did the police say? They didn't catch him. Burnell was also exhausted, but she couldn't rest. She had to monitor social media trends in case of any uncontrollable information. Where are we going tonight? Elsie asked. Burnell decided for Angie without thinking, back to the villa. Let me crash for one night. If I go back now, it will be dawn by the time I get home. Thinking of something, she looked at Angie. At this hour, are you still planning to hook up with someone? Do I look like I have the energy for that? Angie kicked off her high heels and reached for the phone when it rang. Still awake at this hour? Did you get Govind? Halfway there. What does halfway mean? Either you got him or you didn't. How long has it taken you? Haven't you secured the top spot in Jinggang yet? Or are you ready to beg for food? Catherine Selenag, if you're so good, why don't you go tell Govind not to be my husband but be my dad? Burnell. Elsie. She's getting wicked. Are you okay? Tilda noticed Angie's impatient tone. Not really. Goodbye. Angie was furious. Already exhausted, she now had to listen to her mother's nagging. Ding dong. She picked up her phone again when she saw a bank card ending in 0999 received 5 renminbi million. Angie. Her mother's most praiseworthy trait was being generous with money. Seeing Angie staring at her phone, Burnell leaned over. Deep mother-daughter bond. I'm jealous. In the Huaring Villa district. Just as Waverly got out of his car, someone from the courtyard approached. President Hua, we haven't been able to reach Montegegmeo International's management. What do you mean you haven't been able to reach them? Montegegmeo International was a major player in Jinggang, spanning various international industries. Many businessmen were vying for the chance to work with them. The secretary, reprimanded by Waverly, hesitated to speak. You. Syra. Waverly paused, noticing Colleen standing at the door in her bathrobe, politely addressing them. Colleen acknowledged with a nod. The moment Waverly entered, Colleen's gaze trembled. Dad, you have Dream's lipstick on your collar. That's not Dream's lipstick, Colleen retorted. Waverly's expression changed, and he carried his son upstairs. Turning into the bedroom, he saw Colleen applying skincare products. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm not talking nonsense. If telling the truth counts as nonsense, then yes, I admit. You. Colleen laughed coldly. If you don't want your son to turn out like you, straighten up. Like father, like son, isn't it? Show some respect. Colleen had insulted 3 generations of their family, lacking proper manners. Then stay away from me. The next morning, Govind returned from a business trip directly to the office. His wrinkled 2-day-old shirt compromised his usual sharp appearance. Boss, how's boss lady? How's what? Govind stood in the office bathroom, washing his hands, frowning at Elon. What do you mean? Didn't you know? Geraldine had an accident. He told me it was almost certainly done by Fraser's fans. They are notoriously troublesome. Any woman who worked with him and displeased them was targeted. This time, they escalated by throwing flower pots from upstairs, nearly killing someone. Govind watched the video on his computer, piecing together the events from Elon's vivid account. Calling Angie, no one answered. He tried again, same result. Boss, if no one answers, why not visit her in person? You have no court sessions this morning, Elon suggested. After such a big incident yesterday and you being away, imagine how upset boss lady must be. You should comfort her. Someone like her, raised in a sheltered environment, has never faced such storms. Especially now when she needs comfort. Boss. Did Angie deliver your afternoon tea today? Elon. Oops, exposed. Please let me know if there is more content to translate or if you need further assistance. Chapter 45, The Woman Who Touched Govind. The funny thing is, they didn't catch the person, but Bruce's agency has already started to play the victim on Weibo. Tell me, how can he not be a film emperor? Angie got up from bed and stood in front of the sink brushing her teeth while Bernal ranted. Spit it out. Are you spitting water or spitting at Emperor Liao? Angie put down her electric toothbrush. What's the difference between the two? Show me your tablet. Liao Emperor heroically saves beauty but suffers severe injuries. Liao Emperor suffers severe injuries. Angie clicked into the comments section. Bruce's fans were all grieving for their elder brother, who suffered. There were also a few comments disparaging Angie. Didn't they catch the person? No. Angie swore angrily. Sis, the neighborhood security called saying someone put up a banner at the gate cursing at you. Elsie peeked inside carefully. What did they say? They cursed that you harmed Emperor Liao. Angie. Are his fans crazy? Did they forget what happened at the promotional event? Bernal sighed. I told you to stay away from him. Why did you still let me take this drama then? Bernal. Knowing this idiot had issues but still letting her take the role, wasn't this just asking for trouble? Fuming, Angie called Kimberly. Can't find the person? No. What now? The internet is calling you a beauty that brings disaster. Kimberly was in her office scrolling through news, seeing the Weibo comments, and hiring a wave of trolls to fight back. Reviewing all that Bruce's fans had done from beginning to end. Did Bruce die? Why isn't he coming forward to clarify with all this commotion? When has he ever clarified anything? Come pick me up. Half an hour later, Kimberly brought Angie back to the hotel rooftop from yesterday. What can we figure out here? Angie glanced at the cameras in each corner and the ones in the stairwells and elevators. They said there's no camera footage. Doesn't that seem strange? Do you mean someone paid off the hotel? Probably. Angie laughed coldly. Kimberly clicked her tongue. To dare touch my top star, there must be some deep grudge. Whose hotel is this? Let me check online. Kimberly took out her phone and scrolled through. Beijing and Hong Kong have too many wealthy magnates, each company owning various industries, making it hard to determine which one this belongs to. Isn't it ironic? Your ex-boyfriend's family. Angie. The Hua family? Yes. She thought of getting help from people in the industry but realized she couldn't count on it. Leroy, that fool, probably wished she was suffering. Let's go. Looking any further would only make them drink more cold wind. While Kimberly complained, they headed towards the entrance. When they reached the door connecting the stairwell to the roof, they found the iron door wouldn't budge. F***CK. Seriously. This kind of clumsy trap. Damn. Call someone. Kimberly pulled out her phone but saw no signal. Angie, wait until Elsie gets smart, and then we can go down. You mean that assistant? I always thought she was lacking in common sense. Kimberly always felt Elsie was a bit dense, lacking sharp perception. Angie stayed only because this girl had a round face that Hua Arloju liked since childhood. Sighing in resignation, Angie found a sheltered spot. If I freeze to death here, I'll haunt her every day. Elsie played a game downstairs, noticing Angie hadn't come down yet, dialed her number only to get out of service. Not thinking much of it, she continued playing. After 40 minutes, dialing again yielded the same result. She suddenly realized something was wrong and rushed upstairs to find them. About to enter the elevator, she was stopped by a staff member. Syra, please show your room card. What? Can't I go up to find someone? I'm sorry, our luxury hotel prioritizes guest privacy. Elsie laughed. You can't even find a murderer but prioritize guest privacy? Sir, are you joking? Finding murderers is the police's job, protecting guest privacy is ours. Fine, wait. Having spent time with Angie, Elsie knew some people could be difficult to handle. If she couldn't manage, others might. Mr. Nate, Geraldine's assistant, is here. Who? Govind was still getting used to everyone referring to Angie. Elon paused, Geraldine's assistant. Let her in. Elsie entered with red eyes, choked up for a moment, then burst into tears, sobbing about Angie dying. Elsie, Govind rubbed his temples irritably, not understanding anything. After calming down a bit, Elsie spoke. Elder sister went to the hotel to look for evidence but hasn't come down. Her phone is out of service. Govind pressed his ear against the phone. Are you sure she didn't leave early? She definitely didn't. Elder sister Chu was with her. If they left, they'd have called me. Elon. Boss. Thinking of something, Govind decided, forget it, I'll go myself. So Geraldine wouldn't accuse him of denying everything later. Swish, Govind grabbed his jacket from the back of the chair, with Elsie following closely behind. Boss, should we call for help? Call in the dozens of interns from the past few days. Someone touching his woman? This had substance. At the hotel entrance, no one blocked Govind as he pushed open the door and hit the elevator button. Elsie exclaimed when she tried to follow him into the elevator, but her arm was yanked back. Young lady, I told you, you can't go up. Elsie looked at Govind, who smirked wickedly, still holding on to that little girl. Elon, call the police. You. Mr. Nate, let's talk this over. No need to call the police, the manager recognized Govind. Nodding humbly, he nearly knelt. Beijing and Hong Kong's Yama, who didn't know him. What made Govind most terrifying wasn't his devil-like tactics but his utterly fearless attitude. All other young masters in Beijing and Hong Kong valued their image. Govind stood apart. Is that so? Govind slowly rubbed his fingers together. Then live-streamed this mess and exposed the chaos of your hotel. Approaching the manager, he bent slightly, whispering coldly, it doesn't matter who told you to do this. Go tell them, my woman is not to be touched. The manager froze, digesting these words. Angie is Yama Nate's woman? Chapter 46, Geraldine, even when throwing yourself at someone, you should consider the impact. Impossible. Who would dare provoke the Yama of Jingang? If she were really Govind's woman, how could anyone dare to make a move? No, he didn't believe it. Govind's cold gaze swept over Elon. In a split second, Elon had already started her live stream with commentary. Let's expose the chaos in the renowned H Hotel. Yesterday, famous actress Angie was hit by a flower pot downstairs in the hotel, and today, a guest has been locked on the rooftop. Come, everyone, take a look at this lock. Clearly, it was locked from the outside intentionally. The most despicable part is the signal jammer hidden in the corner. It's meant to prevent people from seeking help. Or is this the hotel's intentional oversight to not catch the culprit? If the hotel locked the door to prevent another incident like yesterday, what's the story with the signal jammer? The audience can speculate. Govind glanced at the manager who had been forced to follow, open the door. I don't have the key. Are you sure? Govind's expression was terrible. His glaring eyes were about to bury the man on the spot. Mr. Nate, please don't make it hard for me, I'm just an employee. Govind despised that phrase. He scoffed coldly and grabbed the manager's collar. The law doesn't care if you're an employee. If something happens to the person on the rooftop, do you think you can run away? The top floor staircase spiraled downward in a square shape. Govind shoved him fiercely towards the railing. A slight loosening of his grip could send this person plummeting down. Mr. Nate, please spare me. The manager was drenched in cold sweat. If you ask around in Jingang about Govind's reputation. Govind let go, and the manager almost fell over the railing. It was only thanks to Govind's quick grab that he didn't fall. Dozens of meters below, with the face of Yama gripping his arm, the manager trembled violently, grabbing onto Govind's arm. I'll tell you. Someone made us do this. Who? What are you playing? No signal. Angie sat on the threshold fiddling with her phone. Kimberly curiously peered over. Bubble Dragon? Are you from the Stone Age? No internet, what else can we do while sitting here? Wish it was Govind stuck here with you. Kimberly chimed in sarcastically. Angie glanced at Kimberly and nodded seriously, a bit. If Govind were here, I could even give birth to his child. Kimberly, as a woman, can you have some dignity? What dignity? It's not worth much. Angie chuckled, I'm already so pitiful. Can't I hope for something better in life? You feel pitiful? Kimberly asked. Don't I? When my dad was alive, I was the princess of the world. Now he's dying, and I've become the enemy of the world. If you know any good men, introduce them to me. Preferably those 70 to 80-year-olds near death, so I can inherit their fortune. People want to be stepmoms, but you want to be. Geraldine, do you deserve that face of yours? Angie shrugged nonchalantly, seemingly unconcerned about being trapped. Old men are fragrant, wonderful, and have money in their pockets. And what about Govind? Scoundrel. Bang, The iron door behind them slammed against the wall, startling both of them who were sitting with their backs to it. Angie turned angrily, ready to curse. What the hell? Govind. This dog man, what expression is that? Why does he look like he wants to kill her? Elsie, silent mourning for Angie. Not going? Planning to spend Bakergming festival here? Of course they had to leave. If not for the idiots locking them in, she would have left long ago. Gathering her phone, Angie stood up, legs wobbly from sitting too long. She stumbled into Govind's arms. Govind. Angie. We saw nothing, Elon tactfully shouted as she ushered a group of interns downstairs. Geraldine, throwing yourself at someone also requires some decorum. MMP, a curse in Chinese. Legs went numb from sitting. Mr. Lawyer, can you lend a hand? Govind not only refused to help but pushed her away. Scoundrel has no hands. Angie. With a dark expression, Govind descended the stairs, his dark eyes gleaming ominously. Sister, you're heartless. Mr. Lawyer came all this way to save you heroically, and you call him a scoundrel. Elsie helped Angie down the stairs, muttering. Angie, heaven wants to destroy her. Why is she so miserable? Talking behind someone's back got caught. Ouch. What's wrong? My leg feels numb. Angie leaned on the railing and sat on the steps, glancing at the lock and the dangling chain, along with the nearby signal jammer. Clearly, this was premeditated. If she catches who did this, she'll tear them apart. She'll see who dares to defy her. Angie. Sister. Elsie noticed the bloodshot, murderous look in Angie's eyes and shuddered. Angie sighed. With everything happening, let's focus on getting out first. Govind. Mr. Lawyer. Master Nate. President Nate. Lord Nate. Lord Yama, your girlfriend is calling you. Govind. Everyone, the boss lady is hilarious. So cute. President Nate will definitely be tamed by her. Elon. What karmic debt did Mr. Lawyer build in a past life to be tormented by Angie in this one? Angie, stop yelling like a wandering ghost in broad daylight. Angie clung to the iron railing, watching Govind descending and whining, can't walk, need a piggyback ride. Kimberly. Suffering. Walk down by yourself. Govind gritted his teeth. Need a piggyback. Walk by yourself. Nobody cares, nobody loves me, I'm just a little cabbage in the field. Unable to bear it anymore, Govind gritted his teeth and picked up Angie from the stairs, cradling her in his arms horizontally. You, Govind, what are you doing? There's nothing below, I'll fall and die. This bastard placed her on the outside of the railing. Chapter 47, praising my dog waste at night and insulting me as a bastard during the day. Govind's eyes turned cold, his voice hoarse. Am I a dog? Angie. This guy held a grudge like no other, settling accounts after Autumn had clearly been his expertise all along. Angie clung tightly to Govind's neck, shaking her head vigorously. No, not that. Not? Govind asked in a low voice only they could hear. No. Govind mocked her. Angie, you praise my waist at night and call me a bastard during the day. You really know how to play your games. Angie. Kylie. Although she hadn't paid for a membership, this was exactly what she wanted to hear. Elsie, she would bow before every Buddha and do good deeds throughout her life. These were things she deserved to hear. How? Don't talk. Angie quickly covered Govind's mouth with one hand. It was embarrassing enough as it was. Kylie's gaze could almost pierce through her. Wait, I enjoy listening, keep going. Me too. Govind's gaze swept over them. Elsie shivered and obediently shut her mouth. At the villa. Angie huddled on the sofa, covering her head. Her head throbbed with pain. Kylie, munching on an apple, watched Angie's worried expression and sked. What are you worrying about? Haven't seen you be shameless before. I seriously suspect Govind, the introverted pervert, has had feelings for you all along. But didn't admit it due to some factors. Even though she had never been in a relationship, the difference in Govind's treatment of Angie was evident. A man's possessiveness grew wildly like vines in spring soil, climbing faster when conditions were favorable. It was raining now, and both Angie and Govind were like growing vines caught in a downpour. She scratched her hair. Isn't it normal for him to like me? After all, I'm beautiful, kind-hearted, and have an interesting soul. Who else in this world could be like me? Elsie. Sis, compared to you, Lawyer Nate is more desirable as an abstinent diamond bachelor. Angie glanced at her. Elsie, sister hasn't settled with you yet. I just checked your phone records. You played 2 rounds of games while we were locked on the rooftop. Elsie froze and lowered her head respectfully. Sis, I'm sorry. Before Angie could say anything, Burnell burst in. Didn't I tell you Bruce wasn't a good person? That little punk even acted pitiful. Look, it was his fans who did this. Burnell tossed her phone to Angie. Sure enough, she saw the trending topic, someone threw a flower pot, and it turned out to be a fan of actor Liao. This fan was wealthy and bribed the hotel staff to delete the surveillance footage, but unexpectedly, a camera from the opposite building captured everything clearly, even his face. Isn't this Avril? Holy cow, intense. Your ex-boyfriend's sister, it seems you're destined for men problems. Kylie got excited. When had Angie ever suffered such humiliation? Raised by her loving father since childhood, the Jinggang elite circle called her the top heiress, reigning as a princess for years. Life had always been smooth sailing for her until recently, where misfortunes seemed to cluster. Her fiancé cheated on her with another woman. Right after that, her father fell critically ill. The news release seemed to have gathered all those who once harbored grudges against her. Listening to Kylie, Angie's expression darkened. With a grim face, she looked away from her phone. Find a lawyer and send a legal letter. Pursue this thoroughly. Attempted murder should get her into prison, right? Why not ask Govind? He helped settle this matter. Angie scoffed. I'd rather avoid being upset. Aren't you afraid Govind will make things difficult for you if you go to someone else? Angie. She was scared. That man's heart was as petty as a sesame seed. At the police station. Apollo lounged across from Avril, twirling a pen. Miss Hua. Why were you left behind while your whole family went to America? Avril remained calm, realizing Apollo knew about their family's connection with the Hua family. Why should I go? Apollo hissed. Then why did your brother go? That's his business, not mine. Ah, Apollo pulled his chair closer, gazing at Avril. I wonder what motivated you to target Angie. Logically, if your brother wronged her, she should have targeted him, so why did you do it? Avril frowned. Is the detective here to interrogate or gossip? I need to understand everything connected to the case. If you targeted Angie because of your brother, we will bring him in next. But if it's because of Bruce, then he's our next target. Avril's face paled. My brother. He's in America, feel free to summon him. Apollo clicked his tongue. That doesn't make sense. If it's because of your brother, you would have acted earlier. He pulled out a paper from his file. We examined your Weibo accounts, and both were filled with updates from Bruce's fan clubs. Based on the situation that day, we suspect you targeted Angie because of Bruce. Avril's expression changed. What Weibo account? I don't know. People nowadays are incredibly dedicated to being fans. Are you that loyal to the party and the people? Not saying anything? Fine. But we have plenty of witnesses. Let's take this slowly and eventually connect it back to Bruce via live stream. Let the public see how crazy his fans are. 3 years ago, his fans ruined a female celebrity's career over past collaborations. Did you guys do that? I told you, I don't know what you're talking about. Fong Chief. Someone came in, handing Apollo a piece of paper. Apollo read it, spreading his hands. Put her in custody. On what grounds? I'm waiting for my lawyer. I suggest you don't wait. Angie decided to sue you, making it a criminal case. Plus, her lawyer is Govind. You've already lost. What? Govind? Impossible. Most of the elites in Jinggang trembled at the mention of Govind. Known as the devil in the legal field, he was ruthless, showing no mercy to anyone, leading many in Jinggang to hate him intensely. Those who dared oppose him ultimately faced severe consequences. His reputation only grew more fearsome over time, earning him the title of living judge. Chapter 48. Men are more efficient after a good meal. Hello, Syra. Hello. When Angie appeared at the law firm wearing a black knitted dress, everyone's eyes lit up. Where's Lawyer Nate? Lawyer Nate is in a meeting. Oh, Angie felt slightly annoyed. Every time she came to see him, he was either not there or in a meeting, making it hard to reach him. It'll be over soon. I'll go check on him. The new young secretary was quite intrigued by the story between Angie and Lawyer Nate. A famous white flower actress and a heartless tycoon from the legal circle. Wasn't this the plot of a romance novel she had recently read? It was captivating indeed. Thank you so much. This white flower actress, Angie, would say anything to achieve her goal. Besides, this girl looked fresh out of university, so gullible and easy to manipulate. When Govind came out of the conference room, he saw Angie standing by the window in his office, admiring the CBD view. Lawyer Nate, can I use your office as a location if I shoot an urban drama in the future? Govind glanced at her, sipping water from his cup. Sure, as long as you can afford it. Angie turned around, raising an eyebrow. After what we've been through, can't you give me a discount? What kind of relationship do we have? A perfect match both spiritually and physically. Govind paused, holding his cup. Physically, yes, but spiritually? High-level souls are self-disciplined and self-loving. Is Geraldine's soul high-level? Got it. Accusing her of promiscuity. Truly two different faces before and after bed. Boring. Suddenly, Angie noticed that Govind was dressed very differently from his usual formal attire today. In a black leather jacket with a sweater, he looked like the mischievous older brother next door. Angie scanned him from head to toe, her gaze unmasked and obvious. Govind felt itchy all over under her blatant stare. Just as he turned to put down the cup, Angie quickly grabbed the hem of his sweater, her soft hands slipping inside. Govind shuddered. Angie, his voice strained. What is it, Sir Nate? As she asked, her nails slowly traced down his abs along the V-line, until she reached his lower abdomen. Just as she was about to go further, Govind caught her wrist and pinned her to the desk. Don't get too carried away. We've already done it, why is it considered getting carried away? Angie didn't understand. Speaking of which, Govind deeply regretted it. He was always good at hiding his emotions, whether in school or society. No one had ever made him lose control except for Angie. She challenged his bottom line recklessly, trying to pull him off his pedestal. Once was enough, but twice was more infuriating. Worse, this woman had a charm that no one could resist. Off the bed, he could still restrain himself. But on the bed, she acted like an experienced madam directing a duck, controlling his pace and intensity to make her comfortable. Seeing Govind's cold, stern expression, Angie lifted her knees to nudge him. You're hard. Govind. Angie, being held by him, smiled teasingly. Lawyer Nate, the afternoon is still long, this is dangerous. There are so many unmarried, boyfriendless girls in the secretary's office. If they see us, it won't look good. Angie, did you ask for a chance to behave like a human? Angie shivered at his rude words, looking stunned. What? With a swift motion, Govind grabbed her hands and pulled them apart. Half an hour later, Angie was still pinned to the desk, her palms damp. She glared at Govind, her hands trembling in anger. This damn man actually. Govind tore off some paper towels from the table to wipe her hands, chuckling when he saw her about to cry face. Satisfied? Shouldn't I be asking you that? You seduced me in broad daylight, so you should pay the price. Govind threw the tissue into the trash bin. Then, he scooped Angie into his arms and carried her to the bathroom in the rest area, holding her like a child in his arm, displaying full boyfriend power. Angie tugged at his sweater. Will you help me with Avril's case? Can be considered. What does can be considered mean? Suddenly sitting up straight, Angie bumped her head on the bathroom door frame, causing tears to well up. Bend down, Govind couldn't help laughing. That hurts. What's wrong with your door? So short. Govind, amused yet exasperated, said, you hit the side of the door. It hurts. Govind gently rubbed her scalp, checking for any bumps. At the sink, Govind squeezed out hand soap to wash Angie's hands. Angie turned to look at him. So, will you help or not? Govind remained expressionless. I said it can be considered. Don't forget who you're dealing with once you're done, Angie snapped. Govind tightened his grip on her palm. Say that again. What do you want then? If I handle this case for you, can you behave? Sure, definitely, Angie nodded vigorously. As long as Govind agreed, she would agree to anything. She'd just conveniently forget about it afterward. Govind's eyes darkened. Do you even know what I want you to do? It doesn't matter, whatever you ask, I'll do it. Remember what you said. Govind lifted Angie's chin, kissed her briefly, and added, if you don't, you'll end up with some messy stuff. Angie, pervert. Everyone else cared about people, but he was fixated on some strange things. Thinking about it, the priority now was getting help with Avril. She wouldn't let any member of the Hua family off easily. Looks like my mom wasn't lying. Govind turned off the tap and wiped her hands with a tissue. Men work better after a good meal. Govind's eyes changed. Is Geraldine doubting my capabilities? Getting satisfied with just one session? Who did Angie think she was insulting? Angie. Embarrassed, she rubbed her nose. Helping with Avril and the inheritance matter. Govind tossed the tissue into the bin casually. Pushing boundaries, huh? Govind's tone hardened. Do you underestimate my abilities? Just eating once? Did Angie look down on someone? Govind questioned, clearly not pleased. Angie. She awkwardly touched her nose. You've helped with Avril, what about the inheritance issue? Rustling sounds filled the air as Govind tossed the tissue into the trash can. Pushing your luck? Translation note, certain culturally specific terms and idioms have been adapted for English-speaking audiences to maintain the tone and meaning of the original text while ensuring fluency. Chapter 49 Contrast is needed to hurt Govind. Angie came out of Govind's law firm and made an appointment with Kimberly for an SPA. The two had just entered and were changing their shoes by the entrance when they heard uproarious laughter from the supposedly tranquil spa. Isn't Angie truly pitiful? Her life has only improved since her father fell into a coma. If this happened before, who would care about Fraser? Now she can be bullied like this. The funniest part is that she didn't even get back at the Hua family. Leroy was having his girlfriend wait outside while giving birth, and his sister almost killed her with a flower pot. The haughty Christie, will her high and mighty days be over? Just imagine how great her psychological disparity must be now. In the past, she would argue over trifles, but after being messed with by the Hua family, she's completely disgraced. Yeah. Sitting in the foyer on the first floor, Angie and Kimberly listened to the conversation among a group of wealthy women in the courtyard. Angie's expression was terrible. This spa was located in the Villa district of Central Street and was one of the best in Jinggang, frequented by high society women. It was an ironic coincidence that today, a floral arrangement event was taking place at the spa, attracting over a dozen elite ladies from Jinggang's high society. And it was also ironically coincidental that Angie had come here. The receptionist looked uncomfortable. She reached for an earpiece, ready to remind the staff in the courtyard, but was interrupted by Angie's cold glance. Angie sneered. "Fetch me a bucket of water." "What? Deaf?" There was a warning tone in Angie's voice. "No, I'll arrange it right away." An employee fetched the bucket of water for Angie, who then stood up and headed towards the courtyard. "I heard she's recently been bothering Jinggang's legal godfather Govind. Let's see if Govind would even give her the time of day." "Ah." Before the woman could finish speaking, a bucket of water poured down over her head. "Who the hell?" Bang, Angie threw the bucket aside. The woman who had been gossiping turned pale upon seeing Angie. "You." "What?" "Keep talking. I've been listening long enough. Let me, the actual party involved, test the truth of your words." Angie crossed her arms, eyeing the woman disdainfully as if looking at something dirty. The woman grabbed a towel from the table to wipe off the water from her face, ruining her makeup. Seeing this, Angie clicked her tongue. "Honestly, the fake ceramic on the wall isn't thicker than your foundation. So, you have the nerve to spread rumors about me relying on your thick foundation? Angie, what are you so arrogant about? Without your dad, you're nothing. Your dad isn't dead yet. You're already eager to cling to Govind. What? Are you really so fond of being a lapdog? Can't you live without men?" Slap, Angie slapped the woman across the face. Perhaps it hurt her hand, she shook it afterward. "Angie, I'll tear you apart." Covering her face in shock, the woman immediately lunged at Angie with scissors in hand. But she was quickly pushed onto a table by Angie, who then snatched the scissors and pressed them against the woman's face. "Keep raging. Angie, you're crazy." "This is illegal," someone else interjected, seeing the commotion escalate. "So? Isn't defamation illegal too?" "Biased dog," Kimberly added from the side. "Even without her father, Angie still has me. While my family may not match the Hua family, we're stronger than anyone here. One should consider the relationships around her before bullying her." Angie scoffed, turning the knife in her hand and slamming it next to the woman's face. "Here, take your knife back. That's it, don't be mad anymore. Let's go find some fun." They had originally planned to do an SPA, but ended up making a wasted trip. Kimberly drove while Angie sat in the passenger seat, clearly irritated. "Why did you pick a fight? You're losing the dignity of Jinggang's leading lady. If they post today's events online, you're done for. Where are you taking me to find fun? It has to be somewhere fitting for a rich lady." Half an hour later. Seeing the neon sign of a nightclub, Angie was stunned. "A nightclub? A cheap one at that? Am I going to see pot-bellied greasy men inside? I haven't inherited any estate yet, but I'm not this poor, right? You brought me to such a place?" Kimberly. "Does this kind of place match her celestial being status? She might be temporarily poor, but it's not this bad, right? Let's see when we get inside." Unable to endure Angie's fussiness, Kimberly pushed her in. Walking through the narrow hallway, they reached the main hall of the nightclub where deafening music played. To Angie's surprise, it looked like paradise on earth. Paradise. How does it look? Not bad, right? Kimberly teased, hooking her arm around Angie's neck. All this happiness must be my reward. This is the kind of joy I deserve. This street bordered the university town. Despite its unimpressive exterior and average interior, it catered to college students. Everywhere you looked, there were young and attractive boys. Where else in Jinggang could you find such bliss? Real happiness. Men like Govind, those introverted elites, turn into calculating devils under their clothes. But these young boys? Once their clothes are off, they're all yours. Why don't you try? You need a contrast to truly hurt Govind. Upon hearing this, Angie glanced down at her palm, the morning's events vividly replaying in her mind. It felt fiery hot. What are you looking at? Did Govind force you to masturbate for him? Angie. Sir Nate, we were following Geraldine. Speak, Govind said calmly from inside the black Maybach, scrolling through documents on his tablet. Flipping through the documents, he showed no emotion. Ali scratched his nose awkwardly, gathering courage to say, Geraldine and Miss Chu went to a nightclub near the university town. He opened his phone and showed the pictures to Govind. Govind's eyes tightened as he took the phone, his face growing stern. Through the rearview mirror, Ali couldn't gauge Govind's feelings toward Angie. Was he interested or not? Govind's hand holding the phone trembled slightly. He had underestimated Angie. She promised to behave properly in the morning but ended up at a university town nightclub in the evening. If it wasn't too much for her, what would be considered too little? Call the police. Report it. Note, maintaining paragraph structure and natural flow while adapting names phonetically. Chapter 50. Before Angie could react, she was pushed against the door. Boss, what's going on? Power outage at a nightclub? What kind of business is this? Do you have any conscience left? The fun just started, and you're cutting power? Do you still want people to have fun? Boss. Boss. A group of people who were about to lose themselves in dancing suddenly found themselves in darkness. Angie couldn't help but curse when she saw the young man in front of her. She was just about to touch him. F***K. Damn it, Angie swore. Kimberly approached her by the dim light. Are you possessed or something? Why do you always attract weird things? Every time we go to a nightclub together, there's always a power outage. Angie was equally irritated. Blame me? Bad luck. Police, everyone stay where you are. Angie, F***K. Kimberly immediately pulled Angie toward the back door. If her father found out she had come to a University District nightclub at night instead of going home, he would break her legs. As they ran out of the nightclub, Kimberly, supporting her knees and panting, muttered, Are the cops all jobless now? Always watching nightclubs. Leet. Govind? Looking up, Kimberly saw Govind leaning casually against his car, smoking. The faint streetlight stretched his shadow long, flickering in the dark. Though far away, one could sense the anger radiating from him. Hearing Govind's name made Angie tremble. She had cajoled him in the morning only to be caught red-handed that evening. Why did fate show her no mercy? Was heaven conspiring against her? Angie. Kimberly tugged at Angie's sleeve. Is it too late for me to run? Angie's smile was more painful than crying. Kimberly glanced at Govind under the streetlight. The nightclub's back door was in an alley. If they ran, they'd end up right back inside the club. Moving forward meant falling into Govind's hands. Choose between being caught by the police or Govind. Angie. What kind of choice is this? Any third option? Die. At the alley's mouth, Govind's black car blocked their way. To get out, she would have to face him. And with him leaning calmly against the car, puffing a cigarette, it was clear he was waiting for her. Maybe I can act cute and beg? With no other choice, Angie closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and walked toward Govind with a standard smile. Govind chuckled at her flexibility. He flicked the ash away. Still, the queen of Jingang. Face? What face? Mr. Nate, why are you here? Angie asked coyly. Just passing by for a smoke, Govind replied indifferently. Inwardly, Angie scoffed, you sure have nothing better to do. She cursed inwardly but kept her composure, then enjoy your smoke. It's getting late. We should wash up and sleep. Getting late? Wash up and sleep. Govind blew a smoke ring, almost laughing. Seeing Kimberly fidgeting, he cast a cold glance, as if asking, did I tell you to move? Kimberly cautiously retracted her foot. Alley, tell the police there are 2 escapees here. Angie panicked, no. If the news got out, her innocent celebrity image would be ruined. Govind was killing her reputation. Alley looked at Govind, then at Angie. He considered disobeying, but decided to follow orders. Just as Alley took a step, a bodyguard pulled him into another alley, saying, Are you stupid? Go for real? Why not? Alley had been outside recently, unaware of the events in Jingang or Govind's history with Angie. Just follow me. Don't go yet, the bodyguard instructed. Govind, let's part ways amicably. Are you trying to ruin me? Helping the police is every good citizen's duty. How did it become a matter of ruining you? Suddenly, Angie realized, did you call the police? Got a problem with that? Kimberly. F***K, she told him not to mess with a man like Govind. Tyrannical, petty, everything wrong with men in one package. F***K. Cough, cough, Kimberly interrupted, realizing Angie was about to explode. Now wasn't the time to confront Govind. Angie regained her composure, suppressing her desire to strangle him. No objection. Going home, Mr. Nate? Can you give me a ride? 10,000. Through clenched teeth, Angie endured this opportunist's extortion. Deal. In the car. Angie idly tapped her nails. The silence was filled only with the sound of tapping. Why did you call the police? Did my attempt to relax bother you? Relax? Govind's intense gaze slowly shifted to Angie. Already forgotten our talk this morning? What did I say? Govind's eyes darkened. Hua Miss has a short memory. If you insist on touching boys, find someone else to clean up after you. I promise to handle things for Avril, not to watch over you. He had no patience for such nonsense. He knew Angie never told the truth. He shouldn't have believed her lies, tricked by her words. Angie. I was wrong. Wrong where? Even if I don't remember, since you said I was wrong, I must be. Her contrite tone surprised Alley, who drove, and he couldn't help but chuckle. So confident without reason. Seeing Govind silent, Angie reached to touch him. Her fingers barely brushed his shirt before he grabbed her hand. You don't want this hand? Angie shivered, remembering the brush strokes. Yes, yes, yes. Bang, Govind dragged her to the apartment. Before Angie could react, she was pushed against the door again. Chapter 51, Govind held on to Angie's earlobe. In Geraldine's opinion, what is integrity? Angie was pressed against the door by Govind's hand, gazing at him with a hint of confusion in her eyes. Lawyer Nate, what is integrity? Do as you say and be true to your word, that is integrity, Govind enunciated clearly. Angie sneered. How many people in this society can truly be true to their word? Who isn't just hopping into bed when it suits them and then acting like strangers afterward? Angie had been influenced by her father since childhood, turning her into something of a bad girl. Back then, when one of her father's mistresses appeared pregnant at their doorstep demanding responsibility, he responded coldly. I admit it's my fault for getting you pregnant, but what form of responsibility do you want? The position of Sai Rei Hua? You'll have to wait in line for that. Money? Just call me, there's no need for you to come here and humiliate yourself. Indeed, those words were quite ruthless. Angie didn't start out this way, but after seeing more of such behavior, she too became influenced. She did want to be honest, but who would teach her properly? Listening to Angie's irresponsible words, Govind sneered, makes sense. He then placed his large hand on Angie's waist, gently stroking her, making her giggle from the tickling sensation. Just as she thought things would escalate, Govind suddenly turned her around and pushed her face against the door. Govind, you bastard, you're using your hands again. Govind gave a cold laugh. Using my hands to show Geraldine that some things don't require undressing. You better behave or else. I have plenty of ways to keep you so busy you won't have time for men. By the end, Angie's legs almost gave out, nearly kneeling on the ground. Govind swiftly caught her around the waist and carried her to the sofa, pinning her wrists above her head. His gaze contained an underlying warning. If I find out you've slept with other men, Angie, you're in love with me? A man's possessiveness only comes from affection. It was hard not to suspect this from Govind's actions. Govind chuckled softly. Lovyu. Each word distinctly pronounced, turning the rhetorical question into something ambiguous. Angie was so enraged she nearly lost herself, lifting her leg to kick him. But Govind caught her slender ankle, kissing it lightly. Boom, Angie felt something explode in her mind. The man was impeccably dressed, every inch the image of a corporate mogul. When he kissed her ankle, she shivered uncontrollably. His controlled yet devilish expression made Angie's heart race. She gripped the sofa tightly, trembling uncontrollably. Govind. He noticed her urgency. What? Govind slowly coaxed her. Do you still want that young boy? His long fingers traced up her waist to her earlobe, gently caressing it. Angie, immobilized, felt like a fish on a cutting board. This bastard man. Let me go. Let you go to find another young boy? Angie seethed inwardly. It was all because he hadn't taken care of her well enough. Govind squeezed her earlobe harder, causing her to scream in pain. Your pleas and complaints are noted. Looks like I should ignore all your pleas from now on. Angie, she would die if that happened. You. Suddenly, Govind released her and stood calmly beside the sofa. What are you doing? Aren't you leaving? Angie, Herman. You're letting me go now? Don't tell me you're not aroused. My arousal is my business, your leaving is yours. Angie, in the past, she would have called him Liu Xiahui, a legendary figure of self-restraint, but now she didn't dare. Annoyed, she stood up and headed for the door. As she reached it, Govind spoke condescendingly. Illegal detention can land you in jail, Angie. Don't break the law. What do you know? Angie's eyes tightened. What do you think? Standing at the foyer, Angie looked at him. What are you trying to say? Do you think I want to maintain this relationship? Govind scoffed, taking a drag from his cigarette. Something like that. After all, many people desire the body of Jingang's top star. Angie, stop pretending. Sir, Ali entered the apartment, respectfully addressing Govind who was smoking on the balcony. Send her home discreetly. Understood. And, Govind hesitated briefly before continuing, reveal the old lady's location to Waverly. Ali was startled. Isn't that not advisable? If Waverly knows where the old lady is, he might harm Geraldine. Then. Govind wasn't concerned. She mustn't stray. And until pushed to the brink, how can she learn obedience? He knew Angie's nature well. Given any choice, she wouldn't follow orders. Only cornered would she submit. He planned to strip the proud spirit from her bit by bit. Ali trembled. Where did this lawyer get such fierce possessiveness? Back at the villa, Angie stormed inside, muttering curses under her breath. Miss. What? Shayla cautiously glanced around. Frowning, Angie walked in to see Waverly sitting in the living room, smoking. She detested the smell of cigarettes, and Waverly, the idiot, dared to smoke in front of her in her own house. So, did you screw up with some woman and now you're seeking refuge here? Isn't Grandma in the western suburbs? Waverly tried to flick ash but found no ashtray, so he flicked it into a cup. Angie grimaced. As you say. Why do you think I'm here? Angie froze. To watch you so you can't contact anyone there. My people are already on their way to the western estate. Angie, who told him? Chapter 51, Govind held on to Angie's earlobe. In Geraldine's opinion, what is integrity? Angie was pressed against the door by Govind. Looking at him with some confusion, she asked, Lawyer Nate, what is integrity? Keeping one's word and acting consistently with it, that's called integrity, Govind said slowly. Angie snorted, how many people in the real world can truly keep every promise they make? Who doesn't go to bed together and then act like strangers afterward? Angie grew up influenced by her father's behavior, who had countless mistresses. Once, a woman came to their doorstep heavily pregnant, asking her father to take responsibility. He responded, I admit it's my fault for making you pregnant, but what do you expect me to do? The position of Madison? You'll have to queue for that. If you want money, just call me, there's no need to come here and humiliate yourself. Look at how shameless those words were. At first, Angie didn't behave this way, but after seeing so much, she became influenced similarly. She wanted to be honest, but she needed someone to guide her properly. Govind heard Angie's careless remarks and gave a cold laugh. That makes sense. He then placed his large hand on her waist and began caressing her gently, making her ticklish. Just when she thought it would go further, Govind suddenly turned her around and pushed her face against the door. Govind, damn it, you're using your hands again. Govind sneered, I use my hands to remind Geraldine that some things don't require undressing. You'd better behave or I'll find ways to keep you busy and leave you no time to chase men. By the end, Angie felt weak in the legs, almost kneeling. Govind caught her quickly, carried her to the sofa, pinning her wrists above her head, his gaze filled with suppressed warning. If I find out you've slept with another man, Angie. Or do you still love me? Only someone who loves someone has such possessiveness, and this guy's attitude made it hard not to suspect something. Govind laughed lightly, yes, love, you. Each word was enunciated clearly, turning what should be a rhetorical question into something flirtatious. Angie was so angry she nearly lost her composure, kicking him. But he grabbed her slender ankle with one free hand, kissing it softly. Boom, Angie felt something explode in her mind. The man, impeccably dressed in a suit, looked every inch a business tycoon. His gentle kiss on her ankle sent shivers through her body, almost making her lose control. This expression of restrained lust made Angie's heart race. She clutched the sofa tightly, trembling uncontrollably. Govind. The man's tone rose slightly, noticing Angie's urgency. What? Govind teased her step by step. Do you still want that young boy? His long fingers traced her waist, finally stopping at her earlobe, rubbing it slowly. Angie, immobilized, felt like a fish on a chopping board awaiting slaughter. What a despicable man. Let me go. Let you go to find that young boy? Furious, Angie retorted, isn't it because you haven't taken care of me well enough? Govind gripped her earlobe tighter, causing her to scream in pain. You pleaded, and you accused me of not serving you well. It seems your pleas won't be heeded anymore. Angie. Does she die in bed then? You. Suddenly, Govind let her go, straightening his clothes leisurely. What are you doing? Weren't you leaving? Angie. What a hypocrite. You let me go after all this? Don't tell me you aren't aroused. My arousal is my business, your departure is yours. Angie. If it were before, she would have cursed him as a righteous man, but now, she dared not. Angie, seething, headed for the door. Just as she reached it, Govind spoke condescendingly, illegal detention can get you jailed, Angie. Don't do anything illegal. Do you know what you're talking about? Angie's eyes narrowed. What do you think? Govind sat down on the sofa, lighting a cigarette. Smoke clouded his face. Angie stood in the hallway, watching him. Govind, what do you mean? What do you think? Angie frowned. Do you want to maintain this relationship? Govind scoffed, puffing on his cigarette, something like that. After all, as the top star in Jingang, many people desire your body. Angie. Stop pretending to care. Sir, Alali entered the apartment, respectfully addressing Govind standing on the balcony smoking. Have someone discreetly escort her home. Sure. And, Govind hesitated for a moment, then added, inform Waverly about the location of Hua Grandma. Alali was shocked. Isn't that a bit dangerous? If Waverly knows where Hua Grandma is, he will definitely go after Geraldine. Then. Govind wasn't concerned, she shouldn't stray, and only when cornered, will she obey. Govind knew Angie too well. As long as she had any choice, she wouldn't listen. Only when she had nowhere to run would she stay put. He intended to strip her pride piece by piece. Alali trembled hearing Govind's words. Where did this lawyer's damned possessiveness come from? Back at the villa, Angie angrily stormed inside, cursing under her breath. Miss. What? Shailama cautiously glanced around. Angie furrowed her brow and walked in. There, sitting in the living room and smoking, was Waverly. The smell of tobacco, which she despised, filled the air. How could he smoke in her house in front of her? So, got dumped by a girl? Seeking refuge here? Grandma is in the western suburbs, right? Waverly flicked ash into a cup since there were no ashtrays. Angie looked at him disdainfully. Just because you say so, doesn't make it true. Why do you think I'm here? Angie's heart skipped a beat. To watch you and prevent you from contacting them. My people are already on their way to the Western Estate. Angie. Who told him? Note, this translation ensures accuracy, fluency, consistency, and naturalness while maintaining the original style and context. #### Chapter 52, Angie, do you still have unresolved feelings for Govind? Waverly sneered when he saw the look on Angie's face. Angie, if Grandma sides with me and accuses you of illegal confinement, do you think you can still hold your position as the #1 in Jingang? So what if you get the inheritance? You'll be spending it in jail? Who sold her out? Who was the traitor? Angie's eyes narrowed. Govind? Could this guy have done such a thing after being humiliated by her just now? Angie regained her composure and asked Alay to bring her a glass of water. Standing next to the sofa, she slipped off her coat. As the clothing fell away, numerous hickey marks were revealed on her skin, scattered haphazardly over her pale body. Can you guess why you got this information? Lazily leaning on the sofa, Angie took the cup from Alay and glanced at her with a carefree gaze. Alay hastily averted her eyes. Angie instructed, make sure no one opens the gate to let Master Hua come and rescue his people. Angie, Waverly felt panicked. Was this all planned? The hickeys on Angie's body didn't look old, and the languid, coquettish aura about her suggested she had just gotten out of bed from an intimate encounter. Waverly, even saying you're foolish is an understatement. In your eyes, Govind is a good person? You, realizing he might have been tricked, Waverly lunged to strangle Angie. Angie didn't dodge. She merely smiled faintly. I should warn you, my room has surveillance cameras. Splash, Waverly retracted his hand abruptly. You. Angie watched him calmly, as if watching a fool dance in front of her. Completely unconcerned. You'll regret this, Waverly said, turning to leave. Elsie stopped him at the door. Elder sister New hasn't said you could go. What does my face mean to you? Waverly tried to push Elsie aside. Unexpectedly, his hand was caught by Elsie, who was clearly trained in combat. Elsie, let Master Hua go. Elsie shoved Waverly hard, causing him to stagger and slammed the door shut as he left. Angie quickly called Tilda once Waverly was gone. At the suburban villa. Someone rang the doorbell. A servant paused her chores and went to answer it. Just then, Tilda's phone on the coffee table buzzed. The servant thought for a moment, picked up the phone, and brought it to Tilda in the kitchen. Syra, missed calls. Tilda answered, what's wrong? Waverly's men found us here. Don't let them see Grandma or they'll upset her again. Tilda was startled. She immediately signaled the servant not to open the door. Those brats have sharp noses. Tilda put on her coat and opened the door, her eyes darkening when she saw who stood outside. Did that dog Waverly send you? Who sent us doesn't matter. What matters is seeing who we need to see. Do you know what it means to break into a private residence? We're kidding. The man sneered. Tilda smiled silently. Take a look behind you. The man turned and was shocked. They were surrounded. The next morning, Angie went to find Xiaoshu. Xiaoshu was still half asleep when Angie woke him up. Dressed hurriedly and without washing his face, he climbed into Angie's limousine. Why aren't you sleeping beauty sleep this early, miss? The lawyer you mentioned last time, let's go together. Where? What do you think? Abroad? Xiaoshu was confused. Let's go now. How are we going? I don't even have my passport, this girl's impulsiveness was crazy. So I drove right to your door, implying he should hurry up and grab it. Xiaoshu was stunned. He scrambled out of the car and rushed inside to call Govind. Lawyer Nate, Lord Nate, what's going on between you and Angie? You won't help her despite how eager she is? Govind replied lazily, does it concern you? Angie is at my doorstep, asking me to go abroad with her to find a lawyer. Govind paused typing. Who? You know him, Bipang. Govind's grip tightened on the mouse. Knowing there's danger ahead, yet she still wants to retreat? Say something. Xiaoshu urged. Don't be so unreasonable. Even a blind man can see you like her. Admit it, Lincolnson's Angie will ignore you completely if she finds a suitable lawyer. Forget licking your boots. If you love, admit it. It's not shameful. Every man has a desire to conquer a woman who dumped him. Being favored by the top one is your fortune. And with her father dead, billions await. Imagine all the billion-dollar subsidies of PXX showered upon you. How thrilling. Xiaoshu stopped mid-rant as he saw Angie lounging against the door with her arms crossed. Angie blinked innocently. Why did you stop talking? Xiaoshu blushed and laughed awkwardly. We've finished. Talking to Govind? Oh, just casual chat, Xiaoshu thought desperately. Shall we go? Go. If he didn't, wouldn't Geraldine kill him? In the car, Xiaoshu fidgeted, occasionally glancing at Angie but remaining silent. Angie shot him a glance. Are your eyes twitching or are you mute? I'm just thinking about you and Govind's relationship. Angie, do you still have unresolved feelings for him? Angie rolled her eyes and ignored the question. Can I ask something? Why did you ditch him after putting so much effort into getting him? He was poor. In truth, when she pursued Govind back in school, it was purely because of his model student image, good grades, handsome looks, and a quiet, mysterious demeanor that appealed to young girls' fantasies. There was a sense of shattered perfection. And Angie, having grown up admiring beautiful things, was drawn to this melancholic and enigmatic prince-like figure who seemed tailor-made for her. The thrill of pursuit was exhilarating, but the novelty wore off quickly once she achieved her goal. Thus, they officially dated for less than a day before she broke it off. Then why are you suddenly clinging to him again? Haider Xiaoshu couldn't understand. Is this princess really wired differently? I'm a masochist. Note, this translation retains the original tone and style while ensuring naturalness and fluency. Chapter 53, Govind's Naked Photos. Jonathan was momentarily at a loss for words by Angie's "I'm cheap." Sitting in the van, he sighed. Just thinking about what a secretive and unpredictable man like Govind might do gave him a headache. Can you shut up? You sound so pitiful, he mumbled. If anyone should be sighing, it would be him, with his inheritance in jeopardy. She's already this unlucky. I'll show you something good. Jonathan suddenly thought of something, a light bulb seeming to go off in his head. His gaze sparkled as he looked at Angie. What? Angie asked, puzzled. Check your phone. A message had come through on WeChat, and when Angie opened it, her eyes widened in shock. Holy shit. Photos of Govind? Was it that provocative? Is this how adults usually play? In the shower stall, Govind stood with his back to the camera, washing himself. His muscular waist and well-toned legs from regular exercise left Angie blushing and feeling flustered. This man looks incredibly irresistible. Not to mention she'd experienced more than just looking. Older sister, what is it? Can I see too? Elsie, noticing Angie staring at her phone transfixed, felt curious. Jonathan propped his head up with his hand and looked at Angie with amusement. Forget it, your sister can't bear to part with it. Angie tore her gaze away from the photo, coughed to cover up her embarrassment. Is it even legal? You were practically drooling over the photo, now you're asking if it's legal? Isn't it too late for that? Jonathan shot back mercilessly. Angie. Before she could defend herself, Burnell called, where are you? In the car. Where are you going? To find a lawyer abroad. Why? Check Weibo, Bruce is live streaming from his hospital bed, apologizing to you. What should we do against such a scheming bastard? Burnell was seething with anger. He couldn't understand how Bruce could act so disgustingly. Send bots into his live stream to sway the conversation. Angie hung up and opened the live stream. Sure enough, she saw Bruce sitting on the hospital bed, pale-faced, broadcasting live. I'm truly sorry for what happened a few days ago. I didn't know my fans would go to such extremes, causing significant impact on Angie. Fortunately, nothing happened to her. If something did. Angie held her phone, her face pale with anger. Damn schemer, why doesn't he wipe off the foundation before speaking? What a waste, a man this conniving should have been a bottom. Soon, commenters flooded Bruce's live stream. Apologize in person if you mean it. Live streaming apologies will only provoke your fans to criticize others again. Not criticism, they'd want someone dead. Poor Angie, just filming and someone wants her dead. This is just openly putting someone on trial. Liao Emperor is really something. The chat became chaotic, and assistants struggled to mute commenters one after another without end. Then came frequent reports against Bruce's live stream. Less than 10 minutes into the broadcast, it was shut down due to reports. Damn. In the hospital ward, Bruce's manager cursed loudly. Seeing the shutdown notification made his brain buzz with frustration. It must be Angie's people. I told you Angie isn't easy to deal with. Bruce looked at his manager irritably, running a hand through his hair. I said not to do this, but you insisted. Now look. We're trapped. Even without her father, Angie won't be easily defeated. Who paid you to want her dead? Liao Emperor, Angie has posted on Weibo. Staff handed the phone over. Bruce read. I have yet to receive any apology statement from a certain person. As an entertainer, basic professional ethics shouldn't be too hard. Yet, some people use their fans to harm others. Entertainment is not beyond the law. I will pursue this to the end. Seeing Angie's post, Bruce turned pale with rage. He threw the phone onto Reba. You see. Reba picked up the phone, her expression sour. Let me make a call. Reba took the phone outside and tried calling, but no one answered for a long time. F***CK. Reba cursed angrily, instructed Bruce briefly, then drove off to Jinggang Logistics Park. I need to see Manager Hua. Manager Hua is not here. Where is he? Reba snapped. The receptionist glanced at her. If you have Manager Hua's number, contact him directly. He's not answering. In that case, I'm not sure. You. Reba grew infuriated. After posting on Weibo, Angie tossed her phone aside, watching the road ahead impatiently. How long has it been? Still on the second ring road. Sis, it's the weekend. Jinggang traffic has always been a city construction sore spot. Complaints never cease. Seeing the situation, Jonathan cautiously suggested, maybe we should go another day? People won't run away anyway. He feared that Govind, being possessive, would take it out on him for taking Angie elsewhere. Angie glanced at him coolly. What? Nothing. It's just traffic, right? Will traffic stop me from becoming a wealthy woman? Jonathan. Shut down by Angie, he quickly fell silent. He began sending messages to Govind on WeChat, brother. The person might run away. This won't help you get a woman. I'd be anxious if I were you. Are you fine letting Angie find other men? She might end up sleeping with them. Govind, she won't get the chance. Jonathan, what do you mean? Don't tell me. Something up? Before Jonathan could finish typing, Angie's phone rang. On the other side, Apollo stood in the police station, looking at the calm man opposite him. Come here, Avril needs you to confirm some things. Just ask me here, I don't have time to come. Avril mentioned Leroy is still in Jinggang, not abroad at all. Don't you want revenge for being cuckolded? Angie. Hold it. Note, this translation maintains the original style, tone, paragraph structure, and line breaks as requested. Chapter 54. At the police station, Apollo put down his phone and glanced at Govind. No wonder you, Boss Nate, are so impressive. You've made things with Milagros crystal clear. Apollo pulled a chair over and sat across from Govind. Tell me, with the two of you in this state now, should I be preparing a red envelope? Govind, holding a cigarette, lightly tapped off some ash into the ashtray. Your measly money, I wouldn't even look at it. Apollo. All right. The face of a capitalist is really nauseating. Geraldine, who holds grudges like this, would go crazy if she found out you toyed with her. Why would she know? Govind's gaze on Apollo carried a hint of warning. Apollo. Govind, this heartless capitalist, can truly be ruthless at times, using people when needed and discarding them afterward. When needed, she's Jaylene, when not, she's Benita. Apollo felt that dealing with him could shave years off his life. Leroy is really still in Jinggang? Apollo was quite curious. Back then, after he betrayed Milagros, she had gone all out to capture him, wanting to kill him. Who would have thought that there was someone waiting for them both, Govind? Half an hour later, Milagros arrived at the police station, and Apollo greeted her as soon as he saw her. Should I open the door for you? Do you want to deal with it yourself? Cut the crap. In the interrogation room, Avril was pressed against a chair. Milagros opened the door and walked in. The officer who had been interrogating Milagros noticed Apollo standing behind her. Apollo nodded slightly, signaling him to leave. All right, Miss Hua. Milagros pulled out a chair and sat down, crossing her arms and looking at Avril sitting opposite her. You called me Sister Gua so sweetly and gently when you received my Hermes, but completely forgot that when you threw a vase at me? People say taking what isn't yours makes one feel guilty. Don't you feel a bit of remorse? Avril snorted, a fake bag, and you actually dare to bring it up to me? Milagros, don't you have any shame? Who are you insulting? Milagros laughed, almost in spite of herself. Fake bag? Who told you I gave you a fake one? From the boutique or a luxury appraisal agency? Avril's expression changed, and Milagros, noticing this, guessed the rest. Was it one of your so-called sisters? Someone who has never seen a limited edition Hermes? She said it was fake, and you believed her? You stop it, Avril scoffed, never forgetting the haughty manner in which Milagros had given her the bag. It was as if a princess was casually doling out something to a commoner. She couldn't afford the limited editions, but it didn't mean she could let Milagros trample her so easily. TSK. Truly pitiful. Do you know what attempted murder means? It means unless I forgive you, you'll end up in jail. Forget it, I'm tired. Your brother cheated on me and went into hiding. I can't find him either, so I might as well take care of you. As long as it's someone from the Hua family. Has Miss Hua ever experienced hardship in her life? A taste of jail might do you good. Avril's face turned grim upon hearing Milagros's words. She knew Milagros wasn't just saying it. Over the years, Milagros had always followed through on her threats as the queen of Jinggang. Milagros flicked off her nails indifferently, or, tell me where your brother is. Maybe I'll let you go if I'm in a good mood. Dream on. With a woman like you, if my brother didn't cheat on you, someone else would. Arrogant and treating everyone like servants, who do you think you are? Are you really the princess? Milagros furrowed her brows irritably, deciding it wasn't worth continuing. Contact the family. See if they'll bail her out. I don't believe the Huas won't come forward. Apollo was taken aback. Are you serious? We're all part of the same circle. Who is she part of my circle with? A poor girl who can't even tell real from fake bags? Apollo. You're tough. You're high and mighty. One sentence to insult everyone. Milagros stormed out of the police station, pulling open the car door and seeing Wayne and Hyder Xiaoyu playing games on their phones. Wayne spared her a glance amid her game. Sis, are we still going to the airport? Milagros glared at her. Can you even drive with those hands? Wayne's fingers were practically tangled on the screen. Yes, but give me a moment. Don't bother. There's a barbecue tonight. Let's go and enjoy a feast, get rid of bad luck. That night, Darren held a small barbecue party in his mansion courtyard. When Jonathan brought Milagros, everyone was mostly gathered already. The initially noisy crowd fell silent for a moment at the sight of Milagros. Jonathan sighed. What does that mean? Welcome, Grand Lincolnsons, it's an honor. Darren sat on a chair, legs crossed, holding a beer bottle. Sarcasm? Never, never. Please, sit. Jingang's circle is large, but few people can play together seamlessly. Both Jonathan and Darren have great connections within the circle, gathering many people easily. Milagros found a random spot and sat down. Someone looked at her white thighs and clicked their tongue. No wonder she's a tycoon's daughter. Not a single blemish. Glowing white. I heard it was Avril. The Huas are interesting. Your dad fell into a coma due to your betrayal, and then your ex-girlfriend wants to kill you. Lincolnson's Milagros, did you betray him or was it vice versa? Looks like you wronged her. Not just that, more like digging up old graves. Milagros ignored their banter, focusing on her phone. Seeing Milagros disengaged, someone kicked Jonathan, causing him to yelp and stretch his neck to peek at Milagros's phone screen. Kimberly, pick, whichever you like, I'll try it first. Milagros, the third one on the left. Jonathan. Really know how to play. Jonathan coughed, shifting Milagros's gaze from her phone. As she was about to speak, she saw Govind walking towards them, cigarette in hand. Her lips twitched. Small world. Milagros couldn't stand seeing Govind anymore, fearing he'd see right through her. Milagros patted her skirt and stood up. Play on. I'll leave first. Jonathan was startled. Where are you going? You saw it just now. I don't think the third one on the left is suitable. Looks underage, could be illegal. Jonathan said this loudly enough for Govind to hear. Indeed, the man carrying a cigarette trembled slightly. Please note that this chapter includes sensitive content regarding personal relationships and confrontations. If you need further assistance or editing, feel free to ask. Chapter 55. Govind bit her calf as she lifted it. Playing around again? Govind glanced at Angie, who was getting up. Wearing an ultra-short skirt and high heels, her pale thighs swayed in the darkness. The eyes of those frivolous young men all fell on her legs with varying degrees of ill intent. Govind put away his phone, flicked some ash off his cigarette, and asked, leaving already? Is this related to Lawyer Nate? That disgusting smirk of that scumbag annoyed her no end. Since you're here, why not eat something? Just looking at you turns my stomach. Is that so? Govind smiled mockingly, sweeping his gaze over the crowd before settling back on Angie's legs. Who was it last night in bed who said I looked good enough to eat? Holy shit. Damn. Angie. What a bastard, Govind. She wanted to dig up his family grave. Is that so? How could I forget? Lawyer Nate, do you really believe what women say to appease men in bed? You should just listen and forget. Angie held back her anger and left with her bag. Govind shot a glance at Darren, who followed Angie with his eyes. Darren shivered under Govind's gaze, coughing and saying, still watching? Didn't you hear that Govind was asserting dominance just now? Still eyeing his woman? Don't you fear Lawyer Nate digging out your eyes? Govind's reputation in Jingang was well known. It was impossible not to be cautious. But caution aside, everyone still had a curiosity for gossip. Really got together? Not really. Angie really fell for Govind? The top actress of Jingang and a rising star in the business world, doesn't this sound like a romance novel plot? Did Angie look down on Govind for lacking background, or did Govind think Angie isn't smart enough? One is a cunning newcomer in the business world, while the other is a pampered heiress. The former emerged from the cutthroat corporate jungle, the latter grew up in a greenhouse. They seemed worlds apart. Darren took a sip of wine, unable to understand as well. Was Govind's brain damaged, or possessed by a ghost? Why don't you ask them yourself? What are you doing? Lawyer Nate, did you sell your car because you're poor? Angie had just gotten into the car when Govind followed suit. With all her frustration pent up, she berated him mercilessly. Before she could finish, Govind grabbed her calf and pressed it against her body. Elsie, holy shit. Should she be seeing this? Elsie reacted quickly, opened the door, got out, and even closed it for them. Govind, are you crazy? What are you doing? Geraldine's legs make me want to collect them, he whispered huskily, making Angie tremble. This scene felt indulgent and luxurious. It was starting to resemble an adult movie. Lawyer Nate wants to collect my legs? Then what do I collect from you? This? Angie tugged on Govind's shirt collar, pulling him closer and kissing his leg directly. Govind. Angie chuckled sarcastically. Govind, I told you, you need to lick me. Lick you? Govind laughed angrily. Angie truly had the skill to drive him to commit crimes. Before Angie could react, Govind lifted her calf and bit it. A scream echoed through the car. Elsie, so intense? Lawyer Nate sure can handle it. This intense? If you keep staring, I'll gouge out your eyes, Elsie. Back at the villa, after taking a bath, Angie sat on the sofa massaging her calf. Shayla brought over a boiled egg and placed it on Angie's leg. Who bit this? So vicious. Our miss has such delicate skin. Lawyer Nate. Upon hearing Shayla, Elsie hurriedly explained. Angie, she exclaimed angrily, are you stupid? Do you trust me? If you don't, I'll fire you. Angie was furious. Her legs were her pride, and Govind, that bastard, dared to ruin them like that. The next day, as Angie arrived at the company, ready to apply makeup for her afternoon roadshow, she received a call from Bruce. Seeing the caller ID, Angie scoffed inwardly, Actor Liao's call? Her makeup artist saw the screen and commented inadvertently, recently many in the entertainment circle have been secretly criticizing Actor Liao's character, saying he acts one way but behaves another. And recently, many netizens have posted analyses of Actor Liao's past incidents, suggesting they were all orchestrated by his company to build his persona. Poor people, they finally realized someone is trash, Angie said, arms crossed and leaning back in her chair. The makeup artist looked at Angie through the mirror. She was indeed beautiful, how else could she be the top star in Jinggong's entertainment scene? Moreover, with such a prestigious background, any girl with looks plus anything else would be unstoppable. Whose call keeps ringing? Burnell came in and was puzzled by the continuous noise. It's mine, Angie pointed to her phone. Actor Liao's call? Burnell was surprised too. To tell the truth, now if you asked me to answer Actor Liao's call without recording, I wouldn't dare. Burnell had been in the industry for many years, managing several award-winning actors. Had it not been for Angie's father bringing her in as Angie's agent, she would also be a big name. But after all these years, this was the first time she encountered someone like Bruce, a scumbag. Answer or not? Angie asked Burnell. Burnell thought for a moment, picked up the phone, put it on speaker, and placed it on the table. Angie, do you have time? I'd like to talk to you face to face. Bruce sounded the same as ever. But after knowing what he did, Angie couldn't trust that he was still a good person. No. I won't take too much of your time. I know you have a roadshow at the Intercontinental Tower today. If it's convenient, can I find you there? Inconvenient. Angie rejected him again. Actor Liao, you don't think we can sit down and chat normally after what happened? Bruce was taken aback. I mainly want to apologize. Oh. How does Actor Liao plan to apologize? Angie remained silent, waiting for his response. Chapter 56, mainly because Geraldine is well matched with the boss. How to apologize? For him, the least damaging option would definitely be apologizing in person. The most damaging options are too many, such as live streaming. Or appearing on a show. Or writing a lengthy post on Weibo. But any of these options would have two serious consequences for Vlad, something he couldn't bear. Geraldine's fans have been frantically posting about his misogyny recently. He has endorsed too many products targeted at women. If he were really labeled a misogynist by Geraldine's fans, it would spell financial disaster for him. How does Geraldine want me to apologize? Angie glanced at herself in the mirror and softly replied, appear on a show. Angie, you know, all of us have endorsements or other commitments, appearing on a show would mean. If you can't agree to it, don't call me. Follow the legal process, and don't bother me. Angie hung up, unwilling to continue bickering with him. Burnell tooted and said, scum. If you had to choose between Bruce and Govind, who would you pick? Burnell asked suddenly, her eyes twinkling mischievously as she looked at Angie. Angie shot her a glance through the mirror. Go to hell. Burnell laughed abruptly and patted Angie's shoulder before leaving. In the afternoon, Angie had a roadshow. By the end of it, her face was frozen into a smile. Just as she was about to leave, a reporter outside suddenly shouted, Angie, what do you plan to do about Vlad? Are you still holding on to this? You didn't suffer any harm. The one who suffered was Vlad. Angie was taken aback. Hearing this kind of victim-blaming statement infuriated her. She took the microphone from the host and responded, what if the one standing downstairs that day was your wife or daughter? Could you still say such things? What do you mean by, I didn't suffer? Are laws meant to be ignored? Just because I'm fine doesn't mean this person doesn't need to be held accountable. If a murderer fails to kill someone, should they not face criminal responsibility either? You find it amusing? This morning, Bruce called me proudly to apologize, and now his fans are here at my roadshow, shouting at me. How interesting. If you have the guts, say it directly. Don't act like an old sow wearing a bra, with all those layers. I'm not his mother, I have no obligation to tolerate him. Misogyny and harming women are small matters, but what if some brainless fans become weapons in someone's hands, spreading harm everywhere? As soon as Angie finished her harsh words, the scene erupted in applause. Some people were cheering wildly. Under the protection of the production team, Angie left the scene. As soon as she sat in the limousine, she cursed under her breath. You're amazing, sister. You're trending for how fiercely you scolded them. Kylie called while Angie was drinking water from a thermos bottle. I couldn't hold back. Praise me, Burnell will call to scold me next. Definitely scolding her for disregarding the image of a female celebrity. How miserable. To earn a living, it's not easy for her. At the law firm, Govind, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, was reviewing documents on his computer. Elon came in to deliver documents, hesitating whether to stay or leave. Govind's cold gaze swept over him. Something? Elon awkwardly rubbed his nose. They sent me to ask if you and boss lady had an argument. Govind lifted his finger off the mouse. So, is Angie's afternoon tea so indispensable? Elon was caught off guard, forcing a reply. We aren't people who would betray our boss for just a little afternoon tea. It's mainly because we think Geraldine is well matched with the boss, and she looks better than Miss Fan. That Miss Fan is too haughty. Every time she passes by, I worry she'll strain her neck. Like a goose. Govind's head ached. Without Angie, a Callista appeared. Were the elite ladies of Jingang now ignoring the second-generation rich and targeting him? From now on, tell Callista I'm not in. Elon nodded rapidly. Understood. Geraldine can be said to be in. After all, who wouldn't want their boss to marry a wealthy wife? Mr. Nate, Mr. Fan is here. Elon. Govind. In the reception room, Govind leaned casually against the sofa, looking at Tom opposite him. President Fan finds me? Something to discuss? To my shame, I come on behalf of someone else, Tom said, with a hint of apology in his gaze. Govind sat composedly, and Tom inexplicably felt cold sweat trickle down his back. Silent pressure was the most deadly. Speak frankly, President Fan. On behalf of the Hua family, I want to ask if Mr. Nate can decline the Avril case. If it wasn't for Govind being the lawyer, the Avril case would have been manageable. But with Govind as the lawyer, there was no chance of winning. Everyone in Jingang knew how arrogant Govind was. The title, Yama of Law, was not for nothing. Avril was unlucky to face him. Tom never imagined Govind would care about Angie. Was it true, as rumored? If Angie and Govind were really close, wouldn't the future son-in-law he had in mind fly away? Govind shrugged, maintaining an air of professionalism. I fear I am powerless. Mr. Nate. The enmity between the Hua family and the Hua family isn't minor. Everyone in Jingang knows what the Hua family did. If I declined Angie's case just for President Fan's sake, how would outsiders see me? Moreover, our firm only takes cases that are advantageous to us. From any angle, the Avril case is unwinnable. Why should Mr. Nate turn down a profitable case? Isn't that right, President Fan? Money makes the mare go. The underlying message was clear. Tom wasn't worth sacrificing his interests. Tom stared at Govind, unable to discern which of the man's flawless statements were true or false. Time passed quietly, and a faint tea aroma filled the room. Tom saw Govind pouring tea and managed to laugh. Mr. Nate speaks sense. Dad, how did it go? In the car, Callista handed a bottle of water to her father when he got in. Tom drank half the bottle in large gulps, wiping the sweat from his brow with a handkerchief. After decades in business, he felt intimidated in front of Govind. He didn't agree. Callista was shocked. What do we do now? Would Avril have to go to prison? Due to the original text containing multiple sections with distinct tones and scenarios, I've maintained the same paragraph structure and tone shifts as much as possible. If there's a specific part or style you'd like adjusted, please let me know. Chapter 57, I didn't know you were watching a show and touching men in Los Angeles. Bad luck for her, she picked the wrong person to provoke. Knowing there's enmity between her family and the Milagros family, she still goes and picks on them. When Callista heard Tom's words, she choked for a moment. Huofangji is Huofangji, Starla is Starla, you can't generalize. Tom put down his water and gave Callista a sidelong glance. Why not? Neither of the Hua children is normal. The elder one behaves irresponsibly and got his secretary pregnant, while the younger one chases stars like an idiot. Can we not generalize? What? Stupidity has its own features? Callista was taken aback. Seeing Tom's rage, she dared not say more. Thinking about how he had just felt humiliated in front of Govind, Tom felt indignant. Having lived for several decades, he couldn't believe that someone much younger than him had gotten the upper hand. It was simply shameful. And worse, this humiliation was because of others. In the car, the atmosphere was suffocating. The driver watched the father and daughter in silence, not daring to utter a word. Only after Tom calmed down did he speak. You must get Govind on your side. Govind is a high-profile figure like none other. Everyone knows he likes intelligent women. By intelligent women, it meant women who are exceptionally outstanding intellectually, those lawyers at his firm, each with degrees from prestigious foreign universities and remarkable abilities. So what? What do you want to tell Dad? That you can't handle it? Tom stared at her intently. Choose either Govind or someone from Jingang who only knows how to rely on their parents' wealth. Dad, Callista was furious but helpless. A man admired by Milagros isn't good enough for you? Are you pickier than the top woman in Jingang? Callista. A father comparing his daughter to other women, a twisted mindset if ever there was one. Back at the fan residence, Callista hadn't even had time to sit down when a servant came over. Miss D. House has delivered a gown. What gown? They said it's for a Thanksgiving banquet held by some big shot in Jingang for lawyer Nate. Thanksgiving banquet? Callista asked in confusion. What Thanksgiving banquet? The divorce case between Ashley and a foreigner was handled by lawyer Nate's law firm. It said they secured billions of dollars in divorce settlement for the Montagues. Mr. Montague is hosting a Thanksgiving banquet for lawyer Nate's firm. Sir instructed you to choose a gown carefully today. Billions in divorce settlement? Callista paused. No wonder Milagros insisted on clinging to Govind. To others, Govind might seem as formidable as Yama, but to some people, he was a god of wealth. I see. Montague family? So everyone from the Montague family will be attending? Lawyer Nate, Lawyer Sue has returned, Elon announced as Govind prepared to leave. Just then, a bright figure appeared, red silk chiffon dress, nude high heels, ethereal and beautiful. Her long wavy hair flew with her movements. Leaving work? You didn't even give me a welcome party upon my return. Do you know how hard it was for me to stay 4 months in Los Angeles with that rich old lady? My mom almost forgot what I look like. Govind threw the coat draped over the chair onto his arm. Your mom must have had several lifetimes by now. Let's have dinner together. Krista leaned casually against the chair, tapping her fingertips on the desk seductively. Seductive? The image of Milagros flashed in Govind's mind. In this day and age, few could match her in terms of allure. Govind's eyes flickered as Krista leaned closer and sighed. Seeing me makes you think of Milagros? I'm leaving. Govind remained expressionless and turned to leave, with Krista following closely behind. I heard Callista is getting close to you lately. What do you think, Lawyer Nate? Want Milagros or Callista? I heard the top woman doesn't even want to bother with you anymore. She can't stand the frustration. Why do you think I know so many rich widows and merchants? How about introducing Milagros to one? Isn't 100 billion yuan worth chasing? She might get it easily if she hangs around some guy. Govind stood at the elevator entrance, looking at Krista through the glass walls. I have a divorce case for a Melbourne billionaire. If you're not busy. Not busy. Are you Joe Boppy? Making me work non-stop for 4 months without a break. Govind chuckled. Don't think that hiding your social media from me means I don't know you were watching shows and touching men in Los Angeles. Krista. Damn, a sulky man deserves his money and loneliness. Krista turned around and saw the secretarial staff behind her, frightening them into quickly shaking their heads and scattering. Lawyer Sue, we didn't see anything. Krista. At the villa, Milagros was painting her nails while Kimberly sat beside her scrolling through gossip on her phone. She shook her head with a sigh. Now I understand why you cling to Govind. When Ascari married the Los Angeles billionaire, all of Jingang was shocked, waiting for her downfall. Then out of the blue, she filed for divorce and got tens of billions of dollars. Incredible. Govind is amazing. He's like Yama to others but the god of wealth for the Montagues. Will they venerate him? The Montagues. A century-old family in Jingang with a war veteran patriarch. Did Govind handle her case? Milagros asked, puzzled. Kimberly sighed. Do you think winning every case relies solely on legal knowledge? Govind must have used some tactics. Don't mess with him. You'll end up penniless. Milagros rolled her eyes, stretching her leg. My pants are already off. Who cares about this? Kimberly. Flying too high? Milagros. So used to sparring with Govind, damn it. Did you receive the invitation to the Montague family's banquet? Yes, but I won't go. Why? Kimberly asked, puzzled. Seeing Govind makes me uncomfortable. Playing tennis later? At 7:30 p.m., Milagros arrived at the tennis court in sportswear. Kimberly didn't share this hobby, finding it exhausting. As Milagros finished stowing away her things in the locker room, she saw the manager walking toward her. Geraldine, all our coaches are at a meeting tonight. We have other customers here. Would you like us to randomly assign you a coach? Translation completed, maintaining the structure and tone provided. Chapter 58, This Bestie is Not Wanted, sell for 9.9 with free leaping. Okay. Angie was indifferent. It was just a tennis match, and from so far away through the net, one couldn't really see much anyway. She entered with her racket in hand and happened to see a man wearing black shorts and a black polo shirt coming in from the opposite door. From a distance, he exuded an outstanding aura, complete with the strong demeanor of a corporate elite. His muscular build suggested a person who often engages in sports. He was different from Govind. Although Govind had a good physique, he retained some delicateness. But this man looked like he had a body that could only be seen in those who had spent years in the military. He also carried a steady and composed demeanor that seemed cultivated by generations of his family. The man tossed the tennis ball to Angie, ladies first. Angie caught the ball cleanly and effortlessly. Her lips curled slightly. Just as she was admiring the man, her rosy-tinted glasses shattered at his next move. Looking down on women? Seeing that Angie didn't move but caught the ball barehanded, the man was momentarily stunned. Sir, you seem to have some disdain towards me. I did not mean to give that impression. If you feel that way, I can apologize, the man said apologetically, but his tone hinted at reluctance. Angie smiled faintly, remaining silent. She raised the tennis ball and served. The man struggled a bit catching the first ball, then became serious once he realized Angie's skill level. Their first rally went back and forth for 15 turns without deciding a winner. In the stands, Kimberly watched, losing interest even in the game in her hands. She saw Angie's slender figure moving across the court while the man faced off against her calmly and seriously, every strand of hair seeming to focus intently on the match. After the point ended, the man showed slight exhaustion. Watching the ball pass by him, his handsome brows furrowed slightly. After 2 seconds, he bent down to retrieve the ball. When Angie was warming up her wrist, he launched another ball. That man? Is he your new coach? Doesn't look like it, quite handsome, and carries an air of elite sophistication. Angie was drenched in sweat and didn't bother changing. She washed her face in the locker room, drying it with a paper towel. Not sure. The manager says he's a customer. All our coaches are at a meeting today. Customer? Pretty top-notch. Do you like him? Angie threw the paper towel away. I find him somewhat arrogant. Kimberly chuckled. Can anyone be more arrogant than you? Speaking of arrogance, everyone in Jinggang knew Angie's reputation. For her to say someone else was arrogant. Angie. Let's go home. As soon as Angie stepped out of the locker room, she saw that man leaning casually against the wall, waiting for her. Geraldine, allow me to introduce Mr. Montague. The manager acted as a mediator. Some information flashed in Angie's mind, yet out of politeness, she nodded. Mr. Montague. Just now, I was indeed too arrogant. Please do not take offense. There's no problem, Angie said sarcastically. This is my contact. If you're free, perhaps we could schedule a match? Angie took the card, barely glanced at it, and replied with a smile that didn't reach her eyes. I might have to disappoint you. Many of the coaches here are more skilled than me. The manager, hearing Angie's modest words, started to sweat coldly. Geraldine, you're being too humble. You usually play doubles here, surpassing most people. Angie gave a sidelong glance at the manager. Was he making things difficult for her? With her refusal exposed, Angie felt somewhat embarrassed. She nodded. I have other matters. Excuse me. As she walked past him, her high ponytail brushed against Garth's chest, leaving a tingling sensation. The manager sighed as they left. Mr. Montague may not know, Geraldine is Freddie's daughter, known as the Queen of Jinggang, beautiful and a celebrity, plus being favored by her father, she tends to be somewhat arrogant. Many people say she's arrogant and overbearing. Garth was startled. She's Angie? Yes, have you heard of her? More than heard. Even serving in the military, he had heard of Angie. Who in Jinggang could compare to her? The young soldiers couldn't take their eyes off her dramas. She had acting skills, beauty, and a fantastic figure, fair-skinned, beautiful, and long-legged. In the elevator, Kimberly took the business card from Angie. It had only a name and phone number. What's this? No job title. Garth, sounds just like him, very masculine, very macho. Angie took back the card, rubbed it between her fingers, and muttered the 3 words, Garth, feeling as if she'd heard them somewhere before. Didn't Askari have a brother? In the army, Kimberly said, then gasped in surprise. You mean, no way? Why not? Membership fees at this club are 500,000. Plus playing a few rounds, it costs several million a year, not to mention his designer clothing and customized army watch. Few can afford such extravagance. Angie's sensitivity to luxury goods was exceptional. With a quick glance, she could identify brands. That man definitely wasn't ordinary. As she spoke, she handed her bag to Kimberly and then tore the card apart. She crumpled it under her fingernails, revealing a layer of gold powder. The card was gilded. Damn, a hidden big shot. He doesn't recognize you? Does it mean you aren't infamous enough in Jinggang? Angie. This bestie isn't wanted anymore. Sell for 9.9 with free shipping. At the Montague residence. Garth returned home just as Askari came out of the yoga studio. Went for tennis. Did you find a worthy opponent? It was fine. Garth handed his sports bag to a servant. The suit has arrived. Look it over. If anything is amiss, get them to alter it overnight. Do you have the guest list? Askari was surprised. Her brother rarely cared about such social affairs, let alone being part of aristocratic society. Why today? I'll send it to you. In the bathroom, Garth stood in front of the mirror, scanning the names on the list. His finger paused at Angie. ####chapter 59, Garth or Govind, who has a better figure? What are you looking at? Do you know Milagros? Askari came up to find him for something and, receiving no response when she knocked on the door, pushed it open. Seeing a figure in the bathroom, she walked in and noticed his fingertips resting on the screen of his phone, seemingly contemplating how to get someone home with him. Met her once. Askari thought for a moment. Milagros's reputation in Jinggang isn't great, but she has her head on straight. Her behavior and methods aren't typical of a rich family's young lady. But if you ask me what makes her special, I can't pinpoint it. Judging by appearances, though, she stands out from the usual playboy heirs who only care about drinking and gambling. A shrewd mind. Garth smirked, finishing his sister's thought about Milagros, pretending to be a pig to catch tigers. Yeah. She hides her abilities behind a spoiled temper, indeed clever. Askari rarely heard her younger brother talk about any woman like this. He had just come back from playing tennis and showed interest in Milagros, which piqued her curiosity. So, are you interested in her? Sister, if you're interested in Milagros, you'll have your hands full, Ascari said playfully. How so? Garth was candid about his feelings toward Milagros. Ascari patted his shoulder. You'll have a lot of rivals. Go take a shower, then come down after you're done. I asked around in Jingang and confirmed that Garth is indeed part of the Montague family. Milagros emerged from the bathroom with wet hair, seeing Kimberly lounging on the sofa. Need more confirmation? The Montague family's young master has always been well known. Thinking of the man's physique, Kimberly shook her head, a real specimen. You think he has a better figure than Govind's skinny build? Which one feels better? Asking me? Milagros rolled her eyes at Kimberly. If you let me touch him, maybe I could give you a comparison. Making assumptions based on his clothes is hard. Why not just imagine peeling off his clothes in your head? Sure, go ahead, Milagros retorted. Just as she finished speaking, her phone rang. Burnell reminded her to prepare for returning to the film set the day after tomorrow. Back to the set? Facing Bruce? While we may not be best actresses, we're not easy prey. Bruce has been replaced by the production team. Your words make me feel like my father is still alive. My condolences, did your father pass away? Burnell was taken aback. Pretty much dead. She remembered that in the past, whenever she felt wronged, her father would settle everything without her having to speak. This time, Bruce dared to do such things only because he knew her father was near death. Don't say such things lightly, Burnell scolded. It sounds like you're waiting for your father to die. Who's the new male lead? Let's shoot your scenes first. They haven't decided on the male lead yet. I'll tell you once they do. Can't we wait until the male lead is chosen before shooting? The cost of pausing the production for 1 day is $6 million. Are you paying? Never mind, Milagros muttered. The next day was the Montague family's gratitude dinner. Kimberly urged Milagros to attend with her early in the morning. We've got new high-end dresses, you should wear one for publicity as a favor to your sister. No amount of money can persuade me to wear your stuff. I'm not as keen on freebies as you are. I'm begging you. Kimberly groaned, clinging to Milagros's waist like a whining puppy. As a well-known wealthy heiress and actress, Milagros was often approached by luxury brands for endorsements. She usually had her pick. If she didn't wear high-end fashion to the Montague family dinner, rumors might spread that her father was struggling, even that she couldn't afford it anymore. But wearing a high-end outfit would overshadow the host of tonight's event, organized by the Montague family for Ascari's return and Govind's law firm's celebration. Thinking this over, Milagros wore a dress designed by Kimberly. A tailored cheongsam with wide sleeves and mesh design on the shoulders, made of velvet fabric, accentuated her elegant posture and exposed her graceful neckline, exuding allure. Milagros sure knows how to play up her strengths. That outfit is perfect for luring men, Hyder Shao commented from his car, watching Milagros step out of her chauffeur-driven car in a black cheongsam, her elegant neck visible. Govind's gaze shifted from his phone to see Milagros sway into the banquet hall. His brow furrowed slightly. Tisk, if I were a man, I'd do whatever it takes to sweep her off her feet, Krista remarked. Some people just don't get it. Give your mouth to those in need, Govind said, getting out of the car. Milagros ascended the steps and handed her invitation to the staff. Turning, she saw a sharply dressed man staring at her. The sportswear-clad man from yesterday looked significantly different, and better, in a suit. Milagros recalled Govind's face. Handsome men in suits did tend to appear somewhat rakish. Geraldine. Mr. Montague, I didn't expect you to be part of the Montague family. Miss Milagros, Ascari waved from afar, seeing Milagros on the steps in her brother's focused gaze. Let me introduce you to my brother, Garth. Met you yesterday, Milagros extended a polite greeting. Garth responded, I hope my rudeness yesterday didn't upset you, Geraldine. Their exchange carried a courteous formality, hinting at underlying tensions. Chapter 60, Lawyer Nate is jealous. Angie heard the man say those words. Her eyebrows raised. To be honest, I felt a momentary bad mood. But considering Mr. Montague's gentlemanly behavior, I can forgive it. Ascari stood aside watching the two exchange barbs, feeling somewhat bewildered. He glanced at Govind and smiled faintly, giving Garth's arm a gentle squeeze. Jodu, I leave Geraldine to you. Garth nodded slightly. Geraldine, please follow me. Angie entered the banquet hall with Garth. The man kept a distance neither too close nor too far from her, emitting a faint scent of soap. Ordinarily, this smell would make Angie think of slums. However, on Garth, paired with his tall stature and courteous demeanor, it gave off a certain masculine charm. Angie thought to herself that she really was superficial. Why is Garth walking with Angie? This Angie is something else, huh? She shifted from Govind already? She doesn't leave us a single chance. Do all Jingang's men have to fall for her before we get our turn? She just finished messing with Jingang's rising star and now Montague family's young master. I'm bowing down to this lady. What else can you expect from the top lady in Jingang? The crowd murmured among themselves, even if Hua Xianxing is not well, Angie can still inherit billions or even tens of billions. A billionaire beauty, young and charming, which man wouldn't love her? Fair skin, beautiful appearance, long legs, voluptuous figure, her face left other women envious. If men weren't charmed by her, wouldn't that be abnormal? If you offer classes, Angie, many people will gladly pay tuition. As Angie approached these high society ladies, one of them sneered sarcastically at her. She chuckled lightly. What do you want to learn? How to seduce men. Angie didn't get angry. These people were clearly jealous of her. With insufficient conditions, even efforts can only go so far. Angie extended her fingertip, lifting the chin of the woman who mocked her and scrutinized her. I suggest you stop wasting your time. Note, for better fluency in English, is translated as, with insufficient inherent conditions, even acquired efforts can only go so far. However, to maintain brevity and natural flow in English, I slightly adjusted it to, with insufficient conditions, even efforts can only go so far. Also, typically refers to innate or inherent traits, while refers to acquired traits through effort or environment. For improved fluency and clarity, here's a refined version. Even with efforts to improve, some things just can't be changed. Angie extended her fingertip, lifting the chin of the woman who mocked her and scrutinized her. I suggest you stop wasting your time. The woman slapped away Angie's hand. What do you mean? An unattractive person shouldn't try to act cute. Angie's lazy tone carried an air of superiority. Proud and venomous, this was always Angie's label. To insult these women was effortless for her. After years in the entertainment industry, she couldn't have lasted this long without some skill with words. Don't be too arrogant. Once your father dies, what are you then? Angie laughed softly as she leaned closer to the woman. Her slender waist twisted seductively as she whispered menacingly, if my father dies, I'll scatter his ashes in your yard so he knows who cursed him when he was alive. You, Angie, you psychopath. Beautiful people are a bit mentally unstable, isn't that common knowledge? You. Angie shook her head in mock pity. Look at you, you can't even straighten your tongue, arguing with me, why bother? Watching the woman storm off in a huff, Angie felt delighted. Indeed, building happiness on others' pain brought true joy. Better to bite back than to let others manipulate her. Turning her gaze, her eyes gleamed mischievously. You're still as relentless as ever. Angie turned to see Callista standing beside her in a white silk chiffon dress trailing on the floor. Funny you should say, as always, Miss Fan, it sounds like we're very familiar. We are close. She couldn't recall ever being close with Callista. Geraldine, don't you think leaving some room for the future is wise? Your family might have its downfall someday. Enjoy today while you can, who knows tomorrow. Maybe I'll find another man's leg to cling to, like, the future son-in-law your father admires, Govind. Callista's face changed abruptly. Angie stepped closer, whispering something in her ear. Callista's expression altered drastically. How did you know? Angie scoffed, nothing escapes the wind's whispers. I advise you to keep your distance. If I grow bored one day, revealing this might ruin your reputation. Angie had no interest in bickering with these people. High society girls quarreling over beauty, bodies, and wealth was pointless. Looking around, she planned to find a quiet corner, waiting for Kimberly, who had been delayed. Geraldine, our young master asks me to lead you to a secluded spot. Cautioned by the sudden appearance, Angie asked, who? Garth, Master Montague, the waiter explained, glancing at Ascari nearby. Meanwhile, the Montague family engaged in friendly conversation with Govind. Feeling Angie's gaze, Garth met her eyes and nodded. Following his gaze, Govind noticed Angie. His hand clenched subtly at his side. His fingers slowly rubbed together, as if caressing Angie instead of himself. Without much thought, Angie followed the servant to a corner. Just as she sat down, she saw Callista join Govind under her father's guidance. The shadow cast by Callista's dress covered Govind's shoes, creating an oddly intimate scene. Angie propped her chin and observed, taking a picture of Govind. Tisk, Lawyer Nate has quite the luck with women. Govind glanced at his phone upon hearing the camera sound, moving slightly away upon seeing the image but not replying to Angie's message. This dog of a man. Don't you plan on making a move anymore? Govind is such an easy target, aren't you going to take advantage? Startled by the voice, Angie turned to see Hyder Shao lounging beside her carelessly. Look, even the century-old Montague family wants to cozy up to Govind. You're already at second base, isn't giving up a waste? There are plenty of men in the world. If this one doesn't work out, I'll just switch, what's the loss? But changing won't help you win the lawsuit. But it won't cheat me either. Given Govind's black heart, who knew what evil intentions he harbored? Chapter 61. Kimberly hurriedly arrived, looking travel-worn. As she approached Angie, she waved her hand dismissively. Shouldn't the two of you have come together? Jonathan couldn't help but ask upon seeing Kimberly's state. Angie clicked her tongue. We should have, but someone. All right, shut up. Kimberly quickly covered Angie's mouth as soon as she started to speak, knowing full well she wouldn't say anything nice. Angie, the three were joking around when Abrielle, dressed in a black cheapao, walked over. What set her apart was that hers was a traditional cheapao. In contrast, Angie's cheapao had innovative elements, making it appear more alluring and less dignified compared to Abrielle's. Aunt, Angie greeted respectfully. It's been a long time, Darby seems to be blossoming more than ever. Aunt looks more elegant too. After flattering Abrielle for quite some time and warming up the atmosphere, Angie then proceeded with the conversation. How has Dad been lately? Angie thought to herself, sure enough. But her expression didn't betray her thoughts as she responded, he's still the same. As she spoke, her eyes turned red, her seductive gaze glistening with tears, resembling a bullied little fox. You shouldn't worry too much, everything happens for a reason, life and death are predestined. Internally, Angie felt disgusted by such cliched talk. It was clearly meant to subtly hint that she shouldn't think about the inheritance. As if Channing would get much anyway. Yes, I always believe in cause and effect. What's mine is mine, what's not mine I can't obtain, and even if I do, I can't keep it, Angie said, feigning sadness and sniffling. Abrielle, can't keep it. She had always known how eloquent Angie could be. This girl wasn't as simple as she appeared on the surface. She played the innocent flower in public but was sly at home. Everything was within her control. At a time like this, you and Channing, being your father's children, should work together, don't you think? Yes, Angie nodded humbly on the outside while thinking internally that standing with someone like Channing would eventually lead to her demise. Young people, go play, Abrielle, unable to gain any advantage from Angie and unwilling to lose face in front of others, left awkwardly. Angie rolled her eyes and turned around, catching sight of Govind, who stood nearby with one hand in his pocket. Geraldine, can you aim for an Oscar this year? Angie patted the skirt of her cheapao, her fingertips landing near her thigh, a tantalizing spot that made Govind's eyes darken. If Mr. Nate sponsors me, the Oscar will definitely be mine. Govind chuckled, walking closer, my sponsorship, what does that have to do with you? Angie, feeling his height advantage as he looked down at her, frowned slightly before mimicking his approach, because, Mr. Nate and I have a close relationship. She gritted her teeth as she said those words. Close relationship? A close relationship yet still flirting with Garth? Govind raised an eyebrow, what kind of close relationship? Geraldine, please elaborate. Govind was laying a trap, preparing to ensnare Angie. As Angie prepared to respond and saw the faint smirk on Govind's lips, she immediately regained her senses. Stepping back to distance herself from him, she said, Mr. Nate, be careful or you might end up childless. Govind. Showing no mercy is not good for you either. Angie advised Govind like a senior. Kimberly, drama. Jonathan, excitement. Govind glared at her, Angie, you sure know how to make inappropriate comments anytime, anywhere. Pacific Ocean Police? If you care so much, why don't you go find a stand to make pancakes there? To be honest, I don't understand Mr. Nate. You say you have feelings for me, yet you won't help me with my case. You say you don't, yet your occasional closeness invites misunderstanding. Either fully involve yourself or stay out. Your selective involvement makes me suspect. Is it only when you're satisfied that you'll help me? Angie moved closer to Govind as she spoke, her eyes cold and irritated. If Mr. Nate doesn't want to take my case, don't keep approaching me. It'll interfere with my plan to catch a rich husband. Failing to secure the inheritance, hooking a rich husband will prevent me from begging on the streets later. While I still have some beauty, I must use it wisely. With every word, Angie tightened the grip of her fist. She stared at Angie and sneered, rich husband? Who would want a bankrupt miss? What if there's one who doesn't care about money? I covet his money, he covets my body, it's a fair trade. Mr. Nate should know men like mine, plenty enjoy my figure. If I can whimper under you, I can also whimper under others. Angie intended to provoke Govind, this quietly sultry man who made her want to press him into the ground. Couldn't he suffer alongside her? Govind laughed at Angie's bold declaration, nodding slightly. Then, grabbing her shoulder, he pushed open the balcony door and scooped her up in one arm, tossing her into the swimming pool. WTF, Govind, are you crazy? Throwing Angie into a pool at someone else's party, she'll kill you when she gets out. Mr. Nate, that's too much. Govind, angered by Angie's words, acted impulsively for the first time in his life. Only after tossing her did he realize what he had done. That shows how powerful Angie's words were. Just as Govind went downstairs, he saw someone jump into the pool. Garth, answering BD's call, had gone to the ground floor pool area to avoid suspicion. As this venue's layout was different from usual, guests relaxed on the first floor, while the main hall was on the second. As he was talking, something suddenly fell beside him. Instinctively, he reached out but missed. By the time he reacted, she was already in the water. Angie splashed around, her plush cheapao clinging tightly to her waist, her exquisite hairstyle now messy, making her look like an alluring ghost in a cheapao. Without thinking, Garth dove in to rescue her. Angie coughed violently after gulping some water. Put this on. Garth draped his suit jacket over Angie's shoulders. Carry me out, Angie pulled the jacket over her face. Hurry, if the media catches me looking this pitiful, I'll kill you. Garth. Geraldine's logic was indeed different from ordinary people's. Note, I've maintained the structure, tone, and style as per your instructions. The translated text reflects the original storyline coherently. Chapter 62, How was Garth's chest? Was it pleasant to touch? Even if Garth couldn't understand, he followed through with the action as soon as he thought of Angie being an entertainer. Angie, covered with a suit and shivering uncontrollably, nestled in Garth's arms. Garth held her, noticing that she was trembling too much. Geraldine? I'm cold, it's not intentional. Are you alright? Garth stood inside the elevator, holding the person enveloped in his suit. Angie coughed a few times, her voice hoarse, sounding somewhat broken. No, I've got my period. Why did you fall into the swimming pool? Angie inwardly cursed Govind's ancestors 18 generations back. That dog of a man, he definitely had feelings for her. If he didn't, why would he have pushed her into the pool when she made those comments? Fine, as long as this dog man had feelings for her, she would find ways to torment him. If she didn't drive Govind to madness, she wouldn't be Angie. She vowed to make him suffer infertility someday. Geraldine can handle herself in the guest room. Let me know if you need anything else. Clean clothes, makeup remover, and toiletries. Garth hesitated. I can get you clean clothes and toiletries, but regarding makeup remover. I apologize, I have no experience with it. Angie sighed from within the bathroom, avoiding Garth's gaze. Mr. Montague, can you take me to my car? I want to leave early. Garth hesitated for a couple of seconds before nodding. Sure. As Garth carried Angie to the parking lot, Govind and Kimberly arrived just then. Little Master Montague, Govind's deep and steady voice called out at the elevator entrance, taking quick steps toward Garth. Give her to me. The moment Govind said that, Garth felt Angie press closer to him. Though hidden under the suit, it was clear she wasn't willing. I respect Geraldine's wishes. Garth knew about Angie's pursuit of Govind for inheritance. Despite her efforts, Govind remained indifferent. Many people in Jingang were eagerly waiting to see Angie's downfall. He suspected Govind was somehow involved in her fall into the pool today. Ignoring Govind, Angie tugged on Garth's wet shirt. In doing so, her fingers accidentally brushed against his chest muscles. Angie froze. Garth, who was originally focused on Govind, suddenly paused, lowering his gaze towards the invisible Angie. Govind, as a past victim of Angie's tricks, instantly recognized her underhanded tactics. His eyes turned cold immediately. In the car, Angie, wrapped in Garth's suit, shivered as Elsie drove, frequently glancing at the two in the back seat. Another argument? Did they quarrel into becoming soaked like drowned cats? Govind, that bastard, I will eventually cut off his manhood, Angie raged loudly. He's not a real man at all, she screamed in anger. Kimberly, wiping the water droplets from Angie's hair, asked, how was Garth's chest muscle? Nice to touch. Angie. Kimberly continued, stop pretending. I heard that Garth is emotionally untouched, a perpetual bachelor. If you didn't provoke him just now, he wouldn't have reacted that way. How could I have the mood to tease him when I'm dying here? Kimberly leaned closer. Then tell me, what caused him to react like that? Parkinson's? Parkinson's would shake you away instead. Hurry up and talk. Angie, biting the bullet, said, who do I ask? Who should I ask? Though she talked about men every day, the only man she'd ever truly been with was Govind. Leroy, who held the title of fiancé for half a year, hadn't even touched her hand. Her first time was given by Govind. Touching Garth today was purely accidental. She could toy with stray dogs outside, but Garth was untouchable. It would weigh on her conscience. She felt he was a rare clean stream in Jingang's chaotic aristocracy. Don't pretend. Didn't you see Govind's murderous look just now? After arriving home, Angie immediately washed her hair and took a bath. The hot water made her skin sing in comfort. In the parking lot, Govind watched Garth place Angie in the car, carefully closing the door for her and tapping the car to signal Elsie to drive. When Garth turned around, Govind noticed the bloodstains on his clothes and realized something. The white shirt had been stained while carrying Angie, but the red mark on his waist was more concerning. Garth, unbothered, looked at Govind with a slight smirk. Lawyer Nate, are you in conflict with Geraldine? Dunking a menstruating woman in a pool has always been despicable. Lawyer Nate, if you dislike Geraldine, say it clearly, there's no need to hurt her. On what grounds does little Master Montague lecture me? Not a lecture, merely ensuring there are no mishaps at our Montague family venue. With that, Garth politely nodded at Govind. Excuse me. The next morning, Angie woke up early and got into the nanny car. Elsie picked up Burnell along the way to head to the set. In the back seat, Angie wrapped in a blanket caught some sleep. As Elsie drove, he instructed Burnell, remember to give Sister Hua the ibuprofen when she wakes up. What happened to her? Burnell asked in surprise. She's having her period. Doesn't she never suffer from menstrual cramps? Angie was one of those people who deserved their wealth. She had unlimited energy. No matter how late they shot scenes, she'd be energetic the next day. When did she start getting menstrual cramps? Lawyer Nate threw her into the pool last night. Burnell, had he gone crazy? Angie was jolted awake by the roadworks on the highway leading to the film city, filled with speed bumps. Rubbing her sleepy face and sitting up, still drowsy, Burnell handed over a carton of milk. Have some milk, you'll need painkillers later. Feeling unwell, Angie became unusually compliant, losing her usual temper. Curled up on the sofa like a bird with clipped wings. Feeling unwell? Yeah, Angie responded listlessly. Why did Govind throw you into the pool? He went crazy. Note, the translation aims to maintain the original tone, style, paragraph structure, and character names accurately, providing a natural and fluent English version free from grammatical errors while ensuring continuity with the previous content. Chapter 63, Did you get Angie pregnant? As it turns out, the best-laid plans often go awry. On her second day at the film set, Angie fell ill. She shot scenes with a high fever and eventually fainted. She was rushed to the hospital. The production site was 2.5 hours by car from Jingang. When Kimberly received a call from Burnell, she cursed under her breath. That bastard Govind, he must have been stabbed to death in his previous life. You are sick. Drinking is one thing, but why are you cursing people? Someone had organized a gathering in the industry circle today. Both Kimberly and Darren were present when Kimberly received Burnell's call and couldn't help but stand up abruptly, cursing at Govind's ancestors for 16 generations. Why are you cursing him? Is he your dad? Why are you so protective? Sticking to that guy all day long, weren't you starved in your previous life? Even scum like him you stick to. Kimberly grabbed her bag angrily, ready to leave. A dozen people in the room watched Darren being berated by Kimberly, their expressions as if they were ready to glue themselves to the duo for the drama. Darren felt humiliated and, filled with rage, chased after her. He grabbed Kimberly at the door. What's wrong with you? Are you rabid, biting everyone you see? That dog Govind threw Angie into the pool during her period, causing her to get a high fever and faint on set today. What did I do wrong by cursing him? If your dad wasn't my college teacher, I'd desecrate his grave. Back off, or I'll make sure you can't have kids. Kimberly pushed Darren viciously. Seeing her threaten to make him infertile, Darren involuntarily shuddered. Have women become this abnormal now? Standing in the night breeze, Darren swore profusely and called Govind, who was having dinner at home. The moment the call connected, Darren started yelling without checking who answered, Old Nate, you're really a scumbag. Throwing a woman into the pool during her period, Angie has a high fever and fainted on set. Just now, Kimberly was so mad she wanted to castrate me. Tell me, since you messed up, will you let your brother take the blame for you? Are you even human? Just as Darren paused to catch his breath, a steady older voice came from the other end. Did you throw Angie into the pool? Have I taught you nothing these years? Nate uncle. Damn, Darren hung up immediately, wishing he could vanish from Govind's world at the speed of light. Govind's father had a scholar's demeanor and was highly respected in academia, with an extremely strict education for Govind. From the time Govind was 4 or 5, his father raised him both as a parent and mentor, teaching him principles and propriety. Govind grew up well-mannered largely due to his father's discipline. Darren played with Govind since childhood. Though Govind was quiet, Darren never feared him, but when faced with Uncle Nate, he always felt scrutinized. In the living room of the Nate family, Govind was drinking tea with his father. Elena in the kitchen called him to open a bottle cap. In just a few minutes, Darren's call was answered by Govind's father. Hearing Govind's anger from the living room, Elena poked her head out. What happened? How could you push a girl into the pool during her period? Father, I'm an adult, I can handle some things. Is this how you handle them? Elena rarely saw Govind's father get angry. She turned off the stove and cautiously blocked Govind. What happened? Can't you speak calmly? Jichu is already grown up and running a company. He'll be a husband and father someday. Don't lecture him too harshly. Govind's father was displeased but said, I'm only doing this because he hurt a girl. Elena was shocked. Whose daughter is it? Is she okay? Should we apologize? Or maybe even arrange a marriage? Dream. Govind sighed helplessly. Not what you think. But what? Elena looked at Govind questioningly. Just then, Elena returned from work, rubbing her neck, noticing the tense atmosphere. What's going on? Govind, feeling both helpless and troubled, didn't dare to imagine what would happen if he ever got involved with Angie. I'll go see her. Elena was bewildered. See who? Govind's father was almost furious. Yun, you go with your brother. Oh, okay. Elena dared not disobey. They got back into Govind's car right after returning from a drive. Sir, where to? The hospital near Jingang Film City. Elena, why there? To see Angie. Were you scolded by Dad because you hurt Angie? Elena's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Govind, feeling a headache, remained silent. Actually, when he saw the bloodstain on Garth's clothes, he already regretted his actions but couldn't bring himself to admit it. Did you get Angie pregnant? Am I going to be an aunt? Elena's heart was brimming with surprise. I'll start learning obstetrics knowledge tomorrow. Alali. Another lunatic in the family. Do you want your child with Angie to take your name or hers? Her family is wealthy, will they make you marry into their family? If you can't face it, just endure and get her first. Elena was already imagining a beautiful future for the family. It felt like she had been waiting for Angie to be her sister-in-law for ages. Elena, choose either to shut up or get out of the car. Govind felt like his mind was buzzing with bees. Alali. That familiar feeling is back again. Elena obediently kept quiet, not daring to speak anymore. Kimberly arrived first, followed closely by Govind. Before she could properly scold him, the ward door opened. Why are you here? Did that dog Darren call you? Kimberly glared at Govind, furious. Noticing the tension, Elena gently ushered Kimberly out. Miss Chu, let's ask the doctor about Angie's condition. Come. Chapter 64. Huagua slapped Govind's face. Did you deliberately pull me away to give them a chance to be together? In the hallway, Kimberly shrugged off Elena's hand. Speaking as she was about to head into the ward, I don't think we should let that heartless man ruin my sister's life. He is not worthy. A man like him, if thrown to dogs, even they wouldn't eat him. Seeing that she was about to leave, Elena immediately chased after her and grabbed her. Miss Chu, what you're saying is wrong. I am definitely on Angie's side. I'm a fan of hers. Her health condition due to the period pain could be big or small, but it would be troublesome if it leads to a lung infection. A man is not as important as one's health. Let's first ask the doctor. Why can't Govind stay in there for a while? It's not like he can make a baby with her, right? Just ask the doctor. Elena studied medicine. Having moved corpses in hospitals for long, she had more strength than ordinary people, holding Kimberly tightly who couldn't struggle free. Inside the ward, Angie lay on the bed pale-faced, watching the man standing beside her bed. She shakily pointed at him, wanting to curse but couldn't open her mouth after shivering for a long time. It felt like knives were cutting her throat. Seeing Angie this way, Govind went over and pressed her wrist. Blood is back. Do you want another shot? Angie was fuming but turned her head away without looking at him. Seeing her reaction, Govind bent down and straightened her blanket. Are you alone? Where is your assistant? Angie ignored him. Even if she became a ghost, she wouldn't let Govind off the hook. She would haunt his bedside every day and scare him silly whenever he was with other women until he suffered from impotence. For the rest of his life. Transfer hospital? Back to the city? Angie. Govind's tone, low and apologetic yet uncertain, made Angie want to scratch him to death. But considering her current state was too weak to fight back. Seeing Angie ignoring him, Govind reached out and turned her face towards him. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Slap. Angie raised her hand and slapped Govind's face. Govind. The needle shifted because of the slap on her foredripped hand. All the carefully prepared apologies from Govind were cut short by this slap. He was filled with anger and glaring at Angie. Just as he was about to explode, he noticed the bleeding needle on her hand. Angrily, he opened the ward door and shouted for a nurse down the hall. The nurse in the station heard this and wanted to react. Seeing Govind suddenly, she was scared. Standing tall at the door of the ward, the man hadn't spoken a word, but his anger seemed like it came from a killer from hell. The nurse's rising temper was quelled by his cold gaze. Govind stood by the bed watching the nurse skillfully reinsert the needle into Angie's hand. After the bleeding stopped, she changed hands and prepared to insert again. Several failed attempts later, Govind's presence behind her, along with the continuous unsuccessful trials on Angie's white arm, intensified the pressure in the room. Never had the nurse been scared like this before. The man stood behind her like Yama, the king of hell, pressuring her with silence. Get out, Angie said hoarsely, ushering her out. This same young nurse inserted the needle perfectly just now, yet somehow she was unable to find a vein with Govind present. Obviously, this man was a dog. Do you know how? If not, go back to school and study for a few more years. The nurse wanted to explain, but Govind had no patience. Send your director here. I can do it, the nurse insisted. Then why are you trembling? With a few more tries, I can sue you for assault. Govind, still irritable from the slap, continued pressing the girl. Angie, even with a fever, knew Govind's intention, just venting his frustration. The atmosphere in the ward was tense when Elena brought Kimberly inside. They saw the nurse trembling beside Angie with a needle and Angie looking furious. Govind's face bore 5 red fingers clearly. What happened? The needle slipped. Elena helped the nurse up. Let me handle it. The nurse looked at her skeptically, hearing Elena continue. I'm Director Elena from Jinggang People's Hospital Surgery Department. You can trust me. Nurse. Director Sue, I'm a fan of yours. We often watch your anatomy videos in class. Elena smiled warmly. Really? I'll sign for you later. Comforting the nurse away, Elena then inserted the needle for Angie. After finishing the drip, Angie was taken back to Jinggang by Govind. In the car, Angie lay against Govind, half asleep. Previously, she wouldn't have missed such an opportunity to tease him, but now, she might die. Life was more important. Sir, should I take Geraldine back to the villa? June Ting. Govind remained silent throughout the journey. The further Angie stayed from him, the blacker his face grew. Angie was carried into June Ting on the 31st floor. Looking around, noticing it wasn't the room she stayed in last time, she was slightly surprised. The next door room is piled with things. Will you take a bath tonight? I can't take a bath during my period. Govind's knowledge of daily life was disdained by Angie. Directly rest then? Angie sighed, not wanting to argue with Govind. She rolled up the quilt and prepared to sleep. When the quilt covered her, a strong male scent enveloped her. For a moment, Angie was stunned and cursed Govind in her dreams. The next morning, Angie woke up hugging the quilt, sitting on the bed in a daze, pulling the door out in her bare feet and nightdress. About to call Govind. Before she could speak, a woman wearing an apron came out of the kitchen. Angie. Wake up, Geraldine. The woman smiled at her warmly. Her rich aura gave off an intellectual vibe. Was this Govind's stepmother? Angie vaguely remembered hearing that after Govind's entrepreneurship, his father got him a stepmother who also engaged in academics. The resemblance was almost uncanny. Who are you? I'm the housekeeper Mr. Nate hired. Elena quickly improvised, not wanting Angie to feel uncomfortable. Not being a stepmother, Angie obviously relaxed. While messing around with Govind was fine, involving family members would be crossing the line. What does Geraldine need? Warm water, thanks. When Mr. Nate left, he asked me to remind you to have breakfast. Would you prefer now or later? Later. Just as Angie finished speaking, her phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, she froze. Translation notes. Names like Angie, Govind, Kimberly, Elena, etc., are kept as close to pinyin transliteration as possible to respect the original Chinese names. Maintaining the original tone and style ensures the reader experiences the narrative's nuances as intended by the author. Paragraph structures and line breaks are preserved to match the pacing and emphasis of the original text. Chapter 65. Govind saw this scene right when he returned from court. This good-for-nothing actually had the nerve to call her. Leroy, that idiot, was messing around with someone else, infuriating her father into a coma. And now he still had the audacity to call her? So, you want to come back and beg for death? Originally, Leroy intended to maintain politeness as he needed something from her, but as soon as he answered, Angie's tone crushed his intentions immediately. Angie, what do you need to release Avril? Angie raised an eyebrow. Was Sam sure has an unusual way of begging? So what? Does our family deserve your family's bullying? If I meet you, my first act would be to cut off your little brother and toss it into a pig pen. With so little meat on you, how dare you play around with others? Why? Have you given birth to a child yet? Elena, where did this girl learn such a tongue? It's just too sharp. Leroy always knew about Angie's sharp mouth. Though she appeared aloof, she'd always stand up for him even against insults from others. Despite being engaged for so long without getting close, Leroy felt Angie protected him. But now, the one who once protected him had turned unexpectedly aggressive. Angie, ask yourself, can you say you have no guilt towards our relationship? So, not sleeping with you makes me guilty? Just say directly that you couldn't resist the female secretary because I didn't give in to you. Your filth is yours, why drag me down? Who gave you such a face? Don't think the world wronged you after making a mistake. If you're so great, why don't you go save the world? You. Letting Avril go can be done. Apologize publicly by kneeling down to me, otherwise, Avril will be waiting for the police. After speaking, Angie hung up crisply. As she turned around, she saw Elena standing behind her in surprise. Scaring her a bit. How should I address you? Angie asked politely. Elena took a moment to react. The calm person before her was just the irate girl. Sue, just call me Lenore. Lenore, water. Angie reached out to take the water she was holding. Nodding continuously, Elena said, right, scolding people makes one thirsty. Angie. At the whore residence. After hanging up, Enoch asked, what happened? Did she agree? Without replying, Leroy looked at his father. Infuriated, Enoch stood up and cursed, you offended anyone but Angie? The pride of Jingang, even if bankrupt, she's still proud. You picked a secretary without background over the top beauty of Jingang, along with her impoverished relatives. I feed you and also feed your wife, children, and those parasitic relatives. If anything happens to my daughter, you get out, penniless. Dad, I didn't want to. You didn't want what? Can't touch Angie. Not getting what you desire, you then mess around with others? Recently, Enoch's reputation had been ruined. The Hua family used to be prominent in Jingang, but now, Leroy disgraced them all. Business associates avoided them like the plague. Fuming, Enoch stood up to leave, but saw Leah standing at the entrance with a swollen belly, deeper shades of sorrow in her eyes. In the future, stay in this house. The first thing we'll do after childbirth is a paternity test. If it's mine, you won't lack. If not, humph, you'll spit out everything you've consumed. Leah stood quietly, her expression murderous, hidden beneath her bowed head unseen by Enoch. I know, Dad. Hearing her call him Dad made Enoch even more frustrated. He didn't want his own son, let alone a woman without blood ties. Leroy indeed came back. Kimberly initially disbelieved Angie's information about Leroy possibly returning until verification confirmed it. What does this mean? Is that woman pregnant? Not possible, only 2 months have passed. I don't know, Angie lazily responded, wiping her nose. Listening, Kimberly asked, where are you now? Still with Govind? Yep. What's wrong with you? Beaten into love? Govind treats you so poorly, aren't you running away? My elder brother is already very remorseful. Interrupted, Kimberly heard Elena's voice next to her, startling Angie. You're with Elena? Yeah, drank last night, too much. Angie threw the tissue into the trash but missed and let it lie there. You have time to drink while your best friend is dying? How could you think of your love life without thinking of me being lonely? In fact, Elena feared disturbing Angie and Govind's intimacy, so they went drinking instead. 2 women, 2 bottles of white wine, and their shared acquaintance made the night inevitable. They spent the whole night cursing Govind. Cursing till dawn. Regaining consciousness, Kimberly noticed Elena sleeping crookedly on her bed, realizing she was duped last night. Kimberly swore and hung up as Angie sniffled. Take your medicine. Thanks. Angie received the cup from Elena and drank, while Elena picked up scattered tissues. Govind, returning from court, saw this. His face darkened. Angie. Angie. What does this mean? Yell at her? Is this what Elena meant by remorse? Govind respected Elena. She treated both him and Arlen perfectly. He considered her almost a mother but lacked the informality of a real mother. Seeing Elena pick up used tissues like a servant for Angie ignited his anger. Translation ends here for this chapter. Chapter 66. Govind walked in and undid her bra clasp. What do you mean? Shouting at me? Lawyer Nate, you're really something. You throw me into the pool, then drive all the way to the film city to pick me up to assuage your guilt, and now you shout at me as soon as I walk in? What's your problem? If you didn't want to see me, why did you come for me? And you let me sleep in your room, Govind, are you crazy? I owed you that much, didn't I? Angie's temper flared. Not caring where Govind's anger was coming from, she hurled the cup of medicine in her hand to the ground. The loud bang made Elena jump. She glanced toward where Angie had thrown the cup and felt a warmth in her heart. This girl knew how to avoid hurting others even when she was mad. Govind stood cold-faced at the doorway. He had witnessed Angie's high and mighty temperament during their school days. Seeing her lose her temper now, he wasn't particularly shocked. Govind stepped into the house, and Elena, seeing his approach, hurriedly ushered him into the nearby nanny's room, closing the door behind them. She lowered her voice. Why are you shouting at her? I didn't tell her I'm your stepmother because I didn't want her to feel uncomfortable. Don't be unreasonable. Govind choked with rage, unable to speak for a moment. If Angie knew Elena was his stepmother and still made her pick up trash, it would indeed be overboard. But if she didn't know, it would be a different matter entirely. Quickly go out and make things right. Elena knew her stepson was a stubborn one, dedicating all his intelligence to his career. He was terrible at relationships. In the bedroom, Angie found the clothes she wore last night, stripped off her pajamas, and started dressing. When Govind opened the door, he caught a glimpse of an extremely alluring scene. Angie stood in the closet, catching sight of the man through the mirror. She bent down to fasten her bra clasp and reached for the clothes on the chair, preparing to dress. Govind walked in and undid her bra clasp. Angie. Are you crazy? I'm sorry, I was wrong. Govind held Angie's waist, circling her on the nearby counter. Angie was left half-dressed, gazing at him. What did you say? I was wrong. Govind's sudden change of heart left Angie stunned. What are you doing? Angie felt if she kept fighting with Govind, she might secure her father's inheritance but wouldn't live to enjoy it. Trying to fasten her bra clasp and get dressed to leave, she was caught by Govind's hand. His deep, intense eyes locked onto hers, unabashed and dark, like a whirlpool that could drown her. More worryingly, she felt like the one about to pounce. A celibate man going wild, any woman would be tempted. Govind, don't push it. I misunderstood earlier. I apologize. An apology doesn't guarantee acceptance. Are you joking? Angie scoffed. Govind sighed helplessly. Amy. The term sent shivers down Angie's spine. Govind, the scoundrel, called her Amy passionately in bed, but addressed her formally outside. Today, hearing it in the closet threw her off guard. Trying to appease me? Yes, will you give me the chance? Angie, a self-centered perfectionist, responded. Sure, but I don't accept apologies that benefit me none. Fair enough, since he was at fault. He hadn't stooped so low yet. Half an hour later, Angie appeared at the entrance of a luxury store with Govind. Summoning her regular sales assistant, she commanded. Wrap up all the new arrivals. He'll pay. The assistant nervously glanced at Govind, wondering who this generous buyer was. Upon meeting his gaze, she froze. Her astonished eyes lingered on Govind, unable to look away. Watching this, Angie felt uneasy, retorting sourly, I should have disfigured your face before we left. Govind. Even a fool could detect the sarcasm in Angie's tone. Despite being inexperienced in romance, Govind had learned some relationship skills from Angie's influence. Affected by Angie's sarcasm, he obediently moved closer to her like a dog. The assistant snapped back, sorry, Geraldine's boyfriend is stunningly handsome, such a match for you. Only someone as noble as him can match you. Hasn't he been featured in Beijing Hong Kong financial news? Angie's mood improved, her glance at Govind warmer. Govind breathed a sigh of relief, lucky. The assistant picked out several outfits for Angie to try on. While waiting outside, Govind replied to a few WeChat messages. Wearing a backless deep V dress, Angie removed her bra, exposing her entire back down to her waist. Looking at her front, she seemed pure. From the back, sensual. Govind's fingers tingled. How does it look? Beautiful. Really? Angie doubted Govind's words. The assistant quickly chimed in, "It truly looks great. Isn't it too revealing?" Angie eyed Govind suspiciously, wondering if her experience in love dramas was useless after all. Wouldn't men normally dislike their lovers in revealing outfits? Govind calmly praised her. Did he not care? Yes, Govind nodded. But I can't suppress your love for beauty just because I think it's too revealing. If it looks good, it's fine. Mr. Nate has admirable values. The assistant smiled at Angie. Geraldine has excellent taste. Angie felt elated, huffing, of course. After selecting her outfits, they decided to eat out. What do you want to eat? Something special. Shall I take you somewhere? Where? You'll see. Owlie drove while the two sat in the back, conveniently raising the privacy screen. Feeling better? Govind observed Angie resting her chin on her hand, looking outside lazily like a cat. Hardly. It seems the next meal is critical. Govind understood that if the meal didn't meet her expectations, nothing would change. Lawyer Nate knows well. I'm curious, Angie thought for a moment, nestling comfortably to face Govind. Govind handed her a pillow for comfort. How rich are you? Richer than you, Govind taunted. Duh, Angie rolled her eyes. A female celebrity couldn't compare to a tycoon. Darren makes money for you, Jonathan too. You own an entire suburb earmarked for industrial development, supposedly worth over 10 billion, isn't it? Chapter 67, bold as hell when sleeping with another man's husband. Didn't expect Geraldine to be quite interested in economic news. Angie clicked her tongue, twirling a lock of hair around her finger. Isn't it just because I want to understand Lawyer Nate better? She wasn't stupid. Before making a move, she had to know the person's overall capabilities. What if Govind was broke? Wouldn't that be terrible for her? Angie was very clear, this life could be anything but not filled with hardship. Govind didn't believe her casual words, his deep and dark eyes scanning over Angie. He curved his lips without offering any opinion. Only when they arrived at the place did Angie realize where Govind had brought her. It was an Italian restaurant at the Jingang ferry dock, a recent sensation among the high society circles of Jingang. Angie had seen this place multiple times on social media. Praises flooded in about the authentic Italian chef and the restaurant's high-class ambience, which made everyone rave that such a gem existed only in Jingang. Sitting on the balcony offered views of the entire Jingang CBD skyline and the harbor ferries, a picture-perfect setting for romance. Angie glanced at the sign outside the restaurant and teased, I didn't expect Lawyer Nate to pick such a good spot. Experienced, huh? Govind knew Angie wouldn't say anything nice, yet he wasn't angry. He tugged at his suit jacket and walked around to open the car door for her. After you, Your Highness. Angie thought this man was being unusually accommodating today. Do you think we'll be trending tomorrow? Do you want to be? Angie pondered, well, I do, but not together with Lawyer Nate. Sure, the man nodded enigmatically. What do you mean by sure? Meaning, as an apology, I'll make sure Geraldine gets her own personal trending topic today. Angie. The tastes of a capitalist indeed were different from others. Led by the restaurant manager, Angie and Govind entered the restaurant. As soon as they went inside, Angie faintly heard whispers discussing something. She caught the name Leroy among them. Angie raised an eyebrow and moved closer. From behind a screen, she heard a clear voice. Weren't that Leroy? With his pregnant girlfriend, what a sight. Wonder what Angie would think if she saw. That girl looks gentle but has quite some sharp tactics. Haven't you heard the saying, the dog that bites doesn't bark? Just look at these seemingly harmless girls who actually have dark hearts. I'd say Leroy must be brain dead to choose a secretary over Angie. People, once there is a comparison, there is always a higher and lower. They now felt how much better Angie was compared to how they previously looked down on her. Standing there listening, Angie felt somewhat tragic, realizing her virtues had to be highlighted through the antics of an unfaithful mistress. Considering herself the top star in Jingang, she hadn't expected to end up here. It was truly depressing. Angie called over the manager, where is Leroy? The manager hesitated, I don't know who Geraldine is referring to. Angie thought about it, that idiot had been abroad recently. In Jingang, if someone wasn't seen for 3 to 5 months, they almost faded from memory. So many second-generation rich kids, who knew which one was who? She took out her phone, flipped through it, and showed the photo of Leroy to the manager. His eyes flickered with surprise. In booth number 2 on the balcony. The privacy in this place was average, screens separating tables. On the balcony, 6 tables lined up near the sea. Although you couldn't see clearly who was sitting where, conversations were often overheard due to proximity. Govind stood beside Angie watching her every move. When she pulled out Leroy's photo, the atmosphere around him dropped. The manager instinctively stepped back, afraid to upset this influential man. Fangjie? What's wrong? Leah noticed Leroy wasn't eating much and asked softly, her voice tender like a nightingale's song, sweet enough to melt one's heart. What's wrong? Leroy gazed at the opposite building, recalling the birthday party on its rooftop for Angie. Back then, even though he couldn't touch her, the joy of gathering together was unforgettable. Now? Being a cuckold seemed to have dimmed the luster of his life. Nothing. Thump, the sound of a chair hitting their booth. Angie strutted in wearing high heels, a haughty expression on her face, adjusting her skirt as she sat between them. Ignoring their shock, she pointed towards the nearby tallest building. See that building? Leroy spent millions throwing me a birthday party there. People looking at it are reminded of happier times. Tell me, what is he doing now? Lee's face changed. Angie was not someone she dared to provoke, and this young lady's temper was unpredictable. Angie. Leroy didn't want things to get ugly and whispered her name. Angie shot him a glance. What? You cheated on me and almost killed my father. What's wrong with saying a few words? I'm not insulting anyone, so why are you protecting him? Leroy choked on her words. Miss Chi, how much does this meal cost? After being pregnant all this time, you haven't even got a decent gift. Let's not talk about other things. Did Leroy even buy you a single diamond? You bore his children. Where's the house or the car? Lee's face fell under Angie's sarcastic tone, lips tightly pressed together in silence. Tisk, if it were me, I'd geld Leroy and feed his little brother to the fish. Geraldine, this is our business, none of your concern. None of my concern? Angie laughed as if hearing a joke, propping her chin up. Miss Chi, didn't you sleep with my man without thinking about whether it concerned me? Upon hearing, my man, Leroy froze. This pause didn't go unnoticed by Angie. Now it's too late to say it doesn't concern me, isn't it? I've seen plenty of people like you, boldly sleeping with another man and then acting coy after. Trying to conquer through gentleness? I, Angie, have never seen anyone bounce around on top of me for long. Swish, Leah stood abruptly, her chest rising and falling with anger, glaring at Angie with hate-filled eyes. All this is in the past. Does Geraldine really need to be so relentless? Translation continues based on user request and content provided. Chapter 68, Take Your Clothes Off. Arlo Fafa, which pool did you come from? Acting so shamelessly, all in the past tense now, huh? Did you forget how you rode on my head and pissed all over me? Playing the innocent flower? You were quite the wild one when we were together, weren't you? I've watched all the videos, recording while doing it, huh? Want to leave them for your son to carry on the family name? Or maybe use them as practical teaching material? Picking a fight? Not afraid of being called out after doing such things? Miss Chi, do you know that your behavior would have been punished by drowning in a pig cage in ancient times? A few words from me and you can't take it? Just wait. Every time I see you, I'll remind you of those dirty deeds you did, making sure you never forget. When I have free time, I'll write our three-way relationship into an autobiography and sign a copy for you. Leah looked around as more people gathered to watch the spectacle, her face turning increasingly pale. Standing there, she felt utterly humiliated, casting a pleading look at Leroy. He still retained some dignity as a man. He turned to Angie. This is indeed our fault. What compensation do you want? Just say. What compensation can you offer me? Angie was almost amused by his calm demeanor. Talking about compensation? You can just say it. Leroy's composed demeanor almost made Angie think his affair wasn't wrong. It felt like he was ready to face his fate, showing a bit of skill. Simple. Leave me one of your hands. Leroy. The crowd murmured in shock. Govind. Quite arrogant. You should know the law, Angie. Your attitude makes you look illiterate. Law? Master Huan knows the law so well, yet how did he end up in such a scandal? People are like this, playing nice when it suits them, manipulating others when it doesn't. Let's go. Leroy glanced at Leah and prepared to leave. Lately, Beijing's gossip about their Hua family had already been enough. Staying here any longer would only feed the crowd's entertainment, making fools of themselves. Was he not done reminiscing about the good old days with Angie? Hadn't they lost enough face? Leroy picked up his phone from the table, preparing to leave. Angie didn't panic, merely scoffed. Walking quickly, she snatched the phone from Leroy's hand and threw it into the sea with a flick of her wrist. Everyone froze, watching the drama unfold with great excitement, much like the chaos in a watermelon patch. F***K. In terms of confrontation, nobody beats the top sister. Leroy really got caught in the crossfire today. That's what he deserves. For betraying someone like that. If anyone upset my dad so much he fell into a coma and betrayed me, I'd kill him. Not just anyone could be so proud, even let Leroy off lightly today. The top sister of Beijing Harbor has such limited skills. Leroy is pretty tough, running away instead of solving problems. Damn right. Yeah. Angie, what are you doing? Leroy's face flushed with humiliation, his eyes filled with barely restrained anger. Angie casually dusted off her nails. If I'm not mistaken, Sam Hua, the phone I bought you. Turning her gaze to the phone in Lee's hand, she asked, are you going to throw it yourself or shall I do it for you? Leah tightened her grip on the phone, realizing her phone might be next. During their romance, Angie had been incredibly generous, often gifting the latest models to Leroy and his staff. Using my gifts to contact, flirt, and record intimate videos, quite amusing. Govind sat back, legs crossed, smoking as he watched, unable to hold back a laugh at Angie's comment. Truly the epitome of being played. Leah also had guts, tossing the phone into the sea without hesitation. It pained her to lose such a high-end device so soon. Leroy's face darkened like a pot bottom, glaring at Angie with unhidden hatred. Satisfied? Can you let us pass now? Clothes. Angie's lips parted, uttering 2 words. Leroy's expression changed. This morning, he had deliberately chosen the outfit Angie had bought him, hoping to reminisce. But now... Fuck, isn't this just like the movies I've seen before? Will Angie make Leroy strip naked? Damn, why does she want to record a video? This sister won't stand for anything less. So many people watching, Leroy will become famous tomorrow. Don't push it too far. Leroy finally managed these words through his pent-up frustration. Angie crossed her arms, smirking arrogantly. 2 choices, either you take off your clothes or I show everyone your intimate videos again. Leroy's chest ached with anger. After being with Angie for so long, he knew better than anyone how cunning she was. Disobeying her was as good as a death sentence. Leroy stripped off his jacket and tossed it at Angie's feet. Angie's lips curved upward, and the shirt. Leroy continued, peeling off his shirt and tossing it to her. Angie stepped back, her tall posture and straight neck exuding a regal and detached air. Pants. Leroy. Crowd, damn, intense. True to form for the leading lady. Angie is still Angie, we've been waiting to see her confront him, truly a victory for women everywhere. Govind raised an eyebrow, tapping ash from his cigarette. She bought quite a lot for him. Didn't expect Angie to care so much during the relationship. Mr. Nate felt a little choked. He hadn't received such treatment. Angie, if you want money for the pants, we can buy them, Leah interjected, stepping forward to shield Leroy, unwilling to let Angie torment him further. Want to buy them? That's up to me. Chin tilted up, stop wasting time and stop interrupting my meal. Strip and get lost. Leroy clenched his teeth, eyes wide with fury, but unable to bear the humiliation. Unbuckling his belt, he stripped off his trousers. Standing in his boxers on the balcony, the sea breeze brought a chill. Take it and get lost, Leroy threw his trousers at Angie's feet. Angie nudged her cheek, seemingly indifferent to the foul words spilling from his mouth, calmly saying, boxers too. ##### Chapter 69, stripping her ex-boyfriend in front of her current boyfriend. F***K. Angie is really amazing. She doesn't hold back when it's time to expose someone. Is that Govind next to them? Leroy's face turned a pig liver color. He realized Angie was deliberately making him uncomfortable today, forcing him to leave naked in front of so many people. As Leroy listened to the murmurs around him, his expression grew darker and darker until he heard someone mention Govind. He glanced past Angie and saw the man sitting on a chair nearby, holding a cigarette. Dressed immaculately in a black custom-tailored suit, Govind leaned lazily against the chair, exuding an aura of ruthless and steady wealth. Govind was known as the living Yama of Jingang, appearing refined but harboring a darkness like coal buried for 1,000 years underground. Leroy didn't dare offend Govind, fearing what he could do. But if he continued to be pressured by Angie, what dignity would he have left? With a cold laugh, Leroy pulled Govind into the situation, stripping her ex-boyfriend in front of her current boyfriend, Geraldine. You're getting more adventurous. Lawyer Nate, please note, I am your cautionary tale. Govind, who had been unexpectedly dragged into this, furrowed his brows and flicked off some ash from his cigarette. Rest assured, Master Hua, I don't live off others. You implied that as a gold digger, you talk too much. Though Govind appeared to be seriously responding to Leroy's remarks, he did not refute the earlier insinuation about stripping in front of the current boyfriend. To eat softly yet still demand things requires talent. I lack that talent. Govind brought the cigarette to his lips, took a deep drag, then let it hang from his mouth as wisps of smoke dissipated into the air. His eyes scanned over Leah, who stood beside Leroy. This glance made Leah shiver, unable to meet Govind's gaze. Angie remained haughty, her lazy eyes fixed on Leroy, waiting for him to strip off his underwear. The atmosphere became tense. Leroy's eyes narrowed as he prepared to flee with Leah. However, Angie saw through his intentions. If you dare to run away today, tomorrow I can get both of you on the front page. Leroy, we Hua family have already shown enough restraint regarding all the dirty deeds your family has done, cheating, causing deaths, and even hospitalizing my father-in-law-to-be. If all these scandals were revealed, what would happen to your family's stock prices? I haven't done anything wrong. All I wanted was to take back the things I bought for you. You went on dates with your little lover while wearing clothes I bought. What kind of mindset is that? Is the Hua family bankrupt? Can't even afford new clothes? Or are you mourning our failed relationship through this method? Somebody said it right. Isn't this unethical? Master Hua, even after you've acted so improperly, the other party still hasn't exposed your secrets. You should be grateful. How could you still come forward at this moment? Someone nearby interjected, cutting off Leroy's chance to escape. Leah knew about Angie's reputation and status in Jingang. Although Angie was arrogant and had a temper, she was generous. Most wealthy heirs got along well with her, except for those jealous noblewomen who constantly spread rumors about her. Cornered, Leroy faced a dilemma. To strip would humiliate him, but if the scandal broke out as Angie threatened, the Hua family would become public enemies in Jingang. A traitor couldn't stand firm in business. Leah approached Angie and kneeled down abruptly. Geraldine, everything is my fault. If I hadn't tempted Master Hua initially, none of this would have happened. Please, I beg you to let us go. The crowd fell silent. Govind, trying to flick the ash off his cigarette, dropped it on the ground instead. Did he just time travel? Back to the Baker dynasty? Everyone felt a shock inside. This girl really played her cards right, reversing the situation to force Angie's hand. If Angie agreed, she'd feel incredibly stifled. If she refused, a pregnant woman kneeling before her, captured by any sympathetic person, would make her the target of criticism in the entertainment world. Sure enough, Angie looked visibly upset. Glaring at Leah on the floor, her eyes blazed with anger. What are you doing now, forcing me into this? I might have considered letting you go, but this kneeing makes me want to settle this properly. Her bag was in Govind's hands. She looked at Govind, who sat nonchalantly on the chair, and glared at him. Phone. Govind ignored her tone and obediently stood up, taking the phone from her bag and handing it to her. Your Highness. F***K. Did she really conquer the law circle's Yama? This is Govind. One of the most famous lawyers globally. A prime bachelor. Seeing Angie pull out her phone, Leroy hurriedly grabbed her wrist. Angie. Ah, before Leroy could finish, a scream echoed. Govind had grabbed his wrist, applying pressure with his thumb, causing Leroy to cry out in pain. Master Hua, behave yourself in front of me. We'll settle the score for mentioning my name casually later. Govind, you and Angie are two snakes in one hole, colluding together. Govind's slender figure, dressed impeccably, and his striking good looks would fit right into the film industry. Compared to Leroy, covered only by a thin layer of fabric, Govind was indeed pleasing to the eye. An adult must own up to their mistakes and stand straight when punished. If Master Hua lacks this level of awareness, I suggest Elder Hua consider having another child, lest the Hua family's inheritance rights fall into the wrong hands. Govind glanced at Leah on the floor. She trembled, avoiding his sharp gaze. Angie called the police, and they arrived shortly. Seeing the chaotic scene and Govind, they felt a chill down their spines. Today's matter was not going to be easy to resolve. Chapter 70, Can't control yourself and blame girls for being virtuous? Geraldine is a frequent visitor to their police station. She's beautiful, but troublesome and hard to talk to, reporting an incident every few days. Perhaps because she's stunningly attractive and works in the entertainment industry, she's constantly embroiled in drama. Not only does Angie cause plenty of issues, but today she's also brought along Govind. Call Captain Fong and have him come back, was the immediate thought that came to mind when the officers saw the scene unfolding before them. A policeman walked over with a headache, intending to cover Leroy with a coat. Angie glanced at him coldly and said, "Go ahead and try." "This isn't presentable," he replied. "Decent or not, do I need you to tell me?" Angie retorted coldly. "An officer's duty is to handle incidents. Concerning scum like this should be left alone. If you're so concerned about human dignity, why don't you go help elderly women selling vegetables on the street?" Someone nearby spoke up in support of Angie. This person suddenly remembered Apollo's advice. When you encounter Angie, just do what you're supposed to and don't get involved. Generally, there won't be major problems. Sure. No getting involved then. Inside the police station. Apollo looked at Angie, sitting opposite him, her wet hair dripping water, clearly having been dragged out just after taking a shower without drying her hair properly. "So you even came to the police station?" "Yes." Angie replied lazily. "To prevent any false accusations later, I can only ask you, public servants, to witness everything." Apollo shook his head, sending water flying everywhere. Angie leaned back in disgust. "For witnessing something, shouldn't you have sent me to the first scene? Now that it's over, you want me to witness it? That's a bit pointless." Angie rolled her eyes. She knew exactly what Apollo was thinking. "You want to see the show, just say it." Apollo chuckled awkwardly, just as Burnell entered with the company's legal team. Seeing the lawyer, his heart skipped a beat. Is Nate Dogg losing favor? Burnell relaxed when she saw Angie wasn't hurt. The statements weren't finished yet when Enoch arrived, throwing a bag of clothes at Leroy and telling him to put them on. Put it on. Enoch had completely lost faith in Leroy. If he weren't old and without other heirs, he wouldn't bother with such a troublemaker anymore. They found a good match for him, and yet he squandered it. Acting recklessly outside without any forethought. "Angie, can we talk?" Angie was talking with Burnell when she heard someone calling her. She turned around to see Enoch. Her expression darkened slightly, but still called him Uncle Hua politely. "This incident is indeed our Hua family's fault, and I hope you could give our Hua family another chance." "Chances aren't given, they're earned. When it happened, your Hua family ran away quickly. Now that you've been publicly embarrassed, you come to me for a second chance. All good and bad things are done by your Hua family. Where does my family stand in all this? Being trampled underfoot? Uncle Hua, you know how I am. When I like someone, I do my best for them. When I hate someone, I will spare no effort to destroy them. I treated your Hua family well before, didn't I? And this is how you repay me? Double-dealing behind everyone's back, as if you're the only smart ones in the world?" Enoch felt humiliated by Angie's remarks. "Angie, can we blame Leroy alone? You two dated for a year and a half and never went past the second stage. A grown man enduring for a year and a half, it's bound to create problems. TSK, can't control yourself and blame girls for being virtuous? Your logic truly astounds me, Uncle Hua. What? Did Govind have needs from birth? Can 1.5 years take his life? Seems like everyone in your Hua family comes from the same rotten seed. Angie, feeling her temper rising, stopped arguing further. Since Mr. Hua thinks this way, I know what to do next. You. Can I leave now? Angie asked, looking at Apollo. Apollo understood and immediately handed her a paper to sign. Sign here, and you can go. Less than 5 minutes after Angie left the police station, Enoch's secretary rushed in with a panicked face, holding a phone. Mr. Hua, Geraldine is live streaming. So what if she is? An 18-tier female celebrity live streaming and you're coming to report to me? The secretary paled. Geraldine is crying in her live stream, accusing Sam Hua of betraying her during their engagement. Apollo choked on his drink. Damn, impressive. This solidifies her reputation as a pure white lily in the entertainment industry. Before Enoch could react, news of Angie's allegations flooded social media, complete with images from the restaurant. Public perception of Angie shifted dramatically once again. That night, Darren's office, Apollo replayed Angie's live stream on his phone. He couldn't help but admire her boldness. She's incredibly daring. This is you, right? President Nate. Let's interview you. What did you feel watching Angie sobbing into her phone? Darren glanced at Govind. What would he feel? Blocked, probably. Why else would he seek us out for drinks late at night? Govind. Indeed, he felt blocked. Even knowing it was all an act, it still felt uncomfortable. Why don't you speak unless spoken to? Govind glared. Apollo laughed, reading the comments. How much of a cheat must he be to turn a little white rabbit into a big tiger? No marriage, no children ensures safety. Add another rule, no dating avoids greenhorns. Apollo watched the comments praising Angie's transformation. I think she's planning a career shift. Using this incident to ditch her innocent image and rebrand herself. Didn't expect you to care about the entertainment industry so much, Govind remarked. Well, Angie is my only connection there. Strange, such a big scandal and the Hua family hasn't reacted. While watching the live stream, Apollo muttered. That Leroy is a real beast. How could he cheat on her after she treated him so well? Look at that suit. Designer, costing tens of thousands, years of my salary. And those shoes, damn, even bought her underwear? Darren, overhearing Apollo, sneaked a glance at Govind, noticing his increasingly sullen expression. I'll leave first. End of chapter. Chapter 71, Teasing and Tempting. In the Milagros villa, Kimberly watched as Milagros lay on the sofa with an eye mask. She also glanced at the comments section of the live stream, laughing uncontrollably. What were you thinking? Crying like you lost your husband in front of Govind. Did President Nate not say anything? Kimberly was very curious about what Govind thought at that time. This big brother must have felt quite stifled. No, Milagros adjusted her nearly falling eye mask. Her crying in the afternoon was so intense that her eyes had swollen up. But every time she thought about Enoch's words, Milagros felt it was worth it. Losing 100 just to hurt her 1,000 times over, Milagros always sought revenge when wronged. She never compromised herself. None of the Hua family men were any good. Lawyer Nate didn't say anything, but his face looked terrible. As dark as a pot bottom. While crying, she kept asking Lawyer Nate to pass her tissues. Elsie, who was sitting in the driver's seat, was terrified and dared not move for a while. In all of Jean Gang, only Milagros would dare order around this Yama-like figure. And even when he was in a bad mood. Thinking about Govind's expression in the restaurant earlier, Milagros pressed her lips together somberly. Her twisted relationship with Govind had a long history, too complex to be explained in a few words. When she first confirmed the marriage alliance with the Hua family, Govind's company had booked the entire hotel for a team-building event. At the banquet, while Milagros was toasting with Leroy, she saw Govind upstairs in a robe, sipping wine and watching her with a smile that held a hint of mockery. Milagros felt infuriated, sensing some disdain from this new rich man in Jean Gang. Back then, she wanted to teach Govind a lesson. What goes around comes around. As much as she had been arrogant back then, she now felt a deep frustration. After removing her eye mask, Milagros got ready to wash up and sleep. Kimberly had things to do the next day and was too lazy to stay over at Milagros's place. At 11:30 p.m., after showering, Milagros was preparing to get a glass of water before bed. The doorbell rang, and when she opened the door, she saw Govind leaning against the door frame with a suit draped over his arm, looking somewhat disheveled. What wind brought Lawyer Nate here? To check on Geraldine, I was worried you might depress yourself to death. Milagros clicked her tongue, turned around, and found a shawl to drape over her shoulders. Depression might be possible, but die? Leroy isn't capable of that. Fresh out of the shower, Milagros wore a strapless nightgown with thin straps crossing her back, exposing her entire back. Her movements were tantalizingly revealing, pure temptation. Govind, used to mingling in business circles, often saw women in revealing outfits, so he didn't find it odd at first. Until Milagros wrapped the shawl around herself, hands crossed in front of her chest, showcasing a perfect décolletage. Govind felt a sudden heat rise within him. Silent seduction was the most lethal kind. The moment Milagros turned, she fell into Govind's intense gaze, which was like a vortex pulling her in. You, Govind pinned Milagros down on the sofa, biting her neck, causing her to swear loudly. Govind, you bastard. Why are you being such a madman? Ah. 5 hours later, Milagros was carried out of the bathtub by Govind, her body sore. He gently dried her off and placed her on the bed. Tears welled up in Milagros's eyes, her soft form like a flower battered by a storm. This is criminal. Only if there was force or coercion involved, Geraldine. This was mutual consent. You're talking nonsense, Milagros tried to hit him again. Govind caught her hand, kissed it, and said, still got energy? Want more? Milagros. Leroy was brought back to the Hoare residence by Enoch, kneeling on the ground, trembling in fear. Father, I know I was wrong. Do you? If you really knew, you wouldn't have provoked Milagros. You knew exactly what you did, yet you still approached her. How could I know Milagros would be so heartless? Leroy always thought Milagros liked him. How could a woman buy clothes and underwear for someone she didn't like? He didn't expect her to break ties so quickly, making their affair public and humiliating him along with them. Heartless? What consideration did you give her? You cuckolded her and angered her father into a coma. What face do you have to ask for her consideration? Leroy, what are you? Even Milagros has managed to make something of herself. She runs an entertainment company given by Freddie and earns annually without relying on her father. What about you? I have to support you, your woman, and eventually your son. Can't you even live decently off my support? Leroy hung his head in shame, unable to respond. What right do you have to expect respect? Ask anyone in Jean Gang who'd still want to associate with you. If it weren't for your father, you'd be nothing. Tomorrow, you'll move out of the Hoare residence with your woman. Enoch's words stunned Leroy. Father? Leah was also shocked. Move out? Could she still enjoy her life with everything provided? Without money or influence, Leroy couldn't do anything outside the family. Move out? Starve? If his father cut off his credit card, they couldn't even pay for prenatal exams. Leah thought Enoch had only one son, and she could always count on him. But, Father, how can I live outside? When you were chasing other women, did you think about living responsibly? Enoch kicked him aside, glaring at Leah. Once you're in my family, you follow my rules. Don't think you can bring in your poor relatives. As a mistress, you think you're the first lady? Lee's face turned pale. Just as she wanted to call for help, she felt a tightening in her abdomen. Warm blood trickled down her thigh. Terrified, she called out weakly to Leroy. Hospital. Watching the doctor pull the curtain closed in the emergency room, Leroy nervously rubbed his hands together. Father, can we use Lee's miscarriage to counter Milagros's live stream from this afternoon? Enoch was already thinking about it. Glancing at Leroy, he said, your brain isn't completely useless. So what should we do? In a bit, go ask Leah to open a live stream and apologize to Milagros. Apologize? Leroy was shocked. Not blame. Enoch regretted praising him. With this level of intelligence. Blame Milagros for making the mistress fall ill? #### Chapter 72, Too Wild. At 6 in the morning, Milagros was still asleep. Last night, she had been kept awake until 4 by Govind, and just as she had fallen into a brief slumber, a phone call woke her up. Bernal had stayed awake all night. She expected that after Milagros's live stream went public, the Hua family wouldn't remain idle or let this go without retaliating. After all, Enoch, with his years of experience in business, was a crafty old fox. However, she didn't anticipate that they would have a pale-faced pregnant woman from the hospital come forward to apologize on their behalf. Lee's live stream became viral within half an hour. News headlines like "Rich Family Heiress Forces Pregnant Woman to Apologize on Live Stream" flooded every platform. Bernal almost laughed out loud in frustration. Don't sleep anymore, get up and watch the show, Bernal said as she watched the drama unfold from the meeting room, along with others from the company who had been there all night. Milagros tried to speak but her voice came out hoarse, almost croaking like Martha Grongs did in some desperate moment. Bernal paused. What happened? Milagros cleared her throat before saying slightly better, nothing. You look like someone who screamed too loudly under a man last night. Milagros. It wasn't far from the truth. Govind had exhausted her last night, leaving her in no condition for anything else. Sighing, Milagros was about to reply when she felt movement beside her. Filled with sudden anger, she kicked Govind off the bed. With a thud, the half-awake Govind snapped awake, sitting on the floor and looking at Milagros in surprise. What's that noise? Bernal asked. Forget it. Leah is doing a live stream to apologize to you. Milagros cursed softly, hanging up and preparing to start her own live stream. Govind, whom she had kicked off the bed, stood up and looked down at her from the edge of the bed. Last night had been intense. The clothes on Govind had been torn to shreds by Milagros, leaving claw marks from his neck down to his waist. Every inch of him bore the evidence of their night. Standing naked beside the bed, he made Milagros avert her eyes guiltily. Are you birdwatching this early in the morning? Milagros. Govind's eyes were fiery as he glared at her. Milagros rubbed her nose awkwardly. I'm not used to having others in my bed. Govind couldn't help laughing at her lame excuse. You're okay with having someone inside your body but not on your bed? Think about your excuses, Milagros. He took her phone from her hand, and before she could grab it back, he tossed it onto the sofa. Govind, when you were with me, you called me honey, darling, and how you can't live without me. Now, one kick gets you mad? Were all those sweet words just fake? Calling me two-faced while you're no different. As Darren would say, we're both ancient foxes, playing witch games. Govind couldn't find words to counter that accusation. Seeing him speechless, Milagros wrapped herself in a blanket and muttered, put on an act. Milagros, I'm not like you. As she passed by, he grabbed her arm. Milagros looked at him and smirked. How are you different? Is Lawyer Nate a deep feeler now? Ignoring him, Milagros opened her live stream. Lee's sobbing voice came through, making Milagros curse again. Checking the comments, were these even human reactions? No matter what, she's pregnant. Pushing a pregnant woman into the hospital, Geraldine sure has a big temper. Boycott Milagros. How can entering the hospital clean a mistress's reputation? Can disinfectants purify her soul? She mistress, scram, stop pretending. Heard she played intimate videos during the engagement party. Who asked for it? If so, type 1. Immediately, a wave of people spammed 1. Seeing the screen full of 1, Milagros felt relieved, ready to use alternate accounts to attack Leah. Meanwhile, in the live stream, Lee's hand holding the phone started sweating, struggling to keep up with the backlash. Back in Milagros's bedroom, Govind watched her sit on the sofa scrolling through the live stream. Reaching for a cigarette on the nightstand, he prepared to light it. Betting cost 16 million, double the compensation. Govind. His craving for a smoke vanished with Milagros's chilling remark. Geraldine's period dirted betting worth over 100 million. When will you pay? Milagros. Lawyer Nate has proof? Govind touched his lips. I kept the set. Milagros inwardly cursed, sick freak. Govind, why do you always leave marks on me? I told you not to. Washing up, Milagros saw numerous hickeys on her neck and felt a headache coming on. If Burnell saw this. Am I a dog and you a chicken? Why don't you check me? Should I go get a rabies shot? Milagros seethed inside, glaring at Govind before putting on a high-neck turtleneck and going downstairs. Seeing Zuri vigorously cleaning the leather sofa, Milagros's mind buzzed. Their first battlefield had been the sofa, utter chaos. Not just the sofa, even the dining table suffered. Blushing deeply, Milagros wondered how she had reached this point. Good morning, young miss. Milagros coughed awkwardly. Good morning. Breakfast is on the table. Milagros rubbed her forehead, feeling a migraine coming on. Seeing Zuri scrubbing furiously, Govind thought, thank goodness Zuri was around, otherwise, Milagros would surely berate him. Mr. Nate, good morning, breakfast is on the table. Not allowed to eat. Get out. Milagros yelled immediately. Zuri froze, puzzled by their interaction. Last night's screams had likely been heard by the neighbors. If she hadn't experienced similar things, she wouldn't believe Milagros's voice could be so seductive. Commanding him to go faster, then slower, it was like conducting an orchestra. Lawyer Sue, we have a new case. The staff doesn't know whether to accept it, and Lawyer Nate isn't answering his phone. The chapter captures the aftermath of a tumultuous night between Milagros and Govind, intertwined with the public fallout from Milagros's confrontation with Leah. Chapter 73, the case of the boss's ex-boyfriend's father. What case? Everyone in the law firm could individually match a whole company. Profitable cases were right before them, yet someone was asking whether they should take it? What? Did their IQ regress? The boss's ex-boyfriend's father's case. Should they accept or reject it? Boss. Angie? Krista suddenly got interested. Tell him to scram. He actually dares to sue the woman of CEO Nate? Afraid that CEO Nate will not let him keep his shorts. Elon thought, luckily, there are still some lawyers with sense here, otherwise, it would be disastrous. Everyone in the company knew about the relationship between the boss and Angie. If things don't work out eventually, where will the boss put his face? Worrying for the boss. Krista was particularly interested in the matter involving Angie and Leroy. The point of interest lay in the fact that at the acquaintance banquet between the Hua family and the Hua family, the firm happened to be having a team-building event. Govind had specially booked an estate hotel and stood on the balcony watching the entire ceremony. That demeanor was as if he was observing his prey. No matter whose pocket she was in now, he would always bring the prey to his own lips. Leroy, such a fool, trying to compete with Govind? He needs to practice for 8 lifetimes more. Still can't find the old lady? No, facing Abrielle's inquiry, Waverly's face darkened slightly. Abrielle tightened his grip on his chopsticks. Didn't send anyone to follow Angie? Yes, we did. But you know how calm she can be. Angie is far from being as simple as she appears on the surface. Talking about being a novice flower in the entertainment circle? She's actually just a cunning black lotus skilled at hiding herself. If your father isn't seen by us anymore, and if the old lady doesn't side with us, everything then depends on what Angie says. Most of the inheritance will be decided by her. Dad is only in a coma, not dead yet. You're already dividing it like this. What if Dad wakes up someday? Colleen sitting opposite watched this mother-son duo. Waverly snorted, wake up. That depends on our willingness. He sowed wild oats when he was young, producing over 10 illegitimate children. Let him live? How can we prosper further? What if one day he wakes up and writes a will, dividing the assets equally among those illegitimate children? Colleen glanced at him and remained silent. Their affairs in the Hua family were not something that could be clarified in a few words. This morning, Angie went to the company. Burnell saw her come and affectionately linked arms with her. In the future, if there are opportunities to appear publicly, you must participate as much as possible. Not, someone brought money to our door. Who? Angie received Burnell's call in the morning saying someone was coming to discuss a multi-million advertising deal. And insisted on talking directly to her personally. Not even her agent would do. Burnell kept teasing her, go to the reception room and see. Angie, confused, pushed the door open and found Ascari sitting in the reception room, sipping tea while enjoying the outside scenery. Miss Montague? Angie was surprised. Ascari used to not play with them when in Jingang. Why did she come knocking now? Angie, let's skip the formalities. Don't keep calling me Miss Montague. Ascari opened up straightforwardly. Angie smiled understandingly. Sister Min. I came today because I want you to endorse one of my company's phone brands. The Montague family has a wide range of industries and is recently eyeing the telecommunications market, even launching phones. Angie felt honored. There are so many artists in Jingang. Why did you find me? Jingang has many artists, but I'm only familiar with you. You know, my current situation is special. I divorced abroad and returned home to take over the family business. There are many old-timers in the company waiting to see my failure. Every step I take is extremely cautious. Even selecting endorsers requires meticulous consideration. There are many artists in Jingang, but I thought of no one but you. Angie admired Ascari. Some people said she married that wealthy husband initially to split his wealth. She's shrewd and capable, otherwise, why would her divorce lawsuit be handled by Govind? Sister Min's trust is an honor for me. Ascari was pleased, then it's settled. We'll make an appointment later to sign the contract. Sure. Dinner together tonight? There's a good private restaurant near our company. I'll treat you. Ascari agreed. Just as they arrived at the restaurant and the dishes started arriving, Ascari received a call. She spoke about eating and seemed to be arranging schedules. Angie listened and noticed a hint of something else. So soon after divorce, new love interests already? Indeed, women role models, she definitely needs to learn from Ascari, absolutely not wasting time on men. Darby, do you mind if there's another person? Even bringing someone to meet? How stimulating. Wouldn't that mean insider gossip for her? Angie's inner drama was rich, but she shook her head on the surface, not at all. Ascari gave the address and table number before hanging up. I heard your father's condition is not good. If you need help, you can tell me directly. Last night, I watched the video where you dealt with Leroy. It's regrettable that you didn't strip him of his underwear. Dealing with such scum shouldn't be lenient. Angie. If I had half your momentum, I could have cleaned up that pair of lovers during the divorce. Angie choked while drinking water. Isn't it inappropriate to educate a single young lady about these things? Just as Angie wanted to grab tissues, a hand reached over her and pulled several tissues toward her. Garth? What does this brother-sister duo intend to do? Could it be that the caller just now was him? Ascari looked apologetically at Angie. I didn't think too much about it. Sorry. Angie waved her hands continuously. No problem, no problem. I grew up listening to my father's scandals. These things are trivial to me. After answering, Angie's gaze landed on Garth. Mr. Montague, meeting again. Just finished socializing nearby, thinking of picking her up. Didn't expect you two to be having dinner, so I came along. Miss Hua, you don't mind, right? Garth appeared humble and polite, like a cultivated noble gentleman of ancient times. His explanation did comfort Angie quite a bit. Chapter 74, Angie is destined to become Catherine Montague. The three of them chatted while eating, and it was over 2 hours before they finished their meal. Before leaving, Alay reminded Angie that it would rain today, but she didn't pay much attention. Standing at the ancient-style shop entrance, watching the pouring rain, Angie grew worried. She glanced down at her shoes, limited edition high heels she wore for the first time today. Did they have to be ruined like this? Garth noticed Angie's actions. I'll go get an umbrella from the car, please wait a moment. It was quite a distance from the store entrance to the parking lot. Garth borrowed an umbrella from a waiter and turned into the rain. The broad figure walking through the rain gave Angie a vague sense of security. Garth exuded safety just by his silhouette, being born into a military family. This kind of inherent, innate security was different from other things and could not be easily imitated by ordinary people. When Garth returned, water droplets were dotted all over his suit. Angie casually looked away. There are only 2 umbrellas left in the car. Saying so, Garth handed one to each of them and returned the borrowed umbrella to the waiter. Mr. Montague? Angie asked. The rain isn't heavy, I can walk back. She turned and saw the rain was heavier than when Shauna demanded money from her father. This umbrella is big enough for both of us, Mr. Montague. Garth hesitated for a moment, then nodded after some thought. Under the rain curtain, the man stood next to Angie with an umbrella, neither too close nor too far. They walked without their clothes brushing each other, maintaining a perfect and safe distance that every girl appreciated as gentlemanly behavior. Angie felt no exception. Raindrops pattered on the umbrella, loud and hurried. Garth slightly tilted the umbrella towards her side, half of his arm getting wet. You, splash. Before Angie could finish her sentence, a speeding car splashed water from a puddle beside them. Garth instinctively shielded Angie. Gritty water splashed all over him. Despite this, he held the umbrella firmly, showing no signs of letting go. Are you alright? Are you okay? Angie looked at him. If it weren't for Garth, she would definitely chase that car and curse its driver's ancestors for 18 generations. Garth shook his head. I'm fine, the rain got heavier. Angie was helped into the limousine under his protection. Sitting inside, she saw Garth's suit was almost soaked. Pushing open the door again, she called out, Mr. Montague. Garth turned around and, instead of standing there to ask what she wanted, chose to walk over. Standing next to the car door, the umbrella above prevented rainwater from seeping into the car. Towel, Angie handed him a towel. Garth was surprised for a moment, recalling various evaluations of Angie. Most of those evaluations had one thing in common, they were not positive. But looking at Angie now, Garth believed words could be misleading. Thank you. It's me who should thank you. Elsie drove off, glancing at Angie sitting in the back seat, deep in thought. He cautiously asked, Sister, what about Lawyer Nate? What do you mean what about Lawyer Nate? Angie was puzzled. You found a new love interest, what about Lawyer Nate? Why does finding a new love interest have anything to do with Lawyer Nate? Why would I care if Lawyer Nate cares or not? And whose side are you on? Do you want to quit? Elsie shrank back in fear, not daring to speak anymore. Boss Nate, you're done for. She has a new lover now. Look how considerate Garth is. Which young lady wouldn't fall in love? I think Angie is destined to become Catherine Montague. Krista came with Govind to meet a tech industry tycoon regarding a divorce case worth several billion. They had just finished discussing and were preparing to leave. Natechically, they got into the car before the storm hit. Unluckily, they witnessed a couple's interactions while sitting in the car. Krista sat leaning against the passenger seat, arms crossed, shaking his head. If I were Angie, I wouldn't choose you either. Govind's eyes flashed with anger. Starting the car, he sped toward Angie in a fit of rage, unexpectedly giving Garth a chance to be a hero. What does the failure comes after trying to steal mean? Krista sighed. It means exactly what happened to Lawyer Nate. So pitiful. Angie hadn't flirted with Govind for a whole week, and the law firm's coffee supply mysteriously stopped. Everyone speculated whether the boss and the boss lady had a quarrel or even broken up. Gossip flourished in the company's chat group. Did you find where Geraldine took Xavier? Where? Back at the original Hua residence. Govind paused in surprise. Geraldine dug a tunnel from the basement of the old Hua residence, bribed the neighbors, and relocated Xavier to a villa next door. No wonder Channing couldn't find him. And Xavier's condition seems worse than rumored. He's already in a vegetative state. You think Geraldine is waiting for your approval to become her lawyer and then give up on treating Xavier? Govind was speechless. This was something Angie could indeed do. She wouldn't take risks unless absolutely necessary. Govind lit a cigarette, lost in thought. Just as Alley thought he wouldn't speak again, the man coldly said, Can we contact Xavier's chief doctor? Yes. Bring him to see me. Half an hour later, a middle-aged man wearing wireframe glasses entered Govind's office. Mr. Nate, Dr. Lincoln knew Govind. There probably wasn't anyone who didn't know this rising star of Jingang. Regardless of his methods and abilities, Govind's character had been described in myriad ways. I need Dr. Lincoln's help. Govind pushed a check for a foreign account across the table. 50 million. That's half the deposit. What does Mr. Nate need? Isn't Mr. Freddy your patient? Yes. Yes. Dr. Lincoln was trembling. This was confidential information, normally unknown to outsiders. How did Govind know? What do you need? Govind revealed his intention, but as soon as he spoke, Dr. Lincoln shook his head frantically. Mr. Nate, I can't. Don't worry, Dr. Lincoln. I won't make you do anything illegal. Either help me or I'll expose your initial mishap. You choose. Chapter 75. Do you think I would give her a chance to break up? Govind's tactic of alternating between punishment and reward was executed with consummate skill. Aiden did not dare to look directly into his eyes. The law's grim reaper, known for his restrained and unemotional demeanor, was beyond his ability to fathom. Dr. Lincoln, please consider carefully. Aiden naturally understood the implication behind Govind's words. There had never been anything or anyone that Govind coveted but could not obtain. After pausing for a moment, Aiden entwined his hands nervously beside him. Can I ask why it's me? Leaning back on the sofa, Govind gently swirled the teacup in his hand, maintaining an aloof yet cold stance. Only you. In other words, neither of them had a choice. There was no way for Aiden to extricate himself from this situation. After Aiden left, Krista pushed the door open and walked in, closing it before looking at Govind. Are you really going to do this? If Angie finds out that you used manipulation to force her into making a choice, even if you two are together, she will break up with you. Do you think I would give her a chance to break up? Govind asked in a chilly tone. Krista looked at the handsome face of the man who exuded a cold demeanor, seemingly far removed from the upbringing of a cultivated family. Arlenwen was gentle and refined. One would expect someone raised by him to be equally suave and elegant. However, Govind wasn't like that. Beneath his neatly dressed exterior lay a possessiveness typical of a beast. Any slight movement from Angie would be tightly controlled by him. I hope you don't regret it. At the company. Angie was in a script meeting when Burnell recently landed her a leading role in a grand period drama. She had just received the script today. She was about to dive into studying it when her phone rang. Seeing the caller ID sent a shock through her heart. Looking at Burnell, she excused herself and stepped outside to answer the call. Dr. Lincoln? Geraldine, Xavier might not make it. What do you mean, not make it? Wasn't he stable in a vegetative state? How could he suddenly be failing? Angie glanced around, lowering her voice as if afraid of being overheard. Aiden's hand holding the phone trembled. Please come back. The situation isn't good, and there are things I need to explain to you in person. Angie sighed deeply and hurriedly left without explaining to Burnell, rushing off with her phone. Arriving at the Hua residence, she saw Aiden pacing outside the room. Upon seeing her, he stopped abruptly. Angie rushed over, grabbing his arm. Explain yourself clearly. What happened to my dad? Didn't you tell me this state could last up to 3 years? An unforeseen situation. We didn't know which medication your father was allergic to beforehand. We changed his medicine yesterday, and during the change, an unexpected condition arose. Why did you suddenly change his medication? Angie caught onto the inconsistency in his words. Aiden, silenced by Angie's stern interrogation, remembered Govind's warning. Angie is very clever. Be careful, if she discovers. Long-term use of the same drug can cause dependency or resistance. For Xavier's condition, changing the medication was inevitable. Did you accept money from someone? Angie always held others to high standards and often suspected ulterior motives. She never believed that unforeseen events happened without reason. There must be some connection. Aiden shuddered. What do you mean, Geraldine? Literally. Angie, Tilda heard their argument and came downstairs, pulling Angie into a guest room on the first floor. We have to resolve this issue. Your father's sudden decline may actually be the best outcome for us. Dream, he's my father. He is also someone else's father, Tilda reminded her calmly. You shouldn't let his kindness towards you overshadow what he did initially. Angie, this is the only result now. Angie. You should consider your father's condition and whether you found a lawyer. If it comes to a lawsuit over his estate, can you win? Tilda had little affection for Freddie. She married an older man who was divorced when she was in her 20s. Who would marry him if not for his wealth? Now, with Freddie dying, while she didn't wish it, she felt no regret. A life of luxury without love or the burden of taking care of a bedridden old man was enviable. But Angie was different. Despite Freddie's womanizing ways, he genuinely loved his daughter. He showered her with luxury and adoration from childhood. To accept this reality was difficult for her. Seeing Angie's silence, Tilda went out to ask Aiden how long this condition could last. Aiden said no more than 2 weeks. After hearing this, Tilda glanced at Angie, signaling her to act quickly. Kimberly emerged from the studio, wearing a strapless top and hot pants, her slender waist exposed. I saw you arrive long ago. Why do you stand here like you owe me money? My father is dying. Angie crossed her arms, her demeanor tense. She wasn't joking. Kimberly lifted her cup to drink water but slowly put it down. You're not kidding, right? Not kidding. Startled, Kimberly realized that if Freddie were to die, and Angie hadn't secured Govind, the ensuing inheritance dispute. What about Govind? That damn guy is tough to deal with. I've already asked Elsie to fetch Jonathan. Go abroad to find that lawyer? Yes, Angie's expression was taut. Though she couldn't bear Freddie's death, securing the inheritance was now the priority. She couldn't lose both her father and his wealth, risking bankruptcy. Kimberly knew Angie was sharp and didn't need much prompting. Considering the relationship between Jonathan and Govind, she still suggested, have you considered that your previous attempts to find a lawyer were thwarted by Jonathan? I heard recently that the new internet division developed by the Hyder family was driven by Govind. After the Hyder family patriarch retired last year, the 3 sons competed for control. It's rumored that Jonathan's father secured his position with Govind's help. Within a year, they revitalized a nearly defunct company, launching new products aimed at female users, and becoming dominant. This reveals Govind's influence. Chapter 76, seeing the Waverleys' kiss mark on his neck. How do you know? If Govind was truly the mastermind, it should have been kept a secret. It's sheer coincidence that our family is a raw material supplier. My dad saw Govind sitting at the head during a meeting, and Jonathan and his father were bowing and scraping to him as if they were beholding their saviors. Angie. Kimberly's family is involved in manufacturing and has cooperation with the Hyder family. Thus, this information must be true. Angie's eyes hardened as she took out her phone and called Elsie. On the other end of the line, a cheerful voice greeted her as sis. Is the speakerphone on? Yes. Turn it off, I need to say something important. Elsie replied with an oh and disconnected the Bluetooth in the car before picking up the phone. Think of a way to keep Jonathan from speaking today. Don't let him have a chance to inform Govind. You don't need to accompany me abroad, I'll go alone. Elsie hesitated but still followed Angie's instruction obediently. She hung up and turned the car right instead of going straight. She picked up Jonathan at a suburban golf course. On the city bypass highway, turning left would lead into the city center while turning right led out of town. Why are we leaving the city? Is Angie not in the city? Jonathan noticed the abnormal driving direction and asked. Elsie responded affirmatively. At the entrance of the expressway, she stopped by the side and said, I'll get something from behind you. Jonathan nodded as he watched Elsie open the door and sit back in the car, then he felt a white flash before losing consciousness. Tattling? Not so fast, you'll follow my orders today. Boss, Geraldine went to the United States. Allie had been following Angie because lawyer Nate wanted to monitor her every move ever since Garth developed feelings for her. Allie stood at the airport, reporting Angie's whereabouts to Govind via phone. Watching the handsome man and beautiful woman talking heads down inside, he worried about his boss. Who knew Geraldine would encounter Mr. Montague here? It looked like Mr. Montague was preparing to join Geraldine on the trip to America. Mr. Montague is also there. Who? Govind was momentarily stunned upon hearing Angie was heading to the U.S., then became infuriated after learning about Mr. Montague. Indeed. Not even 3 days apart, and she always managed to surprise him with all kinds of situations. Garth. Snap, Govind broke the pencil in his hand. Forcing someone into another's arms? Angie visited the lawyer mentioned by Jonathan in the U.S. The lawyer politely refused to take international cases when meeting Angie. Angie tried to persuade, McBain, we can negotiate the commission. I'm very sorry, McBain smiled and shook his head, international cases would be too burdensome for me at the moment. Also, seeing Geraldine looks rather urgent, I'm unable to coordinate time. If Geraldine is indeed an urgency, I can recommend a quite competent Chinese lawyer. Angie suddenly thought of Govind but still asked with a smile, who? This. McBain pulled out a business card from the drawer and handed it to Angie. Seeing the name on the card, Angie inwardly cursed Govind's ancestors. Putting the card away, she continued smiling, I would like to try to gain some of your time once more. Should you reconsider, feel free to contact me. As for lawyer Nate, perhaps our fates didn't align. McBain was taken aback. This was the first time he heard someone mention fate when seeking legal help. This girl had some character. Returning to Jinggang City late at night, Angie woke Kimberly for drinks. Kimberly, merely wearing pajamas, almost got scared by Angie already opening a bottle and pouring herself drinks. Didn't you go to America? Why did you rush back? How did it go? Do I look okay to you? Angie retorted, and Kimberly understood. Seeing Angie about to pour more alcohol, Kimberly stopped her, don't drink any more. Drinking won't solve your problems, and I can't carry you if you get drunk. Angie sighed, brushing her hair away with her fingers. Looking up, she saw Waverly nearby watching her with amusement. Provoked, Angie walked over calmly, glancing around the group of young gentlemen around him. Her gaze fell on the woman beside Waverly. Second brother, doesn't she resemble your wife a lot? Isn't it just a body double? So what? Has your sister-in-law refused you at home? The woman's expression changed, and she moved away. Hearing Angie's provocation, Waverly merely asked, why are you coming to me alone without Govind feeling emotional in the middle of the night? If I say yes, would you feel better? Angie answered vaguely, looking at the hickey on Waverly's neck and curling her lips. Remember to get a regular checkup, second brother. When Geraldine leaves, she really isn't polite, complained the woman seated beside Waverly. Waverly chuckled, who are you? Why should she be polite to you? To expect Lincolnson's Jinggang to treat a woman of ill repute politely? What gives you the right? Chilled by Waverly's cold reply, the woman couldn't utter a word. Waverly got dressed and left. The man next to him reminded the woman, are you dumb? No matter how bad Angie is, she is still part of the Hua family. Who are you? Just focus on making the sugar daddy happy instead of being talkative and pretending to be Madison. The woman gulped, knowing the man made sense. Returning to the villa, Angie, slightly drunk, was helped to bed by Kimberly who struggled with her stumbling. Shaylama undressed her while Kimberly knelt down to remove her shoes. Glancing under the bed, her eyes caught something. Please note that the translation aims to capture the essence and tone of the original text, maintaining its structure and style as closely as possible. Chapter 77, Govind's face darkened. Where is she? Kimberly reached out to pull the item from under the bed and glanced at Zuri. Zuri coughed awkwardly. Kimberly understood immediately. Govind? Zuri didn't reply, but her evasive eyes confirmed it. Kimberly looked down at the condom in her hand. How intense must that encounter have been? Zuri cleaned here daily yet never saw this. The size isn't small either, Kimberly remarked with a sigh, then went to wash her hands in the bathroom. A sudden urge came over her to check if there were any more of their battle results around the house. Kneeling down, she stuck her head under the bed again when she noticed something flashing beneath. She froze, thinking maybe her eyes were playing tricks on her. On her second look, she let out a startled cry. Zuri asked puzzled, "What is it?" Kimberly put a finger to her lips, signaling her to be quiet. "Elsie? Haven't seen Elsie for 2 days." Kimberly glanced at the drunken Angie, wanting to wake her up, but figured she was probably too out of it. Instead, she and Zuri moved Angie to the sofa. Then she indicated they lift the bed together. As they flipped the heavy bed frame, Zuri gasped. Kimberly was equally stunned. Number 1 courtyard has strict management, especially Angie's villa, which isn't easily accessible. Yet, someone managed to install a listening device under the bed. Kimberly's first thought was whether it could have been installed by that psychopath Govind. After all, there had been applause on this very bed. "Don't speak. I need to make a call. You take Angie to another room." It was 3:30 in the morning when Apollo arrived at Angie's villa. Upon entering, he joked, "A good university does have its benefits. After all, I can only admire these mansions through my classmates." "Is living in a mansion really that great?" Kimberly cast him a sideways glance. "Well, it's not," Apollo admitted. He didn't want a life like Angie's, filled with intrigue and drama similar to palace dramas. Kimberly led him straight to Angie's master bedroom where he immediately noticed the glittering listening device on the overturned bed frame. Damn, being a princess isn't easy, Apollo thought. They checked other areas of the house but found no additional devices. Closing the door behind them, they left. "Do you have any suspects?" Apollo sensed the complexity of the matter. With Angie's status as both royalty and an A-list star, this would be disastrous if it were a fan who did this. Without hesitation, Kimberly answered, "Govind." "Impossible, old Nate isn't that kind of person. Don't judge him with prejudice." Kimberly laughed. "Who's the one wearing tinted glasses now?" She pulled out the trash can. "Why don't you ask your buddy if he stayed here recently?" Apollo caught sight of the condom in the trash can. Even Govind has off moments. "I'll call him, but remember, just asking, not warning. How about we have forensics verify first? Find the IP address and confirm it's not related to Govind. Then we'll tell him." "Agreed? Don't let anyone know Angie is a celebrity." Apollo rolled his eyes. "I'm not that dumb." That night, Apollo worked at the villa. Forensics analyzed data, tracked the IP address, and apprehended the suspect before dawn. The next morning, Angie woke up still foggy. Just as she started to come to, Apollo called her. Apollo said the suspect was caught. "It was the installation worker from the furniture store who sold you the bed, a fan of yours," Kimberly said teasingly while fetching clothes for Angie. "How embarrassing, everyone probably heard you two go at it so loudly." At the police station, Apollo, knowing about Govind's feelings for Angie, immediately informed him upon capturing the culprit. Upon arriving at the station, Govind casually handed Apollo breakfast. "Still thoughtful, Boss Nate. I just love the chungfan near your place. I just love the rice noodle roll near your place." Rice noodle roll is the English name for chungfan, which makes it more understandable for English readers while keeping the meaning accurate. Apollo pulled out chopsticks and pointed to the seat opposite him, recounting last night's events. "Imagine, you finally made some passionate music with Angie, and someone was listening. That guy was already planning how to blackmail her with the audio recordings. Where is he?" Govind's expression remained grim. Even in the station lobby people avoided him. "In a cell. Don't even think about seeing him, you'd likely kill him, and that would be my fault." Apollo knew Govind's nature, polite and gentlemanly on the surface, but deep down a wild wolf ready to tear into anyone at any moment. "By the way, when I visited Angie last night, Kimberly insisted this device was your doing." Thankfully, Angie was too drunk to know. If she did, she'd probably side with Kimberly, considering you're the last outsider who entered her bedroom, Apollo emphasized, outsider. Seeing Govind's sharp features tighten, Apollo hurried to add, "I've heard Bear has been close with Angie lately. If you don't act soon, you might miss your chance. Everyone's guessing Angie will choose Bear over you. The Montags are influential, and Angie's free-spirited nature fits well in entertainment. Marrying Bear means he'll join the military, giving Angie full freedom. In comparison, you have no advantages. Delay any longer, and you'll lose." Note asterisk: the story maintains coherence and natural dialogue, ensuring a fluent translation. Chapter 78, Am I Govind your slave? Do you think it's Govind? I always feel this matter has something to do with that black-hearted devil. Kimberly still viewed Govind through a tinted lens. Think about it, he was the only outsider who recently entered your bedroom. Kimberly wouldn't believe it if it wasn't him. Could it be that Govind bribed the installation technician? Angie saw the car parked at the police station entrance and took out a mask and hat from the dashboard to wear. Let's not overthink this. Let's see what the police find first. When Angie entered the police station, she saw Govind sitting in front of Apollo. Apollo noticed Angie first and kicked Govind under the table. "One boss is here, come on, come into my office." It was fine to talk to Govind outside. Angie was an entertainer, and there were several fans in the police station. If they heard anything, it wouldn't be good. Apollo closed the door and explained the situation, opening his computer to show them the video. "This is the footage from last night's operation." They admitted it. The W Furniture Company's installation worker installed it on February 17th of this year. But in these 6 months, there hasn't been much useful information collected. He said you mostly filmed outside, and when you returned home late at night, you slept immediately, leaving no room for explosive news. Of course, except. Apollo pointed at Govind. Your encounter with him. This was the only time. He was planning to extort you after getting some dirt on you, but unexpectedly, Kimberly discovered the bug. After speaking for a while, Apollo saw Angie hadn't spoken up and hesitated to ask, what do you think, Angie? Let's go through legal procedures. So, should we have Nate? Angie interrupted Apollo, for such small matters, our company's legal team can handle it, we won't trouble lawyer Nate. Apollo gave a worried glance at Govind. Is brother Nate's position not secure anymore? Is there anything I need to sign? If not, I'll be leaving. Apollo took out some documents for Angie to sign since she was the party involved. Perhaps it was his imagination, but ever since Angie came in, she didn't look at Govind once, as if ignoring him entirely. Govind noticed too. Did I offend her? Angie finished signing and prepared to leave. Just as she pulled open Apollo's office door, a hand reached out from behind and pressed against the door. A faint tobacco smell surrounded her, triggering memories of rolling around with Govind. She remembered smelling this scent on him then too. Did I upset you? Angie turned to look at Govind. What do you mean? Why are you glaring at me so early in the morning? What did I do to you? Angie shoved him irritably. Is there any law stating that I must smile at lawyer Nate or greet you every time we meet? Graced I speak politely. Just stay away if you don't take my case, don't keep hovering around me like a fly. After saying this, Angie tried to pull the door open again, but it was slammed shut. The man's face darkened, his eyes stormy with anger. Angie, you need to know how to ask properly when seeking help. Tiring isn't fun after a while. Lawyer Nate, I've already touched everything touchable, seen all worth seeing, and used what needed using. Honestly, if not for your skills that make me somewhat reliant on you, I don't want to see you right now. With a slam, Angie pushed him away and left, pulling the door open and walking out. Govind felt stifled, clenching his fists tightly by his sides. He knew Angie had always been this way. Once she got what she wanted, she didn't cherish it. Blaming himself, he couldn't resist her allure. Apollo stood there, wishing he could vanish. One boss sure dared to speak bluntly. This dagger pierced Govind deeply, showing no mercy at all. Did she really view Beijing Hong Kong's legal Yama as just a plaything? Slam. Govind stormed out in a fury. Apollo glanced at the door he barely held up, feeling slightly anxious. Get out. My car. Outside the police station, Kimberly waited for Angie, who sat in the passenger seat ready to drive off. The driver's side door was abruptly opened by Govind, his expression menacing and his gaze piercing enough to bore through her. Don't make me say it a third time. Get out. Kimberly didn't dare provoke Govind, knowing how ruthless he could be. Seeing Kimberly get out, Angie opened the passenger door to follow suit but was stopped as Govind locked the car doors. Govind, what are you doing? Want to have you, can't you tell? Full of anger, Govind, who was used to people groveling before him, refused to let Angie treat him so casually. Shocked, Angie believed he was serious. Call when needed, ignored when unnecessary. Angie, do you really think you can summon and dismiss me at will? You're done playing and touching, and now you want to kick me out? Am I your servant, Govind? Viroom, Kimberly drove a pink Porsche today. Govind, burning with anger, sped away, paying no heed to whether Angie fastened her seatbelt. The pink Porsche swerved past city roads and headed straight onto Beijing Hong Kong's coastal expressway. Govind, what are you crazy? If you want to die, don't drag me along. Pull over. Govind, I curse you with infertility, barrenness, and may your children have issues. Stop, ah. With a screech of the brakes, Angie swiftly pushed the car door open, and vomited. Even half her foot remained inside the car. Too flustered to regain her composure, she leaned out and retched loudly. Mississippi. Hearing urgent voices at the doorway, Angie looked up to find the car parked at the Hua's old residence. She wiped her mouth with the back of her hand and slapped Govind hard across the face. Do you think I'm easy? Unfazed, Govind licked his bruised lip and touched the bleeding corner. Angie, what would Waverly think if he found out you kept your father hidden in the empty villa next to the Hua residence? Angie stiffened, her eyes narrowing dangerously. She watched him approach, her heartbeat pounding wildly as he loomed over her. She slowly backed away. If this heartless man became her enemy, she was doomed. Watching him advance step by step, Angie's heart pounded faster, driven back by the intimidating presence. ####Chapter 79. What he wants is far more than just Angie's body. Govind was not a good guy. The rumors about him in Jinggang were as numerous as the waters of the harbor. Angie suddenly realized she had provoked someone she couldn't afford to upset. As the man approached her inch by inch, her face grew pale, and she retreated step by step. I wanted to tell Geraldine from the beginning that I was on your side, but it seems Geraldine isn't quite getting it. Angie's attitude, fickle one day and capricious the next, was something Govind could hardly appreciate. He was determined to change this indecisive, fickle nature someday. Angie understood, Govind was dissatisfied with her actions. She sneered, "What do you mean, Mr. Lawyer Nate? You've given yourself to me, yet you still don't understand? Are you saying Mr. Lawyer Nate wants both body and heart?" As she spoke, Angie leaned closer to Govind. "You're not falling for me, are you? Lincolning me along without giving an answer, now you're even forcing me in such a sinister way. Govind, if you dare sell me out, do you think I won't use every word I've learned to curse your ancestors for 18 generations? Geraldine can try it out, let's see who would suffer more." Angie. Standing there in broad daylight, Govind took out a handkerchief from his pocket and gently wiped his lips, speaking in a soft tone that didn't quite match his usual demeanor. "Angie, let's make a deal. I guarantee no one will take away the inheritance from you. Did Lawyer Nate forget your nickname in Jingang? The cunning old fox in the underworld. Doing a deal with you is like stripping naked and parading around." Govind chuckled softly. "I don't have any weird preferences like Geraldine does, but if you wish, I can certainly enjoy watching. Get lost." Angie reached out to push him away, only to be held tightly in his arms as he pressed her waist down. "You. Why don't you two come inside? The neighbors passing by keep staring. It looks bad." Tilda's voice made Angie shiver all over. It felt like being caught by parents during a teenage love affair. "No, stay out," she glared fiercely at Govind. He obediently stood motionless at the gate. Tilda sighed dramatically and shot a look at Angie. "A guest is a guest. Little Nate, come in." "Thank you, Auntie." Angie. "Little Nate? Dream." "Shut up." Tilda knew whatever Angie was about to say wouldn't be nice, so she cut her off immediately. Angie. In the living room, Tilda dismissed the maids and sat on the sofa, eyeing Govind with a mother-in-law-like gaze. "Little Nate is an alumnus of the same school as Darby, right? She wrote you love letters back then and even got beaten by me." Angie nearly choked on her drink. Govind gave her a half-smile. "I never expected such an interesting connection with Darby. Yes, if I'd known how well connected you two were, I wouldn't have beaten her back then. Is there nothing else to talk about?" Angie frowned in displeasure. "I heard little Nate hasn't agreed to take our case yet. Is there something bothering you?" Tilda got straight to the point, leaving Angie somewhat flabbergasted. Staring dumbfounded at Tilda, Angie saw Govind nod slightly. Geraldine's offerings are too superficial. What he wanted went far beyond just Angie's body. This made Angie laugh with rage. Mr. Lawyer Nate is truly noble. To call Chairman Mao superficial is indeed too shallow. If that's the case, why don't you give all your money to me? I'm a shallow person. Not impossible, Govind nodded again. Tell me what nonsense you can spout. Govind smiled at Angie, and whether she imagined it or not, there seemed to be a hint of indulgence in his eyes. Become Catherine Nate. Angie, let my mom beg for rice. Without the inheritance, she still had her career in the entertainment industry. With some frugality, she wouldn't starve. Whether Tilda lived in poverty wasn't her concern. She couldn't sell herself into marriage just because of her own mother. Who would do something so outrageous? All right. Govind. Angie, dream, have you been drinking too much air? What do you mean by okay? Tilda glanced at Angie. It means you can marry Lawyer Nate. Angie laughed bitterly. Her mother was still as unreliable as ever. If you want to marry, go ahead. Don't drag me into it. So fond of him, great, my father is about to die anyway. Let him be your stepfather. Cough, Govind nearly choked on his tea. Staring at Angie in shock, disbelief etched across his face. From husband to stepfather? No wonder Angie's unconventional thinking baffled most people. Angie patted Govind's back. Don't underestimate my mom. She may be older, but she takes good care of herself. People often mistake her for my sister when we go out. In reality, though she's in her 40s, she looks no more than 30. With that said, she matches Lawyer Nate pretty well. Why don't you consider it? Govind swatted away Angie's hand. Did you tell Auntie about our intimate encounters? Angie. Herman. Such blessings can only be enjoyed by a normal man, right? Are you normal? I am, Lawyer Nate affirmed confidently. Normal enough to tell Waverly where my father is? You're practically the founder of Scumbag Men. And you're still normal? Tilda's expression darkened upon hearing Angie's words. Her gaze towards Govind became more intense. Darby, go outside for a bit. What? I'm not going anywhere. You two aren't planning to sell me off, are you? Selling a person is illegal, Govind reminded. Angie was shoved toward the door by Tilda. With reluctance, she climbed onto the fence outside the yard, straining to peek inside. Unfortunately, thanks to the excellent soundproofing designed by Freddie, she couldn't hear a thing despite seeing them talking. Inside, Tilda, as an experienced woman, knew exactly what Govind's delay meant. Unmarried before 30, successful in career, dubbed the underworld's devil lawyer in Jingang, a typical diamond bachelor. To hang on to a woman but not let her go suggested only one possibility. Let me put it bluntly. Angie has been influenced by her father's relationships and thus is slow in understanding feelings. She might not recognize Lawyer Nate's intentions. Lawyer Nate intends to make her your mistress. Translation continues based on the provided text. Chapter 80. If you want me to marry Govind, forget it. Govind's interest in Angie was practically bursting out of him. He hadn't expected Tilda to bluntly mention the word lover, which left him somewhat shocked. I don't have that kind of preference. So, Lawyer Nate means he genuinely wants to officially marry Angie? Govind rubbed his fingertips, staring at Tilda as she tested his intentions with her words. His lips curled downward slightly. I need a qualified wife to fill the position of Catherine Nate. After all, I don't want to be constantly targeted by old foxes in the business world who think they can trick me into marriage. The only one who can help me get out of this predicament is Angie. A qualified wife? Tilda pondered for a moment. Then she shook her head. Angie isn't that person. She can only be a qualified daughter, not a qualified wife. If Lawyer Nate plans to win her over through marriage, I suggest you give up now. Angie had been pampered by Freddie since childhood. Forcing her into submission would be like killing her. Even if her spine were broken, she'd still stand before the world wearing a crown. I never thought my daughter should be confined to marriage just to be a qualified wife. Govind had assumed Tilda would have traditional views as a woman, but he didn't expect her response, which surprised him. My definition of qualified might differ from yours. I need Angie's knowledge, appearance, and her status as a princess. Tilda narrowed her eyes, trying to see through Govind's facade. You two lack affection and are both proud individuals. It won't last long. It doesn't need to last long. 2 years. Lawyer Nate means that if Angie agrees to stay married to you for 2 years, you'll take on the Hua family case? Yes. What do you plan to gain from this? Tilda wondered. She had been with Freddie for over 20 years and had seen too many people during that time. She considered herself somewhat worldly, yet she couldn't read Govind standing before her. Madison can rest assured. A 2-year marriage term. If we separate amicably afterward, I will pay Angie 5 billion yuan per year as compensation. Tilda was taken aback. What did you two talk about? Angie watched as Govind got into his car and left. Inside, she looked at Tilda, who was lost in thought. Looking at your face, you didn't really sell me off, did you? Can you earn 5 billion yuan in a year in the entertainment industry? Tilda suddenly asked an unrelated question. Angie was startled. What did Govind tell you? Making you daydream now? Can't you? Sure, if you start a bank and I work there as a teller stealing money, we could. I have a project that could make you 5 billion yuan in a year. Are you interested? Tilda steadied herself and started reasoning with Angie. Angie gazed at Tilda, feeling tempted yet remaining clear-headed. If you want me to marry Govind, forget it. Why? Haven't you thought about whether I'd even get that money? Even if I did, would I live to spend it? Govind's black heart, how many lives would it cost to take advantage of him? Angie poured herself a glass of water and drank it down. Seeing Tilda considering her words, she walked over and patted her shoulder. Forget it, don't think about it. Later, we can find a nice broken bowl on Pinduoduo, something that matches you, and we'll go beg for rice. 2 years, 10 billion. Thud, the glass fell from Angie's hand. She stared at Tilda in disbelief. Isn't it exciting? Tilda prodded when Angie froze. He's actually richer than Dad. Angie had planned to stay home for lunch but was called to the company by Burnell halfway through. The lead role is gone. What do you mean? Burnell sighed. By messing with Bruce, we basically killed their company's cash cow. Reba heard you wanted the female lead for this drama and worked behind the scenes to take it away. Angie cursed inwardly. Who got it? Beatrice. Everyone in the entertainment industry knew that Angie and Beatrice didn't get along, especially after their fans fought fiercely over the White Flower title. Now the lead role she had secured was snatched by Beatrice. Did all their recent script meetings amount to nothing? A bird in the hand flew away. Who's the director? Song Chi. Do we set up a meeting? Burnell thought for a moment. Better not. People used to respect you because of your father, but now everyone's waiting to step on you. And Song Chi has a reputation for being a lecher. I've talked to a few people in the circle. They say Reba got this role by sending Beatrice to someone's bed. Angie swore. No way, I must meet with him. Losing to Beatrice would be a disgrace. If you join this show, Song Chi might make things difficult for you during filming. I advise against it. You can't handle this humiliation. Angie had always held her head high like a peacock. If she let anyone stomp on her, she wouldn't hesitate to fight back. Forget it. If we don't take it, we don't. Good dramas rely on luck. Finishing this current one would be good enough. They say they've contacted the male lead, and he's ready to join the crew. Before filming began on Angie's new project, everyone gathered for a meal in Jinggang. Unexpectedly, the male lead turned out to be Omar. This powerful figure usually didn't take roles, but here he was. In the private room, the director opened several bottles of fine wine to welcome Omar. After Yuanjin joins, there will be a lot of hard work ahead. Early stages focus on Angie's solo scenes, while later will speed up production. Omar nodded. Understood. Have a drink and get acquainted. Angie had long admired Omar's name. In the entertainment industry, almost no one didn't know him. People called him a money cat because every show he starred in became a hit. Famous by name, Ignatius. Geraldine, meeting you is better than hearing about you. You're even more beautiful than rumored. Angie smiled. You have to admit, Angie and Omar look great together. Yeah. A handsome man and a beautiful woman, so much better than with Bruce. Watch your mouth or go wipe it on the wall. During a bathroom break, two crew members chatted idly, unaware they were caught. Translation ends here. Chapter 81, Lawyer Nate, Cameron is missing. The two individuals looked at Reba's furious expression and didn't even dare to go to the bathroom. They turned around and wanted to leave. In the entertainment circle, everyone knew that the reason Bruce's fans were so rampant was because of the antics orchestrated by this agent, Reba. People outside the industry might not know, but those within the industry were fully aware of what had been going on. Reba had used Bruce's name to do all sorts of unsavory things behind his back. How did she treat Bruce as a person? She clearly saw him as a cash cow, only to have it uprooted entirely by Angie recently. Reba watched the two people leave. A flash of realization crossed her mind. Angie was also here? And Bruce's male lead role was actually taken by Omar? Didn't that Mr. only collaborate with major movie productions? When did he start entering the television drama industry? Sister, what are you thinking? Beatrice joined Reba for dinner and noticed she hadn't returned from the restroom after a long time. Concerned, she came to check on her. It's nothing. I just ran into a few gossipy people. Beatrice didn't press further but said, I thought I saw Angie through the private room door just now. Is their crew also dining nearby? Reba asked. Beatrice pondered, that's likely. Recently, there's news saying Aster has invited teacher Hua. She originally thought Angie's father being unwell would lessen her resources in the entertainment industry. But contrary to expectations, not only did it not worsen, it became even better. Omar was the coveted leading man in the entertainment industry. Numerous directors lined up to collaborate with him. A person who usually only shot movies unexpectedly shifted to television dramas, and his first drama was co-starring with Angie. If this drama gets released, wouldn't Angie's status in the entertainment circle elevate even more? And how could they possibly stand above her in the future without facing her wrath? Beatrice's face darkened as she continued thinking about it. I didn't think Angie would still have some luck. Sister, are we really going to swallow this indignity? Brother Weiji has barely dared to step out due to media ambushes lately. Isn't all this Angie's doing? Why does she get off scot-free? How can she continue thriving in the entertainment industry? You go. Beatrice's eyes lit up hearing Reba's words. Only sister he has the ability to deal with these entertainment pests. After Angie finished her meal in the private room, the group prepared to leave. Just as they turned the corner, a waiter holding a cup of juice bumped into her. Angie took a sharp breath, instinctively wanting to lash out in anger, but remembering the crew was present today, she held herself back. Sorry, it wasn't intentional. Angie glanced at the waiter irritably and looked at the dress she was wearing. I won't say how expensive this dress is, but isn't it unprofessional for a waiter not to watch where they're going? Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. Angie clicked her tongue, just as she was about to speak. Aster, knowing Angie's spoiled temper, feared any mishap during this period would result in photos being leaked, potentially leading to another replacement for their lead actress. Go clean yourself up in the restroom. We'll handle the situation. Angie understood Aster's intentions, pursing her lips but saying nothing. You guys leave ahead. You don't need to wait for me. Angie called Elsie over, who should be on her way. Someone's coming to pick you up. Gray Jing asked. Angie nodded, my assistant is on her way. As Gray Jing went out after finishing the negotiation, they happened to see Elsie's car parked in the yard. Walking over, they gave instructions. Elsie thanked and waited outside. Noticing no one after waiting for a while, she felt something was amiss. After the previous incident, Elsie had learned to be cautious. She immediately found the restroom. Cameron? Calling several times with no response made them panic. In the cubicle, Beatrice and Reba were thinking about how to carry the unconscious Angie out when they heard voices and panicked. Aren't her companions supposed to have left? Reba whispered to Beatrice. Beatrice frowned. I saw them leave before I came in. Cameron? Elsie continued calling, pushing open each cubicle door to check the situation. When she reached this particular door, it was locked. An idea flashed through her mind. Just as she was about to kick the door, someone shouted inside, who is it? Even using the toilet sounds like a ghost is haunting. Did your husband die? Elsie put down her raised foot. After searching everywhere and finding no sign of Angie, she decided to seek out the hotel manager. On her way out, she saw Govind surrounded by business executives. Seeing Govind like a savior, Elsie dashed over, Lawyer Nate. Cameron is missing. She had dinner with the director's crew today. During the meal, the crew said Cameron went to the restroom, but I couldn't find her anywhere in the restroom. Owlie stood behind the crowd, watching Elsie clutching Govind's arm and panting heavily. He quickly approached, let me come with you to check. Elsie glanced at Govind and then at Owlie. Govind nodded, take Owlie with you. With a stern expression, Owlie's departure left Elsie feeling puzzled, mumbling, what does Lawyer Nate mean? Does he like my sister or not? If he liked her, wouldn't he show more concern upon hearing she's in trouble? Allie, fearing Elsie would misinterpret the situation in front of Angie, explained, Lawyer Nate had an important meeting tonight. Once Lawyer Sue arrives and fills the private room, he will come. Elsie half understood, uttering a vague, oh. Govind met an important client regarding building construction in Jingang. This dinner was crucial for him, but coincidentally, it was when Angie ran into trouble. Isn't she just too unlucky, always running into issues? We should leave. So, we just leave like this? Beatrice was reluctant. They had already drugged Angie. If they didn't act today, it would be even harder once Angie grew wary. Do you believe her assistant hasn't gone for help yet? If people find us, will you still want to stay in the entertainment industry? Reba thought long-term. Realizing this, she instantly woke up. Nodding hesitantly, she replied, we'll climb out through the window, there's no camera there. Going through the main door would easily expose us. They had just exited when the restroom door was pushed open. Chapter 82. Govind finished speaking and kissed her again. When Elsie and Allie entered the room, they searched each cubicle but didn't find anyone. The cubicles were all clear when I just checked. Linkle non. Ah, Elder Cameron. Just as Elsie finished speaking, she saw Angie lying unconscious in a cubicle. Half an hour later. Krista finally arrived after getting stuck in traffic. The moment he saw Krista, Govind stood up almost instantly, exchanged a few pleasantries with the client, then gave Krista some instructions before leaving without looking back. What happened? Krista glanced at Elon. Elon hesitated for a moment before saying, boss is in trouble again. This, again, was telling. Krista had probably heard something about it. Ever since Angie's father was failing, many people in Jingang were waiting to see her fail. Her lead role being taken away. The collaborating company suddenly replaced the staff. This kind of situation had been happening frequently lately. Krista did not ask further, entering the private room and taking over Govind's position. Govind rushed to the hospital just in time to see Elena finishing the examination. How is she? Govind's voice was anxious. Elena pulled the curtain shut and looked at Govind. She was drugged. We still don't know what the drug was, it needs analysis. Doesn't beauty always attract calamity? Why do I feel like Angie keeps running to the hospital every now and then? Brother, should we book a VIP suite here? Do public hospitals also need doctors to increase revenue? Govind glanced at Elena. Where are they? Allie went to pay the bill, and Elsie went to fetch some clothes for Angie. Relieved that these two were the ones who brought her here, he parted the curtain to go see her. As soon as he opened it, he saw Angie slowly opening her eyes, staring at him, her lips moving slightly, trembling and reaching out to scold someone. Govind quickly spoke up, defending himself, not me. You're awake? Elena almost laughed upon hearing Govind's not me. Pulling back the curtain, Elena stepped in for an inspection and said, it wasn't me either. Elsie said you were knocked out in the bathroom. Brother found you and got you out. Thanks to their timely discovery, whoever tried to harm you didn't succeed. Angie calmed down after Elena's explanation. My brother might be a bit too much with his words, but he isn't that rotten. Angie wanted to say something, but as soon as she opened her mouth, her voice was hoarse. She was startled, her big round eyes wide open, gazing at Elena with fear. Was she losing her voice? If she lost her voice, how would she survive in the entertainment industry? The first top flower of the entertainment industry becoming mute, wouldn't that make everyone laugh? Angie felt wronged. Her father was dying, and there would be no one left to back her up. Those women in the industry who already disliked her would certainly try to harm her. First, they'd poison her to lose her voice, then disfigure her, and finally break her limbs. Thinking of this, Angie started crying. Tears fell continuously. Elena, don't fear men taking off their underpants, but beware of beauties shedding tears. She reached out and grabbed Govind, signaling him to comfort her. Why are you crying? As a straight man, Govind never comforted women except when persuading Angie in bed. Seeing Angie cry made him quite helpless. Feeling wronged, Angie became even more emotional after Govind asked so coldly. Elena, finished. Her brother can't handle it. She must tell her mom. Govind. As Angie cried, she felt her voice returning. The first thing she said was, you're the reason for my misfortune. Upon hearing this, Govind's face turned dark. You can speak now. Elena peeked through the curtain. Seeing Govind sitting by the bed with a dark expression, Elena continued, brother, she says you're bringing her bad luck, yet you're pulling a long face. Elena had already informed Elena early about Angie's hospitalization. Elena immediately took leave to pack things and returned home. At 10:30 at night, she appeared at the hospital with Arlen carrying fruit. Yun, where's your brother? Elena anticipated her mother's arrival and pointed towards the ward. He's in there. What did you bring? Some fruits, can she eat them? Yes, avoid overly stimulating foods, unsure of the sedative Angie was given, suggesting she stay overnight and leave only if nothing unusual happens the next day. Wait for me here. Elena glanced at Arlen. Arlen pursed his lips, thought for a moment, nodded, he seemed unsuitable to join them. Pushing the door open, Elena found Govind and Angie locked in a standoff. Elsie dared not stay inside, fearing being caught in their argument, hiding in the car. Lincolning Angie over to Govind, she felt reassured. Entering, Elena sensed the odd atmosphere. Govind, hearing the door, turned to see Elena come in, surprised as he stood up from his chair. Why are you here? Heard Geraldine was in trouble. I came to check. Geraldine, I brought some fruits and bird's nest. Do you want some? Elena, while speaking, took out containers and placed them in front of her. Considering you're a celebrity, I avoided anything too fattening. Angie watched Elena, feeling she didn't seem like Govind's family maid but couldn't figure out their relationship. Thank you, Auntie. Hearing Angie's thank you, Elena smiled warmly. The classic grace radiated from her, nearly mesmerizing Angie. A refined woman exuding scholarly charm, no flaw could be found. Why are you still looking after she's gone? You have such a fortunate father-in-law. Can't you close your mouth when eating, Angie? Govind gritted his teeth. Angie ignored him, earnestly continuing, I've decided. Decided what? Govind instinctively felt Angie wouldn't say anything good but couldn't resist asking. I want to enjoy life while young and find a gentle, cultivated man to experience peaceful days when older. Before Angie's daydream could fully form, Govind pinched her chin, bringing her face close. Kissing her fiercely. Angie bit into Govind's lip, causing him to sharply inhale. What are you doing? Angie was fuming. Sucking the dirty thoughts out of your head. A girl shouldn't think such impure things. Govind kissed her again. When Elena pushed the door open, she saw this scene. Whoa, almost slipped out but stopped at the last second. Note, the story has some inconsistencies due to abrupt changes in context, which are translated faithfully as presented. Chapter 83, Who knows, with more effort, her eldest nephew might come out. Dr. Sue, why aren't you going in? Elsie thought the battle upstairs should have mostly subsided. She was about to go up and see how Angie was doing when she saw Elena standing outside the door, looking like she had just experienced something shocking. Nothing much, Angie is sleeping, Elena said as she walked over, putting an arm around Elsie's shoulders and leading her away. How could she let her disturb Govind's good deed? With a little more effort, her eldest nephew might just be born. Big brother security. Elsie stretched her neck to look into the ward. Sleeping? Impossible. Big sister Hua needs the lights off to sleep. She's asleep. I saw it clearly. The lights may be on because she's scared in the hospital, Elena explained. Are you lying to me? Why would I lie? I don't have any grudge against your family, Elena hissed. Elsie pondered, that made sense. Burnell only heard about Angie's incident the next day. She originally planned to visit the hospital but was told by Elsie that Angie had returned home. When Angie heard the doorbell, she opened the door to find Burnell standing there, holding her phone with an unpleasant expression. Aster, yes. After you all left last night, Angie was drugged and fainted in the toilet. Natekali, her assistant found her in time. Now? She's at the hospital. I wouldn't feel right disturbing her. Yes, of course, Aster. You know my Angie's situation. Just after tearing things off with Bruce, many people want to harm her. A slight mistake and she might not survive. Last night, she narrowly escaped. Indeed. Nothing can be done. That's how the entertainment industry works. Thank you, Aster. Burnell finally slipped off her shoes and entered the house. Angie leaned on the sofa, hugging a pillow as she watched Burnell. What were you talking about? About what happened to you last night. Everyone left without you after dinner. What kind of behavior is that? You're safe now, but if something happened, I'd make them pay for it, Burnell remarked, causing Angie to almost cry out in gratitude, hugging her like a cat. You're better than my own mother. The kindness you show me, I can never repay this life. How about becoming my wife then? Burnell patted her head. No problem. My son said he wants to marry a sister as beautiful as you in the future. Why don't you become a child bride at our house? Haven't even grown hair yet, and he's already thinking of a wife? Angie scoffed. What were you two just talking about? Burnell seemed to have gained some benefit from the conversation. Omar recently signed on as a spokesperson for an international brand. They're looking for a female celebrity to star in a magazine shoot with him. Aster asked Omar to say good things about you. Omar and an international brand. Separately, they're nothing special, but together, they represent top-tier resources. Angie, you need to work hard. You're my hope. If you fail, I might not even be able to raise my son. Angie sighed, propping her chin on her hand. How's the lawyer you found for me? I looked, but no one dared to take the case. Why? Is money no longer a motivation? My college classmate in law informed me that Govind put out a harsh warning in the legal circles. Anyone who takes your case will disappear from Jingang along with their company. Bang, Angie fell off the sofa in shock. Who? Govind. Angie. What does that guy want? Burnell sighed. What did you do to him to make him so relentless? Was I his stepmother in a past life? Did I abuse him? Angie was also curious. Why was Govind fixated on her? Is there a possibility he likes you? A man like him wouldn't bother unless he was truly interested. And someone as elite as Govind would have high standards. Angie's status in the entertainment industry has been dismissed by many wealthy families. What did his fixation mean? Don't joke. He'd rather love us so. Bernal glanced at Angie. Tilda was right, affected by her father, Angie was late in understanding matters of the heart. Love didn't exist in her life. Undeniably, old man Hua's genes were powerful. Otherwise, why would Angie be influenced so deeply? Enough. It's too late. Go join the film set. The day after tomorrow, Angie was scheduled to enter the production set, so she went shopping the next day. While selecting skincare products at a counter, Kimberly spotted Askari from afar. She nudged Angie. Is the person next to Askari Govind? Angie followed her gaze and nodded. Surprisingly, they both have an earth-conquering vibe. Quite a match. Match? Angie paused at these words. She gave Kimberly a side glance. Kimberly realized she said something wrong and laughed awkwardly. Can't let them together. We'll lose the earth. Angie. One word to describe yourself? Bombshell tycoon. Bernal. Some faces are irrelevant. Angie lazily sprawled on the sofa, feeling like a boneless cat, almost exuding post-coital languor. Ding dong. The phone on the coffee table rang. Angie picked it up and saw that the location manager from the film crew added her. Strange. Why is she adding me? Who? Bernal asked. A location manager from the crew. Just accept. After accepting the friend request, a voice message came through. Big Sister Hua, yesterday during dinner, another location manager and I were chatting about you and Mr. Hua entering the bathroom. Coincidentally, Reba heard us. She was dining at the same restaurant. I just heard from the director that you were attacked, but the culprit wasn't found. I wonder if this information can help. Reba? Angie glanced at Bernal. Bernal understood. I'll get the guest list from the restaurant. Chapter 84, Geraldine gives me some face? Bernal is always quick with tasks. Within 10 minutes, she managed to get the list. Sure enough, Reba and Beatrice are on it. Bruce is now like a rat running across the street, his fans can't even hold their heads up anymore. Reba has always considered him a cash cow, so now that you've ruined their cash god, she must hate you deeply. Beatrice signed under her. Beatrice's previous agency had too many top-tier artists, making it hard for her to get any good resources as a mid-level artist. Now with Bruce falling out of favor, Reba will definitely focus on grooming someone else as her new cash cow. Conveniently, Beatrice's goal is straightforward, earning money. In the afternoon, Angie invited Kimberly to go shopping. They just held hands and walked into a luxury store. Before Angie could even get into the mood for shopping, she saw a familiar figure causing a scene with the store manager. What kind of joke are you playing? Angie's father is dying, and the Hua family is going bankrupt. You still treat her as a VIP? Can she even afford to pay? Miss Nan, this bag has already been paid for by Geraldine. It's just that last time she was in a hurry and didn't have time to take it, the sales associate explained. The other side scoffed mockingly, so you're trying to tell me this bag is a limited edition, right? The sales associate felt extremely uncomfortable at her sarcastic tone. Geraldine? The person at the door immediately noticed Angie and naturally heard the difficult words being exchanged inside. Angie raised her hand signaling the person to be quiet and stood at the door listening attentively to the commotion inside. She didn't expect to see Presley here. Kimberly was also surprised. Due to business expansion over the years, the Nan family moved abroad entirely. So why did they come back now? Presley is the first child of Freddie. Back then, Freddie and Presley's mother were madly in love and even pledged their undying love, vowing to marry against their family's wishes. The Nans had an illustrious military background, and the patriarch and his children were all devoted to military service. Finding a merchant bride was out of the question. Therefore, the Nan patriarch opposed this marriage fiercely and hid his daughter in a military camp, making it impossible for Freddie to find her. Their relationship ended abruptly. When Nan Min returned with her child, she found out that Freddie had already married Channing's mother, his first wife. Since then, the Hua and Nan families have been bitter enemies. And the voice speaking in the shop certainly belonged to the Nan family, but not Presley, Angie confirmed. After composing herself, Angie stepped in, startling the sales associate who was negotiating. The frightened staff member hesitantly called her Geraldine. Approaching them, Angie saw Presley and Mercedes. Without wasting words, she pointed at the bag, indicating the salesperson to give it to her. The store manager, worried about potential conflicts, quickly took action. Upon seeing Angie, Mercedes rushed forward like a bee to a blooming flower. Your father is dying, and yet you're still shopping? Geraldine is really heartless. Angie gave her a look. My father is dead, and I haven't become a nun yet. She despised Mercedes and didn't want to waste time on her. Her gaze turned to Presley. You've always looked down on me. Why try to snatch my belongings now? Presley's eyes hardened. Unlike Angie's spoiled arrogance, Presley exuded the strong presence of a successful businesswoman. They were completely opposite. Who would have thought some people call North Wan South heavy? Presley grew up in a military household, radiating a cold demeanor. Angie, from a merchant family, exudes spoiled arrogance. They were like two polar opposites. Gloom. Angie left the store, holding her bag and looking upset. You shouldn't be angry. After all, encounters with Presley aren't frequent. Where are we going? Didn't you say we were shopping? Not anymore, let's play tennis. At Wangjin Tennis Court, Angie got changed after arranging things with the director. Do you think Presley coming back means something? Is she after your father's inheritance? If she joins the fray, it might not be good for you. After all, the Nans are incredibly powerful. Even the wealthiest person in Jinggang once couldn't compete with them. The Nans have strict rules, a century-old family with high standards for their children. Boys join the military or politics, girls enter business. To put it modernly, the Nans are unstoppable. Why do they get all the education while I get all the obligations in 9 years of compulsory education? How do they manage to be so incredible? Bang, Angie slammed the cabinet shut, irritated. Don't you think this hits me hard enough? If it were anyone else, Angie wouldn't mind, but Presley was different. The Nans were too powerful to ignore. Everything is set up, Geraldine. Holding her racket, Angie went out, informed by the manager that her opponent was arranged. Meeting again, Geraldine. So coincidental? Mr. Montague is playing today as well? Yes. Angie never believed in coincidence, everything happened for a reason, much like how she planned every encounter with Govind. Only Garth was more patient than her. Between adults, it's often about understanding without needing to speak. Angie smiled and entered, juggling the ball. Mr. Montague, don't go easy on me or we won't have a match worth watching. All right. Garth noticed Angie wasn't in a good mood. This game was meant to release frustration. Watching nearby, the manager sighed in relief. If it weren't for Mr. Montague, several coaches might have been taken down by Angie. She plays like a lunatic. Coaches tremble when they hear Angie's name. 2 hours passed in this intense match. Unable to distinguish the winner, Angie dropped her racket and panted heavily on the ground as the final ball slipped past Garth. He retrieved the ball, climbed over the net, and extended his hand to her. Looking at his clear palm lines, Angie noticed the long scar stretching across it. A medal of honor for a soldier. Thank you. Angie placed her hand in Garth's, letting him pull her up. I know a decent restaurant. Would Geraldine do me the honor of joining me? I have. Note, the incomplete sentence at the end reflects Angie's hesitation or interruption, maintaining the original suspense. Chapter 85. When the man chuckled, Angie was mesmerized. Angie was just about to say she had a friend with her when she turned around. Kimberly was gone. It wasn't until she returned to the dressing room and picked up her phone that she saw Kimberly's message. Enjoy yourself. Your sister isn't going to be the third wheel. When Angie and Garth arrived at the location, they found out it was a comedy club restaurant. Mr. Montague is here? The restaurant manager seemed to know Garth, still managing to greet him while handing over the menu. Garth passed the menu to Angie. When the manager saw Angie, his expression changed. Isn't this the little white flower from the entertainment industry? Angie sensed the manager's appraisal and glanced sideways, locking eyes with him. Sir, do you know me? Caught in the act, he immediately started complimenting her. Of course, I know you. The young guys in my place are all fans of yours. Angie had seen so many people like this, she didn't take such words to heart. After the restaurant manager left, Angie looked at Garth. You know the boss? I used to work in the food industry abroad. Then there was unrest in the country, and during the evacuation, we met. After learning I was from Jinggang, we chatted a bit. After ordering their food, Angie leaned on her cheek and looked at Garth. Mr. Montague must have led an eventful life, right? Garth hadn't expected Angie to describe his life as eventful, and was momentarily stunned. Not really. Why not? Neither life nor death is truly eventful. It's just something unavoidable on one's journey through life. Whether protecting the country or maintaining internal stability, both come with risks. Only those who live stably and long-term in a peaceful society can call their lives eventful. We don't qualify. Angie didn't expect Garth to talk about his job with her, even if it was only skimming the surface. In her experience, people in this field always kept their jobs under wraps. But Garth didn't hold back. If saving a life equates to building a 7-story pagoda, Mr. Montague must have accumulated immeasurable good deeds. Great, the cat my mom raised only has 9 lives. Mr. Montague must have more than that. Garth couldn't help but laugh at Angie's playful logic. As he chuckled softly, the dimple beside his lips appeared, and Angie stared in awe. She loved beautiful things, and men were no exception. The shallow dimple seemed inviting, and Angie wanted to touch it. Her hand reached halfway before stopping. Surprise, anticipation, and a myriad of emotions flickered in Garth's eyes. Seeing Angie pull back her hand, he felt an odd sense of disappointment. Angie coughed awkwardly. I'll use the restroom. Turning away, she patted her chest. Fortunately, she controlled herself, otherwise, she would have solidified her reputation as a flirt. As soon as Angie came out of the bathroom, someone blocked her path. Looking at the man in front of her, she raised an eyebrow. Hey, beautiful. Was he trying to hit on her? Angie laughed. Was there still someone who didn't know her, Angie? She leaned against the wall, crossing her arms and gazing at the man provocatively. In what way? Go ahead, tell me more. The man was taken aback. He had never encountered someone who played by different rules. Just small talk, he replied nervously. This girl was making things complicated. It was like encountering a nightmare. If he could handle this, he'd go straight to Tsinghua or Peking University. Okay, Angie yawned, ready to leave. Alone? He asked, trying again. Have a drink together? Didn't you see I have plenty of company? She glanced at him casually. Are you in trouble? I saw a kid following you. Angie added, frowning and waving to someone behind him. The man shuddered. Recently, a woman claimed she was pregnant by him, and he had taken her for an abortion. Seeing his face pale, Angie continued, the kid says you're his father. The man gulped loudly, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. You really saw him? Believe what you will, we're not exactly close. Angie shrugged. Wait, don't go, the man grabbed her arm as she tried to leave. Do you need a reading? Angie grinned. Sure, but why should I help you? What can you give me in return? The man stammered, feeling increasingly uneasy. How much? 5 million. Deal. Encountering such a fool was too amusing. Garth watched Angie happily collecting money, his mouth twitching. Can you see it? Startled by Garth's voice, Angie scowled at him. You scared me. Don't believe him. He broke the law. I'll return it if he wants it back. How are you like, Nate? Realizing her slip, Angie stopped mid-sentence. Garth's eyes tightened, knowing what she almost said. How are you like Govind? Angie huffed, turning back to her seat as the server brought the dishes. My treat today. Garth chuckled. Using extorted money to pay? Complaining? This is money I earned with my skills. Garth smiled faintly, rubbing his forehead, looking exasperated. Clang. The laughter in the restaurant stopped abruptly as angry shouts echoed through the earpiece. Lawrence. Angie froze. Garth gently informed her, the person you just conned is called Lawrence. What's his relationship with Mercedes? They're engaged due to a marriage alliance, Garth explained. The Nan family and the Bo family had been bitter rivals for years. Somehow, they reconciled recently, and the catalyst was the engagement between Mercedes and Lawrence. Both were well-known figures in the Chinese circle. Lawrence was notorious, while Mercedes was spoiled, constantly deeming the Bo family unworthy of her high standards. Desperate to belittle Lawrence, she found him indifferent to her. Angie grew interested, finding it tiring to twist her body while facing away. So, she spun the chair and sat next to Garth. Garth smiled, noticing how different she was from the rumors. How could the proud Nan patriarch agree to marry into the second-generation Bo family? Garth poured her a cup of tea. Both families aren't as glorious as before. Their arrogance and prejudice made them think allying with each other was better than finding others. They knew each other well and could complement each other. Note, in English, names like Kimberly and Mercedes are typically kept as they are unless specified otherwise for pronunciation guides like Pinyin. Chapter 86, I just touched another man and didn't wash my Lincolns. TSK. Angie inwardly sneered. The deeply ingrained traditions of these century-old families could never be completely eradicated. Have a sip of tea, take your time, Garth pushed the cup closer to Angie. Angie was taken aback for a moment. Was he being considerate? As Kimberly said, every move by a man like Garth would make you feel perfectly comfortable. That level of appropriateness was most captivating. Angie held the cup and watched the unfolding drama. Compared to her interest, Garth seemed rather indifferent. But guessing that Angie wanted to hear more, he earnestly explained, Harvey had a 5-year girlfriend before Mercedes. She came from an ordinary family, not wealthy enough to be considered aristocracy or even less so, a noble family. The Bo family disagreed and arranged his engagement with Mercedes. After their engagement, news of Harvey's frivolous behavior continued to surface. These two families have been prominent in overseas Chinese circles for ages. How do you know this so well? Angie was puzzled. He, a soldier, long-term military personnel, knowing all this? Did you forget where Ascari came back from? Angie, all right, understood. She propped her cheek and continued watching. This woman, who are you? Harvey, you brought her here from abroad. Didn't you know you were already engaged? Mercedes felt humiliated. She wanted to curse at Harvey but hesitated, knowing that humiliating Harvey would reflect poorly on her as well. She changed targets, pointing at the woman beside him. Do you have any shame? Don't you know he's engaged? Hey lady, your words don't make sense. Your man came over to chat while I was dining with my sister. I didn't say anything, but you come here pointing fingers and cursing? You should keep your man under control, not let him roam around bothering others. Can't manage him? Then stop acting crazy. The woman finished speaking and threw a glass of wine in Mercedes's face. Damn, that's some power, Angie exclaimed and called the restaurant manager over. I want all details about this woman within a minute. Manager, such a domineering boss? Garth. Angie's bad mood was instantly lifted. Propping her chin, she sipped on the cheap white tea, which now tasted like fine Bordeaux to her. An idea struck her, and she leaned towards Garth. Think they'll get into a brawl? Pulling hair, tearing clothes, ending up in just their bras. Garth was momentarily baffled by Angie's whimsical thoughts, not sure. I'd be happier if they did. Angie sat upright, scrutinizing the scene curiously. Upstairs, someone was watching the drama unfold downstairs, glancing around and finally focusing on Angie and Garth. That's not Big Sister and Sam Montague? Sure is. Could Big Sister be getting close to Sam Montague? What about Govind? He murmured, snapping photos on his phone. In the office, Darren lounged on the sofa chatting aimlessly with Govind, scrolling through his phone when he saw the group photo. His whole demeanor changed as he examined it closely and then looked up at Govind. How far are things between you and Angie? Darren's sudden question drew an annoyed glance from Govind. Darren handed him the phone. Just reminding you, Big Sister has gotten pretty close to Sam Montague. Govind's gaze darkened as he saw the photo. A chilling aura enveloped him. He couldn't catch up with Angie as quickly as she could betray him. Where are you going? Aren't you working overtime? Before Darren could finish his sentence, Govind grabbed his jacket and stormed out. Krista, entering with documents, nearly collided with him, feeling dizzy from the impact. What's wrong with him? Caught cheating. Angie has a new lover? Krista rubbed her forehead. Thanks to you, Sam Montague. Everyone knew Krista had successfully divorced Ascari, leading to a banquet where Angie and Garth met. Now. Someone's head was turning green. One night without return, surely the envy grows loud in the morning. Darren sighed, leaving the room. Krista spat irritably, green or not, you're reciting poetry about it. Angie originally intended to enjoy the drama thoroughly, but Mercedes still had some decorum left, eventually leaving after a noisy confrontation. Do you need me to see you off? At the restaurant door, Garth displayed perfect gentlemanly manners. Angie shook her head. No need, someone's coming to pick me up. Garth didn't insist, understanding Angie's independent nature. He watched her walk towards a van parked on the roadside. Sis. Just as Angie reached the van, Elsie looked at her hesitantly. What is it? Elsie glanced back at the car and then at Angie. Confused, Angie opened the door and saw Govind sitting inside with his legs crossed. Why are you in my car? Can't I be? Govind tapped his knees with slender fingers. It's my car, Angie said, displeased. After we've shared a bed, do you care whose car it is? Angie huffed and got in. Govind kicked behind the driver's seat, signaling Elsie to raise the partition. Got interested in Garth? Want me to speak to old Master Montague for you? Lawyer Nate, jealous? Angie leaned close to him, her long lashes fluttering like a tiny butterfly in the flickering streetlight. To the irked man, each of her lashes felt like a temptation. Govind turned and caught the look in Angie's eyes, suddenly feeling tight inside. An electrifying sensation spread throughout him. With experience telling her the signs, Angie concluded one thing when Govind's emotions surged, run. But Govind didn't give her that chance, gripping her chin and kissing her fiercely, pulling her onto his lap. As he embraced her closely, he smelled a faint male cologne lingering on her. Instead of kissing, he bit down hard on her neck. Painful, Angie yelped, are you a dog? Always biting me. She raised her hand to hit him but was stopped midair by Govind pulling it down. Itchy hands? Let's do something productive then. Angie's mind buzzed. I just touched another man and didn't wash my hands. If Lawyer Nate doesn't mind, we can continue. Govind froze, then pulled her closer, intensifying his kiss, as if confirming his jealousy and possessiveness. Chapter 87, reaching out and hooking Govind's neck. In the car, the atmosphere was tense. Elsie could feel the explosive emotions brewing between these two even through the partition. She drove steadily, not daring to utter a sound. Govind pinched Angie's chin, his fingers unyielding in their grip. Lawyer Nate, you want me but also think I'm dirty. Did you ever consider that if I were clean, would I just mess around with you? Govind couldn't help laughing at Angie's brazen words. If Geraldine isn't clean, why was she still an untouched flower before me? He remembered clearly, it was Angie's first time in the hotel. Despite dating Leroy for years, no one had touched her. If she were truly promiscuous, not only Leroy, but any man who caught her eye would have been lucky enough. Angie's face turned pale as she glared at Govind, swatting away the hand on her chin. Does it matter to you whether I'm an untouched flower or not? Yes, it pleases me. Before that night, Govind merely wanted Angie. After that night, he wanted more than just sleeping with her. Hearing this, Angie's expression froze. Kicking the back of the driver's seat, Elsie obediently activated the partition. Stop the car. No, Govind's face darkened, preventing Angie from getting out. Angie's expression soured as she stared at Elsie warningly. You should remember who your boss is. Elsie understood. Although she admired Lawyer Nate, ignoring Angie meant risking her job. She pulled over obediently. Sis. Bang, just as Angie opened the door and stepped out, an electric scooter zipped by, colliding with her. How do you walk? Didn't you check the rearview mirror before getting out? The scooter rider was startled. Though he slowed down upon seeing the car stop, it wasn't enough. The man started cursing, trying to incite bystanders against Angie until he saw Govind step out of the car. Keep cursing. Why aren't you cursing now? We parked and got out properly. You were riding in reverse, did you have a reason? The man dared not challenge Govind. Seeing him well-dressed, he knew better than to provoke such a person and slinked away. Ali, driving behind Angie's nanny van, noticed and blocked the man. What are you doing? Seeing several well-dressed middle-aged men exit a black Mercedes, the man stammered. Hit someone without apologizing, and you thought you could just leave? Ali questioned. Don't bully me just because there are more of you. Us common folk? Aren't we all? Ali glanced at his people. Call the police. Too much trouble dealing with such individuals. Bro Meng, is it necessary? Wouldn't Mr. Nate be annoyed by wasting time with such ambiguous people? Ali looked at the speaker. If it were Mr. Nate's issue, no. But it's not. Angie, as a celebrity, losing face over gossip could cost a fortune. If today's incident were twisted, Mr. Nate might fire them all. At the hospital. Angie, cradling her injured arm, sat listlessly in Elena's office. Brother, I advise you to get a VIP room, Elena said. This many visits already? Elena cleaned the wound with antiseptic, hesitant to hurt such delicate skin. Raising Angie must have cost a fortune. Each hair on her body must have cost millions. It hurts, go easy, Angie didn't protest, but Govind frowned and spoke up. Elena shot a glare, realizing too late to care. Angie grew angry. You're useless. Blame me? Who else? Myself? Angie retorted. Knowing arguing wouldn't help, Govind left to pay the bill. Isn't that Govind? Who? Leah hadn't heard of Govind. As Leroy's secretary, she had no real power or access to influential figures. Marion gave Leah a disdainful look, thinking how low-class she was. If not for carrying the Hua family's child, they wouldn't be together. Govind, Jingang's legal tycoon, a young entrepreneur who turned a law firm into a public company. One of the youngest nationwide. Self-made. See, Marion pointed at Govind exiting the billing counter. Jingang's most eligible bachelor. Leah recognized Govind from the yacht that night, her face paling. Before she could react, Marion spotted Angie. Elena supported Angie, her face pale, eyes tearful, looking pitiful. Iona's sister. Marion called out instinctively. The Hua family adored Angie for her beauty, sweetness, and generosity. During her birthday, Angie gifted her a $5 million diamond necklace, the most expensive gift Marion ever received. Compared to Leah, what did she have? Nothing but cheap clothes and poor relatives waiting to rise through her influence. Angie, previously lethargic, perked up hearing Marion's voice. Seeing Govind with the receipt, she hooked her arm around his neck regardless of any grudge. Burying her head coyly in his shoulder, hold me. Govind paused mid-action. What? Seeing Marion approaching, Angie's mind raced, she couldn't lose. With Leroy cheating on her, appearing weak in front of his family was unacceptable. Hurry, hold me, or I'll cut off your little friend, she threatened fiercely. Flu Yun internally groaned. Govind handed the receipt to Elena and picked up Angie bridal style. Marion. Is something really going on between Angie and Govind? Iona's sister? Marion gaped at Angie in disbelief. Angie lifted her face from Govind's shoulder. You? What a coincidence. Why are you here? Govind, so good at pretending. Elena, impressive. A true expert at drama. I came to accompany. Chapter 88, If Govind didn't like you, I'd call him Dad. Marion was about to say she had come with Leah for a prenatal checkup but, recalling that Angie might not want to hear Lee's name, quickly stopped herself. Meanwhile, Angie seemed to have spotted the pregnant Leah standing not far away. Her face changed instantly. If there's nothing else, we should be going? Seeing Angie wanting to leave, Marion panicked inside. She was still waiting for Leah to give birth so they could perform a paternity test. If it wasn't Leroy's child, perhaps there would still be a chance for Leroy and Angie. Ms. Iona, you and Mr. Nate? My man, Angie blurted out first, fearing Govind might speak carelessly. Upon hearing these 3 short words from Angie, Govind tightened his hold on her, pinching her until she winced in pain. What about my cousin? Marion stood stunned, her gaze filled with disbelief as she looked at Angie. Angie scoffed, isn't your cousin already with Miss Chi? As she spoke, she glanced at the extremely embarrassed Leah standing nearby. Feeling increasingly uncomfortable, she added sarcastically, he's about to become a father, yet he's still pining over his ex-girlfriend? Isn't that embarrassing? Angie didn't bother looking at Marion any longer and gestured for Govind to leave. Govind obediently carried Angie toward the elevator. Halfway there, Angie suddenly remembered something, right. I gave you a diamond necklace for your birthday last time. When do you think you can return it to me? Marion's face turned pale, what? She had never heard of someone asking for a gift back after giving it away. In her impression, Angie, who always spent lavishly, wouldn't care about these returned gifts. 5 million yuan was a drop in the ocean for her. The billion-dollar estate of the Hua family awaited her inheritance, and as an entertainment star, Marion knew Angie earned millions just from a single advertisement endorsement. I gave you that necklace because of my respect for your cousin. Now that he has cheated on me, shouldn't you return what I gave you for his sake? Unless you sold it? A chill ran down Marian's spine, and she hastily responded, of course not. How could I sell a gift you gave me? That's good. I'll send someone to your place this weekend to pick it up. Remember to have it ready. As Govind carried Angie into the elevator, she struggled to get out. Govind refused to let go. What are you doing? Let go. You used me when it suited you and now you discard me. Your face changes pretty fast. Geraldine, did you use me just now? Shouldn't I ask for some interest? I was just thinking. Angie was pressed against the elevator wall by Govind, her words cut off by his lips. Marian stood in the hospital corridor, her face as dark as liver-colored meat. Her entire aura seemed like someone owed her millions. Leah, knowing how upset Marian must be, wisely stayed away. You can handle the rest on your own. Infuriated, Marian felt a heartache. Accompanying Leah for a checkup cost her 5 million yuan. That kind of 5 million yuan diamond necklace was unattainable for her lifetime. Returning it now caused her great pain. Leah bit her lip, remaining silent as she watched Marian leave. Back at the Liang residence, Marian started rummaging through her vanity table drawers, searching for the diamond necklace. She knew that if Angie said it, she meant it. It wasn't a casual remark. If she didn't return it, she faced dire consequences. With Angie's temperament, she could make her suffer greatly. Dream, did you see the diamond necklace Angie gave me? What necklace? The diamond one. Your sister-in-law said she had to take it to meet a client today. An ominous feeling gnawed at Marian. This matter didn't seem simple. What client needs to wear a 5 million yuan necklace? Her mother couldn't answer. Marian slammed the door shut in frustration. When Angie finally got home, Govind had just left. Kimberly came over with her phone and showed her, look at WeChat messages. Today, the top news in Jinggong's high society is whether you and Lord Montague went together. Angie glanced at the chat group, seeing various speculative comments, then returned the phone to Kimberly. I saw Marian today. Who? Kimberly paused, then remembered, Leroy's cousin? The one I gave the 5 million yuan diamond necklace? Angie lazily confirmed it. So? Did you fight? Well, not really. I met her accompanying Leah for a checkup, chatted for a bit, and asked her to return the diamond necklace. Kimberly blinked, doing a checkup at night? Could this be karma? Don't curse unborn children. It's their parents' fault, not the baby's. Angie glared at her. Kimberly chuckled, you show compassion now, but didn't that person cheat on you without hesitation? Angie scratched her head, and Kimberly noticed something. What happened to your arm? It got scraped by an electric scooter, she explained while recounting the incident. Kimberly listened, then pondered for a moment. If Govind didn't like you, I'd call him Dad. Angie. If calling him Dad made him file a lawsuit for me, it might help. Kimberly, get lost. Where are we going? Darren was called out late at night by Govind. Moreover, the wait seemed unnecessarily long. He followed him from the hospital, carrying Angie, then drove her home, settling her like a daughter. He wondered what charm this delicate princess held over others. To find Isaac. What for? Darren was surprised. Normally, Govind looked down on those old men who slept around with young women. They were quite dirty. Govind remained silent, lips pursed. Suddenly, Darren realized something and looked at Govind in surprise. Is it for Angie? Baker's family dominated the entertainment industry, holding considerable influence. If Govind didn't look down on him before but now sought him out, there had to be a reason. At the nightclub. Isaac was hugging a young girl lovingly when his secretary entered with an odd expression after receiving a call. Boss Baker, someone is here to see you. Who? Does he know etiquette? Tell him I'm in a meeting. In his 50s, overweight and wrinkled, Isaac looked repulsive. As soon as he spoke, the door was kicked open, and a nonchalant voice echoed. What kind of meeting, Boss Baker? At a nightclub? Chapter 89, I'll send her to Lawyer Nate's residence immediately. When Isaac saw the visitor, his face changed. He hurriedly pushed the woman next to him away and stood up to welcome Darren. Isn't this Sam Montague? What wind brings you here? Darren leaned against the door with arms crossed, a playful smile never leaving his lips. Haven't seen President Baker in such a long time. I heard you're having a meeting here. Just came by to take a look. Isaac's expression turned awkward, responding with a sheepish laugh. Having a meeting is just an excuse to brush others off. If I knew it was President Montague, I would have definitely come out to greet you. What if it was President Nate? Darren asked. Isaac paused. President Nate? Anyone who could make Darren mention President Nate was surely no ordinary person. President Nate? Lawyer Nate, Darren reminded. There were a few Presidents Nate in Jinggang, but only one made Darren respectfully call him Lawyer Nate. After speaking, Darren stepped aside, and Isaac immediately saw Govind standing at the door. He seemed to be on a call, maintaining a humble demeanor. Isaac, what did he do to earn this man's attention? Publicly, people addressed him as Lawyer Nate or President Nate. Privately, everyone called him Second Master Nate, implying that if he was second, who dared be first? As a rising legal elite with complex relationships and deep knowledge of law, many in Jinggang chose to keep their distance from him. Isaac, who dabbled in the entertainment industry, often needed lawyers for various issues. He didn't dare offend Govind under any circumstances. Wiping the cold sweat off his palms onto his pants, Isaac waited anxiously. It took Govind 10 minutes to finish his call. These 10 minutes felt like years for Isaac. He cursed Elena silently for blabbering about Milagros's matters today. Just now, he had received a call from Arlen, followed by a scolding. Lawyer. Lawyer Nate, where did I offend you? Isaac, who had been bold moments ago, was now cowering. Govind walked over, raising his chin to point at the sofa. Why so nervous, President Baker? Sit down, let's chat. Someone, bring tea for Lawyer Nate. Isaac knew this man's quirks well, no ordinary wine for him. Whenever he sat at the table, 80% of the time it was a tea gathering. No need, tonight I have something to ask of President Baker. Follow your preference. Ask him. Isaac's mind buzzed with confusion. What merit did he have for Govind to beg him? Lawyer Nate, please speak directly. If Baker can comply, I will certainly do so. He had been seeking an opportunity to ingratiate himself with Govind, lacking only a mutual acquaintance. Never thought Govind would approach him. Wasn't this what he wished for? Getting Govind to owe him a favor was like holding a get-out-of-jail-free card. It could save his life when necessary. Nina is under President Baker's company? Isaac was taken aback. Although he ran an entertainment company and was involved in management, most of his attention was on the business side. Only the top stars mattered to him. Please wait, President Nate. Isaac called his secretary to inquire. The secretary nodded. Yes, she's from our company, but not very famous. Why are you asking about her? Did you fancy her? I'll send her to Lawyer Nate's residence right away. Isaac smacked his thigh, ready to arrange it immediately, but then heard Govind scoff. I'm not President Baker. The sarcastic remark stunned Isaac. Yes, Lawyer Nate is different from us mere mortals. Govind didn't bother much with Isaac and focused on the secretary. I heard she recently accepted a new drama. Yes. Govind lit a cigarette, taking a light drag before saying, you know what I mean, right? The secretary, half understanding, nodded. Only after Govind left did Isaac regain his senses, looking at the secretary hesitantly. What did President Nate mean? To blacklist her. But President Nate didn't say to blacklist her. And Nina is a new talent we just signed. Blacklisting her would be quite a loss. Isaac thought about it. Govind indeed hadn't mentioned blacklisting, only mentioning the new drama. Taking a drag from his cigarette to calm down, he said, then put the new drama on hold for now. If President Nate has further requests, we'll blacklist her. The secretary sweated coldly for Nina. She really had offended someone powerful. You sure have a big mouth but a soft heart. Looking fierce in front of Milagros, secretly helping her find opportunities. Do you think eldest sister will be grateful or marry you right away? Darren couldn't understand the reasoning behind Govind's actions. You. Take a cab home yourself. What do you mean? Am I a rag for you to toss aside like this? Did you learn nothing from Milagros? Darren complained. When had he ever received such treatment? True, bad company corrupts good character. Not getting out? Come back with me and face the scolding. The old man wants to scold me, and you're coming too. Govind, calmly observing Darren, made him reconsider. Darren had always feared Arlen, whose critical side still lingered within him from childhood. Facing a lecture with Govind, better not. I'm getting out. There's trouble with Nina. Burnell kept monitoring Reba's movements, waiting for them to slip up. In the entire entertainment industry, there were many eager to step on Milagros, but the first one to do so was Nina. Such audacity was rare. In the dressing room, Milagros was trying outfits. Ascari demanded perfection for the ad, leaving no room for negligence. After all, Ascari was the golden sponsor. They tried makeup multiple times, yet each time failed to satisfy President Montague. What happened? Her new drama has been shelved, even before filming started. The whole project is on pause. Milagros was surprised. Did she offend some investor? Unclear. Interesting. Milagros moved her neck, signaling the makeup artist to give her a break. By the time the photo shoot finished, it was already dark. The whole day had numbed Milagros. Climbing into the car, her first order was to head to the spa. Unexpectedly, she saw the person she had been thinking about all day as soon as she entered. Destiny was truly mysterious. Don't confront her. Burnell saw her too and reminded Milagros to restrain herself. No way. Chapter 90. The necklace was given away as a gift. Angie's joy in life came from trampling those scheming women beneath her feet. Otherwise, she couldn't vent the hatred pent up in her heart. Especially someone like Beatrice, who was constantly working against her both openly and secretly. Such a perfect opportunity had presented itself, it would be unimaginable not to take advantage of it. Hey, isn't that Beatrice? Still in the mood for a spa day? Angie spoke with a flirtatious tone, pinching her throat slightly. Beatrice was sitting on a chair with Reba, choosing services, when she suddenly heard Angie's words. She didn't react at first but then turned around and saw Angie. Her expression changed immediately. Noticing Angie was wearing makeup and an elegant silk suit with a retro style, she understood that Angie must have just finished shooting a commercial. A few days ago, she heard that Angie had taken on an ad campaign from the Montague family, which seemed to be true. Beatrice slowly turned, leaning half of her body against the chair as she looked at her. Can't I come here? Is this place part of your Hua family domain? Not really, but I heard your newly acquired script was shelved. I figured you'd be trying every possible way to fix the issue. How can you still have time for a spa day? Angie walked over, leaning forward with a deep smile. Or do you have other ways? Beatrice pulled back, keeping some distance from Angie. What's it to you? It's none of my business. But seeing you suffer makes me happy. Beatrice's face turned red with anger as she stared at Angie fiercely. Just as she was about to retaliate, Reba held her back. In the treatment room, Beatrice's face was green with fury. If this weren't thanks to Angie, I wouldn't believe this evil. How could it get cancelled so casually, and they told us so vaguely that someone was offended? Who did I offend? It wasn't Angie, Reba replied with surprising clarity. Beatrice didn't believe her. If not her, then who? Angie is focused on the inheritance issue and has no interest in fighting you. To her, the money in showbiz is peanuts compared to their billions in assets. Moreover, her father is in a coma. Even if she wanted to mess with you, she'd need help. Can't she find someone else? As the top star in Jingang and a big sister in high society, wouldn't it be easy for her to harm me? Whose side are you on? Beatrice looked at Reba with displeasure, feeling like she was favoring Angie. Reba laughed at Beatrice's words. Am I on Angie's side now? If I hadn't been afraid you'd get completely blacklisted, why would I pull you out of this mess? You should fight Angie until you're utterly ruined in the industry. Beatrice deflated instantly. She stared at Reba without saying anything. The air in the treatment room was silent for a while before Reba comforted her. A bird in hand is worth two in the bush. We will have our day of revenge. Once Angie's father dies, many will step on her. At that time, we won't even have to do anything to see her struggle. Reba always seemed well informed about the Hua's moves, knowing everything about them. Beatrice was stunned. How do you know? On the other side, Angie removed her clothes and put on a bathrobe, smiling faintly. I thought Reba would stand up and confront me first, but she's surprisingly calm. There's someone guiding her. Who? Angie didn't think much about it. Burnell rolled her eyes. You're really not paying attention. Reba is collaborating with your brother, seen by many people. Oh my god. Angie was shocked. Are you serious? Waverly is getting desperate. First a college girl, then a young woman, and now a 30-year-old? Burnell sighed. Angie, you've made no progress at work, failed to secure any men, and the inheritance is still distant. Now you don't even know what your competitors are doing. Why don't you consider giving up on these two things and focus on making money in the entertainment industry? Angie pouted, looking at Burnell pitifully. Isn't it because I can't find the right man? Don't waste time on people who aren't worth it. Don't end up with nothing. Angie. On the weekend, Angie woke up early and asked Elsie to visit Marion at the Liang residence, insisting she return the diamond necklace. That necklace originally cost 5 million renminbi and had probably doubled in value. During her relationship with Leroy, Angie sent away many gifts, and now she wanted them all back. Otherwise, wouldn't she be laughed at as a fool? Since Angie last mentioned wanting the necklace back, Marion hadn't rested well. Her eldest sister-in-law took the necklace, and she still hasn't returned. Early on the weekend, Marion rushed out when she heard the car in the yard, only to find Laura standing at the door with luggage. Elder sister-in-law, where's my necklace? Laura was startled by Marion's urgent question. What necklace? The one Angie gave me. Dream said you wore it to meet clients. Laura paused, looking at Fox behind her. I was going to tell you, the client liked the necklace, and I gave it to her as a gift. Marion was alarmed. What are you talking about? That's my property. How dare you give it away without my permission? Marion, I had no choice. Your brother and I have followed up with this client for a long time, and she never agreed until yesterday when I wore the necklace, and she loved it. So we gave it as a gift. Marion panicked. Why are you acting generous? It's not yours to give. If you couldn't handle the deal, just let it go. Stop meddling in the company's affairs if you can't handle it. Why did you give away my necklace? Marion, Fox frowned. We did it for the family's sake. If you like the necklace, we'll buy you another one. Marion glared at Fox with disdain. That necklace was a birthday gift from Angie. She wants it back, but now you've given it away. What am I supposed to return to her? Laura's face went pale. She knew the necklace was from Angie. Precisely because she knew Angie was generous, Laura had worn it to impress the client. Chapter 91, A Dinner for Five. Angie's taste, insight, and financial strength were top-notch in Jingang. If the necklace wasn't from Angie, Laura probably wouldn't have worn it. Now that she wore it, it definitely aimed to elevate her status. Surprisingly, it worked. She appeared with the necklace, and their previously obstinate collaborator suddenly conceded after months of difficulty. Now, upon hearing Marion suggest returning the necklace, Laura felt a moment of guilt. Why would Angie suddenly ask you to return the necklace? Did you offend her? Marian laughed out of frustration. Elder sister-in-law, your question is amusing. You took my necklace, gave it away, and now instead of reflecting on yourself, you look for reasons on me? Why shouldn't Angie ask for the necklace back? She gave it to me as a favor to Xavier, who betrayed and disrespected her. Are you saying 5 million is nothing? Laura wanted to say 5 million was not a big deal to Angie but held back. Saying such things would only make people think her values were questionable. Laura covered up her embarrassment. What do we do now? You ask me? Who should I ask then? Fox realized the severity of the situation. How about compensating her in cash? We can say the necklace was lost. Marian, brother, do you really think Angie cares just about the necklace's worth of 5 million? This is clearly meant to torment us. Why make it difficult for her when this also torments Xavier? Why drag us into this? Laura grumbled, showing impatience. They had hoped that the union between the He and Hua families would bring them benefits. But who knew Xavier, the fool, would leave Lincolnson's Angie for a secretary? Not only did he lose the chance, but he also became the laughing stock of Jingang, dragging them down with him. And all this while Xavier was still in a coma. If he wakes up, they might face even worse consequences. Marian was furious and couldn't speak to Laura for a long time, filled with annoyance. Inside the room, the three remained deadlocked. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. The servant opened it and saw Elsie standing outside. Miss, the driver from Geraldine's place is here to collect something, the servant reported. Marian was startled. Indeed, Angie always followed through on her words and never left room for excuses. What did you say? Lost? Cash compensation? Angie was waiting at the shooting site for Ascari's advertisement. Upon hearing Elsie's words, she nearly burst out laughing in anger. Do you think I believe that? Angie scoffed. Elsie shook his head. I don't believe it either, but Fox said they could compensate according to its value, quite sincerely. Sincerely what? Is he treating me like a saint? I'm not short of money. Tell him to return the item. Explain that items at auctions are unique pieces, priceless, and any compensation must be priced accordingly. If valued as a unique piece, it would certainly exceed 5 million and possibly reach tens of millions. Elsie thought the Liang family had truly met their match. Who upset you? Ascari approached in a navy blue suit, hearing Angie venting. Upon seeing Ascari, Angie tempered her anger slightly. Isn't it interesting? Yes, Ascari nodded, finding Angie herself more intriguing. In the high society, once a relationship ended, it typically stayed cordial due to future business prospects, but Angie insisted on retrieving her gift. This was unprecedented in Jingang. Indeed, bad blood runs deep in the He family. Ascari smiled. What do you plan to do with the returned items? Angie brushed aside a lock of hair. Throw them away. Ascari. The implication being, not leaving anything for them, they weren't worthy? Today's shoot went smoothly. Ascari's standards were high but clear. Afterward, Ascari invited Angie to dinner, which she accepted. On the way to a private restaurant, they encountered Govind and Krista. Krista was taken aback, realizing why Govind asked her to check Ascari's schedule. True dog behavior. President Montague, what a surprise. Lawyer Sue, Lawyer Nate, what a surprise, eating here. Krista smiled generously. Yes, indeed. How about we join together, Geraldine? Slightly apprehensive, Ascari reluctantly agreed, considering Govind's presence. After all, offending him wasn't wise. What started as a dinner for two turned into 4. In the private room, they chatted casually. Ascari's phone rang again, but this time, she excused herself and stepped out. Krista leaned back, massaging her cheeks. Another person joins. Angie raised an eyebrow, understanding the insinuation. Don't you see Ascari trying to pair you with Garth? Angie choked on her drink. Who is your boss lady? You are. Don't be shy, you call yourself the boss in front of employees, why not here? Krista shot a knowing glance. Rolling her eyes internally, Angie didn't respond as Ascari re-entered, bringing Garth with her. This dinner was awkward. Clearly, Govind came to ruin it, giving Garth no chance to talk to Angie. By the end, Angie was utterly exhausted. I'll use the restroom, you continue eating. Just as Angie left, Krista fiddled with her watch and made a call to Govind. He answered, stepping out of the room. In the bathroom, Angie hadn't even dried her hands when someone grabbed her waist and shoved her inside. What are you doing? Can't you see Ascari's matchmaking you with Garth? Govind looked livid. Angie pushed him away. Are you bored? Translation by keeping paragraph structure and line breaks intact. Chapter 92. Have you ever heard of AF*CK buddy who does work one day and rest 7? Can I interpret your words as enjoying the process of dating 2 people at once? Dating 2 people at once? Angie nearly laughed out loud in anger upon hearing this. She pushed her hand, which was resting on Govind's waist, backward. Do you know the premise of dating 2 people at once, Mr. Lawyer? We don't have any relationship, we can't even be considered a steady couple. Isn't it unreasonable for you to talk about dating 2 people with me? Not even a steady couple? Govind's handsome brows furrowed as he stared intensely at Angie, as if trying to see through her soul. Have you ever seen a steady couple who does work one day and rest 7? Govind. Angie was unhappy. After working busily and tiring herself out all day, She just wanted to have a good meal, but these people ruined it for her. Spoiled. Let go, I want to go home. Leaving the restroom, Angie walked to the front desk of the private restaurant and asked for a bottle of mineral water. Just as she unscrewed the cap to take a sip, she saw Fox and Marion coming over from afar. It seemed they were here for her again. Before Leroy returned, none of the Young family members ever came near her. Now that Leroy was back, all these demons appeared. How amusing. Angie leisurely took a sip of water, leaning against the counter and smiling as she waited for them to come over. Geraldine. Sister Hua. The Liang siblings spoke in unison. Angie raised an eyebrow, looking at them confused. Is there something you need? Regarding the diamond necklace issue, we still hope we can discuss it with Geraldine again, Fox said calmly, trying to appear businesslike, but he was clearly not very adept at it. What do you mean, Mr. Liang? The necklace did indeed go missing on our watch. How about compensating you at its value? Angie snorted. Compensate? Compensate what value? Based on the auction price from 2 years ago, I would definitely lose out, considering auction items are priceless. The 5 million yuan from 2 years ago would be worth much more now. If I randomly set a price, wouldn't outsiders think I'm bullying you? In my view, the best solution so far is for you to return the necklace to me. That way, I won't feel like I've lost anything, and you won't feel like I'm taking advantage of you. Fox looked troubled, still pondering how to explain. Angie noticed their difficulty and said coyly, or did you give the necklace to someone else? Marion's face stiffened. Her gaze toward Angie revealed some astonishment. As a young girl, she couldn't hide her emotions well, and Angie drank some more water. She nudged her cheek with her tongue. Here's the deal. No pressure on you. 2 years ago, last year, and this year, each year increasing by 5 million yuan, you spend 15 million buying this diamond necklace. This matter ends here. If it's too little, I'll be imbalanced, and if it's too much, it'll seem like I'm bullying you. Splitting the difference, this is the best method, or you could just return the item to me. Fox felt cold all over. 15 million wasn't a small amount. Moreover, they were already at fault, and Angie's argument left no room for rebuttal. Fox had to grit his teeth and agree. Marion was seething with anger. It would have been fine if they returned the necklace, but her sister-in-law had given it away. How could she not be furious? Can you please tell your sister-in-law not to touch my things so easily? Now look, we have to compensate 15 million. That's enough, Fox interrupted impatiently. Nobody must mention this incident again. Stay away from Leroy. Everyone in Jinggang wants to stay far away from him, yet you went up to him. Did you go with that woman for medical checkups too? Are you crazy? Leroy doesn't even accompany his own pregnant girlfriend. What does that say about you? Is the child in her belly yours? Marion choked. She became even angrier. In the past, she hadn't been close to Leroy either. If it weren't for Leroy's engagement to Angie and Angie's generosity, she wouldn't have gotten so close to Leroy. At the restaurant, Angie leisurely finished her bottle of water, tightened the cap, and threw it toward the trash bin. It barely missed and rolled along the edge, stopping beside Govind's feet. He glanced at Angie, then looked down at the bottle by his foot, bending down to pick it up and dispose of it properly. Angie thought this man would take the opportunity to tease her, but surprisingly, he didn't. Govind threw the bottle into the trash and walked towards Angie. She sensibly pulled out some wet wipes from behind the counter and handed them to him. Not far away, Krista crossed her arms, watching Govind and Angie, then turned to Ascari and asked rhetorically, President Montague, don't you think Mr. Nate and Geraldine are quite a match? Ascari. Garth. Deliberate? Knowing that Garth and Angie were being introduced to each other, she still asked such a question in front of everyone? Next day, Angie went to the filming location. The historical drama started its official shooting this week. Angie spent most of her time on set. She was put to a lot of trouble, filming while keeping an eye on the movements in Jinggang. On the way to the film city, Elsie drove while Angie rested her chin in her palm, scrolling through her phone. She saw someone in her friend's circle post a selfie, wearing a dazzling diamond necklace. Isn't this the diamond necklace you bought at the auction? Burnell recognized it immediately. Angie had even invited Freddie out of retirement because of this necklace. Back then, everyone thought she loved the necklace dearly, but unexpectedly, she gave it to Leroy's cousin after just a few days. What a waste. Yeah, Angie responded lazily. Why is it on her neck? The story is a bit long. Angie briefly explained how Marion gave the necklace away and she happened to see it on social media, conveniently taking advantage of the situation. Burnell was dumbfounded, giving Angie a thumbs up. You'd be a waste in business. A necklace was just a necklace. Giving it away was one thing, demanding it back was not Angie's style. But, why did Marion act so inconsiderately? Once, Angie treated her kindly, sending designer bags, clothes, and skincare products, yet Marion turned around heartlessly and accompanied Leroy's new love for a prenatal checkup, right in front of Angie. Wasn't that asking for trouble? I'm not interested. My whole life goal is to conquer men and make them conquer the world for me. Why don't you just say you want to conquer Govind? Burnell felt that Angie might as well just name Govind directly. Angie, all the men in the world are dead. Not all, but currently, Govind is the only man around you capable of conquering the world. Chapter 93. Who is this woman? Burnell was still curious about how Angie's diamond necklace ended up on another woman's neck. It's a long story. Then make it short. Angie put away her phone. I don't feel like talking about it. Why should she bother with irrelevant people who only bring disappointment? The dinner last night almost gave her a heart attack. She went home late and suffered from indigestion, barely getting any digestive medicine. Do you think Ascari can tell that you have feelings for Angie? If she knows you have feelings for Angie but still tries to pair her with Garth, isn't that a bit disrespectful to you? In Govind's office, Krista sat in front of him, resting her chin in her hand, deep in thought. Govind was analyzing case files when he heard Krista's abrupt change of topic and glanced at her. I asked you to analyze the case files, not our love life. The murder case file ultimately ends up as either homicide or suicide, but your relationship with Angie is different. Krista sighed, still puzzled. Do you think Ascari knows? Can she tell? I see Angie doesn't seem to mind Garth. At least she doesn't dislike him. Angie looks at Garth so warmly, while she looks at you like you're a dog. What did you do to make her hate you so much? If Garth really likes Angie and they end up together, won't your plans go to waste? The title of unbeatable god will be over. Tell me. Krista, choose between shutting up and going abroad. Govind's eyes turned stern, giving Krista a slightly threatening look. Krista muttered but dared not say anything more. She took up the file and read for hours. Late at night, Govind came down from his law firm. Alali saw someone approaching and hurried forward. Sir, the person is in the car. Govind got into the car. Instantly awake, Aiden trembled slightly. Nate. Lawyer Nate. Leaning back, Govind looked indifferent, his slender fingers rubbing his knuckles. Dr. Lincoln, your medical skills are truly remarkable. Aiden shuddered. This was not praise, it was like having a knife pressed against his throat. I can't take the honor. Govind chuckled and withdrew his gaze from the window. All right. Tell me how much longer Freddie has to live. Nate. Mr. Nate, I've done everything as you said. So? Is Dr. Lincoln planning to explain the process to me? Govind remained calm, but his words were loaded with pressure. Had they been outside the car, Aiden would have knelt out of fear from Govind's presence. In the driver's seat, Alali glanced at the drenched and nervous Aiden and reminded him, Dr. Lincoln, efficiency is also important. Aiden immediately understood. Yes. Yes, understood. Others might not notice, but Alali saw clearly that Lawyer Nate was anxious. Angie was the fish in the pond, and he was the angler. Initially, he cast the bait expecting the fish to bite, but unexpectedly, Angie wasn't taking the bait. When given multiple choices, one always becomes particularly clear-headed. Without other choices, things might be different. Govind wanted Angie to come to him willingly. Watching her fall into despair before rescuing her, what a cruel strategy. A light rain fell in Jingang at midnight. In the drizzle, Aiden got out of the car and walked shakily to the bus stop. Alali handed him an umbrella. Dr. Lincoln, what Mr. Nate meant was nothing else, don't misunderstand. Daring not to accept it, Alali forced the umbrella into his hands. Dr. Lincoln, hurry. At 2 a.m, Aiden returned home, soaked with rain. His daughter, wearing pajamas, came downstairs. Dad, you're working overtime again? Shaking off the rain from his shoulders, he nodded. As he closed the umbrella, the girl noticed its logo. Dad, where did you get this umbrella? What's wrong? Aiden didn't realize there was anything unusual. The girl examined it closely. It's a Rolls-Royce. Aiden's eyes narrowed, then he calmed himself. A patient saw I didn't have an umbrella and just grabbed one from the car. Remember to return it, it's quite valuable. Aiden placed the umbrella by the door. Recalling Alali handing him the umbrella, he knew it wasn't just randomly picked but carefully chosen. Whose call? Why are you in such a rush? On set, Angie was filming when Tilda called. She rushed out, taking off her costume without even bothering to remove her makeup. My mom. Burnell seemed to understand. Your dad is failing again? Angie looked at Burnell seriously. He's already failed. Thud, the cup in Burnell's hand dropped, hitting the carpet with a muffled thud. How is that possible? If Angie's father were gone, the power structure in Jingang's high society would be reshuffled. Tilda watched Freddie lying in bed when Angie arrived home. Dr. Lincoln stood in the corridor, sweating profusely, unsure if it was from work or nerves. Seeing Angie, he rushed over, his footsteps faltering. How is he? Dr. Lincoln looked at Angie and shook his head. Not good. We need to prepare. Prepare for what? Long-term coma or funeral? Angie questioned. Dr. Lincoln remained silent, but his silence spoke volumes. Is your dad failing? Freddie's condition was dire, with all medical equipment running. Dr. Lincoln hadn't left the sterile isolation room since Angie transformed the villa into a hospital to prevent Waverly from coming near. Upon receiving Kimberly's call, Angie paused. How do you know? All of Jingang is saying your dad is critically ill and may not make it. Prepare yourself. I'm sure Waverly knows too. Angie had a bad feeling. Glancing at Tilda, she made a few arrangements and walked through the hallway to the Hua family villa. Just entering the living room, she heard commotion outside. Let Angie out. Waverly's shouts grew louder. Looking for me? Is the old man failing? You shouldn't say that. If he hears it, won't he cue his 12 illegitimate children before you? ##### Chapter 94. I'm going to take a shower and meet Govind. Waverly scoffed at her, stop changing the subject. I'm asking if old master is really dying. Angie shrugged indifferently and asked a servant for a cup of tea. Don't worry, if old master dies, I'll definitely inform you. Angie, do you believe I will call the police? Threatening her. Angie laughed and took the tea from the servant. Go ahead and call. Who cares? Seeing Waverly being led around by Angie's nose, Abriel's expression turned sour and he tried to mediate. Angie, if your father really isn't doing well, you and Waverly should unite rather than become enemies. It's better that you two divide the estate yourselves instead of inviting those dozen illegitimate siblings outside to share in it. Angie glanced at Abriel. Everywhere she went, there she was. When her son couldn't handle her, his mother had to step in to stir things up. How interesting. She pushed aside the tea lid with a poised air befitting a daughter of a prominent household. I'm very curious, where did you hear this news? How come everyone outside knows what I don't know? Why don't you tell me who's spreading these rumors first? Waverly couldn't stand Angie's demeanor and coldly retorted, who spreads the rumors has nothing to do with us. We need to know if old master is really dying. I don't know, Angie said with 3 words. If someone told you that old master is dying, go find them, not me. Show them out. If they won't leave, throw them out. Angie cast an impatient glance at the butler beside her, causing him to shiver. Angie, don't go too far. Waverly shouted from the doorway. Angie ignored him. Listening Wind Pavilion. When Sadie saw Angie, she was momentarily surprised. I thought I misjudged, with your father about to die, you still have the leisure to come here? Sadie washed her hands in the bathroom and, upon returning, saw Angie gently polishing a dagger on her desk, speaking casually. So even you know. Probably the whole Jing gang knows by now. Angie ran her long fingers over the sharp blade. Tell me, who could have spread this news? Sadie wiped her hands with a paper towel from the table. Besides an insider, who else could have spread it so quickly? Angie flicked the dagger lightly. We think alike. So, is your father really in bad shape? Angie glanced at Sadie. Seeing her look, Sadie's lips curled upward. She didn't ask further. How are the people you picked for me? Let me introduce you to them. Sadie put a cap on Angie and led her downstairs. Just as they stepped out of the elevator, they heard a drunkard cursing loudly. Just a whore, pretending to be noble? And this listening Wind Pavilion? It's just a broken KTV trying to appear cultured. Everyone knows your boss is just a madam. Angie paused mid-step and glanced sideways at Sadie. Who's cursing? Want to know? Let's go see. They changed direction and found a thoroughly drunk man lying on the ground. Seems like he's got something to do with you. Angie's lips twitched as she looked at the man on the ground. What does he have to do with me? He's the fiancé of your half-sister from another mother. Angie. Just say Harvey directly. This young master finds amusement spending hundreds of thousands every night here, having women drink with him until he acts drunk and unruly. While shouting and demanding we record videos for him, Sadie found it amusing. The pastimes of these spoiled rich kids were indeed ingenious. Angie. Rich but brainless. You brought back so many people, what for? Tilda looked at the dozens of people standing in the courtyard, perplexed. To protect your safety. Tilda. If you say Angie has brains, why doesn't she take the shortcut? If you say she doesn't, she's also prepared for the future. Entering the house, Angie headed straight to the bedroom, with Tilda following her. Watching her undress while asking, what are you thinking? What did Aiden say? Your father's health is deteriorating rapidly. It's only a matter of time before he passes away. If we don't prepare now, when Waverly teams up with Govind, it will be too late. Angie threw off her undergarments onto the bed and put on a bathrobe. You dare to accept Govind's offer? Have you heard of his reputation? The Gyama of the legal world, anyone who opposes him won't even get to keep their underwear. Dream, are you really unaware or pretending? Over the past few years, Govind has taken control of the Hyder family and Montague family businesses. The big shots behind both families are now Govind. Making them willingly work for him proves he has some means. Would you dare trust such a capable person offering empty promises? Is he crazy? Giving me 10 billion yuan? A 2-year engagement deal that's clearly a loss. With his status in Jinggang, what woman can't he get? What does he want? My face? My body? Or my mouth that can curse their whole family for 18 generations? Aren't you afraid he married me just to swallow the Hua family's assets once your father passes? Bang! Angie's last statement was too powerful. Caught off guard, Tilda knocked over a decorative item in the bedroom. As the item hit the floor, shards scattered everywhere. Angie wasn't concerned, probably still affected by the villa incident. She kicked at the fragments with her foot. What's wrong? Tilda was puzzled by her behavior. Angie retracted her foot. Nothing. I'm going to take a shower and meet Govind. In Wangjin Terrace, Govind sat on the sofa holding a cigarette. Jonathan leaned against the sofa. Isn't it strange how everyone in Jinggang seems to know Freddy is dying? This is clearly due to someone spreading rumors. The Hua family will soon have quite a show. Mr. Nate, aren't you at all interested? Govind tapped his ash into the ashtray. Before he could respond, the door to the private room opened. Alalie stood at the door looking at him. Sir, Geraldine is at the entrance. Jonathan? No wonder Lawyer Nate is always unpredictable. They're just eating gossip in secret, but he can bring the protagonist to join in the gossip. Please note that the translation aims to preserve the original tone and style, and any changes made are intended to ensure fluency and coherence in English. Chapter 95. What did you do to provocate Milagros this time? Inside the private room, Milagros stared at Govind, who sat casually on the sofa. The latter was holding a cigarette between his fingers, exhaling smoke while glaring sideways at her. There was no exchange of words, but the atmosphere between them was tense. Was it Lawyer Nate who spread the news? Do I have that kind of ability? Govind flicked some ash into the ashtray. Milagros laughed sarcastically. How could anyone believe he lacked such capabilities? When did Lawyer Nate become so humble? I didn't know Geraldine had such a high opinion of me, Govind retorted with a sneer. Milagros wanted to reply, but remembering Darren and Jonathan's presence, she cast a glance at them. Jonathan caught on immediately. You two chat, you can pretend we're not here. Don't you see? Geraldine wants you both to get lost. Before Milagros could react, Govind promptly spoke for her. Jonathan pursed his lips unhappily but left the room. He asked us to leave. What are they planning to talk about? Darren shrugged indifferently and pulled out his phone. Probably discussing what you want to know. Upon hearing this, Jonathan became downcast, leaning against the door trying to listen in. However, he heard nothing after waiting for a long time. Darren glanced over. Don't waste your time. Even if they're having a DJ party inside, you won't hear a thing. Why do you even have soundproof doors like this in a VIP room? What are you planning? Darren ignored him, focused on his game instead. Want to play around? Grumbling reluctantly, Jonathan agreed. Sure. Back inside, Milagros took a cigarette from Govind's pack and twirled it between her fingertips. Lawyer Nate, even if we're no longer doing business, we were once a couple. Isn't it mean-spirited to do this behind my back? What exactly am I doing? Govind feigned ignorance. Are you messing with people or events? If you're playing tricks on people, admit it. As for causing trouble, never. His face darkened slightly when mentioning people. Milagros's ears turned red. Glaring fiercely at Govind, she demanded, Did you tell Ronan where my father is in the Hua family? No, he denied quickly. He wouldn't admit it even if he did. Can I trust you? Govind calmly took a drag of his cigarette. Whether you trust me or not is irrelevant. Are you even a man? Afraid to take responsibility? Have I ever failed to satisfy you, Geraldine? His response was filled with innuendo. Was he deliberately pushing the envelope today? She felt like he'd gone mad. Why else would you try to make me beg for legal help? The billions of inheritance aren't that important to me. I can just find a rich man to spend on and divorce him later for his property. I don't need you, Lawyer Nate, dreaming. Milagros huffed coldly. Refusing to take responsibility wasn't honorable. She couldn't believe this matter didn't involve Govind. Go ahead, let a wealthy man bring you to social gatherings you dislike. Ask you to wear a bikini and dance pole dance before him. Fulfill his strange whims. Men like me will be few and far between in your life. Or perhaps you'll end up with a man covered in body odor making you do all sorts of things. Disgusting. Milagros stood up abruptly, looking at Govind disdainfully. Why act surprised? After spending years in high society and entertainment circles, you should know how dirty it is. After your father died, you thought you were still a princess in Jinggang? Those old men have been eyeing you, ready to train you into a prostitute. Go or not, I despise you either way. Milagros's eyes were icy, her chest heaving with anger. Do you think I'm easily frightened? Frightened or not, verify it yourself. Your father isn't dead yet, and the Hua family hasn't fallen. Yet your resources in the entertainment industry keep being taken away. I worry for you. Her expression changed. Lately, she hadn't been having an easy time in the entertainment world. Resources that used to line up for her selection were now non-existent. In the past 3 months since her father fell into a coma, she only received one advertisement from the Montague family. At this rate, she wouldn't be able to pay her bills soon. Her company might even go bankrupt. Natekally, her father had set her up as an idol before his coma, giving her some cushion. But it wouldn't last forever. How do you know this? Have you been watching my every move, waiting for me to fail and then kick me when I'm down? Govind looked her up and down sharply. Kick you? I don't enjoy that. I just wanted to get into bed with you. Enraged, Milagros reached for the teacup on the table, ready to throw its contents at Govind. He warned her nonchalantly, This suit cost me 1.9 million yuan. Get your money ready before throwing anything. Milagros. Is being rich so great? I'm thirsty, can I drink? Milagros gulped down the remaining tea, trying to calm herself. Govind watched her finish the tea, his gaze deepening. That's Jonathan's cup. Milagros choked, looking at the cup in her hand. So what? I've slept with plenty of men, indirect kissing means nothing. Resilience was the first lesson Milagros learned in life. Otherwise, given Freddy's promiscuous nature, he wouldn't favor Milagros alone among so many children. Govind's face twisted. When someone like him meets a carefree person like Milagros, injuries were inevitable. Especially with Govind being the brooding type and Milagros being frivolous and mischievous. You're right, this tea is expensive. Enjoy it while you can, because you might not be able to afford it later. Tea costing 10,000 yuan per pound was indeed a luxury for most people. Today, Milagros had already been provoked by Govind multiple times, each more infuriating than the last. What did you do to provoke Milagros? She's downstairs at the tennis court looking for doubles partners out of anger. When Darren got the call from the manager downstairs, he almost dropped his jaw. Only Govind could infuriate Milagros to this extent. Chapter 96, Marry and Dissect. Govind infuriated you? Kimberly asked as she watched Angie bouncing a ball. Angie tossed the ball aside, swinging her arm in frustration. Don't mention him to me, he disgusts me. Someone like Govind, who manipulates everything, is surely doing this on purpose. The more upset you get, the happier he'll be. Don't let him get under your skin. I'm furious. Angie was so agitated that the two coaches practicing with her on the court could feel it clearly. Halfway through the session, they were already struggling, gasping for breath while leaning on their knees, looking at Angie. Are you even competent? If not, we can switch people. I pay hundreds of thousands each year for membership here. This is what I get? Tell Darren to find someone else. Otherwise, don't blame me if I tear down his tennis center. Geraldine, Master Garth has arrived. Please wait a moment. The tennis center manager knew Angie wasn't in a good mood today, so he didn't dare to approach her. He would have kept quiet if not for Garth's arrival. Upstairs, Darren glanced at his phone and reminded Govind, Garth is here. Are you sure you won't go downstairs to check? Govind paused as he flicked ash from his cigarette. Why is he always around? After speaking, he strode downstairs. Darren followed along with Jonathan, smirking. Some people are just stubborn as hell. If stubbornness had levels, someone like Lawyer Nate would definitely be at the king level. Downstairs, Garth had just changed into his gear and was about to head to the tennis court. Just as he turned around, someone bumped into him. Master Montague, what a coincidence. Going to play? Jonathan had undone half of his shirt buttons, letting it dangle over his shoulder lazily. When he saw Garth, he was somewhat surprised. I heard from Uncle Montague a few days ago that you returned because of an injury and were resting at home. So now. Jonathan eyed him up and down. You're healed? Given Garth's profession, minor injuries wouldn't stop him, and major ones would send him home to rest. For the army to grant him a 3-month leave, it must have been a serious injury. Yet, he still came to the tennis center. Was he so eager to flirt that he risked his life? He admitted Angie was beautiful and graceful, the top beauty of Jingang, but risking one's life was extreme. And besides, Garth didn't seem like someone who fell for romance easily. Garth nodded slightly, pretty much. What kind of match is it? Do you need another player? Count me in. Jonathan nudged closer to him, determined to prevent him from going after Angie. If Garth really got Angie, what would happen to Govind? That wouldn't be fair, right? Not necessary. Let Haider Shao pass, Garth said. Jonathan nodded foolishly, stepping aside to let Garth through, then undressed and opened his locker to change. Just as he slipped on shorts, he heard the door rattle. Is there a problem? Can't open the door. Jonathan walked over, standing next to Garth, pretending to try opening the door a couple of times. F***CK. No way. It's locked. Damn. Is Wang Jintai going to collapse? Jonathan cursed and started kicking the door frantically while Garth stood by watching him. Something felt off today. Jonathan wouldn't appear out of nowhere. Come, Darren beckoned the tennis center manager. His broad hand rested on the manager's neck, rubbing back and forth in a mock execution ritual. CC Kai. Boss Montague. Darren patted the manager's shoulder. Relax. I just need some information. Yes, Boss Montague. How much did Master Montague give you? The manager trembled all over. What? The manager was nervous, not understanding how Boss Montague found out about the bribe. Wang Jintai was strict, and if Boss Montague discovered this, he'd be in deep trouble. Don't know? Then let's go somewhere else and talk. Be Boss Montague, no need. I'll tell you. There was a place in Wang Jintai called Good Place, where employees who misbehaved were punished legally and reasonably without losing their lives, yet thoroughly destroying their willpower. The manager had heard of it and didn't want to risk his life just for a bit of money. He recounted everything. Mr. Montague gave me a generous tip, asking me to inform him when Geraldine comes. Nothing else. Darren smiled. Another person targeting Angie. Both Garth and Govind were top performers in their fields and both were captivated by her. Interesting. Darren released the manager. This time, I'll let it go. Next time. No, next time. I swear. How could he dare after nearly losing his life this time? Darren looked at the door to the lounge and pointed. Do you understand? Yes, yes. Boss Montague, rest assured. I guarantee no one will open that door. You know your limits. In the tennis court, Angie had waited for a long time without seeing Garth. She became impatient, staring at the two coaches opposite her, making them shudder. Where is he? Playing games with me? We'll check. Angie's talent in tennis was unmatched in Jingang. It was said that after showing interest in tennis as a child, Freddie hired an Olympic champion to coach her. This story was widely talked about among Jingang's elite for a long time. Today, she couldn't even enjoy a proper tennis game to vent her frustration. Footsteps echoed as shoes tapped against the court floor. Angie turned and saw Govind standing at the entrance, gazing at her. Persistence. Angie threw the tennis ball towards Govind, who caught it mid-air effortlessly. His swift action made her pause momentarily. But then she remembered Govind's formidable fighting skills. Govind held the tennis ball, gently playing with it, waiting for Garth. He won't come. What does it have to do with Lawyer Nate? Nothing much. But as a former girlfriend, I'm kindly reminding you. Bored? Govind paid no heed to Angie's mockery. Consider this, Geraldine. 2-year marriage contract, mutually beneficial. 10 billion yuan in alimony and added inheritance rights. You can't lose. Holy **T. Kimberly blurted before Angie could react. Nate Fox, you're not planning to marry Angie and dissect her afterward, are you? Do I need to? Govind glanced at Kimberly with a warning look, silencing her immediately. Why bring it up frequently if it's unnecessary? Lawyer Nate, as the top legal figure in Jingang, why would you make a losing deal? Chapter 97, Just get rid of Waverly. Govind shrugged lightly with a faint smile in response to Angie's remark, you look beautiful. Angie. Didn't Lawyer Nate want to find a soulmate for a noble love affair? How did you end up caring so much about appearance, which is such a vulgar thing? Or is the appearance just an excuse? Angie glanced at Govind while holding the ball. Geraldine, in front of strangers, even if I am captivated by something else, would still say it's your looks. After all, I'm not like your ex-boyfriends who can't help but crack dirty jokes in public. Angie, was she being targeted? When Govind, this bastard, messed with her, he was always so inventive. Geraldine should think clearly, whether as an enemy or friend, it's your choice. An enemy? Angie raised an eyebrow. Lawyer Nate means that if I don't agree to your proposal of a 2-year marriage, you will stand against me? Govind weighed the ball in his hand. Did I say that? Did Geraldine hear it wrong? Did Waverly find you? Angie didn't believe his nonsense. Govind, this cunning man, had every word calculated down to the punctuation. Govind looked on mysteriously without directly answering Angie's question. Seeing him silent, Angie felt a surge of anger. She stepped towards Govind and grabbed his tie. Did Waverly come to you? Do I have the obligation to tell Geraldine? You. Bang. Govind heard a sound nearby, tightened his eyes, and then, tilting Angie's chin, kissed her. Whoa, Kimberly was stunned. The two people who were ready to tear each other apart just moments ago were now kissing at the entrance of the tennis pavilion. Kimberly wiped her eyes, thinking she might be seeing things. Is Angie crazy or is Govind crazy? In the rest room nearby, Jonathan stared dumbfounded at the broken wooden door. So Garth asked him to step back to make it easier to break the door? Are men from the military really that awesome? One kick and the door flew away. Little Master Montague, the door, Jonathan pointed to the kicked-down door, stuttering slightly. Garth replied with a hum, we'll compensate for it. Was Hyder trying to stop me? Jonathan, he felt a chill on his neck. Did Garth misunderstand his actions? There was no way Garth didn't see through Jonathan's noise-making to delay time. His poor acting was driven by ulterior motives. It was obvious that Govind was also here tonight. Little Master Montague, Garth was stopped again as he prepared to leave. He fixed his gaze on Darren, his eyes carrying impatience. Does President Montague have something? Did this door offend you? Does President Montague know if it offended me? Darren shook his head. No, let Little Master Montague speak. One was Darren, the other was Jonathan. Others may not know, but Garth was clear these two were Govind's trusted aides. Is President Montague trying to buy time for Govind? Without beating around the bush, Garth wasn't patient enough to play games. Darren raised an eyebrow in confusion. By what time? If I'm not mistaken, Govind is currently with Angie. Jonathan cast a glance at Darren, wanting to know how he would respond. He nodded. They are together. Darren sighed, unwilling to dally any longer, and stepped toward the tennis court. Little Master Montague, why bother? Anyone can see that you fancy Angie, but can you marry her? The Montague family is very strict. Old Master Montague wants you to establish yourself in politics and won't let you marry someone from the entertainment industry. And Angie, carefree and loving freedom, could she even survive in the Montague family's gilded cage? If you're stuck in your own prison, why drag someone else in too? Angie is kind-hearted, interesting, and wise. Raised indulgently by her father into a princess, there's no guarantee she could survive in the Montague family's cage. Just suppress your feelings, little Master Montague. Your happiness is a burden to some people. Darren was touching on Garth's deepest concerns. All true words. Though Judah hadn't imposed many demands on his dating life yet, the Montague family's traditions indeed didn't suit Angie. If Garth didn't understand the Montague family, he might have been swayed by Darren's words. I didn't know President Montague understands our Montague family so well. What? Is there an informant in my Montague family? You preach about Angie's welfare grandly, but who doesn't know what Govind did? With that, Garth pushed Darren aside and left. Jonathan caught up. Just let him go. What else? Can we afford to offend the Montague family? Garth belonged to another circle in Jingang. Not on the same level as them. Although the Montague family had kept a low profile recently, they still had significant influence in the political circles of Jingang. As Garth rushed to the tennis pavilion entrance, he saw Angie entangled with Govind. His mind buzzed. In the nanny car, Angie wiped her mouth repeatedly with wet wipes, and Kimberly watched sympathetically. Stop wiping. You've already done it. Why do you find kissing so hard to accept? Angie paused, giving her a cold stare. Kimberly waved her hands. I'll shut up. But I feel like Govind is digging a hole for you to jump into. A 2-year marriage sounds like a trap. Elsie, I told you to keep an eye on Waverly. Has he contacted Govind lately? Angie ignored Kimberly and leaned forward to look at Elsie driving. Elsie shuddered. Sis, Waverly hasn't given up on flirting with Lawyer Nate. He even arranged women to approach Lawyer Nate last week. It was quite a scandal in the circle, saying all those women were sent by you. Damn. He sure knows how to appeal to someone's interests. Fuming, Angie kicked the passenger seat, startling Elsie. Kimberly propped her cheek and seriously suggested, why not just get rid of Waverly? Kill 2 birds with 1 stone, you don't have to beg Govind, nor worry about Waverly contesting the inheritance. Elsie thought it was too extreme. This is a rule of law society, honey sis. Tisk, dying from overwork on a woman wouldn't be bad. Kimberly was excited to have come up with the idea. Elsie froze, realizing how little she understood the world of the wealthy. Chapter 98, Divorce You the Next Day. Stop by the roadside to buy a cup of iced coffee. Angie was seething with anger, not knowing where to vent it. Seeing Elsie driving past Jingang's famous cultural street, she suddenly craved some coffee. Elsie parked the car, and Angie and Kimberly got out and headed into the store. Would Govind be using this as an opportunity for revenge because you dumped him back then? More or less. If that's the case, would this maniac marry you just to divorce you the next day and tell the world that he dumped the entertainment industry's little white flower? Angie stopped in her tracks. Damn. If Govind dared do that, before she became famous, she'd make sure his posters on the Jingang Avenue power poles were there for all to see. Kimberly felt uncomfortable under Angie's icy stare. Why are you looking at me like that? Nothing, Angie took a deep breath. Oh, isn't that Angie? Still got time for coffee when your father is on his deathbed? The two had just entered the cafe but hadn't ordered yet when a cold voice came from nearby. Angie recognized the voice immediately. It was Mercedes again. Turning around, she saw Mercedes dressed in a white shirt and black skirt, sitting with a few real white-collar workers who looked surprised to see her. Mercedes glanced at the women beside her, delighted at Angie's arrival. Let me introduce you all, this is the entertainment industry's little white flower, Jingang's top socialite, Angie. How about it? Isn't she prettier in person? Our top socialite is so amusing. Even though her own father is gravely ill, she still comes here for coffee after flirting with a man. Is she short on energy and needs a relay race? Angie had reviewed all the drama surrounding Govind recently, curious to see what tricks this top socialite had up her sleeve. Why won't the Hua family collapse anytime soon? Are you rushing to find another wealthy husband right away to seamlessly transition from being a rich girl to a rich wife? Faced with Mercedes' ridicule, Angie didn't escalate. Instead, she ordered 3 iced Americanos. 3 cups. The staff thought they heard wrong, weren't there only 2 people? Angie nodded. 3 cups. Kimberly, noticing Angie's silence, felt a surge of indignation. You're not going to say anything? Can't you see I have fans nearby? Kimberly, what time is it for idle burdens? After paying, Angie took the iced Americanos from the staff, removed the lid from 1 cup, and walked over to Mercedes. In one swift motion, she poured the coffee over Mercedes' head, causing the ice water to stream down her face. Since you know I'm the top socialite of Jingang, shouldn't you be more respectful? What benefit do you get from insulting me in front of my fans? Can't you find success abroad anymore and think you can dominate here now? Mercedes, if it were Presley sitting here mocking me, I might tolerate it. But you? You're not even worthy to carry her shoes and dare to come here and show off. Afraid people don't know the Nans disowned you and engaged you to Bo Hyder? Want me to tell you which nightclub Bo Hyder has been sleeping around in lately? Angie, you bitch. Mercedes shouted angrily, trying to stand but was held down by Angie. With that, she also scanned the women seated nearby. Your colleagues? Miss Nan, do you need to go to work now? Have you fallen out of favor in the Nan family? Struggling? Tell me, I'm short an assistant, maybe I can give you a special entry? Gua, Mercedes, red-faced with rage, reached for the coffee cup on the table to throw at Angie, but Kimberly pinned her down. No chance given. Seeing Kimberly act, Angie casually wiped her hands with a few tissues from the tissue box on the table. She exuded a regal disdain that only a high princess could muster. Kimberly laughed. Miss Nan, she isn't wrong. If the Nans hadn't abandoned you, why would they engage you to hide her? She's slept with more women than you have bags in your closet. That's Angie, right? Right? So cool. My God, I'm going to be her fan. She's always been amazing in the industry. Many artists say she depends on her dad, but look at her films. Her reputation among directors is excellent. They say her dad was ill 3 months ago. Did it affect her? She released 2 TV shows and 4 movies, all hits. She's still first-rate even without her dad's support. She's nasty. Attacking someone's father and making snide remarks. Whispers grew louder. Mercedes's face turned liver-colored. Angie threw the used tissue into Mercedes's coffee cup, sneering. Stay far away from me next time. I have a bad temper. Even if the Hua family goes bankrupt, if you mess with me, I'll fight back. Watching Angie leave, Mercedes trembled with anger. Grabbing her bag from the sofa, she left the cafe, losing interest in the planned meal with colleagues on her first day of work. Back home, servants were unpacking items as the entire family had moved back from abroad to the old Nan residence, which wasn't fully set up yet. Items were arriving weekly from abroad. Coming down from the elder's study, Presley caught sight of Mercedes returning, fuming, coffee stains on her clothes. What happened? Anything wrong? Unable to speak, Mercedes rushed into her room. Presley followed, opening the door just in time to hear Mercedes burst out. I met Angie. She splashed you? Yes. Bitch, Mercedes threw her bag onto the sofa. Don't provoke her, Presley reminded, knowing Angie wasn't easy to bully. As Jingang's top socialite, she earned her title. Not only had Freddie spoiled her over the years, but it was also revealed through inquiries that Angie controlled most of the Hua family's operations. Her status as an entertainment industry flower was merely a facade. What does that mean? Think I provoked her? Mercedes was angrier at Presley's words. Always playing second fiddle to Presley, both abroad and at home, now she couldn't even seek revenge without being lectured. Where did Presley get such superiority? I didn't mean that. Then what did you mean? This translation maintains the original tone, style, and paragraph structure while ensuring natural and fluent English. Chapter 99, Who Came at This Hour? A divorced woman who was abandoned, what gives her the airs to act superior in front of me? Once her father dies, I want to see if Angie can still survive in Jinggang. Whether these men in Jinggang will take turns with her. Bitch. Mercedes cursed out loud in anger. Presley stood by the door listening to her scolding, her expression cold and indifferent. She turned and left. Miss, the servants saw her come down and called out. Presley acknowledged with a sound, showing no emotion. Mercedes felt disheartened after having her pride trampled by Angie and now had to face Presley's aloof nature. She instantly felt life was boring and went out for a drink after changing into some clothes. The bar was filled with a roaring crowd. Unaware of the recent dynamics of the wealthy in Jinggang, Mercedes didn't know this was a favorite haunt for certain playboy sons of wealthy families in Jinggang. Just as she sat down, someone next to her spoke up, Sam Hua, not going home? It's late, you better be careful, or your pregnant wife might come looking for you again. Sam Hua? Angie's ex-boyfriend had the surname Hua. Rumor had it he got involved with his secretary, even got her pregnant and betrayed Angie. Could it be him? Mercedes glanced at the man beside her from the corner of her eye while holding her wine glass. Upon hearing the words, Leroy cast a cold glance. The person awkwardly rubbed his nose and left. Only far away did he mutter, so noble? Still found a female secretary, huh? The traditional elite of Jinggang despised men who took secretaries. But at least he is still part of the Hua family. So what? Everyone knows Angie found Govind after their split. Who is Nate Yama? He controls half of Jinggang's business sector, someone we can't reach no matter how high we stretch. Look at this man here, interesting indeed. Even with his wife and child around, he chooses to get drunk every day, disgracing himself. Just a secretary, no match for the top star of Jinggang. Picked up peanuts but lost watermelons. Leroy listened to their disdainful whispers walking farther and farther away. Ever since his split from Angie, it seemed like a curse befell his circle. Everyone looked down on him everywhere he went. Leroy set down his wine glass and stood up, swaying slightly. Mercedes moved to avoid this drunk man. Just as she wanted to chat about Angie, seeing him in such a state made her give up the idea. Were you just talking about Sam Hua? Mercedes asked the bartender. The bartender nodded, yes, the popular Sam Hua of Jinggang. What happened? He was stripped naked by his ex-girlfriend in public. So intense? Mercedes exclaimed in surprise. You don't know the half of it. Mercedes turned back to look at the retreating figure of Leroy, her eyes deepening. Leroy swayed into the car, startling the driver who was playing games. Sir, shall we head home? To the Hua residence. Huh? The driver was taken aback. Was it the Hua residence he was thinking of? Can't hear? I said to the Hua residence. Seeing Leroy getting angry, the driver dared not delay and drove straight to the Hua residence. When Angie returned to the Hua residence, she changed her clothes and called Burnell to ask about the film set situation. Burnell sighed on the other end. It's fortunate we've collaborated with the director many times and know your character and acting abilities. The director said they would shoot the male lead scenes first and schedule yours later. Try to resolve your family matters these few days. Angie, this can't be delayed anymore. If it does, the show won't air this year. Burnell was anxious. All the TV shows and films Angie had were thanks to her father. Now that he was dying, she hadn't received any new projects for 3 months. Strangely, despite the positive reception for her previous works, no new offers came her way. At this rate, the company would collapse. I understand, don't worry, Angie said irritably and threw her phone aside. Turning around, she was startled to see Tilda standing at the door. You scared me, Ms. Selenag. Problems with work? Yes, the whole entertainment industry knows my father is dying. Who will send me resources? I haven't landed any projects for 3 months. Angie sighed deeply, realizing how terrifying it was for an actress to have no roles. Anxiety. In theory, you're a good actress and hardworking, so you shouldn't lack resources. Is there someone sabotaging behind the scenes? Angie paused. Who do you think? Govind? Tilda always felt Govind wasn't as gentlemanly as he appeared. His hidden intentions and duplicitous nature meant he wouldn't let go easily if he couldn't get what he wanted from Angie. Great, one more reason to cut ties with him. After showering, Angie put on her pajamas and headed to Adelard's study to search for useful information. But just as she approached the study door, she heard the doorbell ring downstairs. So late? Who is it? Miss, it's Mr. Hua, he seems drunk. Angie tightened her shawl. Who? Leroy. Upon hearing the name, Angie's face darkened. Her eyes practically spat fire. Leave him be. Bang bang bang, the door was pounded fiercely. Not only that, Leroy started yelling loudly outside. Angie, come out. I need to talk to you. Angie. Who's knocking? Tilda came out after hearing the noise post-shower. Angie glanced at her, your ex-son-in-law. Tilda felt nauseated just hearing Leroy's name. Isn't there security at the gate? Kick him out. Wait, no need for us to do it ourselves. That night, when Enoch came home, he saw Leah sitting alone in the living room, with no sign of Leroy. Drinking out again? Didn't I tell you to keep an eye on him and stop him from drinking? Leah lowered her head under reprimand, looking like a bullied little wealthy lady. Seeing this, Enoch's temper flared up. Just as he was about to start scolding, Lee's phone rang. He watched as she answered it. Geraldine? What did you say? The mention of Geraldine halted Enoch's footsteps halfway up the stairs. He watched as Leah hung up the phone. Angie? Why did she call you? Geraldine said Fangia was pounding on her door. She wants us to pick him up immediately, otherwise, she'll call the police. Enoch's face turned pale in anger. Pure nonsense. Chapter 100, It's best if you sleep with your eyes open tonight. Damn, isn't that Curtis? Isn't he? Where is this? At Milagros's place? A group of people living extravagant nightlife were idly scrolling through their phones when they suddenly clicked on Milagros's Weibo. Upon entering, they saw Milagros live streaming via a camera set up in her courtyard. There was a drunken man raging and shouting. He's really causing a scene. One queen has outdone herself by closing the door and starting a live stream. Hasn't Curtis still got lingering feelings for her? Didn't they say his girlfriend is pregnant? Why did he still go to Milagros? Pregnant or not, Curtis at most just toys around with women. He didn't truly intend to marry them. If the secretary wasn't pregnant, this incident would have passed quietly. He'll probably never imagined he'd slip up. Everyone knows which one to choose between Jingang's top lady and a secretary. Could you find another person as beautiful and graceful as Milagros anywhere else in Jingang? Curtis did this himself, eating from the bowl but eyeing the pot. It's easy for him to mess around with unsavory women, but he doesn't know how to clean up after. Even engaged, he lets people make a fuss. Someone watching the live stream heard Hui yelling at Milagros's door. Hurry, let's listen to what he's saying. Everyone fell silent, increasing the volume on the phone. They only heard Hui pleading for Milagros's forgiveness. TSK, how shameless. He's brought shame to the Hui family name. What would his father think if he saw this? Oh my god, Bradford has arrived. Is the woman next to him the pregnant one? Watching through the cameras, everyone saw cars stopping at the courtyard gate. Inside, Milagros sipped rose tea leisurely, completely relaxed. Hearing the sound of an engine outside, she nonchalantly walked over and opened the door. Just as she did, Hui barged in. Milagros stepped back a few steps, and the guards by the door moved forward, blocking Hui and pushing him to the ground. Milagros, what does this mean? Bradford yelled angrily. Iva came forward to support the drunken Curtis, but she was shrugged off. Milagros lazily leaned under the eaves, sarcastically commenting, What do you mean? What does it mean? I haven't even asked Mr. Hui what he's doing. And now you're here demanding answers from me? If I hadn't considered our past acquaintance, I would have opened the door to let Hua inside before calling the police to report him for breaking and entering. Mr. Hua. Milagros wrapped her arms around herself, perhaps feeling a chill from the wind. I'm not like you. I have a conscience. Both you and your son are worse than each other. You insolent child, your father wouldn't dare speak to me this way. Bradford, repeatedly humiliated by Milagros, had lost all patience. Milagros curled her lips. Just as she was about to respond, warmth spread over her shoulders as the guard placed a shawl over her. She tightened the shawl. My father wouldn't speak to you this way because he has manners and dignity. He knows better than to argue with a dog, but I'm different. I believe in fighting back when provoked. You, impudent. Bradford, his face red with anger, was a prominent figure in Jinggang's business circles. Repeatedly being disrespected by Milagros was unbearable. He stepped forward, intending to confront her. Milagros sked and glanced at the guards beside her. Bradford's hand hadn't touched Milagros before being restrained by the guards. Uncle Hua, why bother? You've been making my father miserable ever since, and I haven't even retaliated. Now you're coming to bully me? Do you think I'm a soft target? Just as Milagros finished speaking, the sound of sirens approached. Not calling the police? That's not her style. At the Nate family home. Elena projected the live stream onto the living room TV. Watching Milagros deal with the Huss, she was almost cheering in excitement. Dream, isn't she cool? So amazing, no wonder I admire her so much. Elena nodded. I thought she wouldn't call the police. Why not? Milagros won't take any loss lightly. Not reporting it isn't her style. She'll want to get back at the Huas. And Curtis, isn't he stupid? Engaged and still messing around. Look at what he did to that pregnant woman trying to help him. Her guard stopped her from falling. His character speaks for itself. Listening to Elena rant, Elena pondered, who arranged this marriage between the Huas and Milagros. Elena paused. How should I know? Maybe her dad? Whether in appearance or character, Curtis is unworthy of Milagros. Why agree to this marriage? Does Milagros like him? Elena. Don't ask me. In the end, Dad wanted to marry you into the Hua family because they weren't as prestigious as ours. He thought you wouldn't be bullied and could live happily there. But look now. People always say don't marry above your station. A trashy family like the Huas belongs in the garbage. In the Hua family living room, Milagros listened to Tilda venting. She sighed helplessly. Stop cursing. Go to sleep. Can you sleep? Why can't I? Milagros, it's best if you sleep with your eyes open tonight because Lincoln might send someone to murder you. Milagros flicked her hair. Don't worry, if he kills me, he won't stop at just one. Tilda watched Milagros head upstairs, clearly frustrated. Mississippi. Milagros halted on the stairs as the guard spoke. Lincoln went to the Nate family. Which Nate family? Jichu Nate, the lawyer's family. Apartment? It's Wednesday. The lawyer visits his parents near Jinggang University every week. Milagros glanced at the vintage floor clock. It was 10 o'clock. Not too early, not too late. Lincoln was really working hard. She felt like collapsing from fatigue. Prepare gifts, get the car ready. Meanwhile, Lincoln led 3 cars towards the Nate family villa. In the middle was his car, flanked by vehicles full of gifts. If Jichu Nate refused, he'd find another way. People can't be stifled. With the elder gone, a great battle awaited him. A little humiliation now was nothing. Who are you messaging? Lincoln noticed Colleen replying on WeChat. Colleen stiffened. My mom. Let me see. Lincoln's expression changed. No need. When we meet Jichu Nate, behave well. I heard he respects his stepmother greatly. Impress her. Colleen inwardly scoffed but remained calm. Mr. Nate and Catherine Nate are intellectuals. Will they like this approach? Do you have any other ideas? Chapter 101, he still needs to think of how to trick Angie. Colleen shut up, unwilling to talk to Waverly. Indeed, she had no better solutions and even if she did, she wouldn't share them with him. The atmosphere in the car was heavy. Waverly still needed Colleen tonight and didn't want her to go to the Nate family with any negative emotions. He began coaxing her, no matter if there are other ways, we have to try our best because Grandpa's inheritance isn't just a few million or tens of millions, but hundreds of billions. If we don't fight for it, it will all be taken by Angie. She already has control of the company, we can't let ourselves be at such a disadvantage, right? Wouldn't the son need money for studying abroad and other things in the future? Do you want your son to live a hard life like us in the future? If the money falls into Angie's hands, there will be nothing left. Colleen wasn't fooled by Waverly's words. Listening to his grandiose speech, she could only laugh bitterly. Do you really do this for your son? Waverly's eyes turned dark. Of course, everything I have is my son's future. Colleen cursed silently, thinking how deceptive men can be. Hua President, we're here. The car stopped in front of the villa, and Waverly got out, looking at the villa gate, stunned. Colleen also gaped at the sight before her. It was widely known that Govind spared no expense on his parents. For their comfort, he bought land near Jinggang University and built this luxurious villa. Before today, she had only heard about the luxurious villa without truly grasping its splendor, but seeing it now, it was extraordinary. The community had high-rise buildings on both sides, with a single standalone villa in the middle, built by the lake, having a vast distance between buildings and raised ground level, giving it a regal aura. So, the rumors about Govind are true, Colleen thought. He was less of a lawyer and more of an immensely wealthy businessman who used being a lawyer as a facade. It took them a while to walk around and enter the house. Inside, Govind was playing chess with Arlen in the study. Elena and Elena were chatting together in the living room. When the doorbell rang in the courtyard, the two people in the living room paused. "Hero, there's a Xavier outside saying he wants to visit," said the servant. Elena looked at Elena. "Your friend?" "I don't know any Hua," Elena replied, thinking perhaps it was someone from Angie's family since Angie was the only person with the surname Hua she'd been in contact with lately. Elena, puzzled, headed toward the courtyard. Seeing Waverly suddenly appeared, Elena was taken aback. Before she could ask, Waverly introduced himself hastily. "Syra Nate, hello. I'm Waverly from Jinggang." Elena's mind echoed, wow, wondering if Angie's second brother came here for legal action. Elena quickly went upstairs to find Govind. In the study, father and son were engrossed in a chess game when Elena rushed in impulsively. Arlen was about to place a chess piece when she startled him, causing the piece to drop. "Yun." Arlen called out sternly. "Dad, guests are here." "Collectors?" "Not. Isn't it why you're so anxious?" Govind sipped tea calmly. "Can you let me finish?" Elena exclaimed breathlessly. Govind raised his chin, signaling her to speak. Elena explained, "Angie's second brother is outside." Govind's gaze tightened, finding it impolite for Waverly to come disturbing the elderly. Elena watched as Govind set down his teacup and walked downstairs. Upon entering the living room, they heard Waverly praising Elena, making her feel like an 18-year-old girl again. Scholars weren't accustomed to the cunning and flattery of business circles, thus Elena felt relieved to see Govind. She stood up to greet him. "Jichu, you're here, you chat. I'll prepare some tea." Govind noticed more people moving items into the house, stopping them with a gesture. Eyeing Waverly, he asked half-smilingly, "What does President Hua mean by this?" That day, Govind wore casual attire, polo shirt and leisure pants, not his usual suit, adding a relaxed vibe instead of an overbearing presence. "Thought of paying Mr. Nate a visit?" "No." Govind was about to refuse when Alalie rushed in whispering, "Geraldine is at the community entrance." Instantly, Govind's deep gaze swept past Waverly, feeling his arrival saved him a lot of trouble. Otherwise, he'd still be plotting to trick Angie. Waverly trembled slightly under Govind's gaze. This didn't seem right. Soon, Elena returned with tea, and Waverly glanced at Colleen, who smiled warmly. "Syra Nate, let me help. President Hua came to see me about the inheritance case." "You understand well." Govind sipped tea nonchalantly. "Doesn't President Hua know I've accepted Miss Angie's commission?" "Oh, what others say doesn't matter to me." Knowing Angie, if lawyer Nate agreed to represent her, she would be gloating, not staying quiet. Govind raised an eyebrow, impressed by Waverly's understanding of Angie. "How about considering me? What Miss Angie offers, I can provide, and even better terms." "Better than her?" Govind hid his thoughts behind his teacup. Elena sat silently watching, realizing Waverly missed the point. Govind clearly favored Angie herself. The old fox craves the young enchantress. "For example, I won't bring in women who look like Miss Angie," Waverly added upon noticing Elena's shock. Flustered, Elena thought she had missed out on something big. Waverly laughed. Misunderstandings. "I definitely won't do what you dislike." "Seems President Hua listens," Govind commented. Unfortunately, he preferred Angie's defiance. Lawyer Nate deserves it. When Angie's car arrived, she saw Waverly's vehicle boldly parked outside. Through the large window, she saw Waverly chatting amiably with Govind inside. Fuming, she was ready to storm in. "Miss, President Hua said everyone should take turns," reminded her assistant. Translator's note, this chapter highlights the intricate relationships and power plays between characters. Waverly tries to win over Govind for legal assistance while Govind seems uninterested. Angie arrives and finds herself confronted with an unexpected situation. Chapter 102, Dangling Me to Flirt with Waverly. Angie stared at the bodyguard in front of her, almost bursting into laughter out of anger. What comes first and what comes last? First come, first served, the bodyguard said, his voice weakening. Everyone in the Hua family knew that Angie was the most favored, and Waverly was just a side note. And it was uncertain if even that side note would be enjoyed. This young miss wasn't someone to trifle with. Angie listened as the voice grew softer and let out a cold laugh. Louder. "Weren't you quite capable when you stalked me?" "Miss, we're just following orders." "Following orders? Do you believe I can't take your life right now?" Angie finished speaking and pushed past him, preparing to enter the house. Waverly's bodyguards tried to stop her but were held back by the people accompanying Angie. "Brother Leah, we're all trained by the old master. This puts me in a difficult position." The man called Brother Leah curled his lips, then flicked his hand. A knife landed on the man's neck, causing him to pass out instantly. Now you won't be troubled. Just as Angie entered the living room, she saw two people chatting warmly together. Her expression darkened. But only for a moment before she reverted to her dazzling and beautiful self. Wearing a white chiffon silk gown, she moved gracefully, her dress swaying like a fairy amidst the flowers. Elder brother, what are you talking about with Lawyer Nate? Govind's eyebrows furrowed slightly as he watched Angie take off her high heels and walk toward him barefoot. Elena happened to catch the subtle change in Govind's eyes and fetched a pair of slippers from the shoe cabinet near the entrance, handing them to Angie. Angie was surprised. She had always known that Govind treated his parents generously. When she first saw this villa, she was momentarily stunned, assuming such details would be handled by the servants. But clearly. Thank you, little sister, Angie cooed sweetly, sitting next to Govind without putting on the slippers, instead kicking Govind to make him comply. Govind glanced at Angie, knowing she was playing up again. He held a cup in one hand and lifted her trailing dress hem with the other, helping her slip into the slippers. Waverly clenched his fists, watching the interaction between Angie and Govind. Why did you come here, little sister? I heard you were trying to poach my talent, so I hurried over. Angie leaned back on the sofa. I'm really unlucky, betrayed by an ex-boyfriend. After much effort to find a new partner, now I have to worry about men too. Elder brother, do you have issues with your sexual orientation? Why do you always follow Lawyer Nate around? Elena lowered her head, suppressing her laughter. Angie, where did you learn to spout nonsense? Wasn't it you who was with Garth yesterday? Now Lawyer Nate is your man. The siblings exchanged barbs relentlessly. At the mention of Garth, Govind's teacup wavered. My relationship with Sam Montague was purely coincidental. We were together in many places. For example, in public, or in bed. You came alone today? Where's elder sister-in-law? Haven't been paying attention to your movements for a while. Elder brother, haven't you replaced elder sister-in-law? Without giving Waverly a chance to retort, Angie picked up a gift in the middle of the living room. A scarf? Selling for $5,800? How stingy. With a slap, she dropped the gift box and picked up a bird's nest box, making a sound without saying anything. After rummaging through the gifts, none seemed satisfactory. Her gaze fell on another pile of items, spotting a handbag box on top. She opened it curiously. M-brand bag? Not rare leather, but elder brother still presents it confidently. This bag isn't fake, right? Last time, you sent elder sister-in-law a fake one, and I didn't point it out. Angie. Waverly was visibly upset after being thoroughly criticized by Angie. You came empty-handed? Does Lawyer Nate look like the kind of man you've met outside? Trying to get something for nothing. Waverly's repeated references to men outside were aimed at portraying Angie as frivolous. Angie shook her head nonchalantly. Elder brother, don't be formal. I belong to Lawyer Nate now. My first night was with him. Bang, a noise came from the kitchen. Cough, Elena choked on her saliva. Govind froze, holding his cup. Angie was truly unabashed. Maybe Lawyer Nate's child is already in my belly. Angie sat beside Govind, affectionately linking arms with him. Elder brother, why don't you switch targets? Angie, where's your sense of shame? If you behave like this, aren't you afraid the ancestors will rise from their graves to slap you? The ancestors didn't slap you for getting other women pregnant. It's just a bit of drama. If they slap me, they should slap you first. Neither of us will let the other go. Elena. Waverly couldn't argue with Angie. His speech and thoughts weren't as quick. He turned his focus back to Govind, Lawyer Nate. Lawyer Nate, Angie mimicked Waverly. Govind, sitting in the middle, observed the sibling bickering. Is Geraldine going too far? Angie blinked, not quite understanding Govind. Too far in what way? Why drag me into your sibling quarrel? Inwardly cursing, Angie thought, if you didn't want to be dragged in, why did you intervene? Aren't you the manipulator? If Lawyer Nate had agreed to my request earlier, wouldn't we be avoiding this? I haven't even questioned why Lawyer Nate plays both sides against each other, dangling me while flirting with Waverly, attracting both genders. You wouldn't. Govind's mind buzzed. Normally, it might be fine, but with Elena present today, Arlen and Elena might be observing in secret. Elena thought, bold. Angie was the queen of flirtation. No wonder it was said she could win any man's heart. Lawyer Nate just agreed to me. Waverly quickly interjected, surprising Angie. Translation continues as requested, maintaining original tone, style, paragraph structure, and line breaks. The story flows naturally and fluently, ensuring coherence with previous content. Chapter 103, Geraldine, Mr. Nate requests your presence. In the living room, the atmosphere was suffocating. Govind gazed at Angie, unsure of what to say for a moment. Waverly, sitting opposite them, tried repeatedly to interject but was interrupted by Angie every time he attempted to speak. Xavier, aren't you aware enough to leave? Angie's light and dismissive tone was clearly aimed at making Waverly realize his position. Waverly cared about appearances even if Angie didn't, yet today he knew that being proper wouldn't help him. Without Govind's support, he was destined to lose. Shouldn't it be you who leaves? Angie raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Are you suggesting something improper is going on between us? Why not? If heaven had feelings, heaven would age. Men who don't go gay die early. Big brother, don't tell me you can date both genders. Angie, do your dirty jokes really provoke me? On what grounds do you stand, telling me to leave? Even if you and Mr. Nate have an ambiguous relationship, so what? You're not Catherine Nate, the law doesn't give you the right to kick me out. Moreover, this isn't your house. Mr. Nate hasn't spoken, why are you so anxious? She's growing wiser. Who advised Waverly? Otherwise, with his mediocre brain, how could he behave so shamelessly? A decent man should still care about honor. Did little Gua come too? Colleen emerged from the kitchen holding fruit, greeting her warmly. Angie glanced around and thought she had walked into the Hua family residence. I thought I might have entered the wrong door. Colleen smiled, that's a bit much. It will take us 20 more years to afford such a villa as Mr. Nate's. Govin's long fingers caressed the edge of the teacup. Did his home feel like a Hua family property? These two siblings quarreling in his home? The three chatted as if they were in their own house, showing no guest manners. Alley, the man set down his cup and called lightly. Sir. Govind bluntly ordered, show them out. Angie. Waverly exclaimed, Mr. Nate. He came here and couldn't even discuss his real business before leaving? Looking at Angie, she shrugged indifferently. If Govind refused her, he naturally couldn't agree to Waverly either. Very aware of the situation, Angie stood up, patted her skirt, and looked down at Waverly struggling on the sofa. Let's go. Big brother, we're asked to leave. Have some decency. Shut up, Waverly's anger flared. His gaze towards Angie turned hostile. Angie tsged, another yell won't tear off a piece of you. Mr. Nate. Isaiah, Angie called out to the guard standing at the door before Waverly could speak. Isaiah entered, glancing inside briefly, young Mississippi. I see and Shao has worked hard carrying these items in. Let's do him a favor and return them to the car. You brought gifts to ingratiate yourself? All will be thrown out. Waverly froze in shock. Colleen watched Angie in astonishment, captivated by her boldness. Understood. Isaiah glanced at Waverly, nodded, and left to gather help. Angie, what are you doing? Waverly lunged at Angie. As he approached, Angie stopped him with a touch on his shoulder, pinching her voice to mockingly speak. Big brother, shall we fight here in someone else's house? Mr. Nate is a model teacher who dislikes violence. Besides, neighboring Jinggang University, rumors might spread. Glancing sideways, Angie caught Isaiah's eye. Take off your shoes when you come in to avoid extra work for Teacher Sue. Soon, Isaiah and his team carried all the gifts Waverly brought back out. Come on, big brother. Angie must leave and take Waverly with her. Leaving him behind would cause her sleepless nights. Jichu, Elena, witnessing such an intense scene for the first time, trembled when calling Govind's name once the living room regained its calm. I wonder if they'll fight outside? Govind sighed, feeling a headache coming on. Before he could respond, Elena urged, why not just give in to them? Look at how you've pressured Angie. She came to our house to fight. Govind. After a long silence, Arlen sternly questioned, have you had any physical relationship with her? Govind's back stiffened. Arlen was traditionally conservative, and as a respected teacher, he couldn't accept inappropriate relationships. He hesitated many times before asking Govind about Angie's words. Hearing this, Elena nervously glanced at Govind. Dad, I'll check outside. Govind found an excuse to leave. As a man, I don't ask for excellence, but at least you should be responsible. Govind. Outside, Angie crossed her arms watching Waverly while their security guards faced off silently, looking like a gang standoff from afar. Alley stepped over and saw the tension between them. Sir wants to show you two out. Please go. Angie snorted, glanced at Waverly, and got into the chauffeur-driven car. Seeing this, Waverly hesitated, intending to resist further. Alley's face changed, pointing at the car. Xavier, please. In the chauffeur-driven car, Angie drank from a thermos, calming her heart. Don't scare me like that, I was afraid you'd start fighting. Angie laughed sarcastically. Waverly doesn't have the guts. How did you know Waverly was visiting Mr. Nate? Angie glanced at her. Darling, knowing more only means dying sooner. Don't ask questions. Summer Grammard grumbled. You never said that when you asked me to break laws. Suddenly, on the Jinggang campus road, Angie's car was blocked. A sharp break sent her thermos flying. Angie cursed, lifting her wet skirt. Scalding hot water splashed the hem. What happened? Turning her head, she saw Alley tapping on the window. Geraldine, Mr. Nate invites you. Chapter 104, Marriage is the Grave of Love. The teacher Nate mentioned by Alley could only be Govind's father, no one else. Angie was taken aback, feeling a chill while sitting in the car. Why would Arlen look for her? Sis, I heard that teacher Nate is very upright and can't accept all those messy relationships. Could it be because he heard what you were loudly declaring in his living room? Angie swallowed hard. That shouldn't be enough reason for him to wait for me here, right? In the 21st century, adult men and women's relationships come in all sorts of colors. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. Isn't my yellow relationship with lawyer Nate quite normal too? Elsie. Sis, others are not like you. Isaiah, ask him why he wants to see me. Angie kicked the back of the driver's seat. Alalie, we're not entirely sure. Teacher Nate just asked us to invite Geraldine over. I'm not feeling well today. Can we reschedule? Angie wasn't eager to go. Alalie didn't speak, but his hesitation gave it away. 3 cars escorted Angie's nanny car towards the Nate family villa once more. Are you a graduate of Jinggang University, sis? Undergraduate, Angie replied nervously. Do you think Teacher Nate might have invited your undergraduate professors to educate you? Angie. Shut up, thank you. Elsie shrank under her glare and dared not utter another word. Inside the Nate family villa, Arlen was lecturing Govind. Elena cautiously asked her mother Elena in the kitchen, Dream, don't you think Dad went too far by inviting Angie? Brother is an adult. Elena shot her a look. Just because adults should take responsibility for their actions doesn't mean they won't make mistakes. If adults really took responsibility for their actions, wouldn't they first control their urges? Your father is educating your brother, don't butt in. Feeling scolded, Elena mumbled reluctantly, I just didn't want Dad to scare Angie off and ruin things for my brother even more. Elena. What do you mean? Elena quickly added, seeing her mother soften, think about it, if Angie and my brother were in a romantic relationship, still getting to know each other, not thinking about marriage yet, wouldn't inviting Angie feel like a forced arranged marriage from ancient times? Who would love that? Besides, who is Angie? The #1 actress in Jinggang. For her to notice my brother is his good fortune, he'd be lucky if she didn't shoo him away. To her surprise, Elena found her arguments oddly logical. When Angie stood at the Nate family door again, she suddenly regained clarity, looking at Elsie, just because they invited me, I must come? Elsie. Sis, you're already at the door. Isn't it a bit late to say this now? Angie. While pondering what to do, the gates of the Nate family villa opened. Govind walked out with a doll-like cat cradled in his arms. Let's go. Angie. Not going inside? Govind glanced at her, holding the cat's paw to prevent it from scratching Angie. Do you want to go inside? Angie thought, as if anyone would want to. Playing with me? Talking nonsense, and now accusing me of playing games? Annoyed by this, Angie retorted, what do you mean talking nonsense? Wasn't I telling the truth? And if you had agreed to my request from the start, this wouldn't have happened. You lawyers, twisting facts, aren't good at anything else. Govind felt a headache, he disliked Angie's verbal tactics. He climbed into Angie's nanny car, hugging the cat. Angie looked at him in the car. What does that mean? Give me a ride. I don't want to. Then walked back, implying he wasn't getting out. Lawyer Nate, are you cheap? Upon hearing this, Govind's gaze darkened slightly. He glanced behind Angie and called out, Dad. Bang, the moment Angie heard Govind's call, she quickly closed the car door and got in. Elsie. Angie couldn't win against Govind. This man was as devious as cold briquettes, full of schemes. Leaning on the seat, Angie eyed Govind disdainfully. The man leaned back, eyes closed, serene like a meditating monk. If it weren't for the cat he was stroking, Angie would have thought he was asleep. Glancing over, his polo shirt revealed strong muscle lines, pinkish white skin, and smooth inner arms that seemed irresistible to touch. Her thoughts wandered, then steadied herself and asked, what did your dad want me for today? Govind casually stroked the cat. He wanted to confirm if you're really carrying my child. Angie choked. I was bluffing to upset Waverly. He took it seriously. The old man is more upright than Geraldine. Angered, Angie demanded, what do you mean like me? What did I do? Govind gave her a condescending glance, slowly closing his eyes without a word, as if responding. Infuriated, Angie kicked the man's calf. The sleepy cat in Govind's arms woke up abruptly and started fluffing up its fur, staring angrily at Angie. Govind hissed, covering the cat's mouth, sternly warning, no fluffing up. The doll-like cat meowed pitifully, giving Govind a sad look before turning around to face Angie with its backside. Lawyer Nate, perhaps you should consider agreeing to my request to prevent situations like this from happening again. Geraldine, perhaps you should consider accepting my proposal to prevent such occurrences again? Angie, I hired you for a lawsuit, and you want to drag me into a grave. Don't I lose too much? What grave? Marriage is the grave of love. Govind. By that logic, you're not losing. If your father were gone and I didn't take your case, you become penniless. But losing a marriage leaves you at least with a grave and a substantial amount of money. Misguided logic. Angie considered this, leaning closer to Govind while gripping the armrest. Her long lashes fluttered close to his face. Kimberly said you liked me. Are you eagerly plotting for me to join you in this marital grave, truly liking me? Translation ends here. Chapter 105, Lawyer Nate, just say it if you want me. Govind laughed when he heard Milagros's words. Don't have a mirror, but surely you can urinate? Why not pee to see yourself clearly? Milagros slowly straightened her body, looking at Govind. Her gaze moved from his face to the cat cradled in his arms. Lawyer Nate, how many years has your mouth been soaked in salt? So seasoned. Regardless of who is handling your family's case, they would all choose Waverly. Milagros was puzzled. Why? Is the money I offered too little? Govind smiled mysteriously, because you're a troublemaker. Meow, Milagros kicked Govind's calf, and the ragdoll cat jumped off his lap. Seeing this, Govind glanced at Elsie sitting in the passenger seat. Elsie promptly raised the partition, understanding that these two were about to get down to business again. What do you want? Milagros watched as Govind turned to face her, his expression wary. Milagros, it's been quite some time since you've had any activities in the entertainment industry, right? Normally, after winning such a big award, one would be flooded with endless resources. But you're almost struggling to make ends meet now. Have you considered what will happen if you end up unable to secure any property or survive in the industry anymore? Have you thought about how dire your situation is? Govind placed a hand on Milagros's shoulder, pushing her against the car door as he leaned closer, inch by inch. His fingers tightened on her shoulder, and he mimicked her earlier actions by whispering into her ear, I'm waiting for you to become destitute. You. Milagros gasped in anger, reaching out to push Govind away. This cunning man's intentions were unfathomable. Her fingertips just touched Govind's chest when he caught her hand, pulling her close with one hand while pressing her head back with the other, planting a fierce kiss. Trapped between his arms and the car door, Milagros didn't let herself be overpowered. She reached out and squeezed him tightly, making him gasp in pain and release her abruptly. Provoking me? Do you really think I won't take you here and now in this car? Lawyer Nate, if you want me, just say it. First, you made an excuse for me to send you home, then analyzed my situation. Why bother? Who doesn't know that Lawyer Nate charges by the minute? All your earnest advice is just to lure me into your trap. Govind chuckled, leaning slightly back into the car seat, increasing the distance between them. He looked at her enigmatically. Geraldine, you will come begging to me. Sis, what did Lawyer Nate talk about with you? Elsie asked, watching Govind leave and then sitting back in the rear seat. Milagros leaned against the back seat, looking melancholic. Back at the villa, Kimberly had just returned from the airport with her suitcase, deciding to stay at Milagros's place instead of going home. Seeing Milagros's worried expression as she entered, Kimberly asked, What's wrong? Where were you this late at night? Milagros slipped off her shoes and walked inside, irritated. Waverly went to Nate's villa tonight to spar with him. Kimberly was confused. Nate's villa? Govind's father's house. Damn. Is he trying to seduce you indirectly? Milagros sighed, walking to the wine cabinet and pouring herself half a glass of wine. She looked at Kimberly. Want some? My period. Kimberly shook her head. Worries, Milagros said, holding her glass as she sat on the sofa and opened her computer to log into Weibo. The first post she saw was from last month about a film production update. Usually, she updated every day or two with either business information or brand promotions. From her Weibo alone, one could tell how things had cooled down for her. Previously, her schedule was packed, but now, aside from the show she was currently filming, she had no other resources. What are you looking at? Kimberly came over to glance at her screen. Milagros took a sip of wine, just seeing how much my life has cooled. Do you think you're ready to accept that old fox Govind's proposal? Milagros rolled her eyes. Dream on. In fact, you've already come to him. Can you shut up? Why are you being so nasty? I don't understand. When I tried flirting with him recently, he seemed dead set against it. How is it completely different now? Kimberly sat cross-legged and sipped water. Simple. The old man got lucky and couldn't get enough. The old man getting lucky? Are you kidding? With Govind's status, the top new talent in Jingang, and a diamond bachelor, countless women vie for him. There are plenty who want to strip naked and climb into his bed. I don't believe he hasn't slept with any woman till now. She had heard dozens of versions in the entertainment industry. Which female star climbed into his bed to win her case with him? Which female star squatted outside his office waiting for him? The more successful and excellent a person is, the more careful they are. A shrewd businessman like Govind wouldn't expose his weaknesses. Govind is a skilled hunter who never misses his target. His greatest pleasure lies in that. Milagros still didn't understand, propping her chin and looking at her. So what does he gain by pulling me into this? Do you know how many people in Jingang want Govind for a son-in-law? The Fan family, Montague family, and many others. Some he can outright reject, but others have ongoing business relationships, which he cannot sever easily. In this case, without damaging any ties, Govind has chosen a third option, finding someone to fill Catherine Nate's position. An ordinary woman can't sit in this position. It requires someone who can handle those elite heiresses. And you are the top choice. Your petulant behavior, diva acts, and dominance perfectly fit the image of the wife Govind wants. This was the first time Milagros had heard such an explanation. These weren't typical insights Kimberly would possess, more like something summarized by someone close to Govind. Who told you all this? I analyzed it myself. Kimberly chuckled awkwardly. Bullshit, if you could analyze this, I'll chop my head off and kick it around as a ball. Kimberly. Alright, I met Krista at a party yesterday. She knew it. Only someone who had known Govind for 3 to 5 years could provide such insights. Why did she tell you this? She was drunk, I guess. Milagros. Kimberly cautiously glanced at Milagros. I think, if you have no better options, you might try it. Chapter 106, a slap on Callista's face. Lawyer Nate, it's not working out. Who would have thought that Lawyer Nate, who is so decisive and ruthless in the business world, also has his limits? How long has it been, and you still haven't secured her? Afraid to make a move? Early in the morning, as Govind pushed open the door of his office, he saw Krista lounging lazily in his chair with a breakfast in front of him. Upon seeing Govind enter, Krista seemed amused. Krista watched as Govind took off his jacket, propped up his cheek, and continued talking. Natwa Garden will be outdated soon, it's no longer suitable for a wedding house. I see Sam Montague has no intention of leaving Jingang recently. If he continues this way, you might be in danger. If not for Krista discovering Govind's secret, who knows how long he would have hidden it. He was obviously closely watching her but acted so deeply in love. Govind ignored Krista's sarcasm. How is monitoring Enoch going? Quite interesting actually. Enoch has been approaching several executives at Huajia Company lately, seemingly trying to poach them. Him? Govind sneered. Krista shrugged. Although the Hua family isn't as powerful as the Hua family, with Freddy no longer at the helm, Enoch still has a chance. Moreover, he has also courted the Fan family. Seeing Govind's surprise, Krista continued, yes, the very Fan family that wants you as their son-in-law. This trouble started because of you. Originally, Mr. Fan didn't intend to team up with Enoch, but since you're seen as the chosen son-in-law and Angie is now your rumored girlfriend, they just can't swallow their pride. The air around the man turned chilly. His gaze towards Krista was cold. Govind's status in the business world was too special, anyone associated with him couldn't avoid being targeted. A new star in the business world, without any family background, yet this person had both means and strategy, earning respect but also resentment. Those lacking courage gave up. The bold ones wanted to challenge him. The next day, Angie accompanied Kimberly to a beauty salon. They heard sarcastic voices from another room as soon as they entered. Everyone is waiting for Angie's father to die. Once he dies, Angie's status in Jingang will plummet. I wonder what will happen to those who once fawned over her. Can she still maintain her position as the top figure in Jingang? The wheel of fortune turns, karma will catch up with everyone eventually. Callista. She would recognize that voice even if it were transformed by ghosts. Kimberly glanced at Angie, worried she would rush in and tear into them. Unexpectedly, Angie only summoned one of the staff members, gave an instruction, and left. Inside the room, Callista had just finished a beauty treatment and was applying a mask when a server entered, holding a tray. Miss Fan, Geraldine ordered green tea for you. Who? Callista's gaze hardened. Miss Angie. Before Callista could respond, someone beside her snapped, do you know manners? Take it away. The server hesitated. Geraldine said you two are friends. Her voice trailed off, realizing something was amiss. These conflicts among high society women were beyond her comprehension as a simple service staff member. She quickly left with the tray. What does Angie mean? Is she insane? Callista tore off her mask. She must have heard us talking about her. Her companion was startled. Who in Jingang didn't know that Angie would never let an insult pass unavenged? Doesn't she dare use underhanded tactics against us? Callista rolled her eyes. Do you think she's still the same Geraldine? Times had changed, the current Angie was not like 3 months ago. Callista got dressed and prepared to leave but before she reached the door, tea splashed across her face. Why not drink the tea I sent you? It costs 199 per cup. Is it unworthy of you? Callista screamed, retreating and quickly wiping her face with a towel. Her doctor had warned her not to touch water within 24 hours after her treatment. Angie had. Angie, you want to die. Callista rushed to slap Angie but was caught mid-swing. Not smart, huh? Even if my father dies, you'll remain a supporting character, not even second best, daring to provoke me? Rumor has it your father is targeting Govind? If Govind could marry into your Fan family, I'd write my name backward. With that face of yours, no amount of money can fix what wasn't inherited. Tell me, which part is original? Don't meddle. Do you think you can keep your title in Jingang? Everyone is waiting for your father to die. Callista yanked back her hand and shoved Angie. Angie staggered. But she steadied herself, maintaining her dignity. A queen doesn't lower her head or allow her crown to fall. Slap, Angie raised her hand and slapped Callista. The surrounding people gasped. Angie shook her hand, looking at Callista. A gift from me. Angie, I'll kill you for hitting me. Miss Fan. From a distance, a female voice interrupted Callista. Angie paused. Krista. Boss Sue? Who didn't know that Krista was Govind's right-hand woman? Though Govind initially spent time at law firms, his focus had shifted entirely. Now, Krista was the main decision-maker at the law firm. Callista gave her some respect. In Jingang, only she represented Govind. How coincidental. Yes, quite coincidental, Krista nodded. I walked in just in time for the show. Krista's half-smile swept over the two women. Angie sighed, unwilling to engage further. She was annoyed with Govind and, by extension, those around him. Who's outside? Inside the room, Kimberly lay on a care bed listening intently. Krista. Sitting beside Kimberly, Angie waited, sipping tea intermittently, lost in thought about Callista's words. Proud for over 20 years, did her father's death mean she would become a despised rat? Knock knock knock, the door was tapped gently. The beautician stopped and opened the curtain slightly. Krista stood at the door, politely saying, I'm here for Angie. Chapter 107, Avril is released. Is there something? Angie stood up and looked at Krista standing by the door. Do you want to chat somewhere else? The two found a cafe and just sat down when Angie glanced at Krista with a half-smile. President Sue didn't come here just for me, did you? Not specifically, but since we ran into each other, I wanted to have a chat with Geraldine. Chat about what? That Govind wants to trick me? Krista knew that Angie was straightforward, so she wasn't surprised by her direct manner. Krista took a sip of water from her cup. Geraldine doesn't know yet, do you? Angie raised an eyebrow, waiting for her to continue. But Krista leisurely sipped her coffee before speaking. The Hua family has teamed up with the Fan family and is preparing to make a move on the Hua family's businesses. Damn. That dog, Leroy. She should have thrown him to the sharks in the sea instead of just undressing him. How do you know? We're both involved in the business circle. Moreover, President Nate controls the most cash flow in Jingang, making it easier for me to get information than for Geraldine. Geraldine, your situation is quite worrying. Why are you gloating, President Sue? Krista twisted her lips slightly. Is it that obvious? What do you think? Angie's whole body tensed up, and she shot Krista an unfriendly look. That must be it then. President Hua has been the top boss in Jingang for so many years, accumulating numerous enemies in the business world. Moreover, these years, Geraldine's reputation among the elites of Jingang has not been good, arrogant and tyrannical. You've offended half of Jingang. Now, the Hua family situation might be much more difficult than you think. Geraldine is now focused on the inheritance. Have you thought about if the Fan family and the Hua family use some tactics to drive the Hua family to bankruptcy? Not only would you not get the inheritance, but you'd also end up in debt. Angie laughed at Krista's formal speech. Did Govind send you? Does he have that kind of influence? He's your boss. But don't forget, I'm also his partner. We have a cooperative relationship, not a superior-subordinate one. If not for Govind's repeated failures, she wouldn't have bothered to act. Angie stared at Krista, trying to read something from her eyes. Before she could figure it out, her phone rang. She glanced at the caller ID and hung up immediately. A moment later, a WeChat message came through. Tilda only wrote 2 words, come back quickly. Angie paid for the bill via QR code and left the cafe with her bag. Back at the Hua residence, she saw Tilda standing outside the emergency room where Aiden was treating Freddy. What happened? The situation isn't good. Angie gazed through the glass at the scene inside for a long while. Recalling Krista's words today, she gave Tilda an uneasy look. Has something happened to the company? Tilda felt Angie was asking a rhetorical question. With your father gone, it was only a matter of time. Why worry about it? Are you not afraid someone might target the company? Do you want the company or the billion-dollar estate? Angie, you can't have everything. Do you think I don't know what the company means? But right now, what we need to focus on is not managing the company. Angie pressed her lips together, she had always known this. Even if the company fell into her hands, with her current abilities, she couldn't manage it well. The only option was to find professional managers. When Aiden came out, he sensed the tense atmosphere between them. How is it going? Prepare yourself. Upon hearing this, Tilda was momentarily stunned. Angie reached out to support her, her eyes darkening as emotions surged in her mind. Prolonging the agony was futile in this dire situation. Perhaps a quick resolution was better. Give up. Stop the resuscitation. What? Aiden was startled. Don't save him anymore. As Angie confirmed this again, Aiden was speechless. Not saving him? Though the patient was beyond rescue anyway. Aiden's palms instantly sweated profusely, unable to speak as he stared at Angie in shock. Seeing this, an assistant supported Aiden and discreetly nudged him hard. This jolted Aiden back to reality. Alright, we will respect the family's wishes. Dad, Angie hit me. I can't tolerate it anymore, Callista complained bitterly to Tom in the living room after coming home. Aren't you impatient? Haven't you seen how arrogant Angie acts? In Jingang, I've always been overshadowed by Angie, even as a child. During school, the men she liked eventually ended up fawning over Angie. And as an adult, she still couldn't measure up to her. You should be cautious lately to avoid alerting Angie. Be patient. Even if she hits you, endure it. Callista felt infuriated. Endure being hit? Was this a death sentence? Avril is out. Go to the Hua family tonight. Callista. If not for Tom mentioning it, she would have forgotten about this person. Everyone in the circle thought she was foolish, causing trouble for Angie over a male celebrity and getting herself punished. Has it been a month already? Back then, if Enoch hadn't intervened from abroad, Avril might have stayed in jail much longer. At the Hua residence. Avril's first action upon returning home was to take a shower. Afterward, she saw Enoch sitting on the sofa with a serious expression. She hesitantly walked over and called him, Dad. Do you still remember I'm your father? I'm sorry, Avril apologized, bowing her head, not daring to face Enoch directly. Do you know what people are saying about us Hua family now? They say I, Enoch, failed to raise my children properly. Both you and your brother sure live up to it. Upstairs, Leah, overhearing Enoch's comment, shrank back and didn't dare come down for fear of upsetting him. Sir, Miss Fan is here. She said Mr. Fan sent her. Enoch composed himself. After all, they were partners with Tom now. Let her in. Wearing a white wide-leg trouser suit, Callista entered with gifts in hand. Uncle Hua, my father heard Arlo man came home and asked me to bring some tonics. You're thoughtful. Come in. Callista entered and pulled out a shopping bag from the pile of tonics, handing it to Avril. Arlo man, M's new bag. I thought this color suits you well. Avril glanced at Callista. She was wary of Callista's sudden kindness but reluctantly accepted it in front of Enoch. Chapter 108, Angie was injured. Thanks, Avril coldly threw out 2 words. We're friends. Callista moved closer, sitting beside Avril. She acted like they were very close. Seeing this, Enoch glanced at Callista and then glared at Avril with exasperation. You two chat well. Yini, you try to persuade her. Then he pointed at Avril, you should learn from her. After Enoch left, Avril sneered and shifted her gaze to Callista. What's up? Nothing, said Callista, dropping the act as soon as Enoch left. She smoothed her skirt and sat a bit farther away. It's my dad who asked me to check on you, otherwise, do you think I'd come willingly? Avril sneered again. That must be difficult for you. A little. Avril sat opposite Callista and noticed faint marks on her face that even foundation couldn't hide. Look at your face. Did some official wife hit you? Callista's expression changed, and Avril chuckled. I didn't realize Miss Fan might have turned her attention to someone else after failing with Govind. At the mention of Govind's name, Callista's expression darkened even more. Thinking of how Govind had rejected her father, her fingertips on her knee tightened. Right, who in Jingang doesn't know that Govind is notoriously hard to deal with? Even senior sister Angie couldn't handle him, let alone someone like you. Avril shook her head. Not as good-looking or as delicate as senior sister. Why would Govind give up a princess for a maid? Callista was angered but kept her composure. Why bother being sarcastic with me? Everyone knows your Vlad has become a rat everyone wants to avoid. He can't even survive in the entertainment industry anymore. At least I'm better off than you. With no acting intention left, Callista slowly stood, looking down at Avril. Good luck. Also, I suggest you stay away from Angie. Don't end up like your brother, stripped and disgraced on an international level. Oh, right, I also heard your cousin lost 15 million because of someone. The Hua family is really pitiful. What do you mean? Avril was puzzled. Guess. Callista hummed. As she prepared to leave, she saw her bag on the sofa and picked it up. Since you don't like it, I'll take it back. Our friendship isn't worth me giving you such an expensive gift. Furious, Avril replied, if you can't afford it, don't send it. Yeah, I can't afford it. Callista left, leaving Avril fuming in the living room. She kicked the coffee table so hard that the servant coming out with tea froze in surprise. No need to bring it, she's gone. The servant quickly turned and left with the tray, not wanting to upset her. Hold on, wasn't Leroy's woman supposed to be back? Where is she? Avril eyed the servant, asking. Glancing at the clock, the servant realized that at this hour, she should already be awake, but today, she hadn't been seen. I'll go call her. On the upper floor, Leah, standing by the staircase, shuddered when she heard Avril's voice. She remembered dealing with this domineering young lady when she worked as Leroy's secretary and was often made difficult by her. Poor Mississippi. Leah appeared at the top of the stairs before the servant could reach her. The servant stopped mid-step. Anyone could see that Miss Hua intended to make things difficult for Miss Chi. They quickly backed away. Sitting on the sofa, Avril sized Leah up from head to toe and focused on her belly. Leroy seed? Yes, Leah nodded timidly. Miss Chi can climb into anyone's bed, right? Are you sure this child is Leroy's? Lee's face flushed red, unable to speak as she twisted her skirt in her hands. Expecting a retort, Avril was disappointed to find her speechless and got up irritably. Reaching the staircase, she paused, pointing at the gifts on the floor. Take those things with you. At the Hua residence, Angie just stepped out of the villa when she saw a woman with a child lingering at the gate. Recognizing the familiar scene, Angie's lips twitched. Another illegitimate child? Looking for someone? Angie approached, trying to keep her tone civil. Thud, just as she finished speaking, the woman and the child dropped to their knees. Geraldine, we're here to see Xavier. Suppressing her anger, Angie took a step back. So, why are you looking for my father? For child support, the woman stammered. Angie sighed, looking up at the sky, struggling to control her temper. Child support? Yes. Stand up while you talk. Geraldine, if Xavier's child support came on time every month, I wouldn't disturb you, but now I'm really desperate. If his payment doesn't arrive soon, I won't even be able to pay the property fees. Angie frowned, catching the key point. Property fees? So, did my dad buy you a house? Startled, the woman hesitated. Yes, he did. Angie smiled, pulling her dress and crouching down to meet the woman's eyes. Did you know that the money my dad used to buy you the house belongs to my parents' marital assets? My mom can sue you and reclaim the money. And you came to me. The woman turned pale, trembling like a storm-beaten white magnolia. But Xavier gave it to me. Even if he gave it to you, it's still marital property. Believe me, not only will you lose the property fees, you'll have nowhere to live. Before Angie could continue, the child suddenly lunged at her neck. Angie's eyes darkened. Isaiah. Mississippi. Hearing Angie's shout, Isaiah rushed out from the courtyard, noticing the 3 blood marks on Angie's neck, the terrified woman, and the child snarling like a little wolf. Geraldine, I'm sorry, the child didn't mean to. Doesn't look like it wasn't intentional, Angie spat, glaring at the small aggressor. What's going on? Tilda ran out of the house, halting at the sight of the woman. Do you recognize her? Angie covered her neck, looking at her mother. Chapter 109, You Won't Find a Wife Like This. In the living room of the Hua family, a nurse was treating Angie's injuries. Angie winced in pain as she listened to Ms. Selenag describe the background of that woman. She almost exploded in anger. A little assistant from a beauty salon can treat you like this? Are you really going to put up with it? Lightly, Angie glared at the nurse, who trembled and nearly dropped the cotton swab. There will always be someone if not her. Don't you know what kind of person your father is? Is it really about whether I endure it or not? Angie had heard stories of her father's philandering ways since she was young. She looked at herself in the mirror, noticing the red wound on her neck, which made her even angrier. Already struggling in the entertainment industry, now disfigured. Could she still keep her place as the innocent maiden? If I were you, I would make her pregnant but definitely divorce her and ensure the adulterers leave with nothing. Tilda was stunned by Angie's words. Seeing her determination, she felt oddly relieved. Geraldine, it's done. The nurse stopped her work, and Angie glanced at the reddened wound on her neck, rolling her eyes in frustration. Will it leave a scar? The nurse hesitated. If it were anyone else, she could have mentioned some nursing tips, but facing Geraldine, who was both a Hong Kong Beijing celebrity and a star in the entertainment industry, she dared not take any chances. Modern medical aesthetics are advanced. If there's a scar, it should be treated early. Enraged by the nurse's comment, Angie waved her hand, dismissing her. Just as she was about to speak, Kimberly called. Avril's first thing after getting out was booking the 2nd floor of Wangjin Terrace for a rave. Isn't that exciting? Angie, already furious, glanced at Isaiah. I'm coming over right away. Isaiah, understanding the situation, went to prepare the car. Tilda, seeing Angie about to leave, reminded her, you'd better reduce your social activities recently. I don't want to, but I can't let this slide. Angie changed into a high-necked shirt and went downstairs. Isaiah drove off toward Wangjin Terrace as soon as she got in the car. Just as Angie entered the elevator at Wangjin Terrace parking lot, a black Maybach parked next to her car. Isn't this Angie's car? Krista remembered it from several encounters. He looked at Govind beside him. Did Geraldine come here looking for fun after being disappointed by you? Govind ignored him and got out of the car. Krista followed. They had been working overtime until now, planning to get some food at Wangjin Terrace, only to bump into Angie unexpectedly. I'm talking to you. You won't find a wife like this, and even if you do, you'll eventually divorce. Govind's face darkened. This man, a master of passive aggressiveness, Krista knew him too well after so many years. Govind entered the elevator and coldly said, she came for Avril. Avril is out? Krista asked, puzzled. Yeah. He thought for a moment. Makes sense. The Hua family isn't what it used to be, but Enoch is still influential. It wouldn't be hard for him to pull some strings. He clicked his tongue. That's why people say Geraldine is pitiful. Her own father might not make it, and everyone feels they can bully her now. She used to be so proud. The 2nd floor of Wangjin Terrace was a nightclub. Avril was known as the nightclub princess, skilled at DJing. When Angie entered, the loud music nearly deafened her. Avril stood on stage in all-black work attire, wearing a black cap, joyfully moving as if she hadn't spent a month in jail. Truly happy. Kimberly remarked, shaking her head. Hearing this, Angie felt a pang in her heart. Comparison was the thief of joy. She grabbed a passing waiter. Is your boss Montague here? Who? The waiter stuttered, startled by the sudden grab. Being in a nightclub, waiters often had to deal with drunk patrons' antics. Angie controlled her temper. Darren. Geraldine, why look for Boss Nate? Darren is just a middleman now. Before the waiter could respond, Krista appeared behind Angie, flashing an 8-toothed grin. Angie followed her gaze and saw Govind standing nearby, turned away, apparently on a call. General Manager Sue seems quite idle. How does she show up everywhere? Not idle, just finished overtime, looking for a bite to eat, Krista replied sincerely. Infuriated, Angie couldn't stand Govind showing off in front of her. Kimberly understood her mood and nudged her. Can Boss Nate help me out? Sure, absolutely, Krista nodded firmly. Others might not know, but Krista did. Govind was the actual boss behind Wangjin Terrace. Darren was just the manager. Angie nodded. Alright, let Boss Nate cut the power and see what happens. Wasn't that one of Govind's signature moves? During Angie's last visit, he had interrupted her rave session multiple times by cutting the power. Govind had just hung up with Arlen on a work pretext when he turned around to see Krista leaning against the wall, arms crossed. Angie raised her proud chin, waiting expectantly. General Manager Nate, your girlfriend wants you to cut the power for her to see. Govind. Don't hesitate, Krista shot him a glance. If you hesitate, you'll never get close to Angie. Pursuing someone isn't done like this. With Nate General Manager's method, he would end up alone forever. 10 minutes later. Crash. The previously lively nightclub suddenly plunged into darkness, leaving the enthusiastic crowd frozen in place. F***CK. What happened? This is Wangjin Terrace. Can it really lose power? Wangjin Terrace, the top nightclub in Beijing, Hong Kong, where's the manager? Wangjin Terrace was famous for its management system. Each floor had a professional manager ready to handle any issues. I'll check. Avril jumped off the stage to find the manager. As she passed through the crowd and entered the hallway, someone kicked her side from the side. The force sent her crashing into a fire extinguisher. Pain shooting through her ribs, she rolled on the ground. Who's there? Which bastard? Come out if you dare, don't hide in the shadows. Just as Avril finished her tough talk, she saw a shadow approaching in the pitch-black corridor. Instinctively, she tried to escape. Propping herself up on her elbows, she struggled to rise as the footsteps grew closer. Cold sweat dripped down her back. Chapter 110, to avoid misunderstanding that Attorney Nate loves me. People were getting closer and closer. Suddenly, Avril felt as if her time was up. She couldn't be this unlucky, could she? She had just returned from a month in detention, and now someone was going to finish her off like this? Miss Hua. It's you? Avril sighed in relief at the familiar voice. She knew this person. It was Aiden, the manager of Wangjin Platform's second floor. He appeared gentle and elegant, wearing wire-rimmed glasses and with a tall, slender build. He was rumored to have once been an international male model before being recruited by Darren. Aiden reached out to help her up. Are you alright, Miss Hua? Someone just kicked me. Avril pointed to her left side. Aiden glanced at the door on the left and understood immediately. Miss Hua, please get up. I've already sent someone to check the power supply. The electricity should come back on shortly. Sure enough, within 3 to 5 minutes, the nightclub lights flickered back on. The loud music resumed instantly, and the previously irritable crowd quickly immersed themselves in it again, as if the power outage was merely a brief interlude in their nightlife. Sitting in Aiden's office, Avril rubbed her waist. Manager Gray, did you find the person? Aiden handed her a glass of water. Don't worry, Miss Hua. We've already checked the surveillance footage and will inform you as soon as we have any news. Avril held her breath, recalling the faint sandalwood fragrance she had smelled when she was kicked. Only men would typically use such a distinctive scent. Few women wore this perfume. Therefore, Avril was 90% certain that the person who kicked her was a man, and quite possibly one with refined taste. It was a man. Aiden narrowed his eyes. How can you be sure? He had a distinct sandalwood scent, a very masculine perfume. Aiden's respect for her increased. This rich young lady wasn't stupid after all. He nodded. I see. In the top floor VIP room on the 31st floor. Govind took off his suit jacket and draped it casually over the back of the chair. Angie was looking at the surveillance footage of Aiden's office on a tablet. Will the security cameras reveal anything? Krista sipped some water from a cup. Relax. With Boss Nate here, nothing is impossible. Angie heard Krista and glanced at Govind teasingly. Boss Nate is so powerful, huh? Boss Nate is extremely capable. What Angie sees is just the surface, Krista said, eager to promote Govind to Angie. Considering Govind's usual ways and brainpower in courting women, how long would it take him to win over a woman? It worried her. For instance? Angie asked, now intrigued. He could make the Hua family go bankrupt with just one word. Angie glanced at Govind skeptically. So amazing? Even her father couldn't do it so quickly. Kylie watched Angie's expression, feeling anxious. Was her sister actually considering what Krista was suggesting? She coughed and nudged Angie. Krista noticed Kylie's actions and raised an eyebrow. What's her problem? It was said that one could dismantle 10 temples but not destroy a marriage. Was she trying to sabotage things? Kylie propped her chin up. Since Attorney Nate is so capable, why not take on a case? Krista smiled, leaned back slightly, and replied, a case isn't free, right? Kylie, we'll pay. Boss Nate doesn't lack money. Determined not to let her best friend fall into the clutches of such a cunning man, Kylie insisted, then what does President Nate need? We'll meet his requirements. Krista looked at Angie, then at Kylie. He needs a wife. Kylie. Of course, that was coming. What kind of woman does President Nate like? Fat or thin? Mature or young? What are his specific height and weight preferences? Let us know, and we'll find the perfect match for him. Krista smirked. Like Angie here. Kylie. One dares to ask, the other dares to answer. They were both shameless. Amused by Krista's relentless sales pitch, Kylie chuckled and glanced at Govind, who was on the phone. Doesn't President Nate have a mouth? Why don't you let him handle it himself? Supporting her head, Angie watched the exchange, finding it rather amusing. One aggressively pushing, the other resisting every step of the way. Well, children love their own families. Maybe President Sue should take out President Nate's heart and check if it's white. If it is, then I agree. This clearly meant Govind was a deceitful person. Trying to deceive her sister? Think again. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking interrupted the tense atmosphere. Come in. The situation has been handled, President Nate. Govind waved him away, and soon a waiter brought in dinner. Clearly, he had been busy taking calls all evening. Angie had come for revenge. Now that Avril was dealt with, she had no interest in staying longer. Placing the tablet on the sofa, she said, we won't disturb President Nate and President Sue while they eat. We're leaving. Geraldine is always quick to cross the river and destroy the bridge, Govind remarked after hanging up the phone, sitting down. I just thought President Nate was busy. My business is mine, your crossing is yours. Isn't that right? Despite the sarcastic remark, Angie laughed and walked over to Govind. Picking up a third pair of chopsticks, she stood beside him and began serving him food, giving him an imperial treatment fit for an ancient emperor. To repay Attorney Nate for his assistance tonight, I'll reluctantly serve you. Govind laughed. Reluctantly? Would you believe me if I said willingly? Leaning back, Govind turned and gazed at Angie, his arm circling her waist and gently squeezing her side. Whatever you say, I believe. Full of affection. Angie. Something was off. What was this man up to now? She pulled away his hand. I'd rather not say, to avoid misunderstanding that Attorney Nate loves me. He loves you, Krista chimed in. Not only loves you, but this man who appears normal during the day and turns beastly at night, the ultimate opportunist, is very patient. How else would a self-serving man like Govind allow a woman to invade his life so frequently without losing his stride? You love me? Angie propped her chin up, looking at Govind. Hashtag chapter 111, 10 billion to test the strength. Love my ass, haven't you learned enough from all those romantic scripts without understanding a scumbag psychology? Kimberly burst out, wanting to split up the two while Krista aimed to bring them together. She would never allow her best friend to be deceived and fall for a cunning man like Govind. Angie wasn't a match for him. Are you the victim here? Not exactly, I just don't want Angie to become one. Krista smiled, resting her chin on her hand as she gazed at Kimberly. How could marrying Mr. Nate make her a victim? Given the current situation, does Angie have any better choices? Is Mr. Nate a good choice then? Kimberly retorted. Absolutely. Krista replied without hesitation. Kimberly chuckled, nodding. First, let's see 10 billion go through and test the strength. Angie raised an eyebrow, no wonder they were such close friends. Seeing Angie agreeing with her, Kimberly lifted her chin and glanced at Govind. Christy, aren't you going to give Mr. Nate the account number? Lowering her gaze, Angie looked at Govind, pulled a chair over, and sat down, leaning her cheek against her palm, seriously asking, Mr. Nate, do you want it? Why miss, dare you give it? Angie raised an eyebrow and leaned in closer, her clear eyes flickering with allure. Almost drawing Govind's soul. Why wouldn't I dare? Angie thought Govind's question was as nonsensical as farting. Giving money and not accepting it? What logic? Govind smiled lightly, nodded, and took out his phone, opening the banking app. He placed it on the table in front of Angie. Here, enter the account number yourself. Angie glanced at him suspiciously. Isn't this a trap? Can you really transfer 10 billion? I'll give you a deposit first, and write you a check for the rest so you can't say I'm just talking big. When did you become so considerate, Mr. Nate? Angie asked, half doubting. Govind remained unperturbed. Just do it. Without fussing, Angie took the phone and started entering the account details on the table. Just as she typed in the last 4 digits, the phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, Angie answered. On the other end, Isaiah sounded urgent. Miss, Madison said Teacher Nate is at the house. Who? Teacher Nate, the father of Lawyer Nate. A chill ran down Angie's spine. She remembered what Elsie had said about Teacher Nate being from a scholarly family, upright and respectable, who wouldn't accept premarital intimacy. He might force Govind into marriage. Turning to look at Govind, her neck stiffened like a zombie's. Why is your dad coming to my house? Govind. Swish. He stood up, grabbed his jacket off the back of the chair, and prepared to leave. Seeing Angie still sitting, his expression hardened. Aren't you coming? Where are we going? You didn't answer why your dad is coming to my house. To propose. Fuck, Kimberly and Krista said simultaneously. Angie laughed bitterly. Mr. Nate, you're still doing arranged marriages? Govind shot back sarcastically, whose fault is it? Who was standing in our living room spouting nonsense about having my child? Leet. Being pulled by Govind into the elevator, she saw him making calls as soon as they got inside. First Elena, then Elena again, none of them answered. The Nate family had strict traditional parents who emphasized serious education, not allowing him to treat marriage and love frivolously. The aim was to nip his potential scumbag behavior in the bud. Do you think your dad can't tell when I'm angry? Govind hung up after getting no response and glared at Angie. Did you even think about elders being present while you were spouting nonsense? But I didn't see them, and wasn't I angry at Waverly? Whether it was annoyance or something else, Govind chuckled. Sure, mainly to upset Waverly, secondarily to bury yourself. Angie rolled her eyes. Why didn't you stop me? Why do you think I called him Dad? He listens to you, but he calls me Dad. Angie. Is he really proposing? It depends on what your mom thinks. Angie thought to herself that it was risky. Catherine Selenag had always wanted her to hook up with Govind. Now that Arlen was delivering himself, wouldn't she seize this chance? Angie thought the elevator would stop at the basement level. Instead, it paused on the second floor, and upon lifting her eyes, she saw the manager of Wang Jintai sending Riley into the elevator. Aiden was also startled seeing Govind. Was this bad karma? Upon seeing Angie, Riley sneered and spat, bad luck. Environmental pollution, Angie shot back. The air conditioning breeze in the elevator carried a faint scent of sandalwood to her nose. Riley felt a sudden pang, rushing forward to grab Angie by the arm. Was that you? Angie shrugged him off with disdain. You touched me with dirty hands? Was that you? What about me? You kicked me. Angie maintained her composure. Kicking you feels like stepping on filth. Do you think I'd touch you willingly? Stay away from me. Angie shoved Riley, who stumbled back, hitting the elevator wall. Angie, bitch. If not for you, Bruce wouldn't be blacklisted in the entertainment industry. If not for you, he wouldn't be in such trouble. If not for you, our family wouldn't lose face. Do you still think you're the top star of Jingang? Your father is dying, and the Hua family's status is about to be jeopardized. Let's see how many men you'll beg under later. Slap. Angie slapped her across the face, then shook her hand dismissively. Your whole family must lack brains. From your father to you, none of you are normal. Your father saved you just to let you come here and yell at me? Keeping a dog without walking it around, are you afraid others won't know it's a dumb dog? You bitch. Riley was notorious in the circle but used to hold back somewhat. After Leroy got tangled with Angie, people knew Angie wasn't someone to provoke, leading to some tolerance toward Riley, which only fueled her arrogance. Becoming tyrannical, she made sure everyone knew her name. As Angie was about to raise her hand again, a palm appeared from beside her, gripping her arm tightly. A low, stern voice echoed in the empty elevator. Miss He, will you take responsibility if you cause a scene at Wang Jintai? Translation ends here to maintain coherence with previous content. Chapter 112, Has anyone told you that you can't touch a man's thigh casually? Starla looked at Govind, her face pale. She could afford to offend Milagros but not Govind. Everyone in Jingang knew the name of Lord Nate Yama. On the surface, Wang Jin platform was managed by Darren, but the real mastermind behind it was Govind. Moreover, this man's methods were unpredictable and hard to fathom. You might just meet your end one day while sleeping. Starla's face turned ashen with anger. Her eyes darted back and forth between Govind and Milagros. Seeing this, Milagros snorted, humph. Without my father, I still have Lawyer Nate. Unlike Miss Hua, whose own father can't be relied on and whose brother is a complete idiot. Govind was taken aback by these words. He felt a strange emotion arise but immediately realized that Milagros probably said it to irritate Starla, using him. Glancing at her, he released Starla's hand. Ding, dong, the elevator doors opened. Milagros, acting like a spoiled child, followed Govind out of the elevator. Ahead, Govind strode confidently. Behind, Milagros hurriedly followed in her high heels. What's so great about having long legs? Govind stopped abruptly upon hearing her sarcastic remark. Geraldine has gotten quite skilled at taking advantage of me. Have I? Milagros's eyes twinkled mischievously, much like a cat caught red-handed after stealing food. It reminded him of the clever ragdoll cat at her place. What if I tell Starla? Govind moved towards the elevator. Milagros quickly grabbed his arm. Lawyer Nate, are you this petty? Careful, or your son might not have an anus. My son isn't inside you yet, he retorted casually. Milagros. Are you coming? If they didn't leave now, even Arlen and her mom might arrange their marriage. Apologize. For what? Govind gave her a cold glance. Milagros's heart skipped a beat. This guy was being overly serious. Did she really need to apologize for taking advantage of him once? What do you think? Seeing Govind unmoving, Milagros rolled her eyes internally. Reluctantly, she apologized, knowing it was better to be flexible when needed. Just as they got into the car, Milagros looked around Govind's vehicle but couldn't find any tissues to wipe her hands, feeling uneasy from touching Starla earlier. She glanced at Govind. Boss Nate? Yes. Govind barely acknowledged her with a single word. Milagros raised an eyebrow, then placed her hand on Govind's thigh, rubbing her palm against his pants. SSS, bang. Govind shuddered from her sudden action. Not expecting Milagros to act out, he turned the steering wheel, causing the car to crash into the barrier as it left the parking lot. Shocked, Milagros froze, her hand still on his thigh. Ouch, what did you grab me for? She exclaimed. Govind glared at her. Has anyone told you that you can't touch a man's thigh casually? Milagros looked at her hand held by Govind. I was wiping my hands, she corrected. Pulling back her arm, she rubbed it, muttering, stop getting ahead of yourself. Govind's face darkened, and they switched cars. When Milagros got into the nanny van, she glanced at the front of Govind's damaged car. $1,000,000 yuan down the drain. As soon as they pulled up at the Hua residence, Isaiah checked the rearview mirror. Despite the low mood emanating from Govind, Milagros seemed rather cheerful. She took out 2 wet wipes and nonchalantly cleaned her hands, deliberately showing off in front of Govind to annoy him. Stopping in front of the Hua house, Milagros saw Alali with a group of bodyguards carrying various gifts into the yard. As Govind advanced with large strides, Milagros hesitated and grabbed his arm. Can you go in alone? Why? Govind raised an eyebrow. When I see your dad, I'm reminded of my high school teacher. It makes me nervous. To her shame, her high school grades weren't good, leading to frequent parent-teacher meetings and scolding at home, which left her traumatized. Even in university, when a popular boy pursued her, she backed off as soon as she learned his mother was a teacher. Why would she want a boyfriend with a teacher mother? Ironically, Govind's father was already here. Govind. Your high school teacher must have been close to developing breast cancer from you. She didn't get nervous, but you do. Milagros. I don't care, I'm not going in. Govind grabbed her arm. This is your house. If you hadn't provoked me and refused my case, would I have gone to your house and acted out? It's all your responsibility now, and you need to resolve it. Govind chuckled. Isn't this typical hostile behavior? Rather than reflecting on oneself, blame others. Seeing Govind's silence, Milagros pushed further. Mr. Nate, aren't you omnipotent? Aren't you the only one who can overshadow everything? Aren't you the Yama of Jingang? If you can't handle this small issue, is your reputation fake? After trying to provoke him, she still used reverse psychology. Govind laughed, nodding continuously. A clear judge finds family matters difficult to resolve. Clear? You've done illegal things and dug your own hole. Do you dare say you're a clear judge? Not wanting to argue with Milagros outside the Hua residence, Govind ended the conversation. So? I'm not going, Milagros replied bluntly. Govind nodded slightly, released her arm, and gestured for her to leave. Milagros stared suspiciously, wondering what he was planning, but she walked out anyway. Before she could reach the car, she heard Govind shout, Geraldine. Damn. Trying to sneak away wasn't working anymore? Swish. The villa's glass door was pulled open. Tilda stood in the living room, glaring at her. You're back but won't come in? Milagros. Hardening her resolve, she turned, passing by Govind and wishing she could curse him to the depths of hell. Mr. Nate, you're really a dog, she smiled through gritted teeth. Govind hummed, Geraldine forced it. #### Chapter 113, You're pregnant. In the living room of the Hua family, Angie looked at the numerous gifts scattered around and felt a sense of déjà vu. She glanced at Govind, noting that he remained unperturbed, as if nothing about today's scene warranted any surprise. Come here, sit down, Tilda said, giving her a sidelong glance and patting the spot next to him. Angie reluctantly sat down, managing to greet him politely with Teacher Nate. I hope my sudden visit hasn't disturbed you, she added. It has, Angie replied bluntly, not even bothering with pleasantries. Her straightforward and slightly impolite demeanor made Govind pause mid-motion, his eyebrows arching in surprise at her candidness. Angie didn't even pretend anymore. Arlen, who had been a teacher all his life, had seen all types of students. He had anticipated this encounter and understood Angie's character well enough. With great tolerance, he smiled and said, I'll keep it short then. Keep it short? What was there to talk about? A marriage proposal? Angie felt her mind racing faster than ever before, almost overheating like a CPU. Seeing Arlen about to speak, she cut straight to the chase. Uncle Nate, what I said at your house was mostly to provoke Waverly. Consider it thoughtless and don't take it to heart. Arlen, holding a teacup, gazed at her seriously. Nothing happened between you two? Angie shook her head vigorously. Nothing. Arlen glanced at Govind, noticing his furrowed brow. But Jichu said something did happen. Angie. They locked eyes, and she swallowed hard, clearing her throat before asking cautiously, did Lawyer Nate mix up the people? Govind's frown deepened, his gaze turning cold. Did she really think she could dodge this so easily? Is that so? If Geraldine doesn't want to admit it, then let's assume I made a mistake, he retorted, barely concealing his irritation. What did he mean by assuming he made a mistake? Angie shot him a glare before turning to Arlen. Uncle Nate, relationships should be consensual. My personality isn't suitable for Lawyer Nate. And... Her voice broke. My dad is dying. I can't focus on love right now. Govind. Arlen. At Wang Jintai, Krista looked at Kimberly. You really don't want Angie to get involved with Govind? Kimberly shot back. Would you want your best friend to tie herself to someone as black-hearted as him? Isn't that just setting her up for disaster? Krista disagreed. Lawyer Nate might be ruthless, but he's good at heart. Kimberly laughed bitterly. You make it sound like saying, even though he murdered his wife, he's filial. Krista. Quite the sharp tongue. Do you not think Lawyer Nate is the best choice for Angie? What's so good about him? Kimberly asked. Everything. Krista replied. Oh, Kimberly countered with one word. King billionaire, over $1 billion net worth, no vices, clean background, loyal in relationships. Men like that are impossible to find. Why would such an impossible man fall for Angie? Could she have accumulated enough virtue in this life? Kimberly eyed Krista skeptically. Or does Lawyer Nate have some hidden agenda? Angie already checked him out. All the things that needed checking had been done. Why bring this up now? The world is too fair to men. If they're inadequate, there are countless drugs to maintain the illusion of adequacy. Angie checked once, but not every day. You, Krista chuckled nervously, her chopsticks trembling before dropping into her bowl. Whatever I say, you think it's fake. Kimberly took a sip of water. Black-hearted. Who's black-hearted? Darren entered, hearing the last part of the conversation. Mr. Nate, who else? I heard Teacher Nate went to propose to Angie. Darren perked up at the news. Thinking of Angie, a troublemaker from school days, meeting Govind's father filled him with excitement. Would she become docile, like a bird with broken wings? Who told you? Kimberly was startled. How did he know so soon? Darren handed her his phone. Check the WeChat group. Everyone's going crazy. Within an hour, news of Nate family proposing to the Hua family had gone viral in Jinggang. Kimberly scrolled through her phone. Shocked. Angie opens a class forum, and I kneel to learn. Govind is the toughest man to get in Jinggang. Dad said if I could snag Govind, he'd give me the family inheritance. Should I start befriending Angie? Few know that Govind's father is the Dean of Finance at Jinggang University. No wonder Mr. Nate has such a keen business sense. His dad must have taught him well. Who spread this? Darren shrugged, handing back the phone. Ask me, who do I ask? Great, Kimberly thought, this is disastrous. She opened Weibo, only to see trending topic, entertainment star marries after becoming pregnant. Not possible. Kimberly exclaimed. Angie had just seen the Nate family off when she received a call from Burnell. You're pregnant? Have you been breathing air? What nonsense are you talking? Angie shot back immediately. You're trending, Burnell managed to say after suppressing her anger. Without hanging up, Angie opened Weibo. Who the hell started this rumor? I'm wondering the same thing, Burnell responded, feeling her head about to explode. Before, during the time of Angie's father, there were no scandals. But now, with her father's health declining, gossip reporters seem to have targeted her, pushing any minor news to trend. They seem to wish for your infamy to endure. Looks like my entertainment career is over. Find a beggar's bowl. Go to Lawyer Nate's office to beg for rice. Since meeting him, your life has been like an ECG, full of ups and downs. Chapter 114, indeed capable of getting him scolded by Angie. Our visit to Wangjin Terrace is really interesting, Angie muttered as she and Govind were about to leave the parking lot. Not far away, a black Mercedes-Benz door opened. Nina stepped out in a designer suit, with Bruce beside her wearing a baseball cap. If not for Reba saying Avril came out today to book the second floor of Wangjin Terrace for dancing, they wouldn't have been here. Had they not come, they wouldn't have witnessed that scene just now, Angie actually having Govind's child. Interesting. The entertainment industry's innocent flower is turning into a tarnished one. She wants to see how Angie's male fans will react. Isn't she supposed to have many rich benefactors? Humph. Bruce stared in the direction Angie left, his gaze deepening. He strode towards the elevator. Inside the elevator, he saw Nina chatting on her phone. You're not giving this information to the media, are you? Why? Don't you want to see her ruin her reputation? Bruce remained silent for a moment. Our mission today isn't about Angie. Nina responded casually, I didn't say it was her. She put away her phone and headed toward the disco, searching everywhere but finding no trace of Avril. She randomly grabbed a waiter, asking, is Miss Hua here? The waiter replied, Miss Hua left a while ago. Left? Yes. Nina's face darkened. It seemed like all the good things never fell into her lap. Back in the car, Nina started calling Reba. After hearing something from Reba, she stopped her complaints. Reba wants me to tell you that the Hua family and the Hua family are now enemies. Avril is your biggest fan and will definitely look for you after coming out. If you still want to make a comeback in the entertainment industry, you must seize this opportunity. Bruce took a deep breath. I know. Nina wanted to say more, but her phone received a message. She paused mid-sentence. Picking up her phone, she almost dropped it in shock. The trending topic, gone? Govind returned home, finally calming down Arlen, who had almost acted rashly. Before he could go downstairs, Elena shouted from below, Brother, did you hear? The Weibo hot search says Angie is pregnant, and you're going to be a dad? Govind nearly choked. False rumor? Elena handed him her phone. Look. Seeing the trending topic, Govind knew it wasn't good. Given this situation, if Angie didn't seek him out for help, he wouldn't believe it. What if Angie got pregnant without you knowing? I've read a lot of romance novels lately where powerful heroines, wealthy and beautiful, love to find men with good genes, keep their babies while leaving the fathers. Do you think Angie might do that? Govind didn't need to think. He knew Angie was capable of anything. A fashion-forward young lady like her, what can't she do? Moreover, such plots were very common in the market. You're talking nonsense, Elena said, reprimanding her. Dream, doesn't it sound plausible? It's not. Your brother won't get into this kind of trouble. Stop talking. Elena glanced at Govind, thinking it's highly likely to happen to him. With his blunt mouth, always arguing without being gentle or considerate and sometimes even vicious, how could a proud princess like Angie settle for less? Big brother. Before Elena finished speaking, Govind's phone rang. Seeing the name on the screen, he hesitated to answer, knowing it would lead to a scolding. Answer it. Seeking trouble? Govind sighed. Getting scolded by Geraldine is your honor. Elena smiled and swiped his phone screen. Once connected, Geraldine asked relatively calmly, choose either you remove me from the hot search or I'll pray every morning that your sons are born without anal openings, and critical moments fail. Govind obediently chose, I'll choose the first one. Putting away his phone, Govind pushed aside Elena and nodded at Elena, I'll go back. Ali rushed over, Sir, the hot search is down. Which media? Xiankai Entertainment. Send them a legal notice. It takes skill to get him scolded by Angie. These people are truly the source of his miserable life. Dream, didn't I say it? Even stronger ones exist, and Big Brother is tightly controlled by Angie. Angie will eventually be my sister-in-law. Elena chuckled, smugly. She bet on this with her colleagues. She couldn't lose. If she lost, she'd add laxatives to Govind's cup daily. The next day, Angie scheduled a meeting with a lawyer. Before leaving, she specially chose a fitting cheapao that accentuated her perfect figure. Her long hair loosely tied, she exuded an elegance reminiscent of a Sai in the Republic era. Arriving at the law firm, Angie was greeted by the waiting attorney. Piao Miao saw Angie and couldn't hide the admiration in his eyes. The title of First Beauty of Jinggang was indeed well-deserved. Geraldine. Attorney Piao, Angie greeted politely. Piao Miao glanced at Angie, smiling teasingly, seems the hot search yesterday was fake. Angie placed her bag on the sofa beside her, responding lightly, if true, I'd have had 5 children by now. Piao Miao chuckled. When Master Montague mentioned Geraldine, I initially refused. The complexity of the Hua family case is too high. Although Geraldine offered generous compensation, it's not cost-effective for us. Taking on the Hua family case means offending many influential figures in Jinggang, cutting off our financial lifelines. How does it relate to Jinggang's elite? The Hua family's assets span various industries. If Geraldine wishes only to divide the wealth without managing the company, it implies consolidating the Hua family assets, which will be a massive restructuring. Do you understand, Geraldine? Piao Miao's words weighed heavily on Angie, yet she maintained her composure. Can Attorney Piao suggest an alternative? Nate Lawyer would be your best choice. Again, Govind? Is there no one else in Jinggang who can take on the Hua family case? Why? Angie furrowed her brows. Geraldine might not know, but Xavier secured his position as the top businessman in Jinggang through strategic means. Currently, only Nate Lawyer can handle such a case without faltering. Angie took a deep breath, closing her eyes to calm herself amid the turmoil of emotions. Chapter 115, thin wisps of smoke dispersed around his waist. President Nate, Geraldine went to see Michaela, Ali reported over the phone while Govind was still outside the law firm, having just met with a client. Govind paused in his steps. Krista sighed, as the saying goes, nothing is impossible for a willing heart. Geraldine would rather face rejection than come to you, aren't you worried? Govind glanced at Krista, if I send you to Africa now, will you be worried? Krista. Lawyer Sue, don't forget who's the boss here. Krista. You deserve being single forever. Govind entered his office and pressed the intercom, summoning Elon, go wait by Michaela's door. Elon asked hesitantly, should we find Lawyer Bo? Ali coughed and escorted Elon away by the back of his neck. Once in the elevator, Elon puzzledly looked at Ali, who did President Nate ask us to pick up? Your boss's wife. Angie came out of Michaela's office looking distressed. Elsie was waiting in the lounge and hurriedly greeted her, how did it go? Angie sighed, not well. As they walked toward the car, Elon approached them, Geraldine, President Nate sent me to bring you back to the law firm. Why? He didn't say. Angie narrowed her eyes and sized up Elon. Just because lawyer Nate says so, I must go? Elon was momentarily speechless, stammering for a response. Perhaps President Nate wants to discuss the Hua family case with you. Is he really that kind-hearted? Elon nodded rapidly. Yes, very much. Govind treated his subordinates exceptionally well. Unwilling to argue further, Angie was about to get into the car when she remembered something. She slowly retracted her foot from the door. Secretary, why don't you join us for a chat? In the car, Elon sat beside Angie, feeling quite uneasy. What do you want to ask me, Geraldine? How do you know what I want to ask before I even speak? Elon squirmed but wasn't dumb. The spoiled Geraldine typically wouldn't approach without a reason. When she needed help from lawyer Nate, she visited the office daily. But once she stopped seeking assistance, she rarely saw anyone for weeks. Thinking about how they had basked in glory earlier due to their association with lawyer Nate, they enjoyed many benefits. Now, even afternoon tea required them to pay out of pocket, and not just any amount. Elon nodded. Whatever Geraldine asks, I will answer without reservation. Is your lawyer Nate involved in criminal activities? Elon. Probably not. He wasn't sure either. He steadied himself. I'm not qualified to comment on that matter. Angie didn't believe him. Aren't you his secretary? I'm only lawyer Nate's secretary within the law firm. External matters are managed by dedicated personnel. Angie understood and nodded, glancing at Elsie. So, until now, all I've known is one side of your boss, the lawyer side? Well, not entirely. You've also seen my boss's physical condition. Elsie stifled a laugh as the sudden braking caused her to spew her drink. Angie gripped the handle tightly, glaring at the driver. Can you drive properly? Isaiah remained unperturbed. Sorry, Mississippi. Seeing everyone's strong reaction, Elon was confused. Isn't that true? Or did I say something wrong? Angie scratched her head. Secretary, if I left you here, how long would it take you to walk back? Elon shrank into his seat, glancing around and noting they were on a bridge. Geraldine, parking on a bridge results in a 12-point deduction, a 3,000 yuan fine, and public censure. It's not worth it for someone like me to become famous. Angie shot him a glance. Besides Krista, who else is around Govind in your law firm? Montague Zong and Hyder Shao. Angie's patience wore thin. Tell me someone I don't know. I don't, no. I'm not even in the senior management. How could I know more? Elon looked pitifully at Angie, nearly whimpering. Watching him, Angie felt irritable, almost ready to explode. Guess who I saw? Who? As Angie's limousine pulled up at Govind's law firm, Kylie called. Avril and Fan E together, don't you think that's exciting? These two people used to despise each other and couldn't stand the sight of one another. Now, they were mingling. Angie, standing by the car, suddenly remembered Krista's words. The Hua and Fan families have joined forces to target the Hua family. Were they working together because they had common interests? Take a picture for me. Hold on, Kylie hung up and sent several photos and a short video clip. Standing in the elevator, Angie scrutinized the footage, her gaze deepening as various thoughts raced through her mind. Growing up alongside Freddie, she had witnessed countless corporate power plays. And Freddie maintained his position as the top businessman in Jinggang for years, not by being merciful. While she didn't care for the petty machinations in elite circles, she wouldn't let anyone encroach on her interests without retaliation. Compassion doesn't lead armies, nor righteousness manage wealth. This was the first life lesson imparted by Freddie. Geraldine, we're here. The elevator doors opened, and Elon held the door open. Angie stepped out and halted at the elevator entrance. Isaiah, come here. Isaiah approached, listened to her instructions, then nodded in acknowledgement. His usual expressionless face showed surprise as he stared at Angie. Do you understand? Yes. Go ahead. Angie watched Isaiah enter the elevator. Upon turning, she saw Govind standing at his office door, holding a cigarette. He was wearing a black shirt, tall and slender. Angie watched as he took a drag, exhaled smoke while looking at her. Thin wisps of smoke wafted around his waist, drifting downward, inadvertently drawing Angie's gaze. Angie stepped forward, her slender figure moving gracefully, catching Govind's eye and making his own deepen. Geraldine, would you like something to drink? Upon entering the office, Elon asked. I'd love tea brewed personally by lawyer Nate. Do you think I can have that honor? Elon glanced at Govind, who flicked the cigarette subtly, signaling him to leave. Translation completed based on the given text, maintaining paragraph structure and tone. Chapter 116. Govind walked over to a tea table nearby and boiled a pot of water. As he selected tea leaves, he glanced at Milagros. Geraldine, what kind of tea would you like? Milagros curled her lips in return. Mr. Nate, what kind of tea do you think suits me? The man carefully picked through the small wooden stand next to the tea table. Lao Banzhang. The king of pu'er, with its bright broth, rich aroma, and a bitter taste that quickly dissipates but returns sweetly and intensely, slightly honey-sweet, much like Geraldine. Milagros, she suspected this damned man was hitting on her. What? Lawyer Nate feeling lonely? The sound of boiling water spread between them. Govind still had half a cigarette left on his fingertips. The steam from the boiling water mixed with the faint smoke, blocking their gaze from each other. Govind focused on Milagros thoughtfully. Milagros stared at Govind, sizing him up. Their eyes met, each lost in thought. After a long while, the kettle clicked off. Govind slowly crushed the cigarette butt into the ashtray and poured the water for tea. As the boiling water entered the teapot, waves of fragrance wafted over. Milagros watched the man prepare the tea with practiced skill, a sign of years of experience. As the water filled the teapot, his voice came softly, "Tom visited me last night." Milagros knew this was just the beginning. She leaned against the backrest of her chair, waiting for Govind to continue. "He and Denham are planning to take over Jinyuan Group and asked me to mediate. Did you agree?" Milagros stiffened, sitting up straight, her mood tense as she looked at Govind. The man put down the teapot, a smile playing on his lips. "I said I'd give him my answer today." Milagros laughed bitterly. "Govind, you really know how to bite the hand that feeds you. Have you forgotten the benefits Weihua family provided you? When your father started a scholarship fund for poor students at Jinggang University, no one invested a penny until my father funded it. Now you're joining those two old men to devour us? Isn't that a bit unscrupulous?" Govind frowned slightly. "So, that effort was part of your contribution?" Milagros realized she'd let something slip and changed her expression. "What contribution?" Back then, Milagros had pursued Govind so ardently that everyone in Jinggang High School cheered wildly whenever they saw them together. Milagros tried every trick in the book to win him over, but he remained unmoved. He never gave in to romance, which left Milagros disheartened. Once, a teacher found out about her pursuit of Govind and didn't dare lecture him directly, fearing it would affect his future academic path. Instead, the teacher scolded her. After being called into the office for over an hour, Milagros learned from the teacher that Govind's father was a professor at Jinggang University. She then begged Freddy's secretary to investigate Arlen and discovered the foundation story. With great effort, Milagros convinced Freddy to fund the foundation, a decision that has lasted till now. Milagros, when you lie, you always hold your neck stiff to appear tough. Milagros, she felt quite displeased at being exposed. Cut the crap, get to the point. My intention today is clear. Govind poured the first brew of tea into the tea tray and prepared to pour again. You have two choices. First, Geraldine marries me for a 2-year marriage term, with unchanged conditions. If I don't marry you, you'll acquire Jinyuan? Govind faced Milagros's anger without argument, nodding instead. I'm a businessman. Profit-minded and money-hungry were terms used to describe businessmen. Govind, are you despicable? I've already refused, yet you're still pressuring me? Milagros, this tactic, I learned from you, remember? Govind pushed a cup of tea toward Milagros. Milagros choked, momentarily speechless. Indeed, compared to Govind's current tactics, her relentless pursuit of him in school was notorious and even praised by the Education Bureau. This method of negotiation was far more gentle than her past efforts. Mr. Nate isn't seeking revenge for my harassment back then, right? The man took a sip of tea, seemingly not wanting to elaborate further, leaving the choice entirely to Milagros. Of course, she believed Govind was capable of such actions. An ambitious capitalist wouldn't care much for sentiment. Milagros stared at him, trying to decipher Govind's true intentions. Govind. After your father's death, Jinyuan's situation became dire. Even if the professional manager is excellent, they aren't part of your Hua family. If someone offers them more money to sabotage, do you think Jinyuan can survive? Milagros, better be devoured by me than by others. Don't act so righteous. The man set down his teacup, refilled it, and then turned to his desk to retrieve a document, handing it to Milagros. I have a meeting at the Chamber of Commerce shortly. Think carefully. When you decide, sign this agreement. If I see your signature when I return, I'll help you protect Jinyuan and handle the inheritance lawsuit. Otherwise. He trailed off, you understand. Govind finished speaking and left the office, picking up his suit jacket from the back of the chair. Meanwhile, Milagros sat rigidly, staring at the prenuptial agreement laid before her. In the elevator, Krista followed closely behind him. She asked hesitantly, if Milagros doesn't sign the prenuptial agreement, will you really acquire Jinyuan? Not impossible, Govind responded. Krista thought for a moment. You might consider it, but did you think about this? Once you swallow Jinyuan, there's no chance for you and Milagros anymore? Govind lowered his head, chuckling dryly. She's my best choice right now, but not my only choice. Krista was taken aback. She thought she understood Govind well, but these words. They didn't seem like something Govind would say. Do you not love her? How much is love worth? Krista was stunned. So, are you hoping Milagros signs or doesn't sign today? The elevator doors opened. Govind stepped out. Humans are greedy creatures. When you give them 100 choices, they naturally can't decide. But if you push them to a dead end, giving only life or death, all confusion dissolves instantly. Pushing her so hard, aren't you afraid Milagros will hate you in the future? Chapter 117, he's already planned for the child. What if Angie hates him in the future? Govind inexplicably laughed when he heard this. If I can't even solve today's issues, would it make any sense to talk about the future? Everyone knew that Govind was an extremely meticulous egoist. When it came to Angie, he would do whatever it took to achieve his goals. Whether by force or coaxing, both were merely his means to an end. However, the ultimate objective remained one. Krista watched as Govind strode out of the elevator, a step behind him. Suddenly, she couldn't quite figure out whether this man held lingering feelings for Angie or if he was simply seeking revenge for past harassment. Are you choosing her now only because you have no better options? Or is it just a matter of wanting to take advantage of Angie? The love and hate entanglements of youth were due to immaturity, but if you treat her now the same way she treated you back then, can I assume you've never forgotten those events? Krista had heard the gist of what happened from others. Just hearing about how Angie pursued Govind made her, a woman nearly 30, feel suffocated. She declared her ownership over him at every turn, interrogating any female classmates who dared to approach Govind, using her status as the eldest princess of Jingang. And she didn't hesitate to use money to suppress them. How could a man with Govind's pride allow a woman to torment him so? Govind didn't stop walking or respond to Krista's questions. Upstairs, Angie was reading through the prenuptial agreement Govind had meticulously drafted. Coming across some parts she didn't understand, she called Elon over and pointed to Article 7. What does this mean? It means that if you two have a child within these 2 years, the child will belong to you. You must guarantee that Mr. Nate can see the child twice a week. He will pay a substantial child support fee and settle it all at once, without further entanglement. Angie's expression changed. He was thinking far ahead, even planning for a child. Just tell me which conditions are beneficial to me here. Elon scanned through and replied, most of them are. Angie laughed in frustration, tapping Article 7. Is this beneficial? Geraldine, many people don't even get custody or any money in divorces, Elon responded. So, I should be thankful for him considering me? Elon looked at Angie's enraged face and thought for a moment before saying, Mr. Nate isn't stingy. Not stingy. Indeed, Govind wasn't stingy and was generous with his finances. But why did this matter to her? Why don't we sign it? Isn't our Mr. Nate better than that Mr. Hua? Since you fancied Mr. Hua, Mr. Nate would definitely appeal more to you. Fancy Govind? Was fancying Govind any different from being skinned alive? During their school days, it might have been manageable, but the current Govind was formidable, wielding power that could lead to her downfall with one misstep. Dealing with him felt like playing against a pro. And now, she felt manipulated and trapped, unable to find a way out. By the end of this, she'd be penniless and alone. Do you know what I saw in Leroy? Angie asked Elon seriously. What? He's foolish. Elon, how should he respond? The whole world seemed dumber except for Lawyer Nate, who remained sharp. Lawyer Nate, foolish? That was impossible. Why don't you look for other advantages? Think about it. Being in entertainment, owning a media company, partnering with Mr. Nate would ensure no legal worries. You can call upon anyone from his law firm, getting top-notch service. This kind of treatment is unmatched in Jingang. Angie crossed her arms, leaning back in her chair and looking at him expectantly. Go on. Mr. Nate is busy, often traveling. You'd have plenty of free time at home with him away frequently. Dating male stars one day, male models the next. If they sue you for playing with their emotions, you can always consult Lawyer Nate.